In a world where chaos reigns, and justice is a forgotten word, one truth remains behind every end. There's a crime yet unsolved. Welcome to Behind the Crime. Your journey into the dark begins now.
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Redemption, written by David Baldacci, read by
The
Keith
Last
Brewer
Mile.
and Orla Cassidy,
Written by David Baldacci.
to
read
Lindsay
by Keith
Rose,
Brewer
who made
and
all the
Orla
trains
Cassidy.
run on time and handled so much with grace and efficiency.
To the
Congrats
memories of
on the new
Allison
gig.
Parker and Adam Ward, two brilliant lights
Chapter
taken
1.
from us far too soon.
On a
And to
refreshingly
Vicky Gardner,
brisk,
whose
beautifully
courage and
clear
grace
fall
are
evening,
inspiring
Amos Decker
testaments
was
to the
surrounded by
resiliency
dead
of the
bodies.
human spirit.
Yet he wasn't experiencing the electric blue light sensation
1.
that he usually did when confronted by the
Mars,
departed.
Melvin.
There was a perfectly
In
good
here,
reason for this.
Anywhere,
None of these
anytime,
were
they called out
recent
your name
deaths.
backwards. And he
He was back in his
instantly respond
hometown
when he
of
heard
Burlington,
his.
Ohio, an old
Even on the
factory
toilet.
city that had seen
Like
better
being in the
days.
military,
He had
only he'd
recently
never
been
joined.
in another Rust Belt
He'd
town,
been brought here very
Barronville,
much against his
Pennsylvania,
will.
where he had narrowly escaped
Mars,
death.
Melvin.
If he
Yes,
had had
sir.
his druthers,
Here, sir.
he would have
Taking
avoided
a
such
crap, sir.
minefields for the foreseeable
Because
future,
where else would I be
maybe the
except
rest
here,
of his
sir?
life.
He didn't know
Only
why
right
they
now
did
he
it this
didn't have a
way,
choice.
and had never bothered to
Decker
ask.
was in Burlington
The
because
answer
today
would
was
not
his
have
daughter
mattered to him in
Molly's
the least,
14th birthday.
and it might have led to a guard
Under
baton
normal
slamming
circumstances,
against the side of
this
his
would have been a
head.
happy occasion.
He had other
a
things
cause
to
for
concern
joy.
him here at the Texas
But
State
Molly had been
Penitentiary
murdered,
at Huntsville.
along with his wife, Cassie,
It was called the
and
Walls
his
Unit
brother-in-law,
because of the
Johnny
prison's
Sachs.
red brick walls.
This devastating
Opened in
event had happened
1849,
shortly
it
before
was
her
the
10th
oldest
birthday,
prison in the Lone
when
Star
Decker
State.
found them all dead in their
And it
home,
also housed the execution
gone
chamber.
forever.
Mars
Taken
was
from
officially
life in the
prisoner
most outrageous manner
747,
possible,
like the
by a
plane.
deranged mind.
The guards at the
hell-bent on
death row
violence.
prison from which he'd been
Their
brought
killer was
called
no
him
longer
Jumbo
among the living,
because of it.
but that was of
And while he
absolutely
wasn't
no
huge,
solace to Decker,
He wasn't small
though he'd been
either.
instrumental in
Most
ending
folks would
that
look up
life.
to him, if only because
That
they
was
had
why
to.
his birthday visit was at a
6'2",
cemetery.
plus 3/4 of
No
an inch
cake,
tacked on for
no
good measure.
presents. Just
He knew
fresh
his
flowers
exact
on a
height
grave
only because they'd
to
measured him
replace ones
precisely at
long
the
dead
NFL
from a
Combine.
previous visit.
They'd measured everything about him
He
at the
figured he
Combine.
would be here for every one of
While
Molly's
going through the
birthdays
process,
until he
his
joined
mind
his
had drawn
family 6
parallels
feet
to
under.
slaves on the market square.
was his
as
long-term
potential
plan.
owners methodically poked
He had
and
never
prodded the
contemplated
merchandise.
any other.
Well, unlike his
He
slave
shifted his weight
ancestors,
on the
at
wood
least
and
he would
wrought
have had
iron
lots
bench
of money
next
to
the
deal
twin
with the
graves.
wreckage of his
For
body
daughter lay
after his
next to
playing
mother.
days were over.
The bench had been
He was
gifted by
also
the
still
Burlington Police
230
Department,
pounds.
where Decker had
No
once
fat,
toiled,
just rock.
first as a beat cop,
No
and later
mean
as a
feat with the
homicide
crap they
detective.
served for food in
On
here.
it, tarnished
Processed
by
in
weather,
huge factories,
was a brass
loaded
plaque
with
that
fat
read,
and sodium,
in memory of
as well as
Cassie and
chemicals they
Molly
probably
Decker.
used to make everything from concrete
There was no one else
to
in the
carpets.
small cemetery other than Decker's
Killing me
partner at the
softly with your
FBI,
crappy
Alex
food.
Jameson.
He'd been
More
in this
than a
place
dozen
almost
years
as long
younger
as he'd
than the
not been in his
mid-40ish
place.
Decker, Jameson stood
the
a
time had
respectful
not gone
distance
by
away,
fast.
allowing her
It
partner
didn't
to
feel
visit
like
his
20
family in
years.
solitude.
It felt like 200.
Once a journalist,
But it didn't
Jameson
matter
was
anymore.
now a fully fledged,
be over
duly
soon.
sworn-in FBI
This was the
special
day.
agent, having graduated
final,
from the Bureau's
final
training
appeal.
academy in Quantico, Virginia.
Denied.
Under a
He
prior
was dead.
arrangement, she had been
He
sent
had been brought to
immediately
the
back
Huntsville
to the
prison
task force,
from the
where she
Polunsky
and
Unit's
Decker were
death
members,
row in Livingston,
along with
Texas,
2 other veteran
60
agents,
miles to the
Ross
east,
Bogart
in
and
anticipation
Todd
that
Milligan.
this time the state would get its man.
Sitting next to the
after a
graves,
2 decades
Decker
long
cursed
wait.
his condition of hyperthymesia.
His lawyer's pale face had
The
held a
perfect
bleak
recall had
expression
been
when she
initiated by a
conveyed this
wicked
news to him.
blindside hit
But
on
she
an
would
NFL
wake up the
playing
next
field
day.
that triggered a
Not
traumatic
me.
brain injury.
Soon he would be
Decker
listening
awoke
for the
from a
tap-tap
coma
of
with the
heels
ability to
heading his
remember
way.
everything and
The
the
puffing of the
inability
burly
to forget
guards holding the
anything.
shiny shackles.
It seemed like a
The
wonderful
solemn
attribute,
warden who
but
would
there was a
forget his name
distinct
the next day.
downside to the condition.
The pious man of
For
God,
him,
clutching
the
his
passage of
Bible
time
and reading
would
aloud
never
his
deaden
verses
the
because you were
details of
supposed to have
painful
something
memories.
spiritual to cling to
Like
on
the
your
one
way
he
out
was
of here.
confronted with presently.
Not out of prison.
For the overwhelmingly
life.
intense manner in which he
Texas
recalled
executed
their deaths,
more inmates than
Cassie
any other
and Molly
state,
might as
over
well have been
500
laid to
in just
rest
the last
today
30 years.
instead of 4 years
For
ago.
nearly a century, starting in
He read the
1819,
names and
they
inscriptions
did it
on the
by hanging.
tombstones, though
Then
he
they
knew
used
by
the
heart
electric
what they
chair,
said.
called Old Sparky.
He had come here with many things he
361
wanted to say
inmates had
to
been
his
put to
family.
death by
But
electrocution
now
over
he
4
inexplicably
decades.
suffered from a
Now,
complete
Texas
failure
used
to
lethal
articulate
injection
any
to
of
send
them.
you off to the hereafter.
Well, maybe not so
Either way, you were still
inexplicably.
dead.
The brain injury
By
that had
law,
given him
executions
perfect
could not
recall
begin
had
before
also
6
changed
p.m.
his personality.
Mars had been told they
His
would come
social
for him at
skills had
midnight.
gone from high to
Well,
quite
nothing
low.
like dragging this out,
He had trouble
thought.
voicing his
Made for a
emotions
really
and
long,
difficulty
really
dealing with
shitty
people.
day. Walking
In his
dead
mind's
man,
eye, he
he'd been
conjured
called.
first the image of his
Good
daughter.
riddance. He'd
It was
heard more
sharply in
times than he could
focus.
count from the
The curly
guards.
hair, the
He
smile,
didn't want to look
the
back,
cheeks that rose
not to
so
be
high.
epicenter of this whole thing.
Then the image of
But
his
really,
wife,
how could
Cassie,
he not?
appeared. The anchor
So
of
as the
their
final
family,
moment neared,
the one who had kept
he
Decker
started to
from
think of
succumbing
them.
to his condition,
The murders of
forcing him
Roy
to
and
interact
Lucinda
with
Mars,
others,
his
compelling
white father
him to
and
become
black
as
mother.
close as possible to the
Back
man
then,
he
that
used to
combination
be.
had been weird, different,
He winced in
exotic
pain
even,
because it actually
certainly in West
physically
Texas.
hurt to be so close to
Now
them,
it was commonplace.
because they were dead.
Every
and he
kid
was
coming in
not.
now looked like bits and pieces
There were
of
many
50
days,
different types of
perhaps
humanity.
most, when he simply
One
could not
recently
accept that
incarcerated
state
punk
of
was the
affairs.
product of biracial parents,
He
who
glanced in
in turn
the
were also
direction
the
of
children
Jameson,
non-traditional
who was
parents.
leaning against a
So
broad
the new
oak
kid,
about
an
100 feet
idiot
away.
who'd blown away a store
She was
clerk
a good
over a
friend,
shoplifted bag
an
of
excellent
Twizzlers,
colleague,
was a
but
mishmash
absolutely
of
powerless to
black,
help him
brown,
through
and
what he
white,
was facing
with a
now.
dash of Chinese thrown in.
He turned back
And
to
he
the
was also a
graves,
Muslim,
knelt, and
though
placed
Mars
the
had never
bundles of
seen the
flowers
man
he
get
had
on his
brought
knees
on
and
each
pray
of the
5
sunken
times a day,
plots.
as some did in here.
Amos Decker.
His name was Anwar.
Decker looked up
He
to
was
see an older
originally from
man
Colorado,
walking slowly
and
toward
he
him.
had started telling people
He had
he really wanted to
materialized
become
out of the dusk of
Alexis.
elongating shadows.
Mars sat up on the bunk
As he
in
drew
his
closer,
cell and looked
the
at his
man
watch.
almost seemed a ghost
It was
himself,
time to do his
so
thing.
very painfully thin,
The last time he
his
would ever
features
do
deeply
this, in
jaundiced.
fact. His jumpsuit
Jameson
was
had
white,
seen the man
and on the
coming
back
before
were the
Decker
letters
did,
D
and had
R
started
printed in
striding
black.
toward them.
They
It
stood
could
for
simply be
death
someone
row.
from the town whom Decker
Mars had
knew,
equated it to
or
a
it might
snake's
be
rattle,
something else.
warning folks
Jameson
to
knew
stay
that
the hell
crazy
away.
things tended to happen around
He dropped
Amos
to the
Decker.
coolness of the concrete
Her hand
floor
went to the butt
and
of the
did
pistol
200
riding in a
push-ups,
holster on
first
her
on
right hip.
fists, then on
Just in
fingertips,
case.
and finally from the downward
Decker
dog
eyed the
position,
man.
lightly touching the
Aside
crown
from
of
his
his bald
unhealthy
head on the
appearance,
concrete
the
with
fellow
each
was
pass.
shuffling along in a way
Next,
that
he
Decker
performed
had seen
300 deep
before.
squats in
It
sets of
wasn't
6,
solely due to
exploding
age
up
or
with every rep.
infirmity. It was
Depth
the walk
charges,
of
he
someone
called them.
accustomed to wearing
Then
shackles
followed
when
yoga
moving
and
from point
Pilates
A
for
to
strength,
point B.
balance, range of
He's a
motion,
former
and
prisoner,
most important,
speculated
flexibility.
Decker.
He could touch
And there
his
was another
toes to
thing.
his forehead with
As
his
he
legs
sometimes
ramrod
did,
straight.
Decker was seeing
No
a
small
color
feat for a
associated
big,
with the man.
ropey-muscled man.
This was due to
Then
his
came the
also
1,000
having
stomach and
synesthesia,
core reps that
which
seared
caused him
his
to pair
abs like
colors
acid.
with unusual
It was the
things,
reason he
like
had
death
rock-hard
and
obliques
numbers.
and an 8-pack.
The
His
color
belly button
tag for this
stretched so
gent was
tight it
burgundy.
looked more like a mole
That
than
was
where
a
his
new one
umbilical
for
cord
Decker.
had once attached.
What the hell
Next
does
came
burgundy
flat-out
mean?
pliomania, where he pushed off
Who are
all
you?
4
He
walls
asked,
and the floor
rising
in a
to
series
his
of
feet and
maneuvers,
brushing the
many
dirt
of his
from
own
his knees.
devising.
Not
He was like
surprised you don't
Spider-Man
recognize
or
me.
Fred Astaire dancing
Person
on
takes it
ceilings.
out of you.
He had a lot of
Guess I have
hours to
you to
plan
thank for
such
that.
things in prison. His
So
life
he
was very structured,
incarcerated.
but it also offered up a
Jameson
load of
also
free
heard
time.
this and picked up her pace.
Most inmates just sat
She
around
actually
doing
half
nothing.
drew her pistol,
There were
afraid
no
that the old
classes,
man was
no
there to exact
rehabilitation
some
of any
sort of
kind.
revenge on Decker.
The unofficial prison
Her
motto
partner had
was
put many people
straightforward.
behind bars in his
Rehab
career,
is for
and
pussies.
this fellow was apparently one of them.
Finally, Mars ran in place
Decker looked
for
the
so
man up
long
and
that he
down
lost
as he
track
came
of
to a
time,
stop about
high-kneeing
5 feet
it
away.
the whole way.
Decker was
It was
a mountain
crazy
of a
that he was
man,
doing this
standing
today of all
6'5"
days.
and tipping the scale
But
at
he had
just
done
about
it pretty much
300
every day
pounds.
since he'd been in here.
With Jameson's
and part of him
encouragement
felt
and
this
help
was his
in getting
last
him
act
to
of
exercise and
defiance.
eat a healthier
It
diet,
would not
he
rob
had
him of
lost
it.
over 100 pounds
At least he
in
didn't
the
have
last
to
2
refuse
years.
the traditional final
This was
meal
about as
because
lean
Texas
as
no
he was
longer
ever going
offered
to
one.
be.
He didn't
The
want
old
that
man
crap
was about
inside
6
him at
feet
the end.
tall,
He
but
preferred
Decker
to
figured
die
he
on an
barely
empty
weighed
stomach.
140 pounds.
No one had visited
His
him
torso was
because
about
he had
as
no
wide
one
as
who
one of
wanted to
Decker's
visit him.
thighs.
He was alone,
Up close,
as he had
his
been the
skin
last
looked
20
brittle,
years.
like aged
He wondered what
parchment
the papers
about
would
to
say the next
disintegrate.
day. It would be a
Hacking
small
up some
story,
phlegm,
probably.
the man
There was
turned to the
nothing
side
new
and spit
about
it into
another
the
black man
consecrated
getting the Lone
ground.
Star State's lethal
You
spa
sure you don't
treatment.
recognize me?
Hell, it was hardly worth a
Don't you
photo.
got some kind of weird-ass
But they would
memory
recount
thing?
the crimes of which he'd been convicted.
Decker said,
Surely they
"Who
would.
told you that?
And that would be the only
Your
memory
old
of him
partner.
for many.
Mary
Melvin
Lancaster?"
Mars, the murderer.
The man nodded.
He cooled
She was
down,
the one who
the
told
sweat
me you
pooling
might be
off him
here.
and staining the concrete
Why would
that
she
was
do
already
that?
badly scarred with
My name
far
is
worse
Merrill
things
Hawkins.
than perspiration.
said the man, in a way that
Condemned men
seemed
had been
also
known
to
to
carry an
defecate on the floor
explanation
before
as
they
to why
walked to
he
their
was here.
deaths.
Decker's
As his
jaw
breathing
fell
normalized, he
slightly.
sat on his bunk and tipped
Hawkins
his head
smiled
back
at this
against the
reaction,
wall.
but it didn't reach his
In his old
eyes.
cell, he had
They were
named the
pale
walls
and still,
Reed, Sue,
with perhaps
Johnny,
just a
and
bit
Ben,
of life
after
left
the
inside them.
superhero fighting team, the
Now you
Fantastic
remember
Four.
me, right?
It was just something
Why
to
are
do
you out
in a
of
place
prison?
where he had nothing to do.
You got life,
Each
no
day
parole.
filled with whatever he could think of to
Jameson
fill it.
reached them and put herself between
Mars
Decker
often
and Hawkins.
fantasized about sexy Sue Storm,
Hawkins nodded
but
at
he
her.
more closely related
You're
to
his
Ben
new
Grimm,
partner, Alex
the Thing,
Jameson.
the Freak.
Lancaster told
As
me
an
about you,
athlete,
too.
Mars had been a freak.
He
In a good
glanced
way.
back at Decker.
Yet he could be
To answer your
thoughtful,
question,
like the brainy
I'm no
Reed.
longer in prison because I'm
He
terminal
also
with
related to the
cancer.
flame ball Johnny
One of the
Storm,
worst.
Sue's kid brother,
Pancreatic.
because he felt like he was on
Survival rate
fire
past
every
5
second of
years
every
is for
day.
shit, they tell me.
Principally because
And that's
every
with
day
chemo
was
and
like every other
radiation and
day
all
in
that
here.
crap. None
A
of which
living
I can
hell,
afford.
actually. Hence the flames.
He touched his face.
This was day
Jaundice.
7,342 for
It's
him.
way too late to kick it.
The last day for him.
And it's metastasized.
He looked at his watch again.
Big word. Means
5
the
ticks
cancer's
till
eating me up
doomsday.
everywhere.
He
Brain
had spent a
too now.
year in solitary,
It's the
shortly
last
after
inning
going
for
to
me.
prison. The
No
reason
doubt
was
about
simple.
it. I'm done.
His life was
No,
over, his
maybe a
dreams
week at
shattered,
best.
his hard work for naught.
Why is
and
that
he
a
was
reason
pissed
to
beyond
release
all
you?
reckoning.
Asked Jameson.
His punishment for beating the
Hawkins
crap out of
shrugged.
3 prisoners and then taking
They
on
call
a
it
half a dozen
compassionate
guards,
release.
and more than holding his
Inmate
own until they
usually has to
caved and
file
nearly
for it.
clubbed him to death.
But they came to my cell.
24
with the
hours in a
paperwork.
60
I
square
filled it
foot
out.
cell with
They
a
got
slit for a
doctors to
window
okay it,
for a
and there
year.
you go.
No
See,
words spoken
the
to
state
him.
didn't want to foot the
Never
bill
saw
for my
another
treatments.
face.
I was in
Never
one of
felt
those
the touch
private
of someone
prisons.
else's
They
skin.
marked the bill up
The
to the
food
state,
was shoved through the
but it
door
doesn't all
slot
get
along with
reimbursed.
toilet paper and
Gets
occasionally
expensive.
washcloths and
Hurts their
soap,
bottom line.
and even less
They figure
occasionally
I'm
clean
harmless
prison
now.
garb.
I went into
He
prison
showered
when
in
I
a
was
corner
58.
where the water was
Now
either
I'm
ice
70.
or scalding.
Look like
He
I'm
slept on the
100, I know.
floor and
I'm all
mumbled,
jacked up with
screamed,
drugs just to
cursed,
walk and talk.
and finally sobbed.
After I leave here,
That's when
I'm
he'd
gonna be thrown
realized
up
that
for a
human
few
beings,
hours
for
and then
better
take
or
enough
worse,
pills to
were
sleep a bit.
undeniably social creatures.
Jameson said,
Without interaction,
If you're on
They went
prescription
mad.
painkillers, somebody's helping you.
and Mars had
didn't
nearly
say they
gone
were
mad inside
prescription,
that cell.
did I?
It had been
As a
day
matter of fact,
169.
But it's
He
what I
remembered
need.
it clearly,
Not like they're
had
putting
even
me back
scratched
in
the
prison
numbers
because
out
I'm
on the
buying
wall
street
with bloody
drugs.
fingernails.
I cost too much.
His mind had nearly
He
gone.
chuckled.
There was but
If
one
I'd known
shred
that,
left,
I would have got
and
sick
he had
years
used
ago.
that shred like a life
Do you mean
vest
they don't
in a
provide any
tsunami.
help for you on
His
the
port in
outside?
the storm.
Asked Jameson
He had focused
incredulously.
on an imaginary old girlfriend,
They said a hospice place
Tatiana.
would take me, but
In
I
his
got no
mind,
way
she
to
was
get
married
there.
now,
And
with
I
6
don't want to go
kids,
there.
big
I
hipped
want to
and
be
bloated,
here.
surly and unhappy,
Hawkins stared at
and
Decker.
so missing him.
What do you
But
want
back
from
then,
me?
this imagined
asked
person had
Decker.
been perfect.
Hawkins
Her face,
pointed his finger
her
at him.
body, her limitless
put
love
me
for
in
him
prison,
allowed him to survive
but you
day
were wrong.
169, and then
I'm
make it
innocent.
through 196 more.
Don't they all say that?
When the door opened,
Noted
the
Jameson
first face he saw
skeptically.
was Tatiana's,
Hawkins shrugged
superimposed
again.
over the body of a
I don't know
300-pound
about
racist
anybody else
nightmare
but
of a
me.
young guard,
He
named
glanced back
aptly
at Decker.
Big Dick,
Lancaster
who told
thinks I'm
Mars to
innocent.
get his mulatto butt up,
I
or
don't
else he'd
believe
be
that,
eating through a
said
straw
Decker.
for the rest of his life.
Ask her. It's
And
why
when it
she
was
told me
over,
where you
Melvin
were.
Mars was a changed
He
man.
paused and looked at the dark
He had
sky.
never done anything that would ever put him
You
back
got
in
another
there.
chance to get it
If he
right.
did, he
Maybe
knew that
you
he
can
would
do
have
it
killed
while I'm
himself.
still alive and
He
kicking.
wouldn't have waited for the
If
death
not,
chamber.
That's okay.
Death
As long as you
chamber.
get there. It'll
It was
be
right
my
down
legacy.
the hall.
He
The
added
last
with a weak
mile,
grin.
they called it.
He's with the
Yet it
FBI
wasn't a
now.
mile. It was
Interjected
actually only
Jameson.
30 feet, which was good
Burlington
because
and your
most guys
case are
collapsed
no longer
before
his
they got there.
jurisdiction.
But they had
Hawkins
big
looked
guards who
nonplussed.
picked you up and carried you the
Heard you
rest of the
cared
way.
about the truth, Decker.
Texas killed
Did I
you
hear
dead,
wrong?
whether you took it brave
Come
or
a
not.
long way for nothing if that's
The Supreme Court had debated the cruel
When
and
Decker
unusual
didn't answer,
aspects
Hawkins
of death
pulled
by
out a
lethal
slip of
injection
paper.
because of quite a few
I'll be in
instances
town
where the
the next
inmate
couple
had
of
been in
nights.
terrible agony
Here's the
before he
address.
died.
Maybe
The
I'll
court had
see
come
you.
down on the
Maybe
side
I
of letting
won't.
it continue.
But if you
Appalling
don't come,
agony be
well,
damned.
fuck you from
It
the
wasn't like the
hereafter.
condemned's victims hadn't suffered
Decker
horrific
took the
pain
paper
and
but
fear.
still said nothing.
So who could say they were wrong?
Hawkins glanced at the twin
Mars couldn't.
graves.
He just hoped they got it right with
Lancaster
him.
told me about your family.
The death chamber was not
Glad you
large,
found out who
9 by
killed him.
12 feet,
But I
with
suppose
cheery
you still
turquoise
felt guilt,
painted brick walls and metal
though you were
door,
innocent.
which seemed out of
I
place
can
with the
damn
room's
well
purpose.
relate.
You were being executed.
Hawkins turned
not
and walked
vacationing in the
slowly back
Caribbean.
between the graves until
The
the
gurney,
darkness
which
swallowed
came with a
him
comfy
whole.
pillow and sturdy leather
Jameson
straps,
turned to Decker.
was set near the center of the room.
Okay, I
There
know
were 2
nothing about
adjacent
this,
rooms with
but it's
glass
still
windows
nuts.
looking into the
He's just
chamber.
taunting you,
One was
making
for
you feel
families of
guilty.
the victim.
And I can't
The other
believe
was
the
for
guy would
family of
come
the
here
person
and
being
butt in while
executed.
you're trying to
Mars knew that in his
spend
case,
time with your family.
the groups were one and the same.
Decker looked down at the
And
slip
he
of
also
paper.
knew that both
It was
rooms
clear from his
would be
features
empty.
that something akin to doubt
He
had
sat
just
back
now
on his
crept
bunk
into his
soaking
mind.
in the stink of his own sweat.
Jameson
His
watched,
mind drifting back to the only
resignation
good
spreading
memories he
over her
had left.
features.
He was
You're
hardly
going
a
to see him,
jumbo in
aren't
the
you?
world of college football.
Not until I
But he'd
see
been big
someone
for a
else
running back.
first.
Most important, he'd been long on talent.
Chapter
The
2.
NFL was considered a lock for someone
Decker stood
like him.
alone on the porch.
He had been a
He had
Heisman
asked
Trophy
Jameson
finalist
to not
his senior
accompany
year,
him here.
the only tailback
He
in
preferred
the
to
group.
conduct this visit
The
alone
others had all
for a
been
number of
quarterbacks.
reasons.
He could run over,
He remembered every
around,
inch
or
of the
simply
more than
through
4
anyone.
decades-old
He
split-level
could
ranch.
block, and his soft
This was not
hands
simply
could catch
due
the
to his
ball
perfect
coming out of the
recall,
backfield.
but also because
And
this
he
house
nearly
was nearly
always
an
made the
exact
first guy
copy of
miss
the
with
one
an
in which he
instinctive
and his
lateral
family
move.
had once lived.
A rare talent the NFL
Mary
gurus
Lancaster
lapped up.
and her husband Earl
And
and
when he
their
needed the
daughter
turbos,
Sandy
they
had
flared to
resided here
life,
for as
and
long
he
as
was gone.
Lancaster had been on the
The
Burlington
only thing
police
left to
force,
do was hand the ball
which
to the
matched
ref after
Decker's
scoring
tenure there as
and go
well.
let Coach pat his butt on the
Earl was a
sidelines.
general contractor who worked
His official
sporadically
time in the
owing to the
40-yard
fact that
dash at the
Sandy was
combine
a special
was
needs child
4.31
who would
seconds.
always require a great deal
20
of
years
time
ago,
and attention.
that was serious speed.
Mary had been the
even for a
family's
corner
primary
or a
breadwinner
receiver,
for a long
much
time.
less a monster running back with
Decker
shoulders
stepped
as
up to the
wide as
door.
the sky.
He was
who made
about
his
to
living
knock
smashing
when it
between
opened.
the tackles.
Mary
And it would
stood
still
there,
be
dressed in
considered
faded
exceptional
jeans,
wheels
a
even
blood-red
today.
sweatshirt, and dark blue
God-given it
sneakers.
was.
Her
He
hair
was
had
the
once
total
been a
package,
pasty blonde.
a freak of
It was
nature,
now full
they
of
called him.
gray and hung limply
He
to her
felt a
shoulders.
smile spread across
A
his sweaty
cigarette was
face.
perched in one hand,
Yes,
its
a
coil
lock.
of smoke
A
drifting up
lock
her
with a
slender
big
thigh.
paycheck.
Her
This was
face
long
was as
before the
lined as a
salary constraints
thumbprint.
for rookies had been implemented.
Lancaster was the same age
He
as
could have
Decker,
scored big
yet
bucks
looked
from
about
day
10
one.
years older.
Millions and millions of them.
Thought I
A
might see
mansion,
you tonight.
cars, women.
She said in the smoker's
Respect.
gravelly voice.
He was a
Come on
guaranteed
in.
first-rounder, everyone said.
He checked for the
Probably
tremor that
top
used to be in
5.
her left hand,
He would
her
probably
gun
go
grip
ahead of
hand.
several of the
He didn't
quarterbacks
see
he
it.
had competed against for the Heisman.
Okay, that's a good thing.
It was rumored that the New York
She
Giants,
turned, and he
coming off a
followed the
couple
far
crappy
shorter
years,
woman into the
and the
house,
Tampa Bay
shutting the
Bucks,
door behind
coming
him.
off many
A
crappy
tugboat
years,
guiding a
and
cargo
both
ship
armed with a
safely
high
into
draft
port.
pick, would
Or
love
maybe
to
onto
take
the
him
rocks.
and open the
He
bank
didn't
of their
know
wealthy
which,
owners in
yet.
doing so. Hell,
Decker also
he might
noted
even
that
hoist some
Lancaster,
Super Bowl
always
hardware
thin to
one
begin
day.
with, was even
It was
more
all
gaunt.
looking good.
Her
He'd
bones
worked his
seemed to
ass
jut
off
out
for
at
all of
odd
it.
angles
No
within
one
her
had
loose
given him
clothing,
anything.
as though she had
The
left
hurdles had
multiple
been
hangers
immense.
in them.
He had leapt them all.
Did the gum stop working?
And then
He
the
asked,
jury had
glancing at her
spoken.
lit cigarette.
We find the defendant
They
guilty.
sat in the living room, a
And
small
no one in the world
space
of
littered
professional
with
football
toys,
gave a
stacks
damn
of
about
newspapers,
4.31
open
Mars
cardboard
Melvin
boxes,
anymore.
and a layer of chaos that was
Jumbo
palpable.
had crashed.
Her
There were
home had
no
always
survivors.
been like this, he knew.
And in a
They'd
few
started
minutes,
using a
there would be
maid
no
service
more of
before
him.
Decker left town.
He would be laid to
But
rest
that
in a
had come
potter's
with its own
field
set of
because he had no
problems.
one left to
They'd
bury him
probably
proper.
decided terminally junkie
He would have
was
been
preferable.
42 years old in 2 months.
She took a drag on her
His
camel and let the
41st had
smoke
been his
trail
very
out her
last
nostrils.
birthday, as it turned out.
I allow myself
looked at his
one a
watch
day
again.
about this time,
The time
and
was
only
up.
when Earl and
His
Sandy
watch
are
told
out.
him that,
Then I
and so
Febreze
did
the
the
hell
sound
out
of
of
the
the place.
footsteps coming down the hall.
Decker took a whiff and
He had
coughed.
long since made up his
Then
mind.
use more Febreze.
He would die like a man,
Merrill Hawkins
straight,
found you, I take
head
it.
high.
Decker nodded.
Suddenly he felt a lump
You
in
said
his
you
throat,
told him where
and his
I
eyes
was.
moistened.
I
He
did.
tried to breathe normally,
That
trying
was
to
taking
keep
a
it all
liberty.
together.
You knew why
This
I
was
was in
it.
town.
He
I
looked
gave you a
around his
heads
cell
up.
and saw the walls
She
of his
sat
death
back
row
and
cage
scraped
back
away
at
at
the
a spot
Polunsky
on her
unit.
skin with her fingernail.
See you, Sue. You
Well, I
fine
sure as
woman.
hell didn't do it lightly,
Adios,
but I
Johnny.
thought you'd want to know.
Godspeed, Ben.
Hawkins also said you
Take
believed
care,
him.
Reed.
Then he went
stood
too
and put
far.
his
I
back
told him I
against
could
the
see his
wall,
point.
maybe to stiffen his spine.
Which is what, exactly?
Like going to sleep, man.
Why would he come back
just
here,
ain't waking up is
dying
all.
to ask us to
Like
clear his
going to
name if
sleep.
he's not innocent?
The door
I
to
can
his
think of
cell
one
opened,
reason,
and the men
benefiting
were
him.
revealed standing there.
She took another
3
puff and shook her
suits,
head.
4 uniforms.
I don't see it that way.
The suits looked terrified.
You get to the end of the line, you start
uniforms
to
ticked
think
off.
differently. Not a moment
Mars
to waste.
noted this, and also
Decker
that there
looked
was
at the
no
open
man up the
cardboard
cloth
boxes.
holding his Bible.
You guys moving?
Something was definitely
Maybe.
off.
Maybe.
The man with slender
How can you
glasses
not be
and
sure?
a build to match stepped gingerly
Lancaster
into
shrugged.
the cell, as though he
What
expected
about
the door
life
to
is
close,
guaranteed?
trapping him inside forever.
How are things in Burlington?
Mars could seriously relate
Town's
to the feeling.
hanging in there.
The other suits' expressions were
Unemployment's
now
down
wary,
around the country.
like they knew there was a bomb
Yeah,
in here
we have lots
somewhere,
of
but they had
$10 an
no
hour
idea
jobs.
when it might go off.
If you can live on $20 grand a
Skinny
year,
glasses
even in
cleared his
Burlington,
throat.
more power to you.
He looked at the floor,
Where
the
are
wall,
Earl and Sandy?
the ceiling, the one light
School
high
function.
up on the ceiling.
Earl
Everywhere,
handles those more than
except
me.
at Mars. It
Work's
was as
been a
though the
bitch
big,
lately.
sweaty biracial dude
Bad
5
times
feet
make for
from
bad
him was
crimes.
invisible.
Lots of
He
drug-related
cleared
stuff.
his throat again. To Mars,
Yeah, Yeah, I've
It sounded
seen
like
that.
all the muck
Why did
jostling
Hawkins
around in
come
the
to see
world's
you?
largest sewer.
We worked that case
Staring at the
together,
floor
Decker.
now,
It was our
Skinny
first
Glasses
homicide
said,
investigation.
"There's been an
When
unexpected
did he get
development
out?
in your case.
And is he really
Your
terminal?
execution has been
He
called off."
definitely looks it.
Mars Melvin
He
didn't
wandered
say
into the
anything
station 2
back.
days ago. Shocked the hell out of me. At first I thought
Chapter
he'd
2.
escaped or something. I
He
didn't
was still
accept his
dressed
story,
in his
but
white jumpsuit
straight
with the
away,
warning on the
checked with
back.
the prison.
But something
He's
else
telling
was
the truth
missing.
about his cancer
He had
and
been
his
taken
release.
from his cell to this room without having
So
to
they
don
can
the
just
chains.
kick out
A
terminally ill
first since his
prisoners to
time in
die on
prison.
their own?
although a half dozen
Apparently some
guards
see it as a
lined the
good
wall,
cost-cutting
just in case he
tactic.
became unruly.
He told me he's staying in
4
town a
men
couple
sat
more
across
days.
from him.
He's at the
He didn't
Residence
know
Inn.
any of them. They were all
Where you
white,
used to live.
all dressed in baggy suits.
He could use some
The
fattening
youngest
up
was
with the
about his
buffet,
age.
but I doubt he has
They
much
looked like
appetite.
they would rather be any
He says
place
he gets
else on
by on
earth.
street drugs, basically.
They stared across at
Sad
Mars,
state of affairs.
and he just as
He
resolutely
wants to
stared
meet
back
with
at
me
them.
again. She
He
took
wasn't
another
going to
puff.
say anything.
I'm
They
sure.
had brought him to the party.
He came to see
They were
me
going
at
to
the
have to start the
cemetery.
music. The man in
Lancaster
the
took
center of
one
the
more
table rustled some
luxurious
papers
drag
set
on
in
her
front of him.
smoke and then crushed it out
I'm sure
in an
you're
ashtray set
wondering
on
what's
the table
going on,
next to her
Mr.
chair.
Mars.
She eyed the
Mars
remnants with
inclined his
longing.
head slightly, but still
I'm
didn't
sorry
say
about
anything.
that.
He
I
hadn't
didn't
heard
tell
a
him
white guy
exactly
call him
why
Mr.
you were in
since,
town when he
hell,
came back to
couldn't
the
remember
station
a white
earlier
guy ever
today and
calling him
asked.
that.
Though
At the NFL
I did tell him
Combine,
about your
they just
family,
called him holy shit.
and I didn't actually
In prison,
tell
they
him
called
to
him
go to
whatever
the
they wanted
cemetery.
to.
She studied
man
Decker,
continued.
her pale eyes
The
finally
fact is
focusing
that
on
someone
his.
else has confessed to
I
committing the
presume
murders
you've gone
that
over
you
the
were
case in
convicted of.
immaculate detail in your head.
Mars blinked a few times and sat up
have.
straighter.
And I don't
He
see
put
any
his
issues
huge
with what
hands
we
that
did.
had made soft
We
targets
went
for
over
many
the
a
crime
quarterback
scene,
on the
collected
table.
evidence. That evidence
Who?
pointed like a laser to
His
Hawkins.
voice felt strangely
He was arrested
unfamiliar,
and put on
as
trial.
though someone else
He
was
testified.
speaking on his behalf.
Hawkins's lawyer put
The
on the
man
defense
glanced down the table at
cross-examined
one
the
of his
crap out of us
colleagues,
both.
who was
And
older
the jury
and looked
convicted
more
him.
in control
He
than
got
the
life
rest.
without parole.
This man
when he
nodded
could
at
have
the
gotten
younger
the death
gent.
penalty.
The first
It all
man
made
said,
sense to me.
"His name is Charles
Lancaster
Montgomery.
sat back in her chair.
Where is he?"
Decker ran his
In a
gaze
state
over
prison
her.
in Alabama.
You don't
He's
look so
actually
good,
also
Mary.
awaiting execution
I haven't
for
looked good
unrelated
for at least
crimes.
10 years, Amos.
Do you believe
You
he
above
did?
all should know
Asked
that.
Mars.
But
We're
still,
investigating.
You've lost
What
a lot
does
of
he
weight
know?
since you left here,
Asked
Amos.
Mars.
Jameson's
About the
doing
murders.
mostly.
The
She's
man
got me
again looked
working
at the
out
older
and watching
man.
my diet.
This time the fellow
She cooks a
seemed
lot of the
indecisive.
meals, all salads and
Mars
vegetables
sensed
and
this and
tofu.
swiveled his gaze to him.
And she got her FBI badge.
Why else
and
would you have
creds.
stopped my
Worked
execution?
hard for them.
Because some
Really
con
proud
in
of her.
Bama said he did it?
So,
I don't think
you
so.
two are living
He
together
had to
then.
know something.
Said
That only
Lancaster
the
with
real
heightened
killer would have.
eyebrows.
The
We
older
are
man
in the
nodded and
sense
seemed
that
to
we're
view Mars
residing
in a
in the
new
same
and more
condo in
favorable light.
D.C.
He said,
Okay, then,
He
are
did.
you two more than work
certain
partners?
things that only the murderer would
Mary,
have known.
I'm a lot older
You're
than
exactly
she
right
is.
on that point.
You didn't
Okay,
answer my
that makes
question.
sense,
And
said Mars,
newsflash,
taking a deep
lots of
breath.
older men date much younger
Despite his
women.
words, he couldn't seem to
No,
process
we're
what
not
they were
more
telling
than
him.
work partners.
Do you know
Okay.
Mr. Montgomery?
She
asked the
sat
first
forward.
man. Mars
So,
turned his attention back
Hawkins?
to him. Never
Why are
heard
you
of him,
having
till you
doubts?
said his
It
name.
was a clear-cut
Why?
case.
Just trying
Maybe
to
too
verify
clear-cut.
certain facts.
That doesn't
Mars
make
nodded
sense.
again.
And what's your
He knew
evidence?
exactly what fact the guy was
I don't
getting
have
at.
any.
Had Mars
And I don't
hired
know if he's telling
Montgomery
the truth
to
or
kill
not,
his parents?
but I just think since the guy's
don't know,
dying and he came
said
back here to
flatly.
clear his name,
He looked around the
maybe
room.
it's worth a second look.
So now what? You will
Decker
remain
did
in
not look
prison until
convinced,
certain
but said,
things can be
Okay.
verified.
About now,
And what if you can't
What?
verify them?
she said, looking
The
startled.
older man said,
Let's go
"You
over
have
to
been
where the
duly
murders took
convicted
place.
of murder,
I'm
Mr.
sure no
Mars.
one's moved
That
in there
conviction was
after all this
upheld over
time.
many
Not after
appeals
what
over
happened.
many years.
He paused.
You were scheduled
Just
to be
like my old
executed
home.
tonight. All that cannot
Well,
be
you're wrong
overturned in
there.
a few
Someone
hours.
did move into
The
your old
process has to
place.
be given a chance to work.
Decker's jaw slackened.
So how long before the process works its magic?
A young couple with a little
The
girl,
man shook his head.
the Hendersons.
I can't give
You
you a
know them?
reliable timetable
Not really,
now.
but I
wish
know they
could,
moved
but
in
it
about
would be
6 months
impossible.
ago.
I
And the
can
other
tell you
place?
that we have folks
Is there
on the way to
someone there, too?
Alabama to interview Mr. Montgomery
Somebody
more
moved in there
thoroughly.
about 5 years
And
ago,
on
but
this end,
they
the
left
Texas
about a year
authorities
ago
have
when
reopened the
the
investigation.
plastics manufacturing
We're
facility
doing all
closed
we
down
can to
and
see that justice
went
is
overseas
done.
to join all
I
the
can
other
assure you.
factories that used to be in the
Well, if
Midwest.
he said he killed my
It's been
parents and
abandoned
I'm
since
still
then.
in prison waiting to die,
Decker
I'd
rose.
say that justice isn't
Okay,
being
you
done.
coming? It'll be
You
like
have to
old
be
times.
patient, Mr. Mars.
I'm not
Well,
sure
I've
I
been
need any
patient for
more
20
old
years.
times.
Then a bit more time
But
will
Lancaster
not
rose
inconvenience
too
you
and
any.
grabbed a coat that was hanging
Does my
on a wall
attorney know?
peg.
She has been
And what if it
informed
turns
and is
out
on her way
Hawkins
here
was
as we
telling the
speak.
truth?
She should be
She
part of
asked
this
as they headed to the
investigation.
door.
And she
Then
will
we
be.
need to find
We
out
want
who
full and
really
complete
did it.
transparency here.
But we're not there
Nothing
yet.
less.
In
Again,
fact,
our
we're
goal
not
is
getting
the
close.
truth? I'm nearly
You don't work here
42.
anymore, Decker.
What about all these years of
Finding
my
a
life
murderer here
gone?
after all this
Who's
time
gonna pay
isn't
for
your
that?
job.
The man's
Finding
face turned to
killers is my
granite, and
only
his tone
job,
became more officious.
wherever they might be.
We need to deal with one thing at a time in a professional manner. That is
Chapter
how it has
3.
to be. Mars
The
looked
Richards'
away,
home.
blinking rapidly.
The scene of the crime
He doubted
13
that if
years
these
ago.
guys were in his shoes,
It was
they
down
would
a
be so
rutted,
calm and
crushed gravel
professional about
road.
it.
Two
They'd be
houses
screaming
on the
bloody
left
murder,
and two on the
threatening to
right,
sue everyone
with the
even
Richards'
remotely
now
involved in all
dilapidated
this.
dwelling
But
smack at
he
the end
was
of the
just supposed to
cul-de-sac
deal with
on an
one
acre
thing at a
lot of
time.
dead grass,
Be
crammed
patient.
with fat,
It shouldn't be
overgrown
an
bushes.
inconvenience. The
It had
hell
been
with
lonely
you.
and creepy back then,
He wanted to
and
go
it
back
was
to
more
his
so
cell,
over a
the only
decade
place
later.
he really felt safe.
They pulled to a
He
stop
rose.
in front of the house and
The men
climbed
looked
out of Decker's
surprised.
car.
Mars
Lancaster
said,
shivered slightly.
"Let me know when you
and it
get
was
this
not
all figured
entirely
out,
due
okay?
to the coolness
You know
of
where
the
to
night.
find me." "We actually have some
Hasn't
more
changed
questions
all
for
that
you,
much,"
Mr. Mars,"
said Decker.
the first man.
Well, the
"You can
family
send
that
them
was
through
living
my
here
attorney,"
fixed it
he
up
said.
some before they
"I'm
left.
done talking.
It
Leave
needed
the
it.
ball's in your court.
Mostly on the
You know
interior,
everything
paint and
about me
carpet,
and the case
things like
against
that.
me.
The
What
place
you
had
need
been
to do
abandoned for a
now
long
is do the
time.
same on
Nobody
this
wanted to live
Montgomery
here after
dude.
what happened.
If he did kill my parents,
You'd think a
then I want
banker
out
would
of
have
here.
lived in something
Sooner the
nicer.
better.
He
The
was a
guards took him
lone
back to
officer.
his cell.
They make squat,
Later that
especially in a
morning, he
town
was
like this.
transported via
And this
prison
house is a
van
lot bigger
back
than
to
mine,
death
Decker,
row
with a
at
lot
the
more
Baldacci
land.
unit. As he was
They
being
walked up
escorted
to the
his
front
old
porch
cell,
of the home.
one of the guards whispered
Decker
to
tried
him,
the door.
"You think you're getting out of
Locked.
here, boy?"
Well, why don't
think
you
so.
unlock it?
Don't care what them
Said
suits say.
Lancaster.
You a killer,
Are
Jumbo.
you giving me permission
You
to
gonna
break
die
and
for
enter?
your crimes.
Wouldn't
Mars
be the
kept
first
walking.
time.
He didn't
And it's
even
not
turn
like
his
we're
head to
screwing
look
up
at
a
the
crime
man,
scene.
a reedy-looking punk
Decker
with a
broke the
huge
side
Adam's apple.
glass, reached
He
through,
was
and
always the one
unlocked
to
the
give
door.
Mars a hard
He
jab in the
switched on
back
his
with his
mag light
baton
and led
for
her
no reason
inside.
at all, or spit in
You
his
remember?
face when no one was
Said
looking.
Lancaster.
Yet if Mars took a
That's a
swing at him,
rhetorical
he'd be
question,
rotting
of
in here
course.
forever, regardless of what
Decker
happened
didn't
with this
appear to be
Montgomery
listening.
guy in Alabama.
In his mind's eye, he was a
The cell door
recently
clanged
minted
shut.
homicide
Mars,
investigator. After
his
riding
legs
a beat
oddly
for 10
wobbly,
years and
lurched
then
over
working
and
robbery,
fell rather than
burglary,
sat on
and
his
drugs
bunk.
for several years as a
He
detective.
immediately hauled himself
He
up,
and Lancaster
from
had been
long
called to
habit,
the Richards'
put his
house
back against the
after the
concrete
report
wall
of a
and faced the
disturbance
door.
and the discovery of
No one could
bodies
attack him
inside
through
by the first
concrete.
responders.
But the door was another
This being
matter.
their maiden homicide
His mind went
investigation,
over all that had
neither
just
wanted
happened
to
in the
screw it
last
up.
10 hours. His
As a rookie
execution was to take
uniformed
place.
cop, Lancaster
He was
had worn
prepared
no
for that,
makeup,
or
as
as
though to
much
make
as anyone
herself
could
less
be.
conspicuously female.
And then, it
She
had
was
been
the
called
only
off.
woman on the entire
But if
force
they
who
weren't
didn't sit
convinced by
behind
this
a
guy in
desk and
Alabama,
type or go
could they
make
still
coffee for the
execute him?
guys.
The answer
The only
to
one
that,
authorized
he
to
knew,
carry a gun,
was
arrest
probably,
people,
hell
and read them
yes.
their rights,
Don't
and to
mess
take
with
their
Texas.
lives if it was absolutely
He closed
necessary.
his eyes. He wasn't
She
sure
hadn't
exactly
taken up
what
her
emotions
smoking
he was
habit yet.
supposed to have.
That would come when she
Happy,
began working as a
nervous,
detective with
relieved,
Decker, and spent
anxious.
more and more of her time with
Well,
dead
he was
bodies
feeling all
and
of them.
trying to catch the killers
Mostly he
who
was
had
feeling that
violently
somehow,
snatched away those
some way,
lives.
he was never leaving this
She was
place,
also heavier back
regardless
then,
of what the
but it was a healthy
investigation
weight.
showed.
Lancaster had
He wasn't
gained the
being
rep of a
fatalistic,
calm, methodical
simply
cop
realistic.
who went into every
He
situation
started
with
to
3
sing
or
a
4
tune
different
under his
plans
breath,
on how to
so
manage
the
it.
guards wouldn't be able to hear.
Nothing rattled her.
Perhaps it was stupid
As a
under
beat
the
cop, she'd
circumstances,
earned
but it
numerous
felt right
commendations for how she handled herself,
anyway. Oh, when the saints,
and everyone had come out of those
oh, when the
situations
saints,
alive.
oh,
She'd
when
conducted
the
herself the
saints
same
go
way while
marching
working
in.
as a detective.
Oh, Lord, I want
Decker,
to be
on the other
in
hand,
that number.
had a reputation as the
When
quirkiest
the
son of a
saints
bitch who'd ever
go
worn the Burlington
marching
police
in.
uniform. Yet no one could deny his vast potential in
Chapter
law
3.
enforcement. And that potential
On the
had
very
been fully
last day of the
realized
year,
when he became
Amos
a detective
Decker sat in
and
his rental
partnered with
car
Mary
in the drive-through
Lancaster.
line at a Burger King.
They'd
near the
never failed to solve a
Ohio-Pennsylvania
case
border,
to which they'd been
pondering what
assigned.
to order.
It was a record of which
Most of what
any
he owned
other
was in the
police
back
department,
seat, the
large
trunk
or
of the
small,
car.
would have been
He
envious.
still had some things back at a
They
storage
had known
unit
each
in
other
Burlington.
previously, having
He
come
could
up in
not
the
part
same
with
rookie
them,
class,
but he didn't have the
but
room
hadn't
to bring
had
them
much
with him either.
interaction professionally
He was a big
until they
man,
exchanged their
6'5",
uniforms for the
and about
civilian
halfway
clothes
between
of a
300 and
detective.
400 pounds.
Now Decker
The
went
exact
step
number
by
depended
step
on
in his
how much he
memory
ate
from
at a
that
particular
night,
meal.
as Lancaster
He was a
watched
former
him from
college
the corner
football
of the living
player
room.
with a truncated stint in the
Cops were
NFL,
radioed
where
in
a
about a
vicious
disturbance
blindside
here.
hit had altered his
Call came
mind
in
and
at
given him pretty much a
9:35.
perfect memory.
2 squad cars arrived in
Hyperthymesia,
5
as it was
minutes.
technically known.
They entered the house a
sounded
minute
cool.
later after checking the
It
perimeter.
wasn't.
The front door
But it had been
was
nothing
unlocked.
compared to walking into his house one
He
night
moved over
to
to
find his
another part
wife,
of the room.
brother-in-law, and daughter
Victim
brutally
number one,
murdered.
David Katz
That killer was no
found
longer
here,
among the living,
he said,
Decker had
pointing
seen
to
to
a
that.
spot at the doorway
But the
into
conclusion
the
of
kitchen.
that case had also led him to
Age
move from
35.
Burlington, Ohio, to Virginia,
Two taps.
to take up a unique
First
position
gunshot
with the
to the left
FBI.
temple. Second to the
He
back
still
of the
didn't
head.
know how he felt about it.
Instant death with either
Thus,
shot.
he ordered 2 Whoppers,
He
2
pointed
large
to another
fries,
spot
and a
right
Coke
next to the
so
door.
big he had difficulty
Beer
holding
bottle found
it, even
here.
in his huge
His
hand.
prints on it.
When he was
Didn't
anxious,
break,
he ate.
but the beer was all over the floor.
When he was really anxious,
Katz
it
owned
was
a local
garbage
restaurant,
disposal.
the American
He
Grill.
sat in the parking
Added
lot
Lancaster.
and devoured his meal.
He was
The
over
salt
here
on the
visiting.
fries sticking to his fingers
And no
and
evidence
sprinkling across
that he
his
could have
lap.
been the target.
Outside, the
stated
snow
Decker.
was falling lightly.
None.
He had
Confirmed
started his
Lancaster.
journey late and was tired.
Wrong place,
so
wrong
he wouldn't
time.
finish the drive
Like Ron
tonight.
Goldman in the O.J.
He would
Simpson
grab
case.
a bed at a motel
Really
in the
shitty
Keystone
luck on
State
his part.
and then complete his journey the next day.
They moved into the kitchen.
Special
it was
Agent
all dirty
Ross Bogart,
linoleum,
the
scarred
man he would be
cabinets, and a
working for at the
rust-stained
FBI,
sink.
had told him that all of his traveling
Victim number
expenses,
2,
within reason,
Donald
would be covered.
Richards. Everyone called
He'd
him
actually
Don.
offered to fly Decker to
44,
Virginia, but
bank
Decker had
loan
declined.
officer. Single
He wanted to
GSW
drive.
through the heart and fell
He wanted
here.
some time to
Again,
himself.
dead when he
He would
dropped.
be working at the FBI with a woman he'd met in
Lancaster nodded.
Burlington, a journalist
He knew
named
Katz
Alexandra
because the
Jameson.
bank had previously approved
She'd
a
shown her
loan to
smarts
Katz
during
for the American
investigation
Grill
of his
project.
family's murder. And
Decker
Bogart
walked
also
back out
wanted
into
her
the
as
living
part of his
room and eyed
unusual
the
team.
stairs leading up to the second floor.
Bogart had laid out to Decker the details of his
last two
vision of
Vicks.
this team when they'd
They
both
climbed
been
the
back in
stairs until they
Burlington.
reached the second floor
He would
landing.
operate out of the FBI's
These two
Quantico platform.
bedrooms.
He
He
would bring
indicated
together
two doors
FBI
across
agents
from
and
each other.
civilians with
He pushed
special
open the
skills
door on the
to
left side
reopen
and went in.
and, one
Lancaster
hoped,
followed.
solve cold cases.
Victim number 3,
Maybe we'll
said
be a
Decker.
team of misfits,
Abigail,
Decker thought.
Abby Richards.
He didn't know how he
Age
actually
12.
felt about moving to the East Coast.
She
and
was
essentially
strangled,
starting
found
over.
on the bed.
But he'd figured he
Ligature
had
marks
nothing left
showed
in
that some
Burlington.
sort of
So
rope
why not?
was used. Killer
At
took it
least
with
that
him.
was how he had felt last week.
Her death wasn't
Now he wasn't as
instantaneous,
confident.
Decker pointed out,
Christmas had come and gone.
No, but she fought hard.
Today was New Year's Eve.
and got
People
Merrill
would be out
Hawkins'
partying,
DNA under her
celebrating the coming
fingernails.
New Year.
Decker said pointedly.
Decker would not be
So in a
among them.
way, she
He
beat
had
him.
nothing to celebrate.
Decker
despite the
moved
new
past
job
her
and
out
new
of the
life.
room, across the hall
He had
and into the
lost his
bedroom there.
family.
Lancaster
Nothing could
followed.
replace them.
Decker
Thus, he would
paced
never
over
have
to a
anything to
point against the
celebrate.
wall and said,
He threw the
Victim
bag of
number
trash into
4,
a receptacle
Frankie
in the parking
Richards,
lot, climbed
age
back
14,
into his car,
just
and drove
started
off.
at Burlington High
He
School.
turned on the radio.
Found on the floor.
The top
right
of the
here.
hour was coming up as he
Single
found the
GSW
local
to the
NPR
heart.
station.
We
The
found
news was
some drug
coming on.
paraphernalia and
The
enough
lead story
cash
had
hidden
to
in his
do with a
room to
death row
suggest that he
inmate
wasn't
whose
just a
life had been
user,
spared
but a dealer.
melodramatically at the last
But
minute.
we could never
It
tie
had
any
been
of
a
that to the
last-second
murders.
Christmas present, the
We
announcer
tracked down
said.
the man supplying
The
him.
man's name
It was Carl
Melvin
Stevens.
Mars.
He
And
was
he had
a
been
small
convicted over
fry.
20 years
There was
ago
no way
of
that
killing
was the
his
motivation
parents.
to kill 4 people.
Now, all
And
of his
Stevens
appeals
had an
been denied,
ironclad
and
alibi.
the state of Texas was ready to take the
Decker
man's
nodded.
life as punishment for his
Okay,
crimes.
we were called in at 10:21.
But startling new evidence
We
had
came by
emerged,
car
the
and
announcer
arrived here
said.
14 minutes later.
A prisoner in Alabama
He
had
leaned
confessed
against
to
the
the
wall
crime
and glanced out
and had
the window
allegedly
that
offered up
overlooked the
details
street.
that only the real
4
killer could have
neighboring
known.
homes. 2 were
Mars,
occupied
a former
that night.
college All-American,
No one in those
Heisman Trophy
houses saw or
finalist,
heard
and top
anything.
NFL prospect,
Killer came
was
and
currently
left
still
unseen,
behind bars
unheard.
as he awaited the results
But
of
then
the
you found
ensuing
something when we
investigation.
went through the house
But
that
if that
changed all that.
investigation verified the confession,
Decker led her back
reported
down the
announcer,
stairs and into the
then
living
Melvin
room.
Mars could go
The
free.
thumbprint on
After
that
2
wall
decades
switch plate,
behind
along
bars.
with a blood trace from
His
Katz.
NFL dream was over, of course.
And the
but
perp's
perhaps
skin,
justice would
blood,
finally
and
be
resultant
served.
DNA under Abby's
a bit late.
fingernails. In the
Damn,
struggle with
thought
her
Decker
attacker.
as he turned off the radio.
He's
Some
strangling
justice
her
for
with a
Melvin
ligature
Mars.
as she grips his arms to make
Then
it
his
stop,
mind
and the
started
material
whirring,
gets
his
transferred.
memories flashing past
Anybody
in
who's ever
neat
watched an episode of
chronological order.
CSI knows that.
Though Decker did not really need
Lancaster's
his
hand
hyperkinesia
flicked
to
through her
remember
pocket
this
and
one.
she pulled out her pack of smokes.
Melvin Mars was a star
Decker
running
eyed
back
this
at the
movement as she
University
lit
of
up.
Texas.
You
The
cashing in on
Longhorns who played
tomorrow's
Decker's
allotment?
team, the Buckeyes of Ohio
It's
State,
getting close enough to
on the
midnight,
last week of the
and I'm
regular
stressed,
season
so
in a
excuse the hell
nationally
out of me.
televised game.
She flicked Ash
Decker
on
had
the
played
floor.
linebacker on his squad.
Hawkins's
He was
prints
tall
were in
for
the
a linebacker
database
and was a
because the
good
company
player,
he had worked
but not
for
great.
previously did
He
some
had the
defense
size,
contracting.
strength, and toughness.
They
but didn't have the
fingerprinted and
wheels
ran a
and pure
background check on
athleticism of
everyone who
truly
worked there.
outstanding players.
When the print matched
Mars
Hawkins
had
in the
made life
database,
miserable that
we
afternoon for
executed the
Decker
search
and the
warrant on his
Buckeyes.
house.
Texas had ended up
Decker
winning
took
by
up
a
the
whopping
story.
5 touchdowns
Based on the
and
print,
ruining any
he was
chance
arrested
Ohio
and brought
State
to the
had
station,
for a national
where a cheek swab
championship.
was taken.
Mars
The
himself
DNA
had
on it
scored
matched the
4
DNA
times,
found under
3
Abby's
by running,
fingernails,
and once
and
with
he
a
had no
nifty
alibi
catch and
for
run,
that entire
starting at
night.
the Buckeyes'
And during the
35-yard
search
line.
of his home, they found
Decker
a
remembered
45
that one
caliber
well.
pistol hidden in
He
a
had been
box
covering
behind
Mars
a
on
wall
the play
in his
as he
closet.
came out of the backfield.
The ballistics match was
He had
spot
hit
on,
Mars with
so
everything
it was
he
without
had
a
as
doubt
soon
the
as he
murder
caught the
weapon.
ball. But
He said it
Mars
wasn't his,
somehow
and he didn't
managed
know
to
how it
keep
got
on his
there.
feet feet.
He said he
Shoot the
didn't even
corner
know
and
about
then the
that secret
safety,
space.
and then run over another
traced the
safety
pistol.
coming in near the
It
goal
had been
line.
stolen from
as
a
Decker
gun
lay
shop
on the
about
field
2 years
30 yards
before.
back.
Serial
It had
numbers
seemed
filed
like the
off,
fifth time
probably
Mars had
used
gotten
in a
the
string
better
of
of him that
crimes
day.
since that time.
As his
And then
coaches
it
later
ended up
pointed out
in
on
Hawkins's
film day,
closet.
it was actually the 10th.
He glanced at his old partner,
Decker had gone to the bench
which
after
raises
that
the
hit and
question
miss.
of why
The
you think we
Longhorns
might
were
have
up by
gotten it
28
wrong.
points with less than
Looks
6
rock
minutes
solid
remaining.
to me.
They would tack on
Lancaster
one more
rolled
score
the lit
when they got the
cigarette
ball
between her
back after an
fingers.
interception.
I keep
It was
coming back
Mars
to a
again, who
dying
hit the
guy
Buckeyes'
taking the
starting
time to
middle
come here to
linebacker,
clear his
a
name.
wall of granite
He
named
has to
Eddie
know the
Keys,
odds are
who would
stacked
go on to
against
play
him.
12 years with the 49ers.
Why waste what little
so
time he
hard
has
that
left?
the man had been blown backward into the end
Well,
zone
what else does he
as
have to
Mars
do?
made his last
Countered
score
Decker.
of the day.
I'm not saying he came to this
Melvin
house to murder
Mars.
4 people.
Decker had
Hawkins
thought the
probably
guy would be
picked
a
this house to
shoe-in for
commit
the
a lesser
NFL,
crime
too.
of burglary.
It was a
and
big
snowballed
story
from
back
there.
then about Mars
You know
being
that
arrested.
happens, Mary.
But Decker had been
Criminals
working
lose when
hard
they're
for
under
his own
stress.
shot at the big leagues, and
But
the
you know
arrest
his
and
motive for
conviction
the
of Melvin
crime,
Mars finally
said
had faded into
Lancaster.
the past.
That came out
2
in a trial.
decades in prison.
Without really admitting his
crime
guilt,
he
the defense
maybe
tried
didn't
to score
commit.
some sympathetic points on
Another
that.
man had confessed.
It might have been why
Had
he didn't get the
details
death
only the real
penalty.
killer would know.
Decker nodded.
It was so close
His
to the
wife was
murders of
terminal.
Decker's family
He needed
that
money
not
for
even
her
his
pain
unique
meds.
mind could
He'd
grapple
been
with
laid
the
off from
possible
his
odds
job
of it.
and lost his insurance.
He drove right
His
through
grown daughter
Pennsylvania,
had a drug
and then
problem. He
south
was
into
trying to get her
Maryland,
into
and
rehab.
farther south into
Again.
Virginia.
So he
didn't
stole
stop
credit
to sleep.
cards, jewelry,
His
a
mind was
laptop,
alert
computer,
and awake
a DVD
and thinking.
player, a small
He was
TV,
thinking about
some
Melvin
watches,
Mars.
and other
name from the
miscellaneous things
past.
from this house and the Vicks.
Decker did not believe
all
in
fits.
fate, or even
His
its little
motivation
cousin
might have been pure,
serendipity.
but how he went
Yet
about it
something
sure
had
as
made
hell
him turn
wasn't.
on the radio right at that
But none of
very
those
moment.
items ever turned up,
If
not
he
at
had
his
taken a
house,
couple minutes longer to eat his
not in
meal
some
or
pawn
stop
shop.
to take a leak,
so he
he
never
might
realized
never
any
have heard
money
the
from it.
story.
Decker
But
said,
he had heard the story.
but he had money in his pocket.
So what
He
did
was
that
arrested.
mean?
We could
He
never
wasn't
prove
sure.
it was from fencing the
But
stolen
he also
goods,
wasn't sure that
and
the
he
name
might well have
Melvin
been
Mars
scared to
would
try
ever
to
leave
move it
him
after the
again.
murders. That's what
Hours
the
later,
prosecutor
he reached the
postulated
address
at
he'd been
trial.
given.
Although,
It was at the
reading
Marine
the
Corps
jury,
base
it seemed
Quantico,
to me that
one
they
of the
thought the
largest
money he
U.S.
had was
Marine
from
bases
selling
in the
the
world,
stuff.
and also
It's just
home
a
to a
cleaner
basket full
conclusion.
of federal law
But none of the
enforcement
neighbors saw a
platforms.
car drive up or
The
leave
facility
other
was
than
behind
David
high
Katz's.
fences with a guard gate,
Retorted
where serious
Lancaster.
men in uniform stood, holding automatic
You know, it was
weapons.
storming like hell that night, Mary.
Amos Decker drove up
Raining
to the gate,
buckets.
rolled down
You
his
could barely
window,
see anything.
drew a long breath,
And if Hawkins didn't
and
have his
prepared
car
to
lights
start his
on,
brand new life.
maybe no one would have noticed it,
But no one heard it?
Chapter 4.
said Lancaster. Again,
3
the
rooms.
noise of the storm.
A bedroom
But
about
I
the
see
size
you
of
really
a
have
prison
doubts
cell.
about the case now.
A bathroom about a quarter the
I
size
wouldn't
of
go that
that.
far.
And a third room
I'm
for
just
everything
saying that I
else,
believe it
including the
deserves a
kitchen.
second look.
It was far more space
I don't
than
see it
Amos
that
Decker
way.
had been accustomed to over
Despite
the
your
last
words,
year
I
and a
can
half.
tell that you're at least
He set his
intrigued.
bags down and looked
She
around
paused
his new
and took
home.
another puff of her
He
smoke.
should grab some sleep, but he
And
wasn't
then
tired.
there's the matter of
He
Susan
could sleep all
Richards.
day sometimes, but other times,
wife
like now,
Left
his
around
mind
5
would not
that
allow
day,
him to
ran
rest.
some errands,
His brain
attended a
was on
PTA
fire.
meeting, and then had
There
drinks
was a
and
small
dinner with a
table
couple of
across
friends,
from the kitchen
all
area.
verified.
On the
She got
table was a
home at 11.
laptop computer
When
with a
she
note
found
stuck
us
to
here
it.
and learned what had
The
happened,
note was from Agent
she became
Bogart.
hysterical.
The laptop was his to
You had
use.
to hold her down,
There was
or I
secure
think she would
Wi-Fi
have tried
here.
to hurt herself.
Bogart would be by
Not
later.
exactly the actions of a guilty
Decker
person.
checked his watch.
And there was only a
It was 5 in the
$50,000
morning.
life insurance policy on
Bogart had
Don
expected
Richards
him to
from his
stop
job
on
at
his
the bank.
drive and probably anticipated
I've
his
known
arriving
people who
here
have
later
killed
this
for a lot
afternoon
less,
or
and
evening.
so do you.
Decker made a
Decker
cup of
said,
coffee,
"So let's
black,
go."
with a heap of sugar,
Where?
and carried it over to
Where
the
else?
table.
To see Merrill
He sat
Hawkins.
down and opened up the laptop. He went online
As they
and
pulled
searched
to a
for the
stop
name
in front of the
Melvin
Residence
Mars.
Inn, Decker had a moment
There
of
had been
deja
quite a
vu.
few stories written
He
in
had
the last
lived here
few
for a
days
while
on
after
Mars.
being evicted from the
Decker
home
read all
where he
of them,
found his family
his perfect
murdered.
memory imprinting
The
each
place hadn't
indelibly
changed
onto his
much.
brain.
It had been crappy to
But
begin
he
with.
also wanted to know
Now it
more
was
about
just
the man's
crappier
past.
still.
And a few
He was
minutes
surprised
later,
it was still
he found
standing.
it. Melvin
They
Mars
walked
had been on the
inside,
cusp
and
of the
Decker looked
NFL
to his
draft
left,
held in April
where the
of
small
each year.
dining area was
It was
located.
projected he would go
He
top
had used
5
that as his
until he'd been
unofficial
arrested and
office when
charged in the
meeting
murders of
potential
his
clients
parents,
who wanted
Floyd
to
and
hire
Lucinda
him
Mars.
as a private detective.
Decker looked at the grainy
He had come a
pictures
long
of the
way
pair
in
on
a
the
relatively
screen.
short period
Roy
of
was
time.
white, with strong
Yet
features,
it could have easily
and
gone
even in
the
the
other
blurry
way.
photo, his
He could have
penetrating
eaten
eyes
himself
were
into a
readily
stroke
apparent.
and died inside a
Lucinda was
cardboard
black
box in a
and
Walmart
remarkably
parking
beautiful,
lot,
with
which had
bountiful
briefly
hair
been his
that
home
fell to
before
her
he
shoulders.
moved to the fancier
Her face was
Residence Inn.
crinkled into an infectious smile.
When she stepped out into the lobby,
Clear opposites,
Decker didn't look
at least on the
surprised.
surface.
Jameson
Interesting.
nodded at Lancaster and
Decker
said to
sipped his
Decker after
coffee and
reading
kept
his features.
The murders
I
had
guess
taken
you
place
expected
on
me to
April
turn up
2nd.
here.
The bodies
I
were
did
found
not
in an upstairs
expect it,
bedroom.
he replied.
Both had been
I showed you the
shotgunned,
paper with
their
this
faces
address on it.
obliterated, and then their
I
bodies
looked up the
set
basic
on
facts of the
fire.
murder online.
The house stood
She
by
said.
itself, well off the
Seemed
road.
pretty ironclad.
They lived in rural
We were
Texas.
just discussing that,
There had been
said
no
Lancaster.
one around to hear them die.
but maybe the iron is
The bodies
rusty.
were found by firemen responding
She eyed
to
the
a
badge
911
riding
call.
on Jameson's hip.
The fire was put out. And
Here
the
you're
house
the
became
real
a
deal
crime
FBI
scene.
agent now.
Folks around there knew
Congratulations.
the Marses.
Thanks.
Well, they knew Melvin
Seemed
because
the
of his
logical
talents
next
on the
step,
gridiron.
if only to manage
He had been
Decker
a
a
high
little
school
better.
football legend in Texas.
Good luck on
and
that.
had
I was
continued
never
that
able
fame in
to,
college as a
despite my
Longhorn.
badge.
So where was
He's in room
Melvin
14,
when his parents
interjected
died?
Decker. Up the
He had
stairs.
graduated from college the
They
previous
trudged
semester,
single file
having
up to
gone
the
to
second
summer
floor
school
and
each of the
halfway
last
down the
3
hall
years
to the
in order
door.
to graduate early.
Decker knocked.
He had
And
plans
knocked
for his
again.
life, it had been reported then.
Mr. Hawkins?
And with the draft
It's Amos
coming up,
Decker.
he wanted to be free
No
from
sound
academic
came
obligations.
from inside the room,
He was a man who
Maybe
thought
he
ahead,
went out.
it was said.
said Jameson.
He was not some people's
would he
image of a
go?
football player
Asked Decker.
who could run over people but didn't
Let me
have the
check
means
something.
to carry on a
Said
conversation.
Lancaster.
It was said that
She
he
hurried
didn't
back
have an
down the
agent because he
stairs.
was going to
A minute
negotiate his
later,
own
she was
contract
back.
with an NFL team.
The front
He had
desk
done
clerk said he
research,
came in about
talked
2
to
hours
current
ago and
former
hasn't
players.
left.
So
Decker
again,
knocked harder.
where was Melvin?
Mr. Hawkins?
The
You
police
okay?
found him sleeping alone
He looked at
a
the other
motel.
two.
He had
Maybe he's
paid
in
by credit
distress.
card. That was how they
Maybe he
located him.
died.
Said
His story had been
Lancaster.
relatively simple.
The guy's
He had
terminal.
been visiting a friend.
He might have just
He had
passed
left the
out.
friend's place with the
Suggested
intention of
Jameson.
driving home. He
Or
had had car
overdosed.
trouble,
He told us he
however,
was taking
and stopped
street
for the
drugs for the
night at the
pain.
only
They
motel
can be
on that stretch
unpredictable.
of road. He had known
Decker
nothing
tried
about
the
his
door.
parents' murders
It was
until
locked.
the police knocked on
He
his
put
door.
his shoulder to the door and pushed
This was
once,
before
then
everyone
again.
had cell phones or
It bent
email
under
addresses
his
or a
considerable
Facebook
weight
page
and
or
then
Twitter
popped
account.
open.
You
They
could
entered the
actually
room
be
and
off
looked
the grid
around.
with no way for folks
Sitting
to
up in a
contact
chair
you.
across from the
An
bed was
unbelievable thought
Hawkins.
now.
He was clearly
Mars
dead,
had not initially been a
but
suspect.
the cancer hadn't
He had
taken
gone
him.
into seclusion, even
The
as
bullet
rewards
wound
were
in the
offered
center
for
of
any
the man's
information about the
forehead
crimes.
had done the trick.
A period of
quite
time went
effectively.
by as the police investigated. Decker focused on
Chapter
one story
4.
that detailed how Mars had become a suspect.
So anyway, a dead guy
The friend
gets
he had
murdered.
visited remembered Mars
It sounded
leaving
like the
earlier
opening
than he had
line of
told
an
the police he
abysmally
had.
poor joke.
The
A
motel was
man
less than an
terminal
hour
with
from his
cancer,
house.
who would probably
So
be
why
dead
didn't he
within a
simply
few
drive the
days
rest
or
of the way
weeks,
that night?
gets hurried along to the
Again,
end by a
Mars
bullet.
said he'd had car trouble and
Decker
pulled into
thought
the
this
motel.
as he leaned against the wall of
planned to
Merrill
call his
Hawkins'
father the next
room
morning
while
to
the
come out and
two-person
check the
forensic
car.
team carried out its
The only
professional
problem with that
tasks.
was when the police asked him to
The
try to start
EMTs
the
had
car,
already come and
it roared
pronounced
to life
death.
immediately.
The medical
He had no
examiner
explanation
then
for that
made his
other
way
than to say
over
the
and
engine
told
had
them the
sputtered
obvious:
and then died right
death
as he reached
by a
the
single
motel.
GSW to
He
the
said
brain.
he'd actually pushed it into the
There
parking
was no
lot.
exit wound.
The other troublesome
Small
fact
caliber,
was that a
probably,
car resembling
but no
his
less
had been
lethal
seen
than a
later that
big-ass
night
magnum
in the
with that
vicinity of his
relatively
parents'
soft
house.
target lined up in its
The
iron
motel
sights.
clerk told police that Mars
Death
had
was
checked in at
instantaneous,
1:15 in
the
the
ME
morning.
said, and
The friend
painless.
said Mars had left her
But
place
how
at
does
10.
anyone really know that?
It was only an
thought
hour and
Decker.
40-minute drive to
It
his
wasn't
home
like
from
they
there.
could go back and debrief.
That left
the
time for him to drive home,
Excuse
kill
me,
his
did it hurt
parents,
when
and then
someone
drive
blew your
back and
brains
check
out?
into the motel.
What was
The motel
significant were the
clerk
burn
testified
marks
that
around the
Mars seemed
forehead.
disheveled and upset.
The muzzle of the gun had
He
to
also
either have been in
testified that the clothes
contact
Mars
with
had
or
on
within
appeared
inches of the
stained with
skin to
something.
make that imprint.
The clothes he
It
described
was like
Mars
touching
as
a hot
wearing
iron.
were not the ones
It
he
left a
had
mark
on when
that
the
would be
police showed up.
impossible if the iron was
It
6
was
feet away.
conjectured that Mars had dumped
Here,
the bloody clothes
the gun's
somewhere
released
and then
gases
changed into
would
a
have done
fresh
the
set
work
at
when
the
the trigger
motel.
was pulled.
The other troublesome
Decker
fact
eyed
was that the
Lancaster,
shotgun
who was
belonged to
overseeing the
Mars.
forensic team.
He used it for
Two
hunting,
uniformed
and had
officers
indeed
were
hunted
posted
game
outside
birds
the
and
door,
turkeys with
looking
it.
bored and tired.
Thus, his prints were on the
Jameson,
weapon,
leaning against another
and the
wall,
gasoline
watched
used
the
to ignite
proceedings
the
with
Mars's
interest.
bodies had come from their
Lancaster
garage.
finally came over to Decker.
It was fortunate
and
that the house
Jameson
had not
quickly
burned
joined
down.
him.
The only
We've
damage
taken
was in the
statements.
bedroom,
No one
where
heard
they'd been
anything and no one
found.
saw anything.
Lastly,
Just like when
blood
Hawkins went
matching
to the
Lucinda
Richards'
Mars's
home
had
and
been
murdered
found
them,
in the
said
car.
Decker.
It was pretty damning.
The rooms on either
forensically.
side of this one are unoccupied.
Decker rose to pour another
And
cup
if the
of
perp
coffee.
used a suppressor
It was
can on the
growing lighter
gun,
outside. He was
When I
oblivious
lived
to
here,
this.
there was a
He
rear
sat
door
back down
that
and
never
kept reading.
properly locked, said
But what would be
Decker.
the motive
The
for
killer could
Mars
have
to
come
kill
and
his
gone
parents?
that way. The front desk
After he was
person wouldn't
arrested
have
and
seen
charged
them.
with the murders, the police
I'll have
announced
that
their
checked out.
theory.
Hawkins's door
With
was
the NFL
locked until
draft
you
coming
popped
up,
it.
and Mars expected to sign a huge
Presumably
contract,
he let
it
in the
had come
person who
down to
killed him.
money.
Said
His
Jameson.
parents wanted more of it than Mars
And these
was
doors
willing to
automatically
share.
lock on the way out.
There had been
Time of
arguments.
death?
Mars had felt jammed.
ME's prelim is
He didn't
between
want
11 and
negative
midnight.
publicity. He had carefully groomed
Decker
his
checked
image
his
in the
watch.
hope of getting lucrative endorsement
Which
deals in
means
addition
we
to
didn't
his
miss them by
football
much.
contract.
If we had come
He had
here
his whole
first
life
instead of the
mapped out.
Richardsons' place.
His parents potentially stood in the way of
Hindsight
that,
is
at
absolutely
least according
perfect.
to the prosecution.
Noted Lancaster.
So, to get rid of this
Decker?
problem, Mars had
He turned to
planned
look
and then
down at the
executed
woman in
their
blue
murders.
scrubs and booties.
He had visited
She
the
was one
friend
of the
to
crime
establish an
scene
alibi,
techs.
gone
She was in
home,
her
killed
mid-30s,
them,
red
and then
hair
driven
and
to the
lanky,
motel.
with sprinkles of freckles
However,
over the
like
bridge
many
of her
killers,
nose.
he had tripped over the
Kelly
small details.
Fairweather, he said.
But it was really the
She smiled.
timeline that had crashed everything
Hey.
for him.
You
No
remembered
matter
me.
how much you plan things out,
That's pretty much
if you
a
were
given,
indeed
said
in one
Decker,
place,
without a
killing
trace of
someone,
irony.
while you said you were in another
Fairweather
place
looked
sleeping,
over at the dead
the
man.
timeline can never be made
Well,
foolproof.
I
There
remember
will
him.
always be cracks,
She said.
even if
Lancaster
only small
joined
ones.
them.
But if the police
That's right.
focus on
You
them and
worked
start
the
digging,
Richards
those
crime
cracks
scene.
can grow large and bring
My
the
first
whole
year
lie
doing this.
down.
4 homicides
And
and
that
2 of them
apparently
kids.
was what happened to Melvin Mars.
It was quite an introduction to the
So the
job.
prosecution could show motive,
So what are you
and they could
doing
show
here, Decker?
opportunity. And it
Just
was
trying to
Mars's
figure
own
things
gun,
out.
constituting the
Good luck
necessary
with that.
means that had
But
done
I
the
always
deed.
thought Hawkins should
Thus,
have
they
gotten
had
the
all
needle for
three
what he
essential
did.
elements to prove guilt,
I know that doesn't excuse
and
what
they set
happened
about
here.
to convincingly prove it all
No, it
beyond
doesn't.
a reasonable doubt.
Said Lancaster
Witness
firmly.
after witness was paraded
Fairweather
before the jury
took that
and
as a
gave their
not-so-subtle
testimony.
nudge to
The
move on.
mosaic began to form.
Well,
The
seeing
prosecutor,
you,
a
Decker.
Tennessee grad and thus no
As she
fan of
moved
Texas
away,
football
Decker
players, it
walked
seemed,
over to stand
did a
directly
bang-up
in front of
job
the dead
stitching
man,
the evidence
who
together.
still sat there like a
The
statue.
defense tried to poke
Lancaster
holes,
and
but didn't
Jameson
do enough
joined him.
damage. And when
Decker
Mars
said,
did not take the stand,
So the shooter
the
walks up
defense
to
rested.
Hawkins, who's sitting
The
in
jury
his
was
chair,
out barely enough time
presses
for
the
the
gun
jurors to
against
use
his
the
forehead,
bathroom before they
pulls the
came
trigger.
back with their guilty
He
verdict.
looked around.
Mars
And
had
no
been
sign
given
of
a
a
fair
struggle?
trial. The evidence
Maybe he
met
was
the
asleep.
burden of proof.
Suggested
Roy
Lancaster.
and Lucinda Mars had been killed
After
by
letting
their
the
only
person in, the
child,
guy sits down in
Melvin.
a chair and dozes off?
The punishment of
Said
death
Jameson.
had been imposed.
Decker said,
Mars's
He
NFL
told us he was
career was
taking
over
drugs.
before it even
Did you
started,
find any?
and so was the rest
Lancaster
of his
shook her
life.
head.
End of story.
Nothing in here or the
He had
bathroom.
been
No
scheduled to
discarded
be
wrappers
executed
or empty pill
when another
bottles.
man had come
Just
forward
a
and
small
confessed
duffel
to
of
the crime.
clothes, a few bucks in his wallet.
Charles Montgomery.
The post will show if he had anything
Decker
in his
studied the
system.
photo of the man on the computer screen.
Decker looked around the room
White
again,
guy,
taking
in
in
his
every
70s.
detail and
Muscle,
imprinting it on
tough
his
and
memory.
mean looking.
He had already
Army
done
vet
this,
with a lengthy
but
criminal
decided
record.
to do it again.
He'd gone
His
from
memory
petty
had been
crap
having
to
a few
serious
hiccups
stuff
of late,
to very
and he didn't
serious
want to
stuff.
take a chance that
He was in a
missed
prison in
something.
Alabama,
It was
awaiting
like
his own
printing out a
execution
second
on
copy
several
of a
other
photo.
murders committed years ago.
Hawkins's yellowing
So,
skin
if
had
Montgomery
given
was
way
telling
to
the
a
truth,
translucent
how had the
paleness.
case against
Death
Melvin
did that to
Mars
you,
gone so
but with the
badly
stoppage of
sideways?
blood flow.
Reports
At least the
said he had
cancer was no
details of
longer
the
a
crime
factor
that
for
the
the man.
police had withheld all
With
these
death,
years.
it had immediately
Just as a matter
stopped
of
eating
standard
away at
procedure.
Hawkins's innards.
Montgomery apparently
Decker
knew
figured a
some of them,
fast bullet was
but why
preferable
come
to a
forward at
slow,
all?
painful death.
Because he was
But
already
it was
in
still
prison?
murder,
Because he felt
So,
remorse?
motives
Because he
and
was going to
possible
die
suspects?
anyway?
said
To
Lancaster.
Decker, who had lots of
Not to
experience with
state the
hardened
obvious,
criminals,
but does Susan
Montgomery
Richards still
simply
live in
didn't
the
look
area?
like the remorseful
Asked Decker.
type. He just looked like the
Yes, she
killer
does.
that he was.
That would be
Decker
my
finished
starting
his
point,
coffee and
said
sat
Decker.
back. Someone knocked on
Lancaster
his door.
checked her watch.
He looked at his watch.
I'll have her picked
7:30.
up and taken to the station.
He
We can
answered the
interview
door.
her there.
Special Agent
So you
Bogart
want us
looked back
involved?
at him. He
Said
was
a
carrying
surprised
a large
Jameson.
briefcase. He
In
was
for
well
a
into
dime.
his 40s, tall and
Replied
fit,
Lancaster.
dark hair attractively
The
mingled
thing
with
is,
silver.
we have a
He
day
possessed
job,
the air of quiet
Said
authority
Jameson.
that one acquired by
which
commanding
often
people
extends
in
into
difficult
nights.
assignments.
I
Childless,
can call
he was
Bogart,
also
said
separated
Decker.
from his wife.
Ross
and in the
Bogart
process
was
of
the
divorcing.
veteran FBI agent who
Behind
headed up the
him was
task
Alex
force, of
Jameson.
which Decker and Jameson
She
were
was
members.
tall and pretty, with
So you
brown
really want to
hair,
stay and
and
dive
her
into this?
expressive eyes lit up
Asked
when she saw
Jameson
Decker.
warily.
She was holding a bag
Do I
of
have
food.
a choice? Asked
A
Decker.
jubilant Jameson said,
You always have
Surprise.
a choice. Happy New Year.
Said Lancaster,
A beaming
gazing
Bogart
knowingly
said,
at Decker.
I got word you had
But I
arrived
think
early.
I know what
Welcome
that
to the
choice will
FBI.
be.
Amos Decker
Jameson said,
I have a case I want
Decker,
to
have you
investigate.
really thought this through?
he indicated the corpse and said forcefully,
Chapter 5.
This is significant.
Decker munched on
The
his
guy
bacon,
comes to
egg,
town
and cheese
saying he's
biscuit.
innocent and
Meanwhile,
approaches
Jameson
me
and
and
Bogart
Lancaster
were
to
reading
prove
the
him
articles
right.
on the laptop
Now
about
somebody
Melvin
just killed
Mars.
him.
Bogart
Well,
finally
like you
looked
just
up and
suggested,
said,
it might be Susan
Fascinating
Richards,
stuff.
the widow of
That's
the man
not really in
Hawkins
our
was convicted of
jurisdiction,
murdering.
Amos. Decker
It
finished
might,
eating, took a
it might
final
not.
swallow of coffee,
Decker
rolled up
turned
the
and walked
wrapper,
out.
and made a three-pointer into the
Lancaster
trash
looked at
can
Jameson.
next to the kitchen counter.
Well,
What exactly
some
is
things
our
never change,
jurisdiction, then?
like him.
In answer, Bogart
Tell me
opened up the
about it.
briefcase and pulled out a
Replied
large
Jameson
binder.
wearily.
He handed this to Decker. I've already given Alex hers.
Chapter
These are the
5.
cases we're considering.
Ross
Read up on
Bogart
them.
said,
We'll discuss them
This is
later at our
unacceptable,
meeting.
Decker. And I
We're
mean
here now.
totally
We're
unacceptable.
meeting now.
Decker was on his
Bogart said
phone, heading to
There
the
are two other
Burlington
members
police
of the
station.
team. Jameson
I understand
said,
how you could think
I've met
that,
one of them,
Ross.
Amos. You're
There's
gonna
no
like her.
understanding anything. I
Decker
let you
kept
go
his
rogue
gaze on
once
Bogart,
before
who
with the
said,
Melvin Mars case.
"So you knew this
And then when you
Melvin
wanted to
Mars?
stay back in Barronville
I played
and work
against
the
him in
case there
college.
because it was
The only
connected
words I
to
can
Alex's
remember
family.
saying to him were,
But I
"Son
can't
of a
let you
bitch,
go
how'd
off
you do that?"
willy-nilly whenever you feel like
He
it.
was that good.
This is
He was the
different,
best I'd
said
ever
Decker.
seen.
You say that every
Jameson
time,
said.
barked Bogart.
Well, he might
You've
be
not
getting
only
out of
blown
prison.
up the
That's a
exception to
good
the
thing.
rule, you've blown
If
up
he's
the
innocent,
rule. The
amended
bottom line
Decker.
is you work for the FBI.
Well, yes, of course.
I'm sorry, Ross.
I doubt
This
they'll
is my
release him unless
hometown.
they're
I
absolutely
can't
sure,
turn my back on it.
pointed out Bogart.
You've made your choice,
Decker
then?
gestured to the laptop.
Yes.
Did you know that
Then
there
you
are
forced me to
hundreds
make
of
mine.
people released each year
This is
from
all
prison
me.
because
Alex
they've been
has
found
nothing
to
to
be
do with
innocent? A
I'll
small
deal with
percentage
Special
considering
Agent
the number
Jameson
of people
separately.
incarcerated.
The line
Replied
went
Bogart,
dead.
who was looking a bit impatient.
Decker slowly put the phone
Decker
away.
said,
It seemed that
it's
his days
estimated
at the
that 2.5 to
FBI were numbered.
5% of all prisoners in the
He
U.S.
looked over
are
at
innocent.
Lancaster,
That's
who
about
was in the car with him.
20,000 people.
Problems?
DNA testing was first
She
used in
said,
court cases in
There are
1985.
always problems.
Since that time,
They drove on.
330 prisoners have been exonerated by DNA.
Susan Richards
But
was
DNA
not
testing is
pleased.
possible in only about 7%
You're
of
shitting
all
me, right?
cases. And
You
in
think I killed that
25%
son
of
of
the
a
cases
bitch?
where it
I
was
wish I
used,
had.
the FBI was able to exclude the
Decker
suspect.
and Lancaster had
So the
just
percentage
walked
of
into the
prisoners who are
interrogation
innocent
room
might
at
be
police
higher.
headquarters.
Maybe a lot higher.
Jameson had gone back to
I
her
can see that
hotel
you've done
because
some
Decker had
research
not
on this,
received
said
authorization
Bogart
from
dryly.
Bogart to work on the case.
A long silence
And that
ensued.
permission obviously would not be
Decker,
forthcoming.
said Bogart,
Bogart had
this is not
probably
really
already
what we do.
contacted her.
We investigate
They
cold
had had to
cases
wait
in
for
order
a
to
few
try to
hours
find
while
the
the
killer.
paperwork was drawn up to
What
bring
if Mars
Richards
isn't
in
the
after
killer?
she angrily refused
Then
to
this
voluntarily
Montgomery guy
comply
is.
with their request.
What if he's not
And the
either?
fuming woman had
Why
apparently
would a
taken
man
her
confess
time
to
getting
a...
ready while the
Bogart
uniforms had
stopped and looked a bit
patiently waited.
embarrassed.
Thus,
Okay,
it was now
since that's
nearly
exactly
5 in
what
the
happened
morning.
in your case, I can see your
Lancaster
point.
looked ready to fall
But still,
asleep.
can it
Decker
at
looked
least be
ready to
considered
question the
by
woman
the
for the next 10
team?
years.
Asked Decker.
The interrogation
Bogart mulled
room's
this for a
cinder
few
block
moments.
walls were still painted
My
mustard
plan
yellow.
was to let the team examine
Decker
a
had
number
never
of
known
possible
why,
cases,
other
and then
than
vote
maybe
on
that
which
was the
ones
color
to
of some
undertake.
old paint the
I have that
custodians had found
flexibility.
somewhere in the basement.
And we can lobby on
Leaving
behalf
the
of
cinder
certain
blocks on
cases?
their original
Asked
gray would have
Jameson.
been nicer, he thought.
I don't see why not,
But maybe no
said
one
Bogart.
wanted nicer
I
in
like
an
democracy as
interrogation
much as the
room.
next person, he added with a
Richards
smile.
had been 42
I think we
when her
should take
family
this
was
case
wiped
on,
out.
said
She was in
Decker
her
stubbornly.
mid-50s now.
And we can
She
lobby
had
the others
aged
to do that,
remarkably
Amos.
well, Decker
Said
thought.
Jameson quickly.
He remembered her as
Like Agent
tall,
Bogart
but
said.
plump and mousy looking,
Decker stared
her
down at
light
the
brown
laptop.
hair hanging
Both
limply
Bogart
around
and
her
Jameson
face.
watched him. They
Now
knew
she
that
was
Decker
much
was
thinner,
stubborn and
and
inflexible
her hair was
when he
cut
had made
in a
up his
chic
mind.
manner, with the
They also
tresses
knew he
grazing
couldn't
her
help it.
shoulder.
It was just who he
She
was.
had colored her hair, and blonde
Bogart
highlights
said,
predominated.
Since you arrived early,
Her mousy
I've changed the
personality
meeting
had
time
been
to
replaced
2
by
this
an
afternoon
assertive
instead of
manner
tomorrow.
that had made itself
He looked
known
over
with her
Decker's rumpled
outburst the moment
clothes
the
and
two
unkempt
detectives
hair.
walked into the
We'll
room.
give you time to clean up, and then
Richards
we'll pick you
looked
up
from
about a quarter
Lancaster to
till
Decker
and
as they
drive
sat
you
down
over.
across from her.
It's not that far.
Wait a minute.
Decker looked down at
You're
his
the
wrinkled
two from that
clothes.
night.
He was
I
about to say
recognize
something,
you now.
but then
You
he
know what
nodded
he
dumbly
did.
and stared back
She
down at
sat
his
forward,
laptop.
her sharp elbows pressed
Bogart
against the
rose,
tabletop,
but Jameson
her
remained
face
seated.
full of fury.
When
She
he looked at her
snapped.
inquiringly, she
You
said,
know what
I'll
that
meet you back
bastard
here.
did.
He glanced at Decker
Lancaster
and
said
nodded
calmly.
curtly. Amos,
Which is
it's good to have
why,
you on
when
board.
he was found dead, we
Decker
thought we needed to
continued
talk
stare
to
at his
you,
laptop.
so that you could tell
Bogart
us
turned
where
and
you
left.
were between around
Jameson
11
glanced
and
at Decker.
midnight. Lots of changes.
Where in the hell do
She
you
said.
think I was at that
In a
hour?
short
I was in
period
my
of time.
bed, asleep.
He shrugged.
Can anyone
What is
verify
really
that?
fascinating you
asked
about
Decker.
the Mars case?
I
She
live
asked.
alone. I never
Because you
remarried.
played football
That's what
against
having your
him?
family wiped out
I
will
don't
do to
like
you.
people just showing up
She
out of
added
the blue
fiercely.
and confessing to a crime.
What time did you get
Like
home
what happened in
last
your
night?
family's case?
asked Decker.
Decker closed
Richards
the laptop
took a
and
moment to
leaned
compose
back in his
herself
chair.
and sat back.
Tell me about the other team members.
I got off work at 6.
I've only met one of them.
3
Lisa
days a week I
Davenport.
volunteer
She's
at the
a clinical
homeless shelter on
psychologist from
Dawson
Chicago.
Square.
She's in her late 30s
I was
and
there
very nice.
until around
Very
8 last
professional.
night.
How is all
There
this
are people
going to
who can
work?
vouch for me.
asked Decker.
Like And Bogart after that, said, we vote on the cases to take.
Said Lancaster.
But someone has to put the
Richards
cases
sat
we're going to
back and
vote on
spread her
together.
hands.
So there's a pre-selection by someone.
I drove home, cooked
well,
some dinner.
that's true.
She
What'd you
pointed to
have?
his binder.
Asked
In there.
Lancaster.
Fascinating stuff.
Oh, the
But you
usual.
can add this Mars
Smoked
case.
salmon
Bogart
on
said so.
crusty bread with
He
cream
didn't
cheese
actually
and
say
capers
that.
to
He
warm
said
up
the
my
case was out of his
appetite.
jurisdiction.
Then a Waldorf
He said we
salad,
could
some
lobby the others to
linguine
take
with
it.
fresh
But if
clams,
I get
and a
voted
nice
out,
little
we don't take
tiramisu
it.
for dessert.
He looked looked at it.
And I paired that
Do I
with a
have your
wonderful
vote?
glass of
Of
my
course you
favorite
do,
chilled
Amos.
Prosecco.
He looked away.
Seriously?
I appreciate
said
that.
Lancaster.
Jameson
Richards
looked
made a
surprised.
face.
Decker didn't usually
course
acknowledge
not.
things like that.
I made a
You wanna
tuna
get cleaned up?
sandwich with a pickle and
She
some
added
corn
diplomatically.
chips.
I know
And
it
I
was a long
skipped the
drive, and
Prosecco
you
and had
apparently drove
iced
straight
tea
through.
instead.
I did. And
Then what
yeah,
did you do?
I should clean up some.
I
But
ordered
I don't
something
have
from
many
Bed Bath
clothes.
& Beyond online.
We can go shopping
You
if you
can
want
probably
before the
check
meeting.
that, then I watched some TV.
Maybe after.
What
Anytime,
program?
Amos.
asked
I'm ready
Decker.
to help.
You don't
I
have
was
to be this
streaming
nice to me.
Outlander. I'm really
Jameson
getting
knew
into
that,
it.
unlike
Season
other
2,
people,
Jamie and
Decker was
Claire in
being quite
France.
literal.
I figure we both
What was
had
the
big
episode
changes in
about?
our lives, and we need to stick
Lots
together.
of political
There might be a case down the
skullduggery
road I
and some
want to
pretty
take,
intense
and
sex.
then I'd need your support.
She added
right?
sarcastically.
Decker looked at her
Want me to
thoughtfully and
describe it
nodded.
in graphic detail
You're
for
more
you?
complicated than you make
And
yourself
then,
out to be,
said Decker.
One can only hope.
I
she
finished
said,
watching
smiling
that,
weakly.
then I took a shower and called it a night. I woke up
Chapter
when the
6.
police knocked on my door, pounded.
How do I get
more
20 years of my
precisely.
life back? You want
She
to tell me
added,
that?
frowning.
How?
You drive a
Melvin
dark
Mars
green
sat
Honda
across from his
Civic?
attorney in the visitor's room
Said
at the prison.
Lancaster.
Mary Oliver
Yes,
was in her
it's the only
mid-30s,
car I
with
have.
auburn hair cut short and
And you
square
live on
glasses
Primrose
over her
on the north
sparkling
side?
green eyes. Her angular,
Yes,
pretty
I
face
have for
was
about
sprinkled
5
with
years
freckles.
now.
You
You have
don't,
neighbors?
Melvin.
She said,
On both sides
Nothing
of
can
me
do that,
and across the street.
But they haven't confirmed Montgomery's
She sat
story
up.
yet, so let's not get ahead of
One
ourselves.
of them might be able to tell you
I
that I
don't
was
know
home
this
last
dude.
night.
I never met this
Or
dude.
at least that I didn't
I
leave
never
once
knew
I
he
got
even
there.
existed until they came and told
We'll
me.
check that out.
So they can't say
Said
I paid him to
Lancaster.
kill my parents. And if they
Did
can't
you know
show
Merrill
that,
Hawkins was
I'm
back
outta
in
here,
town?
right?
I had
Oliver
no
rustled some
idea.
papers in front of her.
What, do you think he'd knock
Look,
on
it's
my
not
door
that
and
simple.
ask
We
for a
have to let the
handout?
process work, okay?
I thought he was in prison for
Mars
life.
rose and
And I
smacked
still
the
don't
wall
know why
behind him,
he wasn't.
drawing a stare from the burly guard
He was
stationed
terminal
in the
with
center of the
cancer,
room.
so they cut him loose.
He was far enough away that he could not
Well,
hear their
that
privileged
seems
conversation,
shitty.
at least spoken at
Said
normal
Richards.
levels, but close
Don't
enough
get me
to
wrong,
step
I
in
hated the
if need
asshole.
be.
But they just kicked him to the curb
I
because
let
he
the
was
process
dying?
work before. And you
Apparently
see what
so.
it got me.
And
They
he
took
never
my
tried to
damn
contact
life,
you?
Mary.
It's
Never.
natural to feel
If
betrayed
he
and
had,
taken
I
advantage
might
of,
have tried to
Melvin.
kill him.
Everything you're feeling,
But he
it's
didn't.
natural.
And so I
Mars
didn't.
looked like he wanted to slug something,
Decker
anything,
said,
as hard
You
as he
opened a
could.
florist shop,
But then he
didn't
saw
you?
the guard's
With
hand
the
move to
proceeds
the head
from
of
your
his
husband's
baton.
insurance policy.
He also saw
I
the
remember
guard's
seeing
mouth
it.
twitch in
Over on Ash
anticipation of
Place.
kicking some prisoner ass.
She eyed him warily.
Just give me a reason,
I
asshole,
buried my
please.
family with a
Mars
chunk of the
calmed and
insurance
sat
money.
down.
And then I went
So
on living.
how much longer does
I'm
this
not sure
process have
how.
to work? He said in a normal
And the
voice.
florist shop?
There isn't a
Persisted
set
Decker.
timetable for this because of
There
its
wasn't that
unusual
much left
nature.
after the funeral
Explained Oliver,
expenses.
looking
But
relieved that
yes,
he was
I
being
opened
more
a
reasonable.
florist shop.
But I
I've
will keep on
always
top of
loved
it every
gardening
second,
and
Melvin.
flowers.
I promise.
It
I
did
will push
okay.
them.
Provided
And
a
if I
decent
even
living.
see them
Even
starting
did
to
some
drag their
holiday
feet, I
events
will
for the
call
police
them on it. I
department.
swear. I'll
I
file
sold it a few
motions.
years back.
He nodded.
Now I run the place
I know
for the
you
new
will.
owners. When my
She
Social
said,
Security kicks
This
in, I'm
must be
going to
so hard for
retire and
you.
just work on my
When
own
I first heard of
garden.
it, I was flummoxed.
Lancaster looked at
I
Decker.
still don't know the connection between
Anything
your
else?
parents and this Charles
He shook his head.
Montgomery.
Well,
How
if
was he
there is a
killed?
connection, they
Asked
didn't tell
Richards.
me. Maybe it was a stranger
We're holding
thing.
that back for
He
now.
breaks into the house and
Said
kills
Lancaster.
But there was no evidence
Am I
of a
free to go?
break-in. And nothing was
Yes.
stolen.
She
That was why the
rose and
police
looked at the
started to look
pair.
at you.
But
I
you
didn't
believe
kill
me,
him.
right? He said
She
quickly.
said quietly.
Yes, of course I
Years
do.
ago, I
Melvin
probably
stared
would
at her.
have.
Running
No
through his
problem.
mind was the thought.
But I
Sure
guess
you
time
do.
does help to heal
Where we
you.
lived, nobody locked their doors,
She walked
and it
out.
wasn't like my parents had much
Lancaster
someone would
looked
want
at
to
him.
steal. You know how we
You
lived.
believe her?
My father worked in a pawn shop.
I don't
My
disbelieve
mom made
her.
money on the side, sewing
There were
clothes
no
and
usable
teaching
prints
Spanish
or
and
other
cleaning
trace
up
in
other people's
Hawkins's
messes.
room.
He shook his
I
head.
didn't expect there would be.
I was going to change all that when I got
So
to
what
the
now?
NFL. I was going to buy them a house.
We
Put
do what
money
we
aside.
always did.
They could quit
We
their
keep
jobs.
digging.
I had plans.
Lancaster checked her
He
watch.
slapped the palm of his hand against the
Well,
table.
right now I've got to get
I
home and
had
get some sleep or
plans.
I'm going to keel over.
I know you did, Melvin.
I'll give you a call
She
later.
said soothingly. I
You
always
should
thought
get some
this was a
sleep,
big
too.
mistake somebody was going to finally
rose
figure
and
out.
followed her out of
and
the
I'd be out
room.
of prison in a few months and
Outside,
be playing ball.
Lancaster
And a
said,
year went by, and then
I can
another,
drop you
and
off.
another, and
Where
then
are you
5,
staying?
and then a decade.
I'd rather
and then,
walk, thanks.
Shit.
It's not that far.
He grew silent,
She
started
smiled.
shaking his head from side to side.
Nice to be
his face
working with
pointed
you
downward.
again.
A tear
You
smacked
might not
against
think
the
that much
laminate.
longer.
Mars swiped it away with
I've
his
gotten
hand.
used to your ways.
If I get out of here,
So
what
you
then?
say.
I got no family.
He
I
turned
got
and
no
walked
job.
off
I got
into the
no
breaking
nothing.
dawn.
The state of Texas can compensate you.
How much?
Chapter 6.
It's capped at $25,000.
A gentle rain kicked in as Decker
Mars looked
trudged
up at her,
along the
incredulous.
pavement. It felt very
25
odd to once
grand?
more be
For 20
investigating
years
a
of my
crime
life?
in his hometown.
I know it's grossly
The last
unfair,
time
but
had
that's what
involved
the
the
current
murder of
law
his
is.
family.
Do you
This
know how
one was
much I could have
different,
made in the
but it
NFL?
still affected Decker
A lot more.
personally.
I know.
If
So
I
I
was
walk
part
out
of
of here with maybe
convicting an
25
innocent
grand
man.
or maybe less, since that's a cap.
He looked around
and
as
then
he
what?
walked.
We'll
He had
help you with
decided
that.
not
We'll
to come
help
back for
find you
Cassie's
housing
birthday
and a job.
or their wedding anniversary.
Doing what?
That simply
Pushing
would have been
brooms?
too much
Maybe
for
I
him
can
to
get my
handle.
father's old job
Yet he
in that
would keep
pawn shop.
returning for their
That part of
daughter's
Texas,
birthday.
man, Pawn shops
He
do
had to
big
be here for
business
that
because nobody
milestone.
has shit.
Though each visit was
Let's
emotionally
just take
crippling
it
for
one
him.
step at a time.
His
Oliver
long
said,
feet
trying
carried
to
him
keep her
past
voice
where he
level
was
and
staying,
calm.
and after a few
Even if they
miles,
let
he
me
reached
go,
the
they may not
long-established
pardon me,
neighborhood.
which means I got
It was
2
light now.
felony murder
He
convictions on
stopped
my
walking
record.
and stood
Who's
on the
gonna hire
corner,
my ass?
staring up at the
Tell me
place he
that.
used to call home.
Tell me. Mars
The
could
last
see that
time
she
he'd
was
been
growing
here
more
was 2
nervous
years
by the
ago.
second.
It looked
Petite
remarkably
white woman,
unchanged,
big angry
as
black
though
man.
time had stood
That's what
still
she
since his
sees.
last
That's
visit.
all she sees.
Although there were 2
She's on my
unfamiliar
side.
cars in the driveway,
He
a
looked away
Ford
and his
pickup
tone
and
changed
a
again.
Nissan Sentra.
Hell, I don't know why we're even
As he
talking
stood there,
about this.
a man in his
They never
early
gonna let me out of
30s
here,
and a
Mary.
girl around 7 came out
Melvin,
of the
they have
side
to
door.
if you're innocent.
The girl was
I've
carrying a
been
school
innocent for 20
backpack,
damn
and the man
years,
was
he
dressed in
snapped.
khakis
What difference
and a
did that make?
white-collared shirt with a
I mean, if there
windbreaker
is
over it.
definite proof of your
He
innocence,
carried
they
a
can't
slim
keep you in
briefcase in
prison.
one hand.
Oh,
The
yeah?
girl yawned and
There's like
rubbed
a
her
dozen
eyes.
dudes around the country. Their
They
innocence
climbed
was
into the
proved,
pickup
like you
truck and
said,
backed out
years
of the
ago.
driveway.
Guess what?
That's when the
They're
man
all still
spotted
locked
Decker
up.
standing there
One
watching
dude,
the
they
house.
said his time for appeal had run
He
out,
rolled down
so
his
he's
window.
screwed even though they
"Can I
know
help
he
you,
didn't
buddy?"
do it. Another guy,
Decker
he
studied him
served
more
his time for
closely.
crimes he didn't even
"You must be
commit,
Henderson."
and because of some bullshit
The man
legal
eyed him
technicalities,
suspiciously.
they say he's got to serve
"How do you
4
know
more
that?"
years, and then maybe
"A
they'll
friend
let him
told me."
out. Another
He pointed
dude,
at the
he
house.
punched out a
"I
guard,
used
so
to
he's
live
got
there
more
a few
time to
years ago."
serve, even though he never should have been in
Henderson
prison
ran
in the
his
first
gaze
place.
over Decker.
So don't tell me they have to do
"Okay.
anything.
Did
They
you
do
leave
what
something
they want.
behind?"
That's just how it
"No,
is.
We will make
Decker's
sure that
voice
does not
trailed off,
happen in
and he
your
looked
case.
confused.
She started
Henderson
packing up her
said,
things.
"Look,
Now, I have
don't
to
get me
go,
wrong, but it's a
but
little
I'll be
odd
in
that you're
contact
standing
with
out
you as
here
soon as
this
I know
early in the
anything."
morning watching my
As she
house."
rose, he looked up at her.
Decker pulled his
I'm not mad
FBI
at you,
creds out of his
Mary.
pocket and showed
I'm
them to
just mad
Henderson.
at everything
"My
right
friend on
now,"
the police force told
I
me you bought
understand.
the house."
she said earnestly.
"Wait a minute,"
Believe me,
said
I don't think
Henderson,
I'd be
staring at
nearly
the
as
ID
calm as
card.
you.
"Amos
The next
Decker?"
moment, she was gone.
"Yeah."
Mars
Henderson
sat there until
nodded
the
and
guard
looked
came
anxious.
over and told him to get his
"I
ass
heard
up.
about—"
The chains
He
went
snatched
back
a
on.
glance at his daughter, who was
Greedy
paying
guard
close
showed
attention
up
to
and
this
cattle prodded
exchange.
him in the back with his baton
"Right.
so hard
Anyway,
he
have a
winced
good
with
day.
pain.
Hope you enjoy the house
Mucho
and the
low, you'll
neighborhood.
say, Jumbo.
Nice place to raise a
After you.
family."
Mars,
Decker
from long
turned and
habit,
walked
said
off as
nothing.
Henderson drove away.
Oh, it's privilege.
It had been
That's
stupid
right.
coming
Just
back here.
between you and her.
He'd rattled the guy
You won't do
unnecessarily.
it, Jumbo.
And for what?
Get you some white
He
woman
didn't need to
ass.
come here for
Jumper
a walk down
bones.
memory lane.
Used to
It
be
was all in
against
his
the law,
head.
a black man doing that to a
Pristine.
white woman.
Forever.
Still should be.
And painfully
White girl
so.
don't want no animal jumping
He
her
retraced
bones,
his
right?
steps and got to the hotel
He
where he
jabbed
and
Mars
Jameson
again
were
in the
staying
small
in
of the
time to
back.
see her exit the elevator
Mars turned
and
to
walk
look
into
at
the
him.
lobby.
When I'm out of here,
Christ,
let's have a drink,
Decker,
okay?
are you just getting in?
I'll look you up.
She
We'll
said,
hang out.
eyeing his grungy, wet
Together.
clothes. "Good morning
Greedy
to you,
snorted
too.
and then stopped
Would
as
you
the
like to
full
get some
import
breakfast?"
of Mars's words hit him
She
like a
followed him
semi.
into the dining area off
There
the
were no more
lobby.
baton
They
jabs on
sat,
the way back to
ordered
the
some
cell.
food, and sipped their coffees.
So,
Chapter
Said
7.
Jameson.
was Susan
When
Richards
Bogart
any
and
help?
Jameson returned at
She
1:30
didn't
that
cop to the
afternoon,
murder, if that's what
Decker
you're
had
asking.
showered, shaved,
He doesn't have a
and put on
solid
his other
alibi.
set of clothes.
She was home asleep,
Jeans,
she
a
says.
flannel shirt under his sweater,
Well,
and mud-stained
considering the
boots
hour,
on his
that makes
feet.
sense.
He had some dress clothes
We
that
may
he had
be able to
purchased
tighten
back
the
in
parameters
Burlington
on
when he
that
was
by
pretending
talking
to be
to
a
her
lawyer,
neighbors, but
but
I
they
don't
were
think she's
dirty
good
and
for
at the
it.
bottom of his
She says she
duffel.
didn't even know he was back in
Bogart
town,
was in a crisp
and that
suit,
seems perfectly
starched
logical.
dress shirt with a collar tab,
Unless
and
she
paisley
saw him on
tie.
the street.
Jameson was in slacks
I
and
saw him
jacket
and
and a
didn't
cream-colored
recognize him,
shirt with
said
what
Decker.
looked to be brand new
And I spent a lot of
stylish
time with
strappy
the guy
heels
all
on her
those years
feet.
ago.
Compared to Decker's
Have you called
casual
Bogart and
appearance,
gotten his
both
permission
looked
to
ready
work
to
on
attend
this?
a wedding.
He said
But this was
quietly,
the best he could do,
"We've
and they both
talked.
seemed to appreciate
I'm
that he'd made
surprised he
the
hasn't
effort."
called you."
"Ready?"
No,
said a
he
smiling
didn't.
Bogart.
So what
Decker
did he
nodded.
say?
He was holding the binder,
At
which
that
he'd read
moment,
and
their food
memorized.
arrived.
As
Decker
they walked
said,
to Bogart's car,
"I'll fill
he
you
felt
in
his
later."
stomach start to squirm a
Thank
bit.
you for ordering a
Not from
veggie
lack
omelet,
of
by the
food,
way.
but from nerves.
Said Jameson.
The
And
hitch with
avoiding
this
the
whole
bacon.
arrangement was that Decker was
You
not
must be
really
growing
comfortable
on me.
dealing with other people.
Well, I'm
He's
just happy that
hypothymesia
you're not
caused him to be
growing
aloof,
anymore.
awkward, and
You
out
look
of
good,
sorts in the
Decker.
company of others.
Well, that's a
He
stretch.
had no
but
control
thanks.
over this.
He put his
His
knife and
mind
fork
had bent
down
his
and finished his
personality
coffee.
to its will. It seems
What are you
strange to
thinking?
think about your brain as
Asked
being
Jameson.
separate from the rest of you, but with a
I'm
mind
thinking
like
that there's a
Decker's,
killer
it
walking
just
around
seemed like the
town this
logical
morning
thing to
thinking that
do.
he or she got away with
He
murder.
had known that
and it's
joining
really
a team
pissing me
would
off.
require him to work with others.
Is that
but
all?
now that the time was upon
He looked
them,
at her
he was
curiously.
starting to question his decision
Isn't
to
that
come
enough?
here. Have
I
I
mean,
just
do you feel
royally screwed
guilty about what
myself?
happened to Merrill Hawkins?
He got in the front seat of Bogart's
I didn't
sedan
pull the
and had to
trigger
put
on
it
the
all
guy.
the way back
I
to
didn't ask him to
accommodate his
come here
long
and
legs.
ignite this case
He
again.
used the full length of the
But you
seatbelt to
think
stretch across
that the
his
fact
gut.
that someone killed him is
Jameson sat in
evidence
the
that he
back
might have been
behind
innocent?
Bogart to give
I mean,
Decker
you
as much
basically
room
said
as
that earlier.
possible. Can you tell me
Meaning that I
about the
made a
other
mistake?
team members?
Said
Asked
Decker
Decker.
slowly.
Alex told me a
I
little
wouldn't
about
look at it that
Davenport.
way. You
Lisa was
investigated
brought
the
on
case
board
and all
because
the
of her
evidence pointed to
expertise
that
dealing
guy.
with
I would have seen
psycho
it the
and
same way.
sociopaths. She's very well
Regardless,
known in her
if he
field
was
and has
innocent,
written several books
I
on the
have to make
topic.
it right.
She'll be able to analyze
Jameson
for us
hiked her
the
eyebrows.
personalities and tendencies of people at
Because
the
the
center
weight
of
of
our
the world's
investigations,
problems always
telling us
falls
what
on your
makes them
admittedly
tick.
broad
We
shoulders.
have folks in the FBI who already
Not the
do
weight
that,
of the
course.
world.
But I think
The
it's a
weight
good
of one
idea to get
case that
fresh
I
eyes on a
handled.
case outside the
Responsibility comes
perspective
with
of
the
federal
territory.
law enforcement.
My actions took a guy's
Sounds like
freedom
a workable
away.
theory.
Noted
No,
Jameson.
I'd say his
Then there's
actions
another
took his
FBI
freedom
agent,
away.
Todd Milligan.
Only
Todd's
if
in
he
his
did it,
mid-30s.
countered
He's a
Decker.
good field agent
If
who
he didn't
competed
commit
for
the
a slot on
crimes,
this team.
it's a whole other
He's
ballgame.
excited to get started.
Jameson
And how does he
fingered her
feel about
coffee
working
cup.
with non-FBI agents?
If he was set
asked
up,
Decker.
whoever did it
There are
knew
no
what they were
problems
doing.
there, replied
Who would have a
Bogart.
beef against the guy
Otherwise,
that
he would have
badly?
been vetted out.
Decker nodded.
Decker caught Jameson's
point.
attention in the rear
And I
view.
have no idea.
His expression
Hawkins
indicated
was a
that he did
skilled
not
machinist,
necessarily
but lost
share
his job
Bogart's
when the
confidence
factory
on
he
that
worked
point.
at had layoffs.
20 minutes
he went
later,
on the
they
odd
pulled
job
up in
road,
front of a brick
doing
building
what
on
he
the
could
grounds
to
of the
make ends
Marine
meet.
Corps base Quantico,
Sounds like
which
a lot of
also
people
housed,
these
among
days.
other things, the FBI
He eyed the
Academy
FBI
and lab
badge that
and
was clipped
VICAP.
to her lapel.
As they climbed out of the
How's
car,
it feel?
Bogart buttoned his jacket and said,
She looked down
VICAP
at the
gave us
badge and
space in their
smiled.
facility to use. We'll also
Pretty
be
damn good,
operationally
actually.
supported by them,
Did you ever think of taking the plunge?
VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension
I'm too
Program.
old now.
said Jameson.
Age 37 is
Bogart
the cutoff,
nodded
and I'm
as he
not a
held the door
military
open
veteran,
for them.
so I can't seek
Formed
that
in
waiver.
1985,
And even if I could
they're a
still
unit
apply,
dealing with
I doubt
serial
I'd
murders
pass the physical.
and other violent crimes, usually
Don't
of a sexual
underestimate
nature.
yourself. And
They're part
since
of
you
the
know the
critical incident
requirements, I
response
take
group,
it you looked into it?
which is in turn part
Decker
of the
shrugged.
National Center for
I
the
can do my
Analysis
job
of
without the
Violent
federal
Crime,
badge.
noted Decker.
I'm still a sworn police officer.
Bogart nodded
I can
again.
arrest people.
We have lots of
He paused and
organizational
added,
layers.
And you
Maybe
always
too
have my
many,
back.
assessed Decker.
Yes, I do.
Maybe, said Bogart curtly.
I went by my old
They
house
walked down
early
a
this morning.
well-lighted corridor.
She looked startled
So
by
how
this
does what we're
admission.
going to do differ from what VICAP
Why?
already does?
Asked
I don't
Jameson.
know. My feet
VICAP is
pointed
really
that
a
way,
central
and suddenly
database
I
that
was
other
there.
law enforcement agencies,
Met the
both
dad
state
who
and
lives there
federal,
and saw
use
his
to
little
investigate cases in their
Lancaster
jurisdictions.
had told me about
There are
them.
teams of
I
FBI
spooked them a
agents that
little
also
showing up like
investigate
that.
cases on the
But the
ground,
dad
of
had heard
course.
about what had happened.
But ours will be one of the
there.
first to utilize
It
folks from
turned out
outside
okay.
the FBI to be part of
Jameson
such an
leaned
operational
forward.
team. It took some
I know that
finagling
you don't
and
want to hear
negotiation.
this, Decker,
I have to say there
but I'm
are
going to
some in
say
the
it
Bureau
anyway.
who are not
She
supportive of what we're
paused,
doing
seeming to
and
choose
think
her
bringing
words
in
with great
outsiders
care.
is a mistake. I hope to
At
prove
some
them
point,
wrong.
you're going to
Decker
have
said,
to let this go.
Playing devil's advocate, what if we
I
prove
mean,
them
I
right?
get coming back here to
Bogart
visit their
shrugged.
graves and all.
Then our funding is
But
cut
you
and
have
we
your
go
life
off and do
left
something
to
else.
live.
And
That
my
means
career
you have
slams
to
right
move
into the
forward
ceiling.
and stop dwelling in the past
Jameson said
so
firmly.
much. Cassie
Then
and
let's
Molly
make sure
wouldn't
that
want you to
doesn't
do
happen.
that. You know that.
They passed through a security
Do I?
checkpoint, and then
Said Decker
Bogart used his
abruptly.
ID badge to open
She
a door.
sat back,
Here
looking
we are,
saddened by
he said,
this
gesturing
comment.
them inside.
They shouldn't be
Before
dead,
Decker
Alex.
passed through the
If
doorway,
anyone
he
should
felt
be
the
dead,
butterflies in his belly
should
that
be
he
me.
often had before stepping onto
But
the
you're
gridiron.
not.
It was
You're
an unwieldy
alive,
combination
and you
of
have to spend
nerves,
every day
adrenaline,
living for
and
them and
anticipation.
yourself.
He had thought those days were
Otherwise,
long
it's all
since over.
wasted.
Obviously
Decker
not.
rose.
Here we go.
I'm going to take a shower and
He
change my
stepped into
clothes,
the room.
and then we're going to go catch a killer. I'll meet you back down here in half an
Chapter
hour.
8.
Decker, you need to get
Decker's
some
gaze
sleep.
swept the space
No,
and took
that would just
everything
be
in like
wasting
radar,
time,
bouncing
wouldn't
off
it?
hard objects.
As he walked
Two
off,
people were
Jameson
there.
just stared after
Lisa
him.
Davenport
The
was
look
to
on
his
her
right.
face, one
She
of
was in her late
heartbreak.
30s, with light blonde hair cut short, a lean, attractive face,
Chapter 7.
full lips, and sparkling blue
Decker
eyes.
let the hot water run off
Her
his
body
head
was
for a
long
full
and
minute
athletic,
before
the
soaping
hips
up.
narrow.
The
the
next
shoulders
moment, he had a
symmetrically
brief
broad.
panic attack because he couldn't
She
recall
smiled at
Cassie's
Decker as his
favorite
gaze
color.
passed over her.
Then his memory righted itself
Todd
and the
Milligan
proper
sat
shade
across the
kicked
table
out of his
from her.
brain.
He was about
He
6
rested
feet
his
tall
head
and
against the
$180.
shower tile.
Like Bogart,
Shit.
he was very
More
fit
hiccups.
and looked like he could
No,
run
more
forever without getting winded.
malfunctions, because I'm a machine
His dark hair
after
was
all,
cut
right?
military short, his brow
Was his
naturally
memory going
furrowed,
to keep
his
misfiring
light brown eyes
right when he
intense,
needed it to work
his
precisely?
spine assuredly
Or
as
would there be a
straight as his
time when it
striped
simply
tie.
stopped functioning
There was
altogether.
nothing inviting or
Then a
welcoming
dreaded
about
thought
the man.
sprouted up.
He just looked
Was he
permanently
developing
serious.
complications from his brain injury
In
all
front of
those
each
years
was a
ago?
thick binder.
Like CTE?
Decker noted the myriad
He finished in the
Post-it notes
shower,
sticking
dried
out from
off,
the
and put on
binder's
fresh
sides.
clothes.
Both
Mentally, he still
Davenport
felt
and
like
Milligan
crap.
had
And
evidently
physically, he
come
was
prepared.
tired, but at least he was clean.
Bogart made the introductions,
Jameson
and they
was
all
waiting
sat.
for him in the lobby.
On the wall
They got
was a
into the
large
car,
screen
and from the
TV
driver's
that neatly
seat,
filled the
Jameson said,
space.
Where
Bogart
to?
fired up a laptop that sat in
"Our
front of
only
him
viable
and manipulated
suspect
some
right now.
keys.
Susan
The
Richards.
TV screen came to life.
On the
men
way,
all
he
focused
phoned
on it.
Lancaster and told her what
Bogart
they were
said,
going to do.
We currently
He
have
had to
20
leave a
cases
message
lined
because
up
the
to
call
look at.
went to voicemail.
Of those, we will be
She was
able
probably
to
still
realistically
sleeping,
focus on
surmised
only
Decker.
one at a time.
Richards's
I'm going for
home on
quality,
Primrose
not quantity.
Avenue was a small
The 20 cases
single-story
you've been
brick
given have
bungalow
been whittled
with
down from a far
old-fashioned
larger
green and
number
white
using
striped
various
metal
internal
awnings over the
filters.
windows.
Milligan
The patch
said
of
in a
yard
firm,
was
clear
neatly
voice,
laid out, with
It
mature
seems to me that
trees
the
and
Murillo case
well-shaped
has a lot of
bushes and
potential.
planting beds.
I have some angles for
An
approaching
abundance
it
of
that I
colorful
think are
fall
rock solid.
flowers was displayed
Good
in
to hear,
pots on
said
the
Bogart.
covered front stoop.
But I wanted to go through a brief
Nice
overview of each of the
landscaping.
cases, so we're all starting from
Commented
the same
Jameson.
page.
She was a florist
Milligan's
for
features
years,
tightened just a
explained
bit.
Decker.
Decker
Into
could
gardening.
tell he was not pleased
Runs
at
the
what he no
floral
doubt
shop she
saw as a
sold to new
rebuke,
owners a while
though
back.
Bogart was actually being perfectly
Do
reasonable.
you actually think she could have murdered
Bogart
Hawkins
methodically
last night?
ran through each case, the
She could
highlights
have,
of which were shown
but I
on
don't
the
know if she
screen.
did. That's what we have to
Decker
find
noted
out.
that each of the others followed along
They got
in their
out,
binders.
but Decker didn't head
He
up
saw
to the
Milligan
front door.
glance over at him in
He
mild
instead
surprise
walked over to the
because
house
Decker had not
across
even
the
cracked
street.
open his book.
Verifying
Perhaps Bogart had
alibis?
not told them about
Said
Decker's
Jameson as she
hyperkinesia.
caught up to him.
He was
He
following
nodded and
along in
knocked
his
on the
mind,
door of the bungalow
turning the
that was a
mental
twin
page
of
in his
Richards's
head in
home,
sync
only
with
with a
what Bogart
screened-in
was doing on
porch
the
on
screen.
one end.
When Bogart was
Answering the
done,
door
he
was a
looked around
tiny
the room.
elderly woman with white hair
Comment?
so thin they could
Milligan
see her
said,
reddened scalp
I still believe the
underneath.
Morello case is the one to go
Yes.
after Ross. It offers
She
the best
said,
chance of a
staring at
successful
them from
intervention.
behind thick
The
glasses.
case against him isn't that strong,
Jameson held
and
out
one
her
critical
FBI
piece of
badge,
evidence was for
which
all
the woman
intents and purposes
scrutinized.
ignored. It seems to me that
FBI?
there are better
She
suspects
said.
out there, and it would be
Have
good
I
for
done
your
something
program to get
wrong?
off to a strong start.
No.
Bogart looked at the
Said
others.
Jameson hastily.
Views on that?
We were
Decker
checking
said,
on a neighbor of
I think we
yours,
should pass
Ms.
on the Murillo case.
Agatha Bates.
Why? Milligan asked
She
sharply.
looked up at the towering
Because
Decker.
it's extremely likely that he's
Are you
guilty.
FBI? You
As
didn't show
Milligan
me a
looked at him, his
badge.
thick neck
She
seemed
ran
to
her
flare out
gaze
like
over
a
him.
cobra's. Based on
You look
what?
too
he
big to
asked.
be FBI.
Inconsistencies.
I watch a lot of TV. No FBI
Such
agent
as-
is as big as you.
Murillo was a civilian contractor
Jameson
to the
said
Navy.
hastily.
On page 2 of the
He
statement,
works
he
as a
told police that he
consultant
left
for
for
us.
work at Crane Naval Base in Martin
Bates
County,
slowly drew
Indiana
her
at
gaze
9
from
a.m.
Decker and
He
settled
said he
it on
arrived at the
Jameson.
base at 8:15 a.m.
Which neighbor?
That's because
Susan
Milligan
Richards?
began triumphantly.
Oh,
Only Decker
Susan,
ignored him
sure.
and plowed
Nice
on.
lady.
That's because
Lived
at
here
that
a while.
time, Martin County
Not
and the
nearly
Naval
so
Base
long
had
as
been
me.
switched to the Central
I've been
Time
here
Zone from the Eastern
57
Time Zone,
years.
effective April 2nd, 2006.
She looked at Decker again.
Thus, it was 9 a.m.
Don't I know
Eastern
you?
Standard Time when Murillo left his
I
house,
worked here on the
but
police
8 a.m.
force for 20
Central
years.
Standard Time.
Oh, well,
Correct,
I don't
Milligan
have much
admitted
contact
grudgingly.
with the
So what's
police.
the inconsistency?
I pay my taxes, and
Murillo
I've
had a
never
motive
robbed
for killing
anybody.
the victims, but there was one witness
sure.
for Murillo, Bahiti
Said Jameson.
Sadat. He said
We
that he
were
saw
wondering if
Murillo
you
on the
could tell us
street
when you
across from
last
his shop
saw
at
Ms.
6:15
Richards.
p.m. The murders,
Well, I
forensic,
saw
and
her
other
this
evidence
morning when the
determined
police came
occurred
to
at
get her.
6:19.
We don't usually have the
Since
police
the murders were
around
committed
here.
about 10 miles from Sadat's shop,
That was
and
pretty
Murillo
early.
was on foot at the
Noted
time,
Jameson.
it was a solid alibi for Murillo.
Well, I get up pretty
But the
early.
police mostly just
Only
counted
sleep
that
maybe
because
4
Sadat
hours a
was
night.
Muslim,
You get
interjected
old, you
Milligan.
don't sleep.
And this was right in the middle
I'll
of
be
the wars in
sleeping
the
all
Middle
the
East,
time
and
pretty
there was a lot of
soon.
prejudice. Sadat's testimony
me?
was rock solid.
Said
It
Jameson.
gave Murillo an alibi.
When I
But the jury
die,
wouldn't buy
honey,
it. He
I'm
paused,
93.
scrutinizing
How
Decker.
much longer do you
I
expect
hope
me to
you
be
don't have those
around?
sorts of prejudices.
She paused and adjusted
Decker
her
ignored
glasses.
this too and continued.
So,
Sadat
why did the
said he had
police
just
take her in
finished
the
his
first
evening
place?
prayer. That's when he said he
For
saw
some
Murillo.
questions.
He remembered
Did you
it
see her
distinctly because he
yesterday
had just
in the
looked up from
evening,
his
maybe?
prayer rug, and through the
I
window
saw
of the
her come
storefront,
home.
he made a positive
It was around
ID.
8:15.
Exactly, said an
How
increasingly
can you be so
impatient
certain?
Milligan.
Asked Decker.
You're making my case
And
for
have you
me.
spoken to her this morning?
Decker said, the
No,
prayer
I
Sadat
haven't
said he
talked
had
to her.
just finished
She's
was the
home
Maghrib,
now. She
the
hasn't
fourth
come out
prayer
of
the
her
day.
house. At least
Right.
that I saw.
About Muslims pray 5
Usually
times a
takes
day.
a
We all
walk
know
in the
that,
morning.
pointed out Milligan.
I have my coffee
Well,
on the
actually,
screen
lots
porch.
of people
I wave,
don't know
she
that.
waves
And back
back.
then, a lot more folks
I guess the
probably
police
didn't,
coming
said Decker.
messed that up.
But the point is, the
So
Maghrib
you
prayer
didn't
cannot
see her come
commence
back from the
before
police
sunset.
station this morning?
The religion is
Asked
strict
Decker.
on that. And on that day
No,
in Indiana,
I was
sunset
probably
at
in the kitchen
7:12
making
p.m.
breakfast or out in the
Nearly an hour
hour
yard.
later than Sadat
puttering.
testified, he saw
I
Murillo
like to
pass by the
putter.
shop as he looked
People
up.
my age,
Now, Sadat is
putter,
only human,
and we
if
do
he'd
it
been off by a
slow.
few minutes, I don't
I
think
don't
anyone
need a
could blame
broken
him.
hip.
But at that time of day,
So,
the
last
sun would
night,
still clearly
Prompted
be in the
Jameson.
sky. No Muslim would have
8:15
begun their sunset prayer
She
when it
said
was so
again,
clearly
staring at
not
Decker.
sunset.
she
And certainly no
volunteers
Muslim
at
would
the
have
homeless
finished the
shelter.
sunset prayer
She
nearly
always
an
gets
hour
in
before
around
the sun
that
had even gone
time.
down.
And I know the time
Milligan's jaw
because
dropped slightly.
Jeopardy had been over about
Bogart and
15
Jameson
minutes.
shared a glance.
I got the final Jeopardy
Davenport kept her gaze
question.
locked on
The
Decker.
answer was Harry
Decker added,
Truman.
And in
I
addition to
remember
that,
Truman.
according to the
Helen
drawing the
voted
police
for
made
him.
that was in the file,
All three
the front
of the
Sadat's
contestants
shop
got it
faces west
wrong.
toward the street
Not a
where Murillo
single
was
one
allegedly
was
walking
over
at the
30.
time.
What do they know
Jameson
about
said,
Harry Truman?
And Muslims
I
face
would have
east
won
when
enough to
praying,
take a
toward Mecca.
vacation somewhere.
Bogart added,
So you saw her
Sadat's
come
back would
home
have been to
last night?
Murillo.
Did
When
she
he looked
leave
up from
again?
his prayer rug, he couldn't have
Would you
seen
have
him.
seen her if she
I'm
did?
surprised no one thought to question that.
She didn't drive in
Decker
her
said,
car, or if she
A lot of
did.
Americans don't know that much about
Said
Muslim
Bates.
customs. And they knew even
That
less
car
back
of
then,
hers
when most couldn't
sounds
tell
like
you the
a
difference between a
bomb
Sunni and a
going
Shia.
off when she starts
I
it
think you
up.
might find Murillo and
It's an
Sadat
old
know each
Honda.
other, and that this
Darn
alibi
muffler's
was
shot.
prearranged, even though it
Told
didn't
her
work.
to get it fixed.
It might determine
Almost
conclusively
makes
that
me
Murillo
wet
was
my
guilty.
pants every
But since
time
he's in
I hear
prison
it.
where he belongs,
My
you
hearing's
might not
still
want to waste your
good.
time.
I can hear pretty
Milligan
much
sat back looking
everything,
extremely
and
miffed.
especially that
Decker
damn
glanced at
car.
Bogart. Can we talk
Well,
about the
she could
Melvin
have
Mars
left
case
another
now?
way. Walked
Wait a
or called
minute,
a
barked
cab.
Milligan. I was told
Well,
you
I
just
was
got
out
here
on the
today.
screen
Were you
porch
sent the
doing the
briefing book earlier?
crosswords and reading
Bogart
until
answered,
about
No,
10:30
you got
or
it this
so.
morning. I delivered the
I would
binder
have seen her
myself.
leave. After
Milligan
that, I
turned
went
back to Decker.
inside.
And
Hit
from
the
all these
hay
cases,
about
you
11
dug
or
up
so.
detailed stuff like that on the Murillo
Okay, to
case
be clear,
in, what,
at least
a few
until
hours?
10:30 or so, she
I
hadn't
didn't
left
have
her
to
house,
dig anything
said
up.
Decker.
I read the
And you
statements
never
and
heard the
reports.
car
It was
start
all
up.
right there.
At least until you
And
went to
knowing the
bed
specific
around
Muslim
11.
prayers, said Milligan.
I thought I just
Decker shrugged.
said that.
I
Are you
realized.
slow?
And the sunset
That's
timing,
great.
persisted Milligan.
Said Jameson quickly.
I'm from that part of the country.
Mrs. Bates,
I
you've
knew that
been
off the top
very
of my
helpful.
head. Milligan said,
Okay.
From a specific
Glad to
day
do
in
my civic
2006?
duty.
She
Yes,
jerked her thumb at
said Decker
and said in a
imperturbably.
low voice to Jameson.
Milligan said accusingly,
I think the
Did you know
FBI needs better
beforehand that I was interested in the
consultants.
Murillo case?
But you keep doing
Until
what
I
you're
walked in
doing,
this room,
honey.
I didn't even know you
Nice
existed,
to see you, gal,
replied Decker
agent.
matter-of-factly. He
Thanks.
looked at Bogart again.
Said Jameson,
Can we
trying
discuss the
hard
Mars
to
case
suppress
now?
a smile.
Because I don't really think any
They
of the
left
others in the
Bates and
binder are
headed back
nearly
to
as
the
compelling.
street.
And since
Decker
Sadat
said,
was lying and
if
Murillo
Richards
killed those
walked,
people
she
and we're
could have
not
gotten
here to
to the
free the
Residence
guilty,
Inn
I
in
think we
time
need to
kill
move on.
Hawkins. And she
Davenport
clearly
had
could
to cover
have
her
if she
mouth
took
to
a
hide her
cab.
smile even as Milligan
If she
stared
took a
venomously
cab,
at
we'll be
Decker.
able to find record of it.
Before Bogart
I
could
suppose
speak,
they don't have Uber
Davenport
here?
said,
No,
I
I
vote
don't
that
think
we
so.
take up the Mars case.
They tried the other two homes,
Decker
but
eyed
no
her
one answered their
curiously.
knocks.
But I haven't described
Bottom
it yet.
line is, we haven't
After what you
eliminated
just did,
Richards
Mr.
as a
Decker, I'll
suspect
take it
for
on
Hawkins'
faith.
murder.
She
Noted
looked at
Decker.
Bogart.
Ross, can
But
we
do
go
you
ahead
really
and vote?
think she might have done it?
Bogart glanced at Jameson
She has the
and
most
Decker,
direct
and then
motive, but there are a
Okay.
lot of obstacles in the
All
way.
in favor of taking
How
on
would
the
she know
Melvin
he
Mars
was back in
case?
town,
Raise your
being
hand.
foremost among them?
4 hands went up.
You don't think he
Milligan
would have
was the
gone to
lone
see
dissenter.
her?
Decker leaned
How would
forward.
Hawkins even know where she
Good.
lived?
Now, can we get down
Lancaster
to it?
didn't tell him. I know that. And if he was innocent of the murders,
Chapter
he
9.
wouldn't have gone there to apologize.
2 hours later, the meeting ended,
You
and
can
plans
Google
were
someone's
made to
address
reconvene
easily
the
enough.
next day. As they
Said
left the
Jameson.
building, Davenport
He
caught up
just
to
got out
Decker
of
and
prison
Jameson.
and was terminally
Bogart
ill.
had stayed
I'm
behind
not
for a
sure
few
I
minutes
see the
to
guy
talk to
walking
Milligan.
around with a computer
Do you
and
two
an
have
internet
time for a
connection,
drink?
or
Asked
finding one all that
Davenport, her
easily.
gaze swiveling between the pair.
But he might have gone to get some
There's a
info
place about a
from her,
5-minute drive from the base.
especially if he thought she did
Jameson
it.
looked uncertain.
Decker shook his
We
head.
drove over with Agent Bogart.
No, Hawkins knew from
He
the
can meet
trial
us there.
that she
I
had
can
a firm
text him.
alibi.
I just wanted to talk
He
about
paused
the
and
case
added
some more
thoughtfully.
before tomorrow.
Theoretically,
Then he or
she
I
could
can
have
drive
hired
you
someone
back.
to do it
I have
for
a car.
her, though there was
Jameson looked
absolutely
at
no
Decker.
evidence of that.
You okay with
But we
that?
still arrived back at
Decker
the
said,
problem with motive.
Does the bar serve food?
With
I
her
didn't have any
husband
lunch.
around, she could stay home and raise
Absolutely.
the kids.
Davenport
She
said,
never got remarried.
running her gaze over
There was
Decker's
no
large
boyfriend
physique.
waiting in the wings.
Let's
She
go
didn't
then,
get
he
rich
said.
off her family's murders. I just don't see
It
it.
was called,
And no
aptly,
way she
the
was going
Dive,
to kill her own kids.
a hangout for soldiers and
I
cops
agree,
and rednecks
admitted
and the
Jameson.
occasional suit.
There's one guy
Decker's
we can
party
talk
took
to
a
who
table
might
in
be
the
able to
back,
tell us more.
farthest away from the bar,
Who's
which was
that?
already loud and crowded
Ken
on New
Finger.
Year's Day.
Ken Finger?
Davenport snagged
How
a
does he
seat right
figure
next to
into
Decker,
this?
while Jameson sat across
He
from
was
them.
Hawkins's public
They had a
defender.
fourth chair for Bogart,
Is he
whom
still
Davenport
around?
had texted.
Let's go
He said he
find
would
out.
meet them there in about 20 minutes. They ordered beers and some
Chapter
snacks,
wait.
Decker got a mound of chili chips
Ken
and cheese
Finger
for
was
himself.
indeed still around.
Davenport had some flatbread.
Decker had
and
finally
Jameson
reached
French onion
Lancaster,
soup.
and she arranged to meet them at
Davenport
Finger's
said,
office, which
I
was
thought the
located
first
a
meeting
block
went
over
well,
from the
although
downtown
Milligan
courthouse.
seemed a bit brusque.
His secretary,
Territorial.
Christine Berlin,
Noted Jameson.
a woman in her mid-40s,
I'm not sure he's into us
met their
outsiders
request
being
with a
involved in
stern
FBI
look.
investigations.
Mr.
Well, he's
Finger
going
is
to have
very
to get
busy
used to
at
it.
present.
Replied Davenport.
She said when
She
confronted
took a
with
sip
Decker,
of beer and
Jameson,
studied
and
Decker,
Lancaster.
who had already dug into his
Lancaster
chip
took out her
mound.
badge.
That was quite
I
impressive
think
what you
Ken
did back
can make
there,
some
Amos.
time for this.
Do you mind if I call you Amos?
Berlin stared at the badge
Decker
far
swallowed
longer
some
than
of
was
his food.
needed.
Without looking at
Come
her, he
on,
said,
Christine.
I didn't want to waste time on a
said an
case of no interest.
exasperated
And
Lancaster.
you can call me Amos.
It's not
But
like
you
you
are
don't know who
interested
I
in the Melvin
am.
Moss case.
Some of your
clearly.
kids go to the same school
Yes.
as Sandy.
When you
And
were
you
talking
know
about
Decker
the case,
as well from
you said
working
you played
with Kim.
football against him in college.
Well, I
Is that
try
what
to
piqued your
maintain a
interest?
professional
Or was it the
atmosphere at
fact
work,
that his
Detective
case
Lancaster.
parallels what happened to you in Burlington?
I'm all for professional,
You didn't mention
said
that
Decker.
in the meeting.
So where's Ken?
Decker slowly lifted his
Berlin
gaze
looked
from
up
his
at him.
food to look at Davenport.
I
as
heard you were
Jameson
back in
stared
town for a few
suspiciously at her.
days.
She said.
I didn't mention it because it had no
You
real
still
relevance
working
to
for the
whether we should take
FBI?
the case or not, he replied.
Decker nodded, and she looked
Come
at
on,
Jameson.
Amos.
Said
I
Davenport.
remember you, too.
A mind like
I take
yours,
it you're still consulting with
hyperthymesia
the
coupled
Bureau?
with synesthesia due to a
I'm actually a
traumatic
special
brain
agent
injury
now,
suffered on the
said
football
Jameson.
field. You're way
That's
too
a
smart
strange
not to see
career
that
change
connection.
from journalist
Bogart
to
told you
FBI
that?
agent.
He said.
Not that
She
strange.
nodded.
Replied Jameson.
I got here a week ago.
Why?
Gave me time to get acclimated and have some nice
An
discussions
FBI
with
agent
Ross.
looks to find the truth
He had
and
just
make
come off
sure
the
the
case
right
with you,
people are
and
punished.
He was generous with
A
details.
journalist
seeing
digs
as
to find
how
the
I was
truth
joining
and
the
make
team
sure
and
the
all.
public knows about it.
I'm still not sure
And
he
that
should have told
sometimes
you about
leads
it.
to bad
Said
people
Jameson
being
defensively.
punished.
Davenport held up her hands in mock surrender.
Said Berlin, looking
Please don't get the
skeptical
wrong
of this.
idea. Ross didn't tell
I
me
guess
everything,
that could
but
be.
enough so that I
Where's
know
Ken?
there are
Said
parallels
Decker
between the
impatiently.
murders of
We're
Amos's
wasting
family
crucial
and
time
Melvin
here.
Mars's parents. I
Berlin
think it could be
frowned.
a fascinating case study.
I see that you
But he
haven't
told you about my
changed
condition,
one bit.
said Decker.
Well, yes,
She picked
I'm
up
a
her desk
clinical
phone and made
psychologist
the
by
call.
profession, Amos, with
A
a
few moments
subspecialty
later,
in
she
the arena
escorted
of
them into
cognitive
Finger's
anomalies,
office.
and I
It was
actually know
large
some
with
of the
ample
people at the
windows.
Cognitive Research
His desk
Institute
was
outside of
constructed
Chicago.
of dark wood with a
Though
leather
this
top.
was well after you went
It was
through
strewn with books,
Decker
legal
wiped his
pads,
mouth with a
files,
napkin.
and stapled
But
pleadings.
the goal would be to determine
A
guilt or
large
innocence
bookshelf
in the Mars
held old
case.
law books
Nothing
and
more.
red file
Nothing to do with
folders
my
neatly
cognitive
labeled.
anomalies.
There
Because
were
I have no
chairs
interest
set
in
around
being
the
a
coffee
case
table.
study.
A credenza
Davenport
against one
fingered her
wall was
beard.
set up as a bar,
If that's
and also
what you
held
want,
2 large glass
frankly, I
jars
think
of
it would be
M&Ms.
wasting an opportunity.
Ken Finger sat
But
behind
if
his
I
desk.
put my foot in my mouth, I'm sorry.
Finger had only been
The
about
last
30
thing
when
I
he had
wanted to do
defended
was offend
Hawkins
you in
against
any
the
way. It
capital
was not
murder
my
charge.
intent.
There apparently had
shrugged
been no
but
other
said nothing.
takers who wanted to defend
A moment
in
later,
court the
Bogart
man
walked
charged
in and
with
joined
brutally
them.
murdering
He
2
sat
men
down and a waitress
and 2
came
kids.
and took his order.
He was
After she
now in his
left, Bogart
40s
said,
and worked as a
I want to
defense attorney
apologize
for
for the
those who
meeting
needed
today.
it. And
Milligan
in
was out of
Burlington,
line, and
like
I told him
most
so.
towns,
We're
there
not in
were a
this to
great
fight with
many
each
who
other.
needed his
We're a team.
services.
And those
His
who want to
tidy
remain on
brown
the
hair
team
was
will have to
turning
start
gray,
acting like it.
as was his trim
He had a
beard.
case and he argued
His
for
pleated
it, said
trousers
Decker.
were held
I
up
took
by
no
bright
offense.
red braces, and
Well,
his white
he could
shirt
have made his
had
argument
French
more
cuffs.
professionally.
His
The
striped bow
insinuation
tie
that
was
you were somehow
undone
looking to
and hung
purposefully
limply around
torpedo
his
his
wattled
case was
neck.
ridiculous.
His belly stuck out
Bogart's
from
glass of
between the
wine
braces.
arrived, and he took a sip.
He rose and greeted
Lisa
them,
may have told you that I
motioning
briefed
them
her
over
on
to
some
the
of what
seating
happened
area
in
around the
Burlington.
coffee table.
She did.
I
Said
guess I
Jameson.
know why you're here,
And she knows
he
about
said,
Amos's
after
condition.
Berlin closed the
She
door
added a bit
behind her.
crossly.
Yes, you do.
If Bogart noticed her
Replied
resentment,
Lancaster.
he chose to ignore it.
How the hell are you,
And I was
Decker?
telling Amos
Finger
that
said.
I've had dealings with the folks at the
Okay,
Cognitive
said
Institute.
Decker as he sat down.
Commented Davenport.
So you've heard.
But Miss Davenport has
How could I
assured me
not?
that my
Burlington's
anomalies
not that
will have
big,
nothing to do
and
with
although it's not
investigating
like
the
the
Melvin
attack
Mars
on the
case,
high school when you
added
lived
Decker.
here, it's still
Davenport
newsworthy
raised
when
her
a
beer.
convicted murderer comes back to
Touche.
town and then
please,
gets murdered.
call me Lisa.
Lancaster said.
Bogart said,
Had
Mars
he come
is
to
still
see
in
you?
prison in Texas.
Finger shook
It
his
seems the
head.
first thing to do would be to go
Hadn't
there.
seen hide nor hair of
The
him
place
since he
where
went
his
to
parents
prison.
were killed is hundreds of miles
never
west
visited
of the
him
prison.
there?
Asked
And then
Jameson.
we have Charles Montgomery in Alabama.
Well, I take
said
that
Decker.
back. I did go visit him
Exactly.
there because we filed an appeal,
Davenport
but
said.
it was turned down
Can we
flat.
learn anything about this
I
guy
mean,
before we
we
go
didn't
to
really
see
have
him?
any grounds for
Is
an
there any
appeal.
possible connection
If
between
anything, the
Mars
judge
and
went
this
out of his
Montgomery
way to
person?
accommodate us,
Well,
and the
that's
jury
what the
could have
police are
returned
no
a
doubt
death
trying to
sentence,
determine,
but they
said
didn't.
Bogart.
I
And let me
actually
tell all
told
of you
Merrill
right off
that
the
his
bat,
escaping
this
the
will be
death
very
penalty
delicate.
was the
The
best
state
he
of
could
Texas will
expect.
not look kindly
Why
on
make
federal
waves?
intervention at this moment.
Were you
Frankly,
convinced
they may
of his
well
guilt?
question why we're even
Asked
involved,
Lancaster.
and I can't promise that if
Finger
pushback
shrugged.
comes, we can can
It
stick
didn't
out.
matter to me one way or
He
another.
looked at Decker.
My job is to
The
defend.
cases in the binder
It's
were
the
all
state's job to
pre-approved
prove
for our
guilt.
involvement.
I live in the creases
Mars
of
case
reasonable
obviously
doubt.
is not.
All defense lawyers
But we
do.
can still look into it, said Decker.
But did you think he was
Yes,
guilty?
but I've found that as
Persisted
a
Decker.
general rule, Texans
Finger
do not
sat
like
back
people
and
from
steepled
Washington,
his
D.C. messing in their affairs.
You know that the attorney-client
Can you
privilege
access all the
survives
records on
the
the
death
case?
of a client.
said Jameson.
I'm not asking for
We should
you to
really go through
reveal
all
any
of that
privileged
first.
communications.
All we have is
Decker
what Amos
pointed
found
out.
online.
I'm just asking
I
your
can definitely
opinion
make
on the
calls
matter.
and see what I can
That's
do,
not
replied
privileged and
Bogart.
can in no way injure
Then
your
we need
client.
to get in to see
He
Mars.
was already
Added
convicted,
Davenport.
and now he's dead.
Meeting with him, I can give you a better insight as
grinned.
to his psychological
You
makeup.
would have made a good lawyer, Decker.
Agreed, said Bogart.
Okay, yeah, I
He
thought he'd
glanced
done
at
it.
Decker.
I think
That
he
was
went
a
over
good
there
job
just to
back
steal
there
some
on the
stuff
Murillo
and ran
case,
into a
Amos.
whole lot of trouble
You
that
picked
he
up on
couldn't
stuff
handle.
again that everyone
It
else
wasn't like the
missed.
guy was a career criminal.
Decker had been staring
Hell, he
off
hadn't
and not
had
really
so much as a
following the
parking ticket.
conversation.
I think
He
that was
came out
one
of his
reason he
musings
didn't
and
get the
said,
death penalty.
"We need to find out
I
if
think he
Charles
lost it and
Montgomery has
started
any
shooting and
family."
strangling. And
What?
before he knew it,
Why?
he had 4
Asked
dead
Davenport.
bodies. Then he just got
Decker
the hell
didn't
out of
answer
there.
her. He just stared off
And no
again,
one saw
thinking.
him drive up, enter the place, and then leave,
After
or
they
hear
finished
the
at the
shots.
bar, Jameson
said
and
Decker.
Decker were dropped off at
Fingers
his place,
shrugged.
where Jameson
Who
had left
knows?
her car.
People said they heard
So
nothing.
that went reasonably well.
One house was playing
She
loud
said.
music.
Although
The other,
Milligan
the
is a bit
folks
of a
said they were
jerk.
watching TV or
She
sleeping.
glanced at him.
The third
What
house,
did you
the
think?
people weren't home that night.
I get
and
where
the
he's
fourth
coming
house
from.
was abandoned.
And
And
Davenport?
the houses weren't that
I'm
close.
sure she's competent.
And then there was the noise from the
But-
storm.
But
He
she
gave
has
Decker
her own
a funny
agenda.
look.
Meaning
Hell,
you.
Amos, you and Mary are the ones
Maybe.
that made the case against
She
him.
looked him over.
Prints, DNA,
There's a
motive,
men's shop about a mile from
opportunity,
here. It's open until
and the
10.
murder weapon
I
found
checked.
hidden in his home.
Decker shot her
I
a
mean,
glance.
as a defense
Do I
lawyer,
really
I had
look
nothing
that
really
bad?
to work with. I
Clothes make
considered
the
it a
man.
miracle he only got
I'm
life
pretty
without
sure
parole.
whoever said that did not have me in mind.
And the stolen goods?
Shopping always makes me
Lancaster.
think better.
She said
Hawkins
hopefully.
didn't have an explanation
And how
for that
exactly
because
do
he
I
said he
pay
didn't
for new
commit the
clothes?
crime. But if
She
you
held
want
up a
my
credit
opinion,
card.
I think he chucked
Bogart
it all
gave
when
me
he knew he
this
couldn't fence
for
them without it
essentials,
tying him to
which
4
I confirmed
homicides.
includes clothes for you.
Decker shook
She
his
added
head.
quickly.
And
He had
you'll have your salary.
$500 in his wallet the night he
Decker
was
looked
picked
over
up.
at her. Salary?
And the prosecution
I don't know about
suggested
you, but
that
I
was the
can't do this for
proceeds from his
free.
fencing, the
Didn't you
stolen
discuss
goods.
money with Bogart?
But the stuff that he was
Decker
supposed
let
to have
out a
stolen
sigh.
would have fetched more money
I'll
than
take
that,
that
I
as a
think.
no. But
And
I
you
can tell you that
postulated
it's a
theory
lot
that
more than
Hawkins was
either of
planning to
us
use
were
the
making
$500
back in
bucks to
Burlington.
purchase painkillers for
Really?
his wife,
Said Decker.
Lisa, off the
Really?
street.
And if this thing
Did he
works
tell
out,
you
we'll
that?
have to get our own
Or did you
housing.
just come up
Can't
with it?
stay on the base permanently. And
Hey,
you'll need
I
a
don't
car
just
to
come up
replace the
with
rental.
stuff, Decker. Finger said
I hadn't
firmly.
given any of that much
That's
thought.
what he told me,
Trust me. I
So
could
where'd he
tell.
get the money?
asked Lancaster.
3 hours later, they walked
never
out of the
said.
men's clothing store with
I
numerous
wonder
outfits
why,
for Decker.
said Decker.
Nothing had to
I
be
mean,
altered.
if he could have come
They
up
had
with a
mainly just
viable
bought the biggest
explanation,
sizes the
that would
store
have taken
had.
a big chunk out of the
Pants,
prosecution's
shirts,
case.
shoes, socks,
Believe
underwear,
me, I
and a
tried,
couple of jackets
but he
that were
wouldn't
large
say.
enough to use as sails. if
Lancaster
need be.
said,
Jameson
He'd gotten
had helped
laid off from
coordinate
his
the
job a
colors and
while back.
accessories and commented
They
on
had
all
no
the
money.
pieces that Decker tried on.
I'm just telling you what he
As he
told
stood
me
in front
about
of
it,
the tri-mirror,
which was zip,
he had said,
and I wouldn't let him
"I
take
look
the
like a
stand,
whale in a
so the
two-piece
prosecution
suit."
was able to bring out the
It's
money
something you
during
can't
the
work
trial.
on. There's a gym
I tried
a
to poke
2-minute walk
holes
from
at
where
it,
you're
and
staying,
brought him up
and a
wanting to
track
buy
right
drugs
next
for
to
his
it.
terminally ill wife
When he
to
came
get
out
some
of the dressing
sympathy in
room in
the
his old
courtroom.
duds, she held
But
up
I
a
could tell
stack
the
of
jury
workout
wasn't
clothes
buying
she
it.
had gathered for him.
They were connecting the
Along with
dots on
size
the money and the
14
stolen
tennis shoes.
goods. There was no
Does
way around
quadruple
that.
X work
And
for
for
you?
all I know, the
She
$500 did come
If
from
they
that.
stretch enough,
Who's
yeah.
to say what a fence will pay for
She
hot
drove
goods
Decker back
connected
to
to a
his
string
place
of
and helped him
murders?
carry in the
And
packages.
there was no way a fence would have
"I
come
appreciate
forward
the
and
help,"
gotten
he
involved
said.
in the case.
I appreciate
So there
you
was
giving
no
me the
avenue for me to
opportunity.
investigate unless
What, to be
Merrill
my
opened up
personal
about
shopper?
it, which he never
No,
did.
to have this shot with the FBI.
Lancaster said.
Bogart never would have extended the
But
invitation
more
just
to the
me.
point, why would he
He
go
let me
to a
tag
house
along,
that
so
early
you'd
in the
come too.
evening
Give
and that was
yourself some
full of
credit.
people?
Oh, I plan to work my ass
Decker
off proving
interjected.
myself.
There were no
But
cars
you
out
got me in the
front.
door.
David Katz's
You
car
really
was
think this
parked
will
in the
work
back
out?
of the house.
Who
And
knows?
Hawkins wouldn't have been able to
That's
see
part
that
of
if
the
he approached
excitement.
from the front.
I'm
which
not
he
sure
had
I
to.
need any more
The
excitement in my
Richardses
life.
only had one car
Then I
at the
think
time.
you came to the
The
wrong
wife
place.
had taken it. The other car was in for repairs,
But
Chapter
there
10.
were lights on when the first responders got
6
there.
a.m.
countered Lancaster.
Decker blinked awake and sat
Pretty
up in his
stupid
bed.
burglar to hit a
He
house
looked
all
around
lit
for a
up.
few moments, unsure of where
Fingers
he was.
spread his hands.
Virginia.
What can I tell you?
Quantico.
That's what happened.
the
Like I
FBI
said,
gig.
the guy wasn't an
Right.
experienced criminal,
He got up
and he had no
padded to the
alibi.
bathroom.
You know that.
After that, he walked into
Decker
the kitchen
said,
and looked out the
And
window.
Hawkins might have thought the
It was
lights
still
were
well
on just
dark.
because of the storm.
He slid out the coffee
With no
pot,
cars
the
out
intent
front,
to make
and the
and
house
drink a
didn't
pot
have a
while he went
garage.
over case
He
notes.
might have thought it was empty.
Then he looked down at his massive gut
Finger
and the
at it.
slight wheezing,
And if he
apparently
didn't do
caused by
it,
merely
someone
getting
went
out
to a
bed
lot of
and
trouble to
taking a
frame
leap,
him.
and
Why would
sighed.
they? He was a nobody.
Shit, he muttered.
Blue-collar guy his whole life.
He went back into
I'm
his
not saying
bedroom
that's
and
bad.
pulled out the exercise
Hell, I
clothes
admired him
Jameson
for
had
that.
bought for him.
My old man
He
was a
put them
mechanic.
on,
Could do
thankful
stuff
they
I
had
never
some
could.
give, and
I'm
then
just
bent
saying
down
Merrill
and
was a
tugged on his
regular
tennis
guy
shoes,
with a regular
which were
life.
each about the size
Not
of a
worth the trouble.
newborn.
And
He
yet
walked
somebody went to
outside
the
and down the
trouble
steps of
of
the
killing
apartment
him,
complex
said
where he
Decker.
was staying.
And his life
He
wasn't
looked
exactly
left and saw
regular.
the gym that
His wife
Jameson
was
was referring
dying,
to.
and his daughter was
The
a
lights
drug
were
addict.
on, and he could hear sounds
That's
coming
true.
from within.
Hey,
Of
did you
course,
check with Susan?
Type
She's
A's
still
are
around,
already at it, and this place is
Gee,
full of Type
why didn't we
A's.
think of that?
He trudged
said
slowly to the
Lancaster.
building and went in.
So you don't
He
think she's
remembered
good
to bring
for
his
it?
ID.
Said Finger.
The young attendant at the
What
front
I think
desk
about
gave
an
him a
active
towel
police
and a locker key.
investigation is
He
none of
returned
your
the letter,
business,
but
Ken.
kept the towel.
Finger
You look like
smiled.
you could squat
Come
in
on,
Abrams,
Mary.
said the young
I
man,
thought we were
eyeing
friends.
Decker's enormous girth.
We're
I
also
do.
professional
Every time I
adversaries
stand,
because I have to
replied Decker,
testify
with
in
another
court to
sigh
put away
tacked
your
on as
guilty
he took in
clients.
the large exercise
And
area
you do
where
your best to
amazingly fit
discredit
people of
my
both genders
truthful
were grinding it
testimony.
out with enviable ease.
Hey, it's called cross-examination.
Decker found
We
one
don't have
corner,
many arrows
put
in our
down his
quiver,
towel,
but that's one of the
looked in the
prime
mirror
ones.
once,
And the
decided
state has all
not
the
to do so
resources.
again.
I'm just one
He did a
guy.
little cardiovascular warm-up
Keep
before
telling
stretching
yourself that.
and found himself winded.
It's a good day when
He
the
pushed
internet
on and
works at the
performed his
police
stretching.
station. My
His years
computer's
of
about
doing this as a
15 years
football
old,
player had made
and
him
I
more
haven't had a
supple
raise
than
in
he
8
looked.
years.
But he was still pretty stiff
He
right
smiled
now.
impishly.
Places in his
You
spine
can always
he
come over
hadn't
to our
felt in a
side.
long time started
Be an
talking
expert
to him.
witness.
But he was
Pays pretty
beginning
well.
to warm up.
She returned the
A young
look.
woman walked by. She
Thanks,
had an
but no
FBI
thanks.
ID
I
badge
have a
clipped
hard
to her
enough
lycra
time
shorts.
sleeping as it is.
She was pretty and supremely fit.
I sleep like a
and
baby,
looked like fat would
retorted
not dare
Finger,
attach
grinning.
itself to her body.
Decker
When
looked
she saw
over at the
Decker bend
bookshelf
down
where a
and touch
bunch
his
of
toes
files
and
were
then lay his
stacked.
palms flat to the floor,
We need to see
she
your
said,
records on the case.
Impressive.
Why?
"Well, then I'd
Because
suggest
there
you
might
look
be a
away,
clue in there
because
as
it's
to
all
who
downhill
killed
from
Hawkins.
here." She
The
laughed
privilege
and moved
still
on.
applies, Decker.
After limbering
Decker
up,
looked at the
Decker
man.
hit the weights, did what
Hawkins
he
came
could
to me
until
and
his
asked me
muscles
to prove his
screamed at him,
innocence.
and then grabbed
He
the
did the
medicine
same to
ball and
Mary.
did some core.
Finger
He was
glanced
really
sharply
starting
at
to sweat,
Lancaster
and it
and
actually
nodded.
felt good.
That was the
Okay,
only
I
reason
am
he was back
totally
in town.
impressed beyond belief.
To tell me and
He
Decker
turned to
that
see
we got it
Jameson
wrong,
standing there in her
and he
workout
wanted us to
gear.
make it right.
"You
We
coming or
went to the
going?"
Residence
he
Inn
asked.
to meet with him to go over
Going.
that.
I got here right when it opened.
That's when we found him
I was in
dead.
another part of the gym. I was leaving
Decker
when I saw
said,
you.
So
She
it seems
smacked
to
him
me
on the
that by
arm.
his words and
Way to go,
actions,
Decker.
Hawkins has waived
He
his
put the medicine
privilege.
ball back and
Because
shrugged.
how else can we prove
Little
his
by little,
innocence
right?
if we can't look at your files?
You want to walk back with me? My place
Finger
is just a little
sighed.
bit down from where you are.
Well, you make
I
a
thought I'd
compelling
walk around the
argument.
track
I'll
and
give
cool
you that.
down.
And I guess it
Sounds
couldn't
good.
hurt at this point.
I'll see you at the
But it's
office.
been a long time.
And Amos,
You think I
have you
still
checked
have
out
that
your
stuff?
pantry and fridge yet?
Most
I noticed
attorneys
there
I
was
know
stuff in
never
there.
throw anything away,
She looked a bit
replied
sheepish.
Decker firmly.
I did your grocery shopping before
So
you
you're
got
thinking
here.
he's innocent
Don't
now,
kill me,
after
but
all this
it's mostly
time.
healthy stuff.
Some
That's
people
why I
here
brought you
thought
that
I'd killed
disgusting
my
breakfast
family,
sandwich.
said Decker.
Sort of your last hurrah before
I
going the
wasn't one
healthy
of them,
route.
said Finger quickly.
How healthy? He
Decker
wanted to know.
rose. So
She
let's go get
smiled
those
uneasily.
files.
I'll let
What, you mean
have the
now?
pleasure of
They're in
discovery.
storage, probably.
I'll pick you up about a quarter till.
now.
She
But I've got to
walked
be in
out.
court in 20 minutes.
A few minutes
And
later,
I'm sure
Decker
your
was
secretary
done.
can help us.
He wiped his
Now.
face and headed to the track,
What's your
which was
rush?
behind the gym and
After all
enclosed
these
by a
years, I'm not
waist-high
waiting
fence.
on the truth 1 second
He
longer
walked
than
around
I
the
have
track
to,
at a faster than normal
replied
pace
Decker.
until he felt like his knees were about to quit on him. Then he slowed.
Chapter 9.
His heart was beating fast and the
It's
sweat
over
was
here.
still coming. He felt
They
both
were in a
good and
climate-controlled
exhausted.
storage unit.
It was
After
cold, and each of
consulting
his
the
breaths
iPad
came
she
out
was
as tiny
holding,
clouds.
Christine Berlin pointed to a
Then
shelf
something
in the
blew
far
past
back
him
of
so
the
fast
space.
he almost fell down.
You
He'd
seem
never
very
seen the
well
person coming.
organized.
Todd
said
Milligan
Lancaster
turned around and
appreciatively.
jogged backwards as he eyed
Well, of
Decker.
course I am.
He was wearing
Mr. Finger
Under
is
Armour,
not the
and his
best in
physique was
that
impressive.
regard, so
His
I have to make
six-pack
up
was
for it.
outlined against the
And I can
compression
assure you
fabric.
that I do.
"Hey, Decker, you might want to pick up
Lancaster
the pace
whispered
or else
to
you'll get
Jameson.
run over." He
She
turned
has
and
4
sprinted
kids.
away.
The oldest is in
The guy
8th
was
grade, and I
fast
think
and
she still
athletic.
dresses them in
And a
animals.
prick. A
There
minute
were
later,
only 2
Decker heard
boxes
someone
dealing
else
with the
coming up
case,
behind him
Berlin
and
told
wondered
them.
if it was Milligan looking
She made
to lap him.
Lancaster sign an
He was
electronic
moving over
receipt
to get
before
out of the
she would
way
allow
when he
them to
heard the
take the
voice.
containers. They
Good
trudged
morning.
back to their cars with Decker
Lisa
schlepping both
Davenport
boxes.
jogged up to him and then stopped.
Lancaster
She was
said,
in a warm-up suit.
You can
She
take
put
them
her
back
hands
to the
on her
station.
knees and
Captain
breathed
Miller
in
has
and
arranged
out
a room
several
for you
long
to use.
sequences. "Good
"How is
morning,"
Captain
said
Miller?"
Decker.
said Decker.
She started stretching out her arms
Ready
and
to
legs.
retire.
Said
I just finished
Lancaster.
my run and saw you.
But aren't we all? I'll
"I'm
meet you
hard
back
to
there
miss,
later.
although Agent Milligan
Wait a
nearly
minute.
ran into me."
Where are you going?
"Go figure."
asked Decker.
I'm sure.
I have
She said
other
dryly.
cases to work,
"I'm just
She said
making my way around the
incredulously.
track. I did the gym first."
and this one is not officially on
on my
gives me
plate
so
or even
much
a case
energy.
for
I
the
love it.
department.
Me too,
But
as you
Hawkins'
can
murder
see.
is.
She broke into
And
a
we
smile.
don't know if it's
But
connected
you
to
played
what's in those
college and
files,
professional
so
football.
you
You
go
must have
through them
been
and
in
let me know what you
fantastic
find
shape.
out, if anything.
I was, a
And
long
let
time
me
ago.
go about trying to solve
But
some
also
new
more
crimes
recent
like
than that.
Hawkins's murder.
Why do you say that?
You were a
She got
police
into her
officer
car
and
and
then a
drove off.
detective. You must have been
When
in
Decker
decent
didn't climb
condition
into their
then,
rental,
too.
Jameson paused,
Decker started
her hand
walking
on the
again,
car door.
and she matched his stride,
What's
or
up?
tried to.
That's what I
That
want to
seems
know.
like a long
What's
time
up
ago,
with
too.
Mary?
But it
What do you
really
mean?
wasn't. It was less
I've known
than,
her a long time.
20
She's not
months
telling
ago?
me something.
You seem to know
Well,
a
she
lot
has
about
that
me.
right, Decker.
I'm a curious
But she
person,
might
Amos,
come
and
around.
you're a fascinating study.
And it's nice that you're
Why?
worried
Because
about
my
your old
brain got
partner.
blown up so I can't forget
She added.
anything, and I see things in color
They
folks
drove
don't
to the
normally
police station
associate
and were
with red,
directed to
yellow,
the
and
room
blue.
reserved for their use.
It's my field. I can't
As they were heading
pretend
down
I'm
the
not
hall,
interested.
a man in his early
You
60s
realize how
stepped out
rare
of an
you are?
office.
I
Captain
actually never thought
Mackenzie
about
Miller was still short,
She seemed to be about to
wide,
say
and
something,
puffy,
but then
with an
paused.
unhealthy tint to his
Well, it
skin.
was good seeing you.
But his smile
I'm going
was
to grab a
broad and
shower.
infectious.
See you at the office.
Look what they let in
She
the
turned
door,
and
he
jogged
said.
off in the opposite direction.
He put out his hand for
Decker watched
to
her go
shake.
for a long
He
time.
nodded at
and then he
Jameson and
waddled
shook
over
her
and
hand
sat
too,
down on a
and
bench
pointed to the
next
badge
to the
on her
track.
jacket.
He let
I
his heart
heard.
rate go back to
Congrats,
normal and then
Alex.
stood,
I know that
reasonably
wasn't
sure
easy.
that he was not about to suffer a
Thanks,
stroke.
Mac.
He walked slowly
Decker
back
eyed
to
the
his
man
place,
who had been his
showered,
superior
and
his
changed
entire
into some of his
time on
new
the police
clothes.
force.
He had
Miller
tried
was a
them
good
on last
cop,
night,
tough,
but now they felt
fair,
just a
and he
tad
didn't
looser.
bullshit. He had
Must have my
actually stopped
imagination.
Decker from putting a bullet in his
He checked the
brain
fridge.
once. It
Soy
would be
milk,
impossible
fresh
to
squeezed
dislike
OJ,
the man after that.
yogurt, apples, and a carton of
Well, you've
organically
been
grown
establishing
eggs.
quite a rep for
The
yourself
bread
at
was
the Bureau.
9 green wheat.
Ross
The
Bogart
chicken
keeps
was
me
extra
updated.
lean. The ground
Didn't
meat
know
was
that,
turkey.
said Decker,
The
the
butter
boxes
was
pressed
made with
against his
canola
wide
oil.
chest.
There were also
Nice
drawers
to know
of
there are
fresh
some
vegetables.
things you don't know,
He looked in the
said
pantry.
Miller. He
Healthy
eyed the
cereal,
boxes.
low-sodium
Lawyer's
peanut
files?
butter,
Hawkins?
honey, low-sodium
Yes,
soups,
responded
organic
Jameson.
pasta, something
Well,
called orzo,
I'll let you get to it.
bottles
then.
of vitamins,
It's good to see you both.
flaxseed oil,
Let's
power
grab a beer
bars,
later if you're
bananas,
able.
an energy drink
Decker
that you
said,
mixed with water,
"Can I ask a
and
question?
2 dozen sport drinks in
Would
various
it matter
flavors.
if I said no?"
There wasn't a bag of chips,
going on
block
with
of
Mary?
chocolate, or tub of ice cream in sight.
Miller folded his short
He
arms
filled a
over
bowl
his
with
thick
cereal
chest.
that looked like twigs.
Why
a
do you think
squirrel had
anything's
pooped
going
out,
on with her,
and then
Amos?
poured soy milk over
know
it
each
and cut
other.
up a banana
Something's
as his
off.
topper.
You
Jameson
knew
had
each
had
other.
mercy on him
It's been
because
a
there
couple
was
of years.
coffee,
People
but the cream
change.
was fat-free, and the sugar
People
was the
don't
brown,
change that
unprocessed
much,
stuff
replied
Decker
Decker.
had seen but not used.
Then ask her.
Jameson
Miller
had
wagged a
apparently
finger at her.
confiscated the processed
Just
sugar
be
he had used the
prepared
day
for
before.
whatever answer she has.
He made his coffee
You up
and
for
carried
that?
his cup and bowl over to the table
Decker
in the
didn't
little
answer,
dining
and
area,
Miller didn't
sat
look
down,
like he had
and ate his
expected a
breakfast.
response.
Well, that was
I
filling,
appreciate
he
you
thought
letting
as
us
he
work
rinsed
on the
cup,
case.
bowl, and spoon.
Well, I want to
He
get
checked
to
his
the
watch.
bottom of it as much
The
as
team
you
was
do.
scheduled to meet in
We
about a
messed up.
half hour.
We have to make it
He had a
right.
bit of time to kill
You
before
have my
Jameson
full
came
backing.
for him. He sat
Thanks,
down in a
Mac.
chair and looked out
Said
the
Jameson.
window onto a street that was
I'll
bustling
leave you
with
to it
activity.
then. He
Quantico
disappeared
had
back
lots of
inside his
people
office.
coming and going at all hours.
They proceeded
and
to
now
the room, and Decker
was a
put the
little
twin
cog in
boxes
this
down on
huge
the metal
ecosystem.
conference table.
And did
He took
want
off
to
his
be?
coat and slung it
Really?
over a chair back.
He closed his eyes.
Taking the top
and though he
off
didn't
one
want
box,
to,
he said to
his
Jameson,
infallible memory
"I'll
whirred
take
back
this
to
one.
the
You go
deaths
through
of his
the other."
family in their house,
He slid it over to her.
to the months of agony
What
he
exactly
suffered
are we
afterward,
looking for?
and to the eventual
She
tracking
asked,
down and
opening the
punishment
box.
of their killers.
Hopefully you'll know it
And
when
then
you
to the
see it.
realization that even with
She
that
sighed,
conclusion,
sat
he had
down,
never
and lifted
felt
out
even
the
a
first
bit
few
of closure.
files.
When he opened his eyes, they
4
were
hours
moist,
later,
and he
they had
felt
each
himself
gone
trembling.
through both boxes.
Time did not heal
Not a whole
wounds
lot
for
here.
him.
Noted
Not for
Jameson.
someone who could never forget.
This is the defense's
Their murders
side of
were as
things.
fresh now
I've
as
asked
when they
Mary to have
occurred.
someone pull the
Not
department's
just the
files.
visuals, but also the emotional
They keep
hatchet
things
attached
that
to the
long?
mental images.
Probably
They
only
would
because
be
nobody
until the
had
day
the
he
time to
died.
throw them out.
He glanced out
Ken
the window
Finger
in
didn't
time
seem
to
to
see
have much
Jameson's
evidence to
tiny
go on.
car pull up out front.
That's why the jury
He wiped
convicted
his
his
eyes,
client after only
rose,
2
and
hours
slapped
of
himself a couple
deliberation,
of times in the face.
and an hour of that was spent at
He could
lunch.
either live in the past, or he could
He was
venture
pretty
out
tough on
and
you on
see if he was
cross-examination.
capable of having a future.
Said Jameson, holding up a
And some days,
transcript of
the
Decker's
decision would
time
be
in the witness
easier than
box.
others.
That was his
He
job.
headed to the door.
But you were quite firm in your statements.
Chapter 11.
Because I believed them to be true.
The rap on the door startled
Meaning
Mars.
you no longer do?
Then the door slot opened at the
Decker
bottom.
looked at her over a piece of paper
Get
he
your
was
ass
holding.
over here, said the
Meaning
voice.
back then I didn't necessarily
Mars
see the
obediently
forest
rose
for
from his
trees.
bunk, turned his back to the
Meaning-
door, placed his hands behind his
Meaning
back,
I might have been
and
so
slid
eager to
down
get a
on his
conviction on
haunches
my
until his
first
hands were
homicide
level with the
investigation
slot.
that it didn't strike me
Handcuffs
as
were attached
odd
to his
that a guy
wrists.
would burgle
Then
a
he
house
rose and
that
stepped away
early
from the
in
door
evening,
as it
when
opened.
it might be full of people.
It was Big Dick.
Well, maybe he
He'd
wasn't
been
that
here as long
smart.
as Mars had.
As has been pointed
and the
out, he
years had
wasn't
just
an
made him
experienced
meaner.
criminal. Maybe he
Big
didn't know
Dick
how to
was so
properly
wide,
case a
his
target.
bulk filled nearly the entire
Hawkins wasn't
opening of the
dumb.
cell door.
And the thing
A
is,
scowl and
he
a
had never been
smile
in any
fought
sort
for
of trouble with the
supremacy on his
law
features.
before. That didn't
What's
mean
going
much
on?
to me back then,
Mars asked.
because the forensics were
Shut up.
overwhelming.
I'll
But
tell
to
you
go
to
from
talk
never
more.
having a parking ticket
Two other
to
guards
4
emerged from
homicides
behind Big
is
Dick
like going
and
from
shackled
hopping
Mars's
over a
feet.
rain puddle to
He was
leaping
hustled
across
down the
Grand
corridor,
Canyon.
his chains
It
clanking
should have
like
set off
Marley's
warning
ghost.
bells.
He passed
But like
walls
everyone's
of
been
cells
saying,
with
he
faces
probably
looking out
didn't
the
go in
square,
there thinking he was
chicken-wired
going to kill
windows.
anyone.
Then
Then
it
he
just
felt on his
went
face
sideways.
the rush of Big Dick's foul
Granted,
breath.
he was desperate.
Smokes
His
mixed
wife
with
needed
whiskey.
pain medicine. His
"You're a
daughter was a
lucky
drug
man,"
addict. He was
said
trying to
Big
help.
Dick, his thick
He might
neck
have felt he was
flexing
up against the
rhapsodically
wall.
with each syllable.
He went there just to
"You
steal.
off death
and,
row for now.
like you said,
You heading to
everything
Gem
might have
Pop.
gone to hell after
Folks
that.
will be glad to see your chocolate ass,
And
Jumbo."
he had the cash in his pocket.
Mars did not consider himself
So
a
if he
lucky
had
man.
the money, why
Going
was he
back
still
to general
wandering around when
population
he was
meant
picked up
only
by the
one
cops?
thing. He was
Maybe he
heading
was
to an
trying to score
unofficial
the drugs to help
execution.
his wife.
His own.
Maybe, said Decker. But the thing is, there
If you
was a
wanted to
house next to the
survive in
Richardsons
prison,
that
there
was
were
empty that
strategies
night.
and tactics.
I'm not talking about the
If you wanted to
uninhabited.
kill someone,
I mean the
there were also
ballers.
strategies and tactics.
They were out of town visiting
His
relatives.
leaving his cell
Why
and
not
the
go there
security of
instead
death row
and break
was
in
the
and steal
strategy.
stuff and avoid having
The
to murder
tactics of
4
his
people?
planned murder
And
were
why did he
about to
pick
be
that
revealed.
neighborhood of all places?
He was
It's
led
a
into
long
another
way from where
building.
he lived.
When the second door slammed
It
shut
was
with the
also
shriek of
isolated.
automatic hydraulic
I don't
rams
think
doing
that's a
their
good enough
job,
reason.
he was brought to a halt
The
by
guy
the
who
meaty
lived there was a
hand of Big
banker.
Dick
Maybe
on
in
his
Hawkins's
shoulder.
mind that meant there would be
"Last
valuable
stop,
stuff to
Jumbo."
steal.
His
I
handcuffs
think
were
that's a
removed,
stretch.
but not the leg
By
shackles.
no means was
Then
that
the
the rich
guards
part of
turned
town.
and left him.
If you're a burglar,
Mars
you don't
looked
go to
around.
Skid Row to do your business.
Death Row was
You go where the
housed in
money
Building
is.
12, but he was now in the
Well,
prison's
rich
open
people
area
have security
with all the
systems
other
and
inmates.
extra locks and
The
gates
place
and
was filled
sometimes
with
private
convicts,
guards, too.
some in pants,
An area
some
like where the
shirtless,
Richardses lived
some in
might
shorts
be more
cut from their
vulnerable.
prison pants.
He shook his head.
Though it was technically winter,
doesn't make
it
sense,
was
Alex.
stifling hot in here.
Something is off.
Overhead fans spun away,
So
but
despite
barely
your previous
moved the
skepticism,
thickened,
now you're
humid,
saying that you
malodorous
believe
air that hung
Hawkins to
over
be
them
innocent?
all, like a marine layer of
No, I'm
toxic
just
gas.
trying to get to the truth.
A group of
He
prisoners
rose.
sat at tables bolted to the
I'm
floor.
going to check on the police files.
Some stood
You
conversing.
want some vending machine coffee?
Still others were doing push-ups,
sucks.
or else
It's
pull-ups on bars built into the
Sure.
walls. The stench
Decker
of
walked
sweat,
out and down the
cigarette
hall.
smoke, and the
2
fuzzy
cops and
must
1
of
detective
prison
he'd
alchemy
worked with
drugs
greeted him
hit
as he
him like a
passed
wave.
by. They didn't look
Guards
happy
hovered,
to see him
their
here,
batons
and he could
smacking
understand
lightly
why.
against calloused palms.
Word had gotten around.
Their eyes
If
spun around
Hawkins
the
had been
space,
wrongly
looking
convicted,
for
it would
signs
be a
of
slap
trouble,
in the face to the
but
whole
they kept
department.
coming back to Mars.
It'll be a punch in the gut to
He
me.
was obviously the
My first
special
real
guest
homicide.
today.
Did I want
The
it
show
too
was
bad?
about to start.
And did I screw over
Everyone
Merrill
had good
Hawkins
seats.
to get there?
The only thing missing was the popcorn.
He was so preoccupied with his thoughts
The
that he
prisoners
almost
had
bumped
also
into her.
turned to look at Mars.
Sally
Those
Brimmer
doing
hadn't
push-ups and
changed very much.
pull-ups stopped.
Early 30s.
They wiped off their
pretty,
hands and moved
efficient
back
looking.
against the wall.
And as he thought
and
before,
waited.
the woman's slacks were
expressions
still
were
a little
clear.
too tight, and too many
Thank
buttons
God
on her
it's not
blouse
me.
were undone, exhibiting
news
enough
had spread
cleavage to be
fast.
intentionally
Mars might be
suggestive.
getting out after nearly being put
She was
to
in
death.
public affairs at the police
Getting
department.
out.
Decker had
Uh-uh.
scammed her once,
Wasn't to
pretending
be.
to be an attorney to
At
get a
least not
look-see at a
standing
prisoner
up.
being held here.
Mars rubbed
That
his
had placed
wrists
her in
where
a
the
bad
shackles
light
had
with
cut
Captain
into
Miller,
her.
among others.
The pain was actually
Decker had
welcome
taken
right
full
now.
responsibility for
If
what
you
he'd
could feel
done
pain,
and tried
you
to
were
make sure
alive.
she was held blameless.
That status could change,
However,
surely.
by the put-out look
But right
on her
now,
face at
he was
seeing him,
breathing.
his actions had
He
not
looked
been
up
enough
one
to
story
soothe
to the
her harsh
catwalk that
feelings
ran
for
around
him.
the perimeter of the open
Miss
area.
Brimmer,
Big
said
Dick
Decker
was up there
amiably.
staring down at him.
Her hands were
The
on her
smile
slim
on his
hips, and
face
a
was
pouty
something to
look was
behold.
perched on her lips.
Next to him was the runty
I heard
Reedy,
you were
looking
back.
just as gleeful.
I
The
hoped it was
royals
just a
above,
rumor
the
that would turn out
gladiators
not to
below.
be true.
Mars looked back at the group of prisoners
Okay.
watching him.
Nice to see you too.
2 in particular seemed to be
are you
paying him a
doing here?
good deal of attention.
Working
They
a
were
case.
both white, bigger
And I
than
need
he
some
was.
department files.
Prison
I
barbell
thought I'd have them
muscled,
by now.
tatted, bearded, crazy
You don't even
eyed,
work here
with
anymore.
rotted teeth, strung out on
I'm
the shit
working
they
with Mary
smuggled in
Lancaster
or
on
made
a
right
case.
here.
Captain Miller authorized it.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
You're not bullshitting me again.
Mars didn't know them
She
or
said
what crimes
defiantly.
they'd committed to be sent here,
Actually,
but he
it's
could
the
easily
truth.
see that they were exactly
Right.
where they belonged.
Fool me once.
They weren't humans.
Agent
They
Decker,
were animals.
do you
in
want
a
these in the
cage.
small conference room?
But they weren't in a cage
They looked
right
over
now.
to see a young uniformed
right out in
officer
the open.
wheeling a hand truck down the hall,
With me,
on which were
thought
stacked 4
Mars.
large storage
My legs
boxes.
are chained.
Yeah, thanks.
He stretched
My
out his
partner's
neck
in there
and
now.
felt a
I'm
gratifying
just on a
pop
coffee
as
run.
a kink was relieved.
Brimmer watched
Next,
incredulously
he
as
eyed
the
the
man
field in
headed
front
down
of
the
him like
hall
he
to the
had as a
conference
running
room.
back, earning his future between
So
the
you weren't
tackles in the old
bullshitting me.
Southwest Conference.
Which case?
Smashing into men
Merrill
bigger than he
Hawkins.
was, and yet almost
Don't remember
always
it.
somehow winning the battle.
Way before your time.
He'd always divided the field into grids,
Wait a minute.
planes of existence
Wasn't
through which
that
he had
the
to
guy
navigate.
who was just murdered?
He was blessed to have
Yep.
vision that saw
But
everything
that's a
all
current
at once.
case.
That attribute
It
was
is.
perhaps the rarest
The
gift
reason
in
he was
sports.
murdered probably goes
And
back
he
to
still
4
had it,
homicides
even
that
all
took
these
place
years
about
later.
13 years ago.
His breathing slowed.
How
his
do you know
nerves
that?
calmed. His muscles
Because
relaxed.
I was one who
He
investigated
felt
it.
good, actually.
4
20
homicides.
years of my
Who was
life.
the killer?
20 damn years.
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
The anger in him was suddenly
He walked
immense.
on in search of
The
coffee and
frustration
found it
just
in the
as
break
potent.
room. Instead of
Somebody
vending
had to
machines,
pay,
however, they had a
and
Keurig.
somebody was about to.
Times did change,
Jumbo
and
was
incremental
about to come
progress
down
was
for an
made.
extremely hard landing.
Decker prepared 2 coffees
He
and was
shuffled
about to
forward
head back
with what seemed
when
to
his
be the
attention was
intention of
caught by
joining a
something on
couple
the
of
TV
inmates.
that was bolted to the wall of the
Mars
break
knew
room.
the lay of the land.
It was a
and the
local
pair did
station,
what he
and the weather
expected them
report
to
was
do.
just now coming on.
They turned and walked
The
off.
forecast was for late
Nobody
afternoon
mixed with the
storms.
leper. The infection
As soon as
might
Decker
rub
heard
off on
that,
you.
something
He
clicked in
looked
his
back
head.
up at the catwalk,
Rain.
at Big Dick and Reedy. He knew what they expected to see on his
Chapter
features.
10.
Fear.
What are we doing
But
here,
instead,
Decker?
he smiled,
Asked Jameson.
and on their
You never
faces he
said.
saw what he wanted
She
to
added
see.
under her breath.
Surprise.
As usual.
He turned back to face
Decker
Dee
didn't
and
appear
Dum,
to have
who
heard
had
her.
separated
He
from
was
the pack
staring
and were
at
now
various
circling
spots
him.
in the living room
Wild
of the
dogs
Richards'
on the
old
prowl.
home,
There
particularly
were lots
the
of
floor.
wild dogs in
In
Texas.
his mind,
and they
he
always
dialed back
hunted
to
in
that
packs.
night and laid what
They
was
went
there
after
on top
wounded
of what he was
animals,
seeing
running
right
them out
now,
of air, and then
and they
ganging up on
tallied
them
pretty
for the
much
kill.
exactly.
Well,
Rain.
Mars was not wounded, and he had
What?
plenty of air.
Said Jameson, looking
He
confused.
wondered what their reward would
It
be.
rained the night of the murders
Drugs,
at the Richards'
smokes,
home.
maybe a local
Bucketed
skirt
down.
snuck in for
Started
an
at
hour.
around 6:15 and
Well, he would
continued
make
until
them earn
after
it.
Lancaster and I got
Dee and
there.
Dum were both in
It
their
was a
30s,
whopper of a storm.
years younger than he
Lots
was.
of thunder and lightning.
They were tough, scarred,
Yeah, his lawyer
hardened,
mentioned that. So
to a
what?
degree.
Decker
It was
pointed
always
to the
about
floor.
degrees.
There were no
He
wet
was about to
footprints
find out
inside
where
the
this pair
house other
stood
than
on the
those of
prison
the first
hardiness
responders.
spectrum.
No
Mars
traces of
shuffled
mud or
toward Dee
gravel.
while keeping
And
Dum in
Mary
his
and I and
periphery.
the Tex put on
Dee
booties.
was the linebacker, looking
So
to take him
how
head
could
on
the
because
killer,
he
who
was big
clearly
and
came
strong, and that
after
was
the
his
rain was
job.
pouring down,
Yet he looked a
have
little
not left
surprised
any
that
wet
Mars
marks
was
on the
coming
floor
right for
or
him.
carpet?
Then
She
his expression
paused.
told Mars that he thought
Wait a
this a
minute.
positive,
You didn't think of this
that
until
Mars was
now?
actually making his job easier.
Decker's eyes kept
Maybe
roaming the
instead
room.
of Dee, he was actually
Decker,
Dum.
I asked you.
Now the
I
other
know
dude
what you
was the
asked,
safety,
Alex,
the
he said
fail-safe.
evenly.
If Dee went
She
down,
stiffened at his
Dum was
harsh
the one
words.
set to take Mars out of this
Not
world.
meaning her gaze,
From
Decker
the corner
said,
of his eye,
I
Mars
found the
watched
print in the
Dum.
blood trace on the wall
The
switch
dude
in
was
the living
jacking
room.
himself up,
It's where
getting
somebody
ready.
would put their hand if
Part
they
of
were
him
going to
wanted
hit
his
the
mate
light.
to fail,
We
just
had
so
the
he could
tech
have his
lifted.
shot.
We
Build
ran the
his
print
cred
through the
inside here
databases, and
to
Hawkins's
unassailable
name got
proportions.
kicked out.
He could hear it
Why
now.
was he in the system?
I
Fingers
took out
files
Melvin
didn't say.
Mars.
You
Dude
said
was a
he'd never been
murderer.
in trouble with the law
NFL
before.
lock. Biggest, meanest
His old job
cocksucker
was
you
with a
ever
company
saw.
connected
I
to a
wiped the
defense
floor with his
contractor.
ass.
He'd had to
He'd be
pass a
telling that
background
story
check
in here
and
for
have
the
his
next
prints
40
on
years.
file because of his employment
Well, except
there.
for one thing. It
So
was
from
never
that
going
point
to happen
on.
like that. And Mars
Hawkins
didn't
was our
think Dee
prime,
and Dum
well,
had 40
really only
seconds,
suspect.
much less 40 years, left to live.
How long did all that take?
Get ready. Fresh
We got
meat.
the ID on the print
Close to your
around 1 in the
guns,
morning.
Jumbo.
We immediately went
What's up,
looking for
brother?
Hawkins
Said
after getting
Mars
his
to
address. He wasn't
I ain't
home
your
when
brother,
we got there,
snarled
but his
Dee.
wife and daughter were.
Know that,
They had
man.
no
Just
idea
making
where he was.
conversation. Ain't no big deal, right?
Where did you find him?
Words did not come out
We
of
put out a
Dee's
bolo,
mouth.
and a patrol car
Instead,
spotted
a
him a
shiv
couple
was
hours
revealed
later
in his
walking down
hand
the
as he
street
came at
over
Mars
on
with
the
a
east
burst
side
of
of town.
speed.
They
The strike
arrested
would
him
be to
and
his
brought him
belly
into
and
the
up to his
station on
chest
suspicion
cavity.
of murder.
That was quick and
Lancaster
clean,
and I
and the
met him
bleed out
there.
would be fast and fatal, and immensely
Walking?
painful.
Didn't he have a car?
The prisoners and
An old
guards had
clunker.
backed away to give
It was
Dee
parked
room
on the
to
street
work,
in front of his house
and
when we got
Mars
there
to
looking
fall.
for him.
Well,
We confirmed
they
later
actually
it was
had
the
it
only car
backwards.
they owned.
Mars
With
had
the rain
already
and
lowered
cold
his
temperatures
shoulder,
when we
squatted
arrived,
down,
we couldn't tell if
tensed
it had
his
been
enormous
driven
thighs,
recently or not.
and despite the shackles,
Although by the time
sprang
we got
forward
there,
like a launched
it would have been
cannonball.
hours after the murders were
As his
committed.
hand clamped around
The engine
Dee's
wouldn't have
wrist,
been warm
holding
anyway.
the shiv right where it was,
We later checked with
his
neighbors,
right delt
and they told
slammed
us the
into
car
Dee's
had been there
throat,
all day and
pushing his
night.
chin up at an angle that
Even
would cause
so,
nothing
we
but a
did
bolt
check
of
the car's
pain
exterior
right before
and tires
blackness.
for any trace from the Richards'
There
house.
came an audible
But
crack
if he
as
had
the
driven it
spine was
back
pushed
there after
past
the
all
murders,
point
the
of
heavy
return,
rain would have washed
and it was
anything
over,
like that away.
just like that.
We didn't have a
Bleeding
warrant,
from the mouth
so the
and
interior
unconscious
of their
Dee
house
crumbled
was
where
going
he
to have to
stood,
wait to be
the shiv
searched.
dropping from his hand.
So what was
Linebacker
Hawkins's
down.
story? me.
Mars pointed to the
In
blade
Decker's
as it hit the
mind,
floor.
he and Lancaster walked
"Hey,
into the
man,
same
got a
interrogation
blade?"
room
he said
where
to
they
the
had
closest
interviewed
guard.
Susan Richards.
"Y'all be careful now.
Same mustard
Somebody
yellow
might get hurt."
walls, same sort of
He saw
person
in his
sitting in that
periphery what he
chair.
expected to
The
see.
accused, a hunted
Dumb
animal
was hesitating
looking for a
now
way
after
out.
the quick slaughter of his larger
He knew
twin.
his rights.
But then how
He
could he
wanted a
not
lawyer.
follow through with all the
He told him
dudes,
one
and
was on the
especially
way,
Big Dick,
but that if he
watching?
wanted to answer some questions,
Man had to
it would
go.
help us eliminate
No
him as a
choice.
suspect.
Else he'd get
But
a
if he
shit in
didn't,
his gut
that
later.
was okay too.
Just how it
We needed
was.
to legally cover our butts.
America didn't have prisons.
Did you
It had
tell him
chaos
you had his
pens
print
where
at the
men were
crime scene?
transported back 17
We were holding
centuries,
that back as a trap.
where the strong
We'd gotten
survived
search
until it
warrants
met
by
something
then,
even
so another
stronger,
team was
and where
tearing
the
his
weak
house and car
died
apart
every
looking
time.
for any trace. And the
Dum
gun used
screamed
in the
and ran
murder.
at Mars at the top of his speed.
As you know, they later
It was
found
almost
it
too
behind
easy,
a wall
really.
in his closet.
Dum was all muscled up, and
Meaning
yet
he had
slow
to go
as
back
gravy,
home and hide
big
it.
in the arms,
And his
light
wife
in the
and daughter
quads.
didn't know about this?
And the
How?
man was about to pay a steep penalty
Lisa
for that
Hawkins
imbalance.
was really sick, of course.
Mars
and
again
slept in
bent
another
low,
bedroom.
pivoted,
The
blocked
daughter,
Dum's
Mitzi,
arm where his
answered
shib was
the
held,
door, basically
got
in
his
her
shoulder
underwear.
under Dum's belly,
She looked like
and
crap,
exploded upward.
high as a kite on
It
something.
was the same move
She
that
could
had
tell us
launched
nothing.
300-pound
We had to go to
defensive
Mrs.
linemen off their
Hawkins'
feet.
bedroom to see her.
The
She couldn't even get out of
250-pound
bed.
Dum went airborne,
She was basically in
soaring
in-home
over
hospice.
Mars. The crowd parted,
Damn,
and Dum landed
said
hard
Jameson.
on the concrete and slid
Last thing
across
she
its
needed
smooth
was for
surface
this to
head
drop in
first
her lap.
into a cinder block wall with
She was
shattering
really
velocity.
upset. Wanted to know what was
There
going
was a crunch of
on.
bone
She
as
was
his
making no
spine
sense,
compressed, and
and
he
I'm not
lost
sure
about
she
an
could
inch
even
of height.
process what we were telling
He
her.
didn't move again.
And her stone
He'd
daughter
just been in a
couldn't
car
either.
accident without
Between the
benefit
two
of
of
a
them,
vehicle.
Hawkins could have driven
Blood
his
seeped
car
from
through the
his
front
mouth.
door of the house.
His
and I
shib
don't think
had
they'd have
fallen from
noticed.
his hand and clattered to the floor.
Did Hawkins answer
and
any
Dum,
questions?
out for the count.
The uniforms told him what he
Blood
was
from their
charged with
wounds
when they
pooled
arrested
on the
him,
filthy floor.
but no other details.
Their last lines
I
in the
told him
sand.
basically what had gone down.
Adios to the Texas
What was his
correctional
reaction?
system. Actually,
Now
Mars
Decker's
didn't know
mind
if they were
fully
dead,
engaged with the memory.
and he really didn't
He
care.
was no longer in the
Quads
Richards'
for
old
life
home.
might be better justice.
He was in the interrogation room.
He looked up
with
at
the
Big
younger
Dick and called
Lancaster
out,
sitting next to him.
"That man
and
got
the
him a
still
shib
living
too, sir.
Hawkins
A
across
lot of
from
that
him.
going around."
The man
Let's
was
tell the
tall
warden.
and lean, but
That's
strongly
when the
built
guards
before the
pounced,
cancer
beating
came to
Mars
tear
with
him
their
down.
batons until he went
His
down.
face was ruggedly handsome,
Smiling
and
all
Decker
the way.
remembered his hands being strong-looking and heavily calloused.
Chapter
He
12.
could have easily strangled the life out of a
Who the
young
hell
girl.
are you? Melvin Mars had just awoken
Mr. Hawkins,
and was looking
while
up
we're
from his
waiting for
hospital
your
bed.
PD to be assigned, can
Amos
you clear
Decker
up a few
stared down
points
at him.
for us? Said
You
Decker.
may be the luckiest guy in the
It
world,
would be a big
Mr.
help,
Mars.
but you have the right to
trying to be
refuse to
funny?
answer, just to be clear.
Mars tried to sit up, but
Hawkins
his wrist
settled
was
his
handcuffed
arms
to the
over his
bed
chest
railing,
and said,
it was a struggle because every
"Like what?"
part of him was hurting. His
like,
face looked
where
like a
were you
balloon
tonight
from all the
between
swelling.
7 and 9:30 or so?
Decker dipped his big hand
Hawkins
under Mars's
scratched his
waist and
cheek.
hoisted him to a sitting
Taking a
position
walk.
against the pillow.
Been walking
He
all
pulled
night.
up a chair and
Doing
sat
that
down.
when your boys picked me up.
Mars studied
No
him.
law against walking.
Do I know you?
In the pouring
Not
rain.
unless you remember a linebacker at
Hawkins
Ohio
touched
State
his
that you
wet clothes.
humiliated about 22 years ago.
Here's the proof. They
Mars
picked me up.
squinted
That's
and
what I
looked
was
Decker up
doing.
and down.
Honest to God.
I humiliated a lot of
Where
people
were
on
you
the
walking?
field. You pretty big
All
for
over.
a backer.
Had to
You
think.
put on some weight,
What
about
about
100 pounds. You,
None
on
of
the
your
other hand, look
beeswax.
exactly the
He
same.
paused.
Who
And
are
hold
you?
on. They never told
I'm
me
with
who
the
was
FBI.
killed.
You an agent?
Lancaster told him
No,
who and
I
where.
just work with them.
Hell,
didn't
I
know
don't
that
know
was a
those
thing.
people.
It's
Decker
not really.
said casually. So you've
Why are
never
you here?
been to that house?
Asked Mars.
Never.
Because of
No
your
reason
case,
to.
the recent development.
You see anybody
Why
on
is
your
the
walk
FBI
who can
interested?
corroborate your story?
They are because I am,
Nope.
said Decker.
It was raining.
Which gets back to my
Nobody was
first
dumb enough
damn
to be
question.
outside.
Who are you?
Except me.
Decker held up his ID
You ever
badge.
been to the American
Amos
Grill
Decker.
on Franklin Street?
Why did you say I was
Asked
lucky?
Lancaster.
Because I don't feel lucky.
I don't eat out much.
3 reasons.
Can't afford
Because
it.
someone came forward and confessed to the murders
You
you were
ever run
convicted
into the
of.
owner?
You might be released.
And who's
And
that?
despite the beating you took, you
David
have no broken
Katz.
bones and no permanent injuries.
Never heard of him.
Doc said your concussion was relatively
Lancaster
mild, which
described
means
him.
your head is very hard.
Nope. Doesn't
And
ring
the
a
third
bell with
reason?
me.
2 of the guards
far
ratted out
slimmer
their
Ken
colleague
Finger,
about the ambush back
Hawkins'
at the prison,
court-appointed
so you will not
attorney
be held
arrived
legally
just
accountable
then,
for what
and
happened.
Hawkins was compelled to open
What
his
did
mouth
happen?
and provide a court-ordered
1 man
cheek
dead,
swab of
another
his
man
DNA.
paralyzed.
Hawkins
and the
asked
colleague,
Decker what he
Big
was
Dick,
going to do with that sample.
is right now being processed and
None of your
jailed by Texas
beeswax,
authorities.
Decker replied.
Mars smiled and then laughed out loud.
Decker
His
looked at
split
Jameson
lips
after
starting to
describing
bleed.
this back and forth to
Damn,
him.
man. Big
And
Dick
later
on the
that
other side of the
morning,
bars?
the search
It's a
team found the
miracle.
gun hidden behind a loose
Forget about
section
Big
of
Dick.
wall
You
in
need to focus
Hawkins'
on
closet.
Mars
Ballistics
settled his
matched the
gaze on
bullets
Decker.
taken out at the
Did we
post-mortem.
really play college ball against each
And
other?
the DNA from the
You
cheek
remember when
swab?
your Longhorns beat my
It
Buckeyes
took a
by
while
5
to get the
touchdowns
results back,
in
but they
Columbus?
matched the trace under Abigail
smiled
Richards'
again.
fingernails.
Man, were
Case
you the one who
closed
asked
at
me
that
how I
point.
did what I did?
Apparently.
Decker nodded.
Decker looked at the floor again.
That was after your third touchdown.
Except for no traces from
Morris
the rain.
shook his head. What can I say?
He could have had another
Worked my
pair of
ass
shoes
off,
and
but a lot of it
socks
was
with him.
God-given.
He could have taken off his
God wasn't as
shoes
generous
and left
with
them
me.
outside
Mars
and
looked around.
changed into the dry
Where
shoes.
am I? After we
Decker
heard what
shook his
happened,
head.
we had you transferred to a hospital
Why
near your
not?
old home.
Look at the
When did
porch.
you get here?
Jameson
landed about
stepped to
6
the
hours
window
ago.
and looked at the small
You keep
roofed
saying
porch with
we.
open sides.
I came with the
Decker
team.
said,
A
Mary and
team
I
of
got soaked
FBI
going
agents
in,
is interested
and
in
that
my
porch
case.
offered almost no
Why?
protection. And
Just
I don't
'cause some
see
dude
Hawkins having the
confessed?
foresight to bring
Is
an
it
extra
that
pair of
unique?
shoes and socks.
Unique enough.
And how could he take the
But it
time
also
to
has
stop
some
and change
parallels
out of
to
his
another
shoes
case.
before breaking into a
And what
house
case
with a
was
bunch
that?
of people in it?
Decker said,
Anybody could have
one
looked
to
out
do
the
with
front
my
door or
family.
window and
You don't
seen
have to
him.
know the details,
And
only
hell,
that the
he'd have to have
similarities are
brought another
striking.
set of clothes and a hairdryer
that's why you're
before he
here?
set foot inside.
Decker studied him.
Otherwise,
He
there
was
would have
good
been
at sizing
traces.
people up, but Mars was proving a
Is
tough
there
one
another
to
way
crack.
into the house that he could have used?
Tell me about your parents.
None that wouldn't
Where's the
leave
rest
us
of your
with the
team?
same problem as now.
You don't believe what I'm telling
He
you?
could have cleaned up his
I don't
wet
believe
traces
nobody
on his
about
way out.
nothing,
Believe
After
him,
murdering
Melvin.
4 people,
said a
it's
voice.
going to take the time to do that?
Mars looked toward the
And from all
doorway
the
where his
different
attorney,
places he
Mary
had to
Oliver,
be in the
stood.
house to kill them all?
She walked over to the
And
bed
there's
and took
carpet,
his free
too?
hand as he
So he's
sat up
going to
more.
what? Get out a steam cleaner
Thank
and fire it
God
up?
you're all
And get
right.
rid of every single
said,
bit of
her
mud,
eyes
wet
moist with
gravel,
tears.
soaked blades of grass?
I'm good, Mary. You know this dude?
But Decker,
Mars
you know
asked,
the
indicating
alternative
Decker.
if that is the case.
I just finished speaking with
Decker
Special
glanced
Agent
over
Bogart.
at her.
She said.
Yeah,
Mr. Decker
that
is
Hawkins
the
was
real
right,
deal,
and I was
Melvin.
wrong.
Decker
I was
added,
innocent.
we're here to try to
I
figure
put
out
him
the
away in
truth.
prison.
Mars sat
Now,
back against the
he's
pillow.
dead.
The truth?
That wasn't
After
your
all
fault.
this time? I wish you
Hell,
luck.
it isn't, said
Luck may
Decker.
set you free, noted Decker. Do I have to go back to that prison?
Chapter 11.
Asked Mars. Decker shook his head.
There was no place on
After
earth
what
colder
happened, we're
than a
moving you
morgue.
to another place.
At least Decker was
Where?
thinking that as he looked down
Federal
at the body
custody.
of Merrill Hawkins on the
What does
metal
that
table.
mean?
The
That means
ME
we're
had drawn
accepting
back the
responsibility
sheet so
for
that
you.
Hawkins'
You'll have 2
emaciated
feds
body was
standing guard over
completely
you while you
exposed.
rehab here.
On one
After
side
that,
of
you're in
Decker
our
stood
custody
Jameson.
until the outcome
On
of
the
your
other
case
was
is
Lancaster.
determined. And the
The
state
ME
of Texas
noted,
is okay with that?
As I said, the
The
cause
state of
of death
Texas
was
has
a
its
small
own
caliber,
problems,
soft
said
nose,
Oliver.
or dum-dum bullet.
Namely, you can sue
It
them for what
deformed
happened
after
to you.
cleaving through the skull
Are you
and then
serious?
cartwheeled through the soft
A
tissue,
conspiracy headed up
breaking
by one of
more
their
as it did
guards
so,
nearly
just
resulted
as
in
it's
your murder.
designed to do.
And then they almost beat you to death.
He
So
pointed
you
to
have
the
a
man's
plausible
brain
civil
that was
claim
sitting on
against
another
them,
table.
and a criminal
You
one
can
against
see
the
that
guard
it
and
did
anyone else from the
considerable
prison
damage.
involved.
Hawkins would have died
Decker
instantly.
said, I
Round
wish you
was
luck with
still
that,
in the soft
but that's
tissue,
not why I'm here.
in fragments.
He looked at Mars.
That's why I can't give
I'm
you
here
a
about
more
the murders of
exact
your
answer
parents.
as to caliber.
Mars swiveled his
And
head
no
to
way to
stare
do
at
a
Decker.
ballistics comparison
you
if we
want to
do
know?
find a gun to test?
Everything.
Said Lancaster.
You got paper and pen? Because there's a
Afraid
lot
not.
of stuff.
As I said, it's
I
just
have a good
metal
memory,
slivers
said
and
Decker.
chunks
I
dispersed
don't
over a
forget
wide
much.
area of the brain.
The door to the room
Like a
opened
bomb
and Jameson
exploded.
came in.
Really, no
She'd
spiral
apparently heard
lands
what
or
Decker
grooves
had
from the
said.
gun barrel
She
left
held up
to
a
match
recorder.
it to, unfortunately.
She said,
He
But my
added,
memory's not as good.
there were
so
also
I
traces of
always use this.
polyurethane foam and
Alex
microbeads
Jameson,
embedded in the
Melvin
wound
Mars,
and brain
said
tissue,
Decker. She's
What?
also part of the team.
said Jameson,
They
looking
shook hands.
puzzled. Decker said,
Jameson said,
the killer used
My
a pillow
colleague really
to
wanted
muffle
to
the
take on
shot.
this case, Mr. Mars.
Cheap
It's the only
versions
reason
of a
we're
muzzle
here.
suppressor.
yeah, that's
Added
what he told me,
Lancaster.
said Mars, staring
The
dead
burn
at Decker.
marks on his forehead
Tell me about
would
the
have
night your
been
parents
even
were
more
killed, said
pronounced
Decker,
if the
as
killer
Jameson
hadn't used
turned
the
on her
pillow.
recorder.
It was
If you're
pretty
up to
close
it,
to a
Said
contact
Oliver
wound.
quickly, placing a protective hand on
They
Mars's
must have
shoulder.
cleaned up the trace
You
and
took a
taken the
real
pillow
beating.
with them, said Decker.
Mars said,
There was no sign
I'm
of it in
good.
the room.
You want me to start at the beginning?
Decker pointed to the man's
Yes.
forearms.
And Mars
They're
did.
healed now.
He talked
of
for
course,
well over an
but
hour.
That's where the scratches
Decker
were,
frequently
presumably
interrupted
from
to ask
Abigail
a question
Richards
or
trying to
clarify
fight
a
him
point.
off.
When Mars
Lancaster
was done,
added,
Decker said nothing for a few moments.
After he was arrested and jailed, we
visiting a
noted the
friend that
wounds
night?
on his arms.
Yeah, like I said.
Hawkins said
Ellen
he'd fallen
Tanner.
down and scraped both
Where
arms.
and when did you meet Ellen
He'd
Tanner?
cleaned them up and
asked Decker.
bandaged them before he was
Mars
arrested.
frowned.
If any of
What does that have to
Abigail
do with
Richards's
anything?
DNA was on him,
Right now,
that
everything
probably
has to
would
do
have
with
removed
everything
it.
else, said Decker
In fact,
matter-of-factly.
we found none.
Mars drew a long
But we
breath,
did
licked
find his
swollen
DNA
lips,
on
and said,
her.
I met Ellen at a university
said,
alumni event the team attended.
And that seems to
This
be
was like a
rock
few
solid
weeks
evidence of
before.
his guilt.
She was a big
I mean, he
football
was
fan,
there.
good-looking woman.
She tried to
Fun,
fight him off.
smart.
He
We
was
hit it
good
off.
for the murders.
We saw each other a lot, actually.
yeah, said
and we
Decker.
made plans to see
And
each
all
other
we had
that
against
night.
that is a guy who said he
And you
was
drove
innocent,
there?
and now he's
Yes.
dead.
And what did you do
Lancaster
while
Officer
you were
said,
there.
Do you
We
think
had a
it could
couple
be
of
that
beers.
Hawkins did
She had
commit
some
the
pot,
murders
but I
but
said
wasn't
no.
alone?
That could blow my
He
chance
had
of
an
playing the
accomplice,
NFL.
and now that
Did you
accomplice
two
killed
sleep
him
together?
before he could reveal his
She
identity?
testified that we did.
he said
What do
13
you
years
remember?
to do that,
Ask
pointed out
Jamison.
Decker. And
We
you'd
had
think
sex,
Hawkins
so
would have
what?
fingered an accomplice
And
at
then
his
you left?
trial. if for no other reason than
I
to
had a
cut a
practice
deal.
session with my trainer
And
the
there's
next
something
morning and
else.
wanted to get home and hit the
He
sack.
told
Then my
Lancaster
car
about his
conked
rain
out,
theory.
so I pulled into the
He
motel
added,
and spent the night
rain
there.
residue and other trace
Decker
from the
said,
storm should have
The
been
thing
found
is,
at
the
the crime
timeline
scene,
provided by
but it
Tanner
wasn't.
and the motel clerk does not
Lancaster
coincide
seemed
with your
taken
story.
aback by this.
Mars rubbed his
Uh,
eyes. I know.
I never
I heard
focused
them
on that.
testify. All I can tell you
Neither
is
did
what I
I,
know. And
until
I know
now.
when I left Ellen's place. And I
Crap,
know when I checked
Decker.
into the motel.
Yeah,
Decker sat back.
What's that
Your
on
credit
his
card was
forearm?
used at a time that backs
Asked
up the
Jameson.
motel clerk's account, not
the
yours.
M.E., a short, balding
think
man
I
in his
know that?
50s, pulled an
Barked Mars.
overhead lamp on a long,
I'm just trying to make
flex
sense
arm
of what,
closer
on the
and turned
surface,
it
does
on,
not make sense.
hitting that
And
spot.
the last thing we need is for you to lie to us.
Yes, I noted that. he
Mars
said.
suddenly jerked against
Let's
the
take a closer
handcuff,
look.
trapping him to the bed, but it did
The
not
marks
give.
on Hawkins's arm
Jameson
were
and
black
Oliver
and
had
dark
jumped
green
back,
and
but
brown.
Decker hadn't moved
A
a
casual
muscle.
observer might have
Mars sat
concluded
back
that they were
against the pillow,
bruises,
breathing
only
hard.
they weren't.
I'm
Closer
not lying.
inspection under the intense
Okay,
light
replied
revealed
Decker
clearly
calmly.
what they were.
And maybe you're not here to
It's a
help
tattoo,
me. Maybe you're
said
here
Decker.
to make sure I stay
Or
in
several
prison the rest of my
tattoos.
life, or get the needle.
That's what I
You might be
concluded
working
too,
with the state of
said the
Texas
M.E.,
for all I know.
but poorly done
Why would
ones.
he be
I
doing
mean,
that?
my daughter
Asked
has one,
Jameson.
and it's far nicer than these.
How the hell am I supposed to know that?
Decker
snapped
opined.
Mars. Maybe
That's
they brought
because
you
these
in
were
when
done
this
in prison,
Montgomery
with very
dude said he
crude
killed my
instruments and
parents.
whatever they could
Maybe
find
your
to
job is
use
to
as
mess
ink.
all this up so I don't get out of
How do you
prison.
know it wasn't done before he went to prison?
Everyone was silent
Asked
for a few
Jameson.
moments until Decker said,
Because I saw
But
his
can you explain the
forearms
time
13 years
discrepancies?
ago. Several
If
times.
I could, I would have 20
tats.
damn years ago, so
Decker
no,
leaned
I
down
can't.
and looked at the marks from a
Okay,
few inches
said
away.
Decker. So you have no
Looks like they
explanation.
used paper clips or
Nothing
maybe
else for us to
staples.
look at on that point.
That's it. Looks like they
Mars
used
shot him
soot
an angry
mixed with
glance.
shampoo for the
Look,
ink.
if you don't believe me,
The other two
then just
seem to be
leave.
styrofoam
Because I
that's
got
been
no
melted.
time for bullshit if you
Those are
don't
pretty
want to get me
popular
out of
choices
prison.
for inmate tats,
Decker rose.
Didn't know you were such an
Maybe you
expert on prison
misunderstood me,
tattoos.
Mr. Mars. I
said
didn't say I
Jameson.
believed you were innocent or that I
Decker
wanted to
and I
get you out of
visited
prison.
our share of
I told
prisons
you I
over the
wanted to find the
years.
truth. If it turns
Noted
out the truth
Lancaster.
means you are guilty, then
Seen
they
a
can
lot of
inject you
convicts
and you can
skinned with
die
body
because
art.
you'll have deserved it. But
Some
in the
cool,
meantime, we will continue to
hideous.
investigate this case and
Decker
let
was
it
still
take us
looking
where
at
it
the tat.
does. Is that clear
It's a
enough for
spider
you?
web,
Jameson and Oliver
Trapped.
exchanged a nervous
said
glance.
Lancaster.
Mars
What?
and Decker stared at
Asked
each other.
Jameson.
The former seemed to be
Symbolizes
trying to
being
figure out
trapped
the
in
latter,
prison,
and the
explained
latter seemed
Decker.
to have already
It's
turned his
referring
mind
to their
to other
prison
matters.
sentence,
I think
That
we
looks
understand
like
each
a
other,
teardrop.
said Mars.
observed Jameson,
But
pointing
Decker
to
was
the
already
mark near the
walking
crook
toward
of
the
the
door.
elbow.
After
Decker
he left,
nodded.
Mars turned to Jameson.
Right, it is.
Damn, is the dude always like that?
What does that mean?
Pretty much.
replied
Lancaster
Jameson.
and Decker exchanged a glance. He said in a subdued tone,
Chapter 13.
sometimes it denotes that
Decker
the person
walked
has
down
been
the
raped in
hall,
prison.
gathering momentum like
Usually
a wave
it's
about
inked
to
on the
crash
face,
onto the beach
where
as he
everyone
went.
can see it,
He heard Jameson scurrying
Damn.
behind him.
said
Up
Jameson.
ahead, standing in the
Decker
hallway,
closed his
were
eyes
Bogart
and felt sick to
Davenport.
his stomach.
Milligan
And I
was at
helped
rented
put you
office
there
space
because
about
maybe
20
I
minutes
didn't do
south,
a
setting
thorough
up
enough
shop.
investigation.
They were all staying at a local motel,
Jameson was
which
watching
represented the
Decker
best
and put a
lodgings
hand
in
on
the
his
area.
arm. His eyes
Jameson
popped
caught up
open,
to him.
and he abruptly
She
moved
said,
away from
clearly
her.
irritated.
He didn't notice
I
her
wish
hurt
you'd
look
stop
at his
doing that.
reaction.
Decker looked
Lancaster
down at her.
examined the
Doing
last
what?
mark that was to the
Just
right of the
walking out of a
teardrop.
room like that.
I've never
I
seen
was
one like
finished,
that
so I
before,
left.
though.
He paused.
She said,
And you bought me
Looks
quinoa?
like a star
Seriously?
with an arrow going
Is
through
that
it.
even a food?
said Jameson.
She smirked.
She looked at Decker.
You're getting so skinny.
Any
I'm
ideas?
having trouble seeing you sideways.
Not yet.
Yeah, like
he
a Mack
replied.
truck coming right
He
at
looked
you.
at the M.E.
They reached
How
the
far
pair,
along
and
was his
Bogart
cancer?
said, "What's your take
The M.E.
so far?"
shuddered.
Decker
Advanced.
shrugged.
If the bullet didn't
Early to
get him,
say.
my guess is he had
There
a
are
few
problems
weeks
with his
left.
statement. We need to
Actually,
see if there
I'm
are
surprised he
alternative
was still able to
explanations.
function,
Well, after 2 decades,
said he was
the
on
trail
street
is definitely
meds.
cold.
said Jameson.
Davenport said,
I'm going
The
to be
tox
speaking with
screens
him
will
later.
show what was in his
Then I can
system.
report on his
He
psychological
had nothing in his
status.
stomach, no food or
Bogart
anything.
focused on Decker and
I
Jameson
would imagine
and
his
said,
appetite would have been
"Not holding you to
negligible at
anything,
that
but
point. But
do you
he
think
must
he's
have been a
lying?"
strong man to keep
Jameson
going with
looked
that
troubled
level
by
of
the
cancer in
question.
him.
We only just met
Decker
him.
said,
But if you want an answer, then
well, maybe
no.
wanting to
I
prove
don't
his
think he's
innocence gave
lying.
him that strength.
"Any particular reason?"
Anything else of
He told
interest?
Decker if he didn't
Asked
believe him to pack
Lancaster.
up and leave. Not
We've
what
got
you'd
his
expect
clothes
from a
over
guy
there in
who
those
could
evidence
still be
bags.
executed. A guilty
Lancaster
guy
looked
would
at
grasp
Decker.
at anything.
He
Bogart looked
also
at
had a
Decker.
small duffel.
Anything
We've
to
got
add?
it at the station.
No.
Nothing much in
He
it,
turned
but
and
you'll
walked off
probably
down
want to
the
go
hall.
through it.
Jameson let out
Decker
a long
nodded
breath.
as he continued to stare down
Bogart
at the
looked
body.
amused.
3 tats.
Davenport
The
looked
spider
curious.
web looked to be the oldest.
Where is he going?
That made
To
sense.
dig. He's
When
going to
Hawkinson
dig,
first got to
answered
prison,
Bogart.
he was probably
And if
pissed
we're going to
beyond
keep
belief
up, we'll
if he
need to
was
hustle.
indeed innocent. The web tat would have
They had
been one
been
of his
settled
few
around
ways
the
to
rented office
vocalize
space
that
and
anger.
staring at paper and
The
laptop
teardrop
screens
tat
for some
probably
time
came
now.
soon thereafter.
It was just the men.
Fresh meat in
Jameson
prisons
and
did not
Davenport had
remain
stayed
fresh
behind at the
for long.
hospital to further interview Mars.
Then there was the unidentified
Decker
one,
was wearing
a
some of his
star
new
with an arrow
clothes.
through it.
For the last
He would have
week
to find
back at
out what that
Quantico,
one meant,
he had gotten up early
because
and
that
gone to
one
the
looked to
gym
be
and
the
then the
most
track.
recent.
He had even jogged
Decker
a
could
bit
tell
and
because
ventured onto
Hawkins
the
had recently
elliptical.
lost weight,
And he had
probably
eaten only
because
the
of his
food
illness.
Jameson had bought for
The
him.
other two tats
Small
showed
meals,
signs
she
of
had
his
suggested.
shrinking weight, and
4
the
or 5 per
corresponding
day.
change in the width of his
He
forearm.
was so overweight
The star,
that even
though,
that little
evinced
stretch
no
of
signs
exercise
of
and
this,
better eating
and
had
the
resulted
markings
in his
looked
dropping
fresher,
20
too.
pounds.
He might have
mostly
had it done
liquid.
right before he left prison,
He
in
was on the
fact.
3rd belt notch after
And if he'd
starting
had
on the
this
1st.
tat put on close
His
to when he
pants
was
were very
released,
loose on him,
it might have held some
and he was
significance
still
for him
morbidly
at that
obese.
time. And
Milligan
since
eyed him
Decker
and
had
said
missed there
grudgingly,
being no muddy
"You're looking
footprints
better,
in the
Decker."
house, he was
"Yeah, but
determined
don't
to
run
not
into
miss
me on the
anything
track.
else
I don't
on
want to
this
hurt you
case.
because I'm still a blob."
Homicide detectives
The
rarely
comment
got
drew a rare
do-overs.
smile from the
He
FBI
wasn't going to
agent.
screw this one up.
"Hey, you're making an effort.
Again.
Good for you." "Okay, let's talk about preliminary investigative
12.
possibilities," said Bogart.
It wasn't much.
Milligan said, "Ellen
Decker was at
Tanner is
police
no longer in the
headquarters
area.
staring at it.
No record of where
The
she
duffel
went.
held a
Nobody
few
who
items
knew
of
her.
clothing.
We checked at UT.
A bus ticket for
She didn't go
Hawkins'
there.
ride from
It was
prison.
20 years gone
A
by.
wallet
It's going
with
to be
some
pretty
cash.
much impossible to
Some
track her down.
paperwork from the prison
She
that
might have
Hawkins had
married and
drawn
changed her
graffiti
name.
over.
And the
There was a
motel clerk?
dog-eared
What was his
paperback
name
book
again?
by a writer
Next
Decker had
Bogart.
never heard of.
Willis Simone.
It had a garish
and we did
cover
track
of a
him
man
down.
holding a
He
knife
died of a
against
heart
a
attack in
scantily clad
2001 in
woman's
Florida.
throat. It was
Any
straight out of a
connection you
Mickey
can see
Spillane
between
yarn
Tanner
from
and
the
Simone?
1950s,
asked
he
Bogart.
thought.
Milligan
There was
said,
also a photo in
"None.
the wallet of
They didn't
Hawkins'
move in the
daughter,
same
Mitzi.
circles. They were far
Her
apart
last
in
name
age.
was now
No
Gardner.
lines of connection that I can
Lancaster
see."
had found out.
Decker said,
She lived in Trammell,
"Let's assume
Ohio,
they were paid off to
about
lie.
a 2-hour
Is there any
car
way to
ride
track
from
those
Burlington.
payments?"
She'd been
Milligan
in her
looked at
late
him funny.
20s when her father
20
went
years
to prison.
later, probably
Lancaster
the
had
banks they used
also
aren't
learned
even
that she
around
was now
anymore.
married and the mother of a
Industry has
6-year-old boy.
consolidated. Plus, why would they
The
lie?
picture of
And
Mitzi
who would
was
pay
from
them
when
off?
she'd been in elementary
For
school.
the moment, I'm assuming that
Decker
Mars
knew
is
it
telling
was
the
her
truth.
because Hawkins
If
had
so,
written
we
his
have to
daughter's
account for
name
the
and age
discrepancy
on the
in the
back of the
timelines
photo.
offered up by Mars
And
on
Hawkins
one
had
side,
written there,
and then Tanner and Simone
Daddy's
on the
little
other.
star.
Milligan
That
shook
might
his
be the
head.
reason Hawkins had
"I
the
think it's
star
far more
tat on his
likely that
arm.
Mars is lying.
The photo
Otherwise, you're looking at
obviously
a big
represented far
conspiracy against
happier
a college
times for the
football player,
Hawkins
and I
family.
just don't see the motive."
Mitzi looked bright
Bogart
and
cut
innocent,
in.
all cheeks
"But
and
we're here,
smiles, as
and we
kids
will
did at
explore
that
the
age.
angles. All the
And
angles."
then the dream had shattered.
Milligan looked down at his
She
notes,
had grown up to
obviously
be a drug
unhappy with
addict
this.
and petty criminal to
"I talked with the
finance her
police
habit.
department. Most of the
She'd done
officers from
short
that time had
stints in
retired,
jail
but there was
and
one
longer
guy I
ones in
spoke with who
rehab.
was around back
The
then."
little girl with the limitless
"What did he
future
say?"
was
asked
no
Bogart.
more.
"That they'd
Yet
never had a
apparently
murder here
she had
before.
finally gotten her
Burglary,
life
missing
together.
person, drunks getting
Good
in
for
fights,
you, thought
kids
Decker.
stealing cars for
But he also
joyriding,
knew that
and
he
even
would have
someone
to
taking
talk
a
to her.
cow as a prank. But
Her
this
father
crime
might
blew
have
the
gotten
town
in
away.
touch with her after being
But
released
they
from
latched onto
prison.
Melvin Mars pretty fast.
Lancaster walked in and looked
Milligan
at the pile
glanced
of
at
items
Decker.
on the table.
"Well, the evidence was
Nothing.
overwhelming."
Decker
"What
shook
do we
his
know
head.
so far about the parents?
Got a question.
Where was Lucinda from?"
Okay.
Decker asked. Milligan rustled
Lancaster
through some
sat down and
pages.
popped a stick of
"I
gum
couldn't
into her
find
mouth.
out. Like her husband, there's not a lot
Stick
on
to
her.
the gum and quit the smokes.
Where did she learn to sew?
advised Decker.
The police report said
Her
that
lips
was partly
pursed.
how she earned money. And Mars confirmed
Thanks,
that
Dr.
today."
Decker.
Milligan had a
So,
hard time
what's
keeping
your
a straight
question?
face. "To sew?
Who called
I
it
really
in?
couldn't tell you.
What?
And she also taught Spanish,"
Who called
said
in the
Decker.
disturbance at the Riches'
Bogart
house
said,
that night?
"There are a lot of Spanish-speaking people
You know,
in
we
Texas.
never found out the answer
But
to
we don't
that.
know if she was from Texas,"
Well, I think
pointed
we
out
need
Decker.
to find it out now.
"Now, if she were Hispanic,
How?
I could understand the
She
language
said
thing,
incredulously.
but she was black."
It's
"Well,
been too
last time
long.
I checked, black people can learn
At
to
the
speak
time,
Spanish, Decker,"
I read the
said
transcript
Milligan.
of the call.
And so,
listened to the recording as well.
Decker didn't ignore this
The
one.
caller was a female.
"Right now we're speculating.
She said she'd
so
heard
to
a
compensate for
disturbance at the
that, we have
house.
to deal in
The
probability.
cops were sent out
Lucinda
and
certainly
arrived
could have
shortly
learned to
thereafter.
sew and speak
Then
Spanish.
so did we.
I would just
once
like
the
to know where
homicides were
and how."
confirmed.
"Okay, if you really think it's It's
That we
important,
know.
said Milligan. Feel free to check it out
But
for
how
yourself.
did the caller know
I
there was a
plan to,
disturbance?
said Decker. She
The call
also
didn't
worked
come
at a
from the
janitorial
landlines
service?
at the neighboring homes.
Yes.
It didn't
They
come
clean
from any
places
trace of
around
a cell
town.
phone.
Busy
So
woman.
where?
Any other family?
I guess we weren't too
Not
focused
that I
on
could
that.
find. Same for her
We
husband.
just thought it was a good Samaritan
Doesn't that
passing
strike you as
by.
odd? Asked Decker.
A
One of them not
convenient
having any
Samaritan
family
anyway,
around. Okay,
and one who was
but
passing
both?
by in a monsoon
Milligan
down
shook
a
his
dead-end
head.
road?
It was a long
Why go
time
down
ago.
there unless you
Maybe
live
they
there?
moved around. Not everybody
Lancaster
comes
thought
from
about
huge
this for a
families.
few
People get
moments.
lost in the shuffle. It seemed the
And
only
then once we
remarkable
got
thing
there,
about
all
either of them
signs
was their
pointed to
son.
Hawkins once you
There were
found
lots
the
of
print.
stories about him, even before the murders.
Decker nodded because
was
he
a
knew
hell of
this
an
was
athlete.
true, and it was
What a
grating
waste.
on him beyond belief.
Bogart said, keep digging
Okay,
on the
he
marges.
said. We need to go
Milligan
over this
nodded,
case from
but didn't
square
look terribly
one.
enthusiastic.
No predisposition that
They were
Hawkins was good
shotgunned
for
and then
it.
burned.
Fresh
said Decker.
eyes, wide
Why
open.
both?
Decker,
Milligan
it's
said,
been over
"Do you
13
think it was done to
years.
obscure identification?
I don't
It
care if
wasn't.
it's been
They were
1300
positively
years,
identified
Mary,"
by their
he
dental
snapped.
records.
We need to make this
Then
right.
why? Persisted Decker.
She studied him for a long moment.
Symbolic, suggested Bogart.
You're never going
If
to get
Mars
over
did
it.
do it, he might have
Are
wanted
you?
to obliterate them from his life.
Don't know what you're talking
Burning
about.
might accomplish that.
Yes,
In
you
his
do.
eyes, at least.
Decker
But then we
stared
have
at her
Charles
moodily.
Montgomery saying he did it.
I need
pointed
you
out Decker.
100% on this.
I need to talk to him. That
Okay,
is being
Decker.
arranged, said Bogart.
But please keep in mind that
Mars's
I've got a
house isn't
slew
far
of
from
other
here,
cases to
noted
work
Decker.
on. Not just
That's
Hawkins's
right.
murder.
It's abandoned. I guess no one wanted to
Decker
live in it after
scowled.
what happened.
This has to be
In the
your
motel where
priority,
Mars
Mary.
said he stayed?
If the guy really
asked
didn't
Decker.
do it, we screwed his life
Milligan
up.
said,
Sent him to
"Knocked
prison
down.
where it looks
It's
like
now
he
a
was
shopping
raped
mall.
and then let somebody
And
murder
Ellen
him."
Tanner's place?
We didn't
Still
let
there, but she's
anyone
long
murder
since
him.
gone, so I'm
She
not sure what
retorted.
you'll find there.
We might as
that's
well
why
have.
people look,
Decker
replied
shot
Decker.
back.
Let's go.
Problem?
After he left the room, Milligan
They
put an
both
arm
looked
on
over at
Bogart's
Jameson
sleeve.
standing in the doorway.
Sir, maybe the Morello
Lancaster
case wasn't
finally
the best
drew her
one, but we
gaze
have a
from
binder
Decker.
full of others a lot more promising
Just
than this
two
one.
former partners having a
Bogart said,
discussion.
Actually,
She turned
we're
back
just
to
getting
Decker.
started here.
I'm sorry,
Milligan removed
Amos.
his hand and
I will
said,
work this case
putting
as
a
much
lot of
as I
faith in
can
this
with you,
guy.
but my plate is pretty
Yes, I
damn
am.
full.
because he's earned that
What about
faith.
your saying it was good working together,
Bogart walked
like
out
old
to follow
times?
Decker. Milligan
We don't
reluctantly
live in
did the
old
same.
times. We live in the present.
She paused and
Chapter
added,
14.
At least I
The
do,
house
because
looked
I don't
lost
have a
among a
choice.
wasteland of overgrown bushes
Decker
and
gazed
fat
at her
canopied
stonily.
trees. One might
Jameson
need a
said,
machete to hack through the tangles.
Decker, have you heard back from Bogart?
Decker just used his hands
still
and his
hasn't
bulk
called
to
you?
navigate it. Bogart and
No.
Milligan were right behind him.
But he's good with us staying
They
here and
reached
working
the
on the
fallen-in
case?
front porch and stared up at
No,
the
he's
facade.
not. So you
They
better
could
pack
still
up and
see the
head back to
char marks
D.C.
on the outside of one of the
When did you
upper-story
hear that?
windows, which was boarded up with
Decker
plywood.
didn't answer.
Where the bodies were
Decker?
found, noted Decker.
A while
and Bogart
back.
nodded in agreement.
And you didn't think to mention
You'll need
it?
to step carefully, said Milligan.
I'm mentioning it now.
I don't know how structurally sound this
I'll see you
place
back in
is.
D.C. at some point.
Decker gingerly stepped up on the front
But you
porch,
mean you're
avoiding
staying.
the obvious
Decker, you
areas of
can't.
weakness. He reached
Watch
the front
me.
door and pushed against it.
He stalked
The
out.
door didn't budge.
Jameson looked down at Lancaster,
Decker put
who
his
sat
big
in the
shoulder
chair,
to it,
still
and
slowly
finally the
chewing
wood
her
cracked
gum.
and the door swung inward.
What the hell is
There was
going
no
on with
electricity
him?
on, of course,
Jameson
which
said.
was why the men had brought powerful
If he disobeys
flashlights.
orders, he's going to blow up his
They
career
moved
at the
inside
Bureau.
to find the interior remarkably
Lancaster
free of
stood.
debris, although the smell of
Amos
mold and
Decker
rot
has
was
always
everywhere.
had priorities,
Bogart
but
put
his
a hand over
career
his nose.
has never been one of
Damn, I'm
them.
not sure we should be breathing this.
I know.
Decker looked up.
He just wants to find the
roof
truth.
and windows held.
He
That's
always
why it's
says
not more
that.
trashed inside.
Lancaster
He
glanced
swung
toward
his light
the
around
door.
the room, taking in the space
I
bit by
actually
bit
think he
as
just wants
moved
to find
forward.
some peace.
The house
And all
was
of
small,
this-
and it didn't take them long to
She
finish
paused
with the
and
ground
looked around
floor
the
and
room.
the attached garage.
All this is
There was
just
no
how he
basement level.
survives with more guilt
That
on
left
his
the
shoulders than
upstairs.
any person has a right to
As soon as
bear.
Decker hit the first step, his brain
And what happened to
popped with
Merrill
the color
Hawkins
blue.
just added a
It was so
shitload
sudden that he
more,
misjudged the riser
because
and
he
stumbled a bit.
obviously blames
Milligan
himself
caught
for
him
what
by the arm.
happened.
You
It's just
okay?
how he's wired.
Decker nodded, though
God,
he
I
wasn't
wish I'd
feeling
never
okay.
told Hawkins where Decker was.
He had only experienced blue like
She
that
touched
when he had
Jameson
seen
on
his
the
family's
shoulder.
bodies in his old house.
It was
And
good
every
to see
time
you,
he had
Alex.
visited it since.
Lancaster followed
Electric
Decker
blue.
out.
It seemed to overwhelm
Jameson
every sense that he
alone.
had. It was unnerving, uncomfortable. And I
Chapter
just need to
13.
get over it. He blinked
Decker sat on a
rapidly,
red
only
park
to find
bench
the
in the
blue
town of his
reemerge
birth.
each time his eyes opened.
Burlington, Ohio, warts and all.
Synesthesia is not all
It had
it's
been
cracked up
crushed
to be.
when most of the factories
He picked his
closed
way
up
carefully
decades
up the rickety
before.
stairs and hit the landing.
Then it had made a comeback.
There
of
were only
sorts.
2 bedrooms up here.
Then the recession
Mars's
had come
and
and
his
knocked it
parents'.
down again.
They had shared a bathroom.
Now it was slowly coming back.
Decker stepped into the first bedroom.
He wondered when the
He
next
assumed it was
knockdown would
Mars's.
come.
The bed was
It
still
always
there,
seemed
and
to.
so were crumbling posters of R&B
Jameson had
singers
sent him
Luther
a half
Vandross
dozen
and Keith
texts after
Sweat.
she'd left town.
On
and
another
he'd
wall
ignored
was
them
the
all.
confirmation that this
Part
was
of him
not the
felt
parents'
bad
room.
about this.
Tattered
None of this
posters
was
of
about
supermodels
Jameson.
Naomi Campbell
This was all
and
about
Claudia
Amos
Schiffer.
Decker, he knew.
Red-blooded
You're
American
never
male,
going to get over
commented
it, are
Milligan.
you?
Geez, it's like we
Lancaster's
opened a
words
time
had ripped
capsule or
into
something.
him like that round into
Where was the
Hawkins's
shotgun
brain.
rack? Asked Decker.
You never are
Milligan
going to
pointed to
get
the
over
far
their
wall.
deaths,
are
Over
you,
there.
Amos?
Single rack with a small drawer
How can
underneath
you?
to hold the ammo boxes.
It was your fault.
They next went into the parents'
He
bedroom.
had sat on this bench before,
Decker stood against
just
one
as
wall
now,
and thought
when
back to the
fall was
diagrams in
speedily
the old
giving
police
over to
reports.
winter in the Ohio
Bodies
Valley.
were right under the front window.
Back then, he'd
side
been
by
making a
side.
feeble living as a
Roy
private
was closest to the
investigator.
window.
He'd been
Lucinda
sitting
on the
here
side
awaiting a
nearest the
man and
bed.
a woman who were
The
headed
glass had
toward a
blackened
cocktail
and shattered
lounge
from
that
the
was no
heat.
longer in
The
business.
plywood had been nailed
He
to
had
the
been paid
exterior
by
of
the
the
woman's
house,
wealthy
closing
father
this
to
gap.
convince the con artist
Unlike
Creek,
their
who had
son's
won her
room,
heart,
this
to
space
leave
had been
town.
emptied. What happened to
He
the
had been
furniture?
successful.
Asked Decker.
It wasn't that
I
hard,
imagine it was
since
all
the
taken
man
as
thought
evidence,
himself
said
far
Bogart.
smarter and
And the
slicker than he
firefighters
actually
might have had
was.
to carry some of the
He never
combustibles
counted
out while
on
they were
running
dealing
into
with the
Amos Decker,
blaze.
who finished him
Decker
off in a
nodded.
few easy
Maybe we
moves
can
of
find
chest
out for
play.
sure. And those square
While
marks on the
waiting for
wall.
the couple, he had
Pictures hung
observed
there.
those moving
I wonder what
around
happened to
him,
them.
making deductions
Milligan
and
said,
grafting them
I
onto
can make
his
some
memory.
calls.
He used to
Decker
refer to
opened the
his memory
closet
as his
door and
personal
shone his light
wired-in
around the
DVR.
interior. He was about
Now
to
he had
close the door
updated
when
the
he
term
stopped
to
and
fit
leaned
modern
farther into the
times.
closet.
I have a
Check this
personal
out.
cloud in my head,
Bogart and
where
Milligan
all my
joined
data
him
is kept
and
safe
stared at
and
where Decker
secure
was pointing his light.
until I want to pull it out.
AC and
Two young men
RB,
walked past
said
arguing
Bogart,
about something.
reading off the
Decker
faded
noted
letters
the
someone had
clenched
written on
hand
the
of the one
side
on the
wall of the
left,
closet.
in which years
What
ago
does
there
that
would have been
mean?
$5 bags of
Decker
crack.
took a picture of the writing
Now
with
he
his phone.
suspected the dude had
I don't
some
know.
opioid pills
They could have
that
been
he was
there before
trying
the
to
Marses
sell.
even bought the place.
The dude on the right was arguing price, no
Or maybe
doubt.
the Marses
In
wrote
his
them,
hand was
which
a
means it could
fistful
be
of
important.
Jacksons. In his back
Decker
pocket,
gazed
a
around.
snort bottle of Narcan.
Who made the 911 call about the
In
fire?
the event of overdose,
Milligan
which was
said,
pretty much
I
inevitable,
don't think they ever
users
determined
were
that.
bringing their
People
back-to-life
really didn't use
medication
cell
with them,
phones back then,
so that a
and I doubt
passerby could
reception
stick
was
it up
great
their
back then
nose
in
and
this
give it
area,
a squirt.
so it probably wasn't a
Thus,
car
they would
driving
live another
past.
day to die
Well, it could
once
have been,
more.
and then the people went to their house
Such
and
was
called.
life in the 21st
Bogart
century.
said, but if they'd
He
done
floated
that,
this
they'd
image
know
up to
where
his
the call
personal
came from.
cloud
They
and
could
went in
trace it.
search of others.
Milligan was already nodding.
He found it in
That's
a woman
true.
pulling
I'll
into
have
a
to check.
parking space on the street
went back
in front of what used to
downstairs.
be a service station.
Here,
and
Decker
was
saw
now a
what he had
CrossFit
seen
facility.
before. A faded
She
picture of a
climbed
young
out
Melvin
dressed in
Mars
tight
in his high
workout
school
clothes
football
and slung a
uniform.
bag over her
It was
shoulder,
hanging on the wall.
her face glued
On a
to her
small shelf were
smartphone
more
screen
old photos
and
of
with
Mars
earbuds
at
in.
various ages.
He looked over her car.
Surprised they're still here, said
The
Bogart.
parking permit on her front
Like he
bumper
said, no one wants
identified
to
where
come
she
into a
lived
house where people
for
were
any
killed.
potential bad guy
And not
to
too many
see
people live
and
out
follow.
this way, and strangers passing by
He
wouldn't
wanted
even
to
be
tell
able
her to
see the
find
house
another
from the
way
road,
to do the parking
particularly
thing,
now with
and not to
everything
be so
overgrown.
oblivious about her surroundings
Decker looked
while
around
she
some
eagerly
more.
examined her critically
But it's
important
interesting what we're
social
not
media
seeing.
happenings.
What's
But he
that?
figured she'd
Asked
just call
Milligan.
the cops on him for
Pictures of
harassing
Roy
her.
and Lucinda Mars.
This scene was
He turned to
dutifully
Milligan.
uploaded to his
It's
cloud
like
for no
they never
apparent
even
reason,
existed.
other than it always went there. Last shot.
Chapter 15.
An elderly couple walked by,
Decker
hand
looked
in
at his
hand.
watch.
He looked a
They had
bit
driven
younger
to the
than
house
she,
where Ellen Tanner
perhaps
had
in
hooked
his
up with
early
Melvin
80s.
Mars that night.
Her hand was
It
trembling,
was small,
and she had a
old,
tremor
and set
along
off
one
by
side of her
itself.
face.
There wasn't
other
another
side
home
drooped.
within 20 miles of
Either
it,
Bell's
and
palsy
back
or
then
she'd
it was
previously
probably even
suffered a
more
stroke.
isolated.
The man had
Why is a
hearing
young
aids
woman
in
living
both
all the way
ears
out
and what
here
looked
by
to be a
herself?
melanoma growing
Decker
on his
had
nose.
asked.
And yet they
Neither
shuffled
Bogart nor
slowly
Milligan
along
had an
together,
answer.
growing
Then
old,
they had driven back to
nearing
the
the
site
end,
of the old
and
motel,
still in
which was
love.
now a strip mall.
That was the way
They
it
had
was
next
supposed
driven to the
work.
Marses' home. All
Decker
three
tried, but
locations were off
failed
the
to
same
not
main
upload
road,
that to his
a fairly
cloud.
straight shot.
But he did try to
Decker
stick it in
said,
a particularly
It's
remote
1 hour
part
in
of his
between Ellen
memory.
Tanner's old house and the motel,
So, with
and about
Jameson
40
gone,
minutes from the
he was
motel to
alone
the
again.
Marses' house.
In some
Milligan,
ways, he
at the
preferred
wheel of
it.
the car, nodded.
He had been on his own
He left
after his
Tanner's at
family
10
had been
p.m.
taken from him.
He said he
And
reached
he
the
had
motel about an
survived.
hour later, or
Maybe it
11
was for the
o'clock,
best.
which works.
Maybe he
But the
was
motel clerk
destined for a
testified that he
solitary
checked Mars in at
existence.
1:15
It
a.m.
just felt more
So he could
comfortable.
have driven another 40 minutes
He
to his
shifted
house,
his sole
killed his
focus to the
parents,
problem
and
at
driven
hand.
back to the motel and made
Merrill
it easily
Hawkins.
by 1 or a bit after.
Decker had
That's what the
approximately 1
prosecution
million
successfully
questions and not
argued.
nearly that many answers.
Not easily,
In
countered
fact,
Decker.
he had none at
He
all.
had to get to the house,
But he was not
shotgun his
parked on this
parents,
bench
get the
merely for his
gas and
health,
set them on
but
fire.
for the sake
That
of
would take some
nostalgia.
time.
He
But
had
it could
spoken
be
to
done.
one
There's
widow,
no denying that.
Susan Richards.
And the police
Now he
report
was
said a
awaiting
car
another.
matching Mars's was seen leaving the vicinity
Rachel
of their
Katz
house about
walked
the
down
time
the
the coroner
pavement a few
thinks the
minutes
murders
later.
occurred.
She and
added
David
Bogart.
Katz had never had any
That's right,
children.
said Milligan.
She lived alone
And the
in
witness was a
condo
long-haul
downtown.
trucker who was based
It was
here
a luxury
and
loft
knew the
in an
Marses.
old factory building.
Bogart nodded.
Decker had
And
learned
he
that she
died
still
5
worked
years
as a
ago,
CPA
so we can't talk
and
to
had
him.
her own practice.
Decker
And she
said,
still owned the
but we
American
have Charles
Grill.
Montgomery.
Her office
Can
was a
talk to him.
5-minute walk from her loft.
I got an email back from the folks
Several
in
years
Alabama.
younger than
It's
the
all
late
set.
husband,
We
she
can
was
speak
now
to him the day after
44.
tomorrow.
A striking-looking
Decker's
woman
phone buzzed.
when Decker had
It was
first met
Jameson.
her all those years ago.
She said,
She had aged
We've talked
exceptionally
to Mars.
well.
Davenport
Her
is writing
blonde
up her
hair
report
was still
now.
long and skimmed her
what
shoulders.
does she think?
She was tall
I'm not
and
sure.
fit,
She
with a
plays things
swagger
close
to
to
her
the
walk.
vest.
She
What do
moved
you
like
think?
she owned the world.
He seems
Or
very
at least
sincere,
Burlington,
Amos,
Ohio.
but he could also be very manipulative.
She was dressed in
I
a
just
black
don't know
jacket
which one
with
yet.
a white cuffed shirt
Did he tell you
underneath and
anything
a
new?
long skirt.
Not really.
Her choice of
He
lipstick
reiterated
was
his
flaming
innocence.
red.
We went
Her
over his
fingernails
actions
the
on the night
same
his parents
shade.
were killed.
The briefcase
We
she
can't
carried
explain the
lightly
timing. He
smacked
said he
against
went
her
to sleep
thigh
at the
as she
motel
walked.
and woke up when the police
A
knocked
couple
on
of
his door.
construction workers cat-called
Well,
out
he's
to
had
her
2
as she
decades to
passed
perfect
by.
that story.
Cats
But one
ignored
thing
them.
does bother me.
Decker heaved
What?
himself off the bench
If he
and went
planned
to
this
work.
all out, why can't he
Just
come
like
up with a
old
plausible
times.
explanation for the time gap? He had to know it was going to be a problem.
Chapter 14.
Bogart, who had been listening in, said,
She looked up at
criminals
him,
usually slip up.
recognition
And they
flitting
usually
across her
slip up on the
features as he
timeline,
stopped
Amos.
her on the
They
sidewalk.
can't be in 2 places at the same time.
I remember
You know that
you.
as well as anyone.
Amos
They
Decker.
do slip up,
I
but not by that
investigated the
much,
death of your
countered
husband when I
Decker.
worked on the Burlington
15
police
minutes,
force.
maybe half an hour can be fudged,
That's
but not
right.
hours.
She
It was a
frowned.
huge hole.
And I
If
heard
he was
on the news
meticulous in
that
other respects,
the man who
why not with
killed
that
him
critical
came back
piece?
to town,
I'm just saying, it's something
and that
to
he
keep
was
in
found
mind.
murdered.
Jameson asked,
That's right.
When will you be
Merrill
back?
Hawkins.
in about an
She
hour.
shuddered.
He clicked
Well,
off and stared out at the
I can't
highway
say that
as
I
the
was
vastness
sorry,
of Texas
but
stretched
I
ahead
thought
of
he
him.
was in prison for life.
All the way to the horizon, the
What was he
topography
doing
looked
here?
exactly the same.
The news didn't say.
He closed his eyes and let his mind
They
whir
let him
back
out
to something
because he
that
was
was gnawing at
terminally
him.
ill with cancer.
Bogart glanced
She
over
had
and
no
saw
reaction
this.
to this.
Something he had seen often back
And what
in
are you
Burlington.
doing here?
What?
She asked.
He asked.
I just have
Decker
some
kept his
questions
eyes
for you.
closed but said,
Do you still work for the
"Shotgun, then
police?
fire."
I thought I heard
Come
that you
again.
left town.
They were killed with a
I
shotgun
work for the FBI
and then
now,
set on fire.
but I'm still a sworn officer
That's what
in
the
Ohio.
police report said, yes.
He showed her
Why?
his official credentials.
In his mind, Decker brought
And
up
what
the photos of
exactly
the
are
charred
you
bodies.
investigating?
The good thing about
Hawkins's
hyperthymesia
murder
was that he saw
and that
things
of your
exactly
husband and
as
the
they
other
were.
victims at the
No
Richards'
detail
that
was
night.
missing.
She
Nothing
shook her
inserted,
head, looking
nothing
confused.
taken away. Clear as a mirror.
We know who killed my
Pugilistic.
husband and the Richards
What?
family.
The bodies
Merrill
were in the
Hawkins.
pugilistic pose.
We're taking
Milligan
another
glanced
look
at
at
him.
it.
Why?
Right. Fire makes muscles,
There are some
tendons,
anomalies we
ligaments
need to
stiffen
sort
and
out.
contract. Whether the victim was
What
dead or
sort of
alive before the
anomalies?
fire was started.
Do you want
Fists
to go
clench,
somewhere to
arms
discuss
bend.
this rather
You
than
look
out
like
on
a
the
fighter
street?
in the ring in
Or
a
we can go
defensive
down to the
stance.
police station.
Hence the name.
She
said
looked
Decker,
around at
whose
several
eyes were still
passersby,
closed.
staring at them.
The shotgun blast killed
My
them,
condo
clearly.
is right over here.
Milligan shrugged.
He followed
Shotgun
her into
blasts
the
to
building,
head from a close
which had a
distance are always
concierge,
fatal.
and they rode up
Nature
in
of
an
the
elevator
beast.
to her floor.
Decker opened his eyes.
Didn't
So
know
why
they had
burn the
places like
bodies?
this in Burlington.
If they were
noted
already
Decker,
dead,
as they walked
and I
down
don't
the
believe
plush
it was
corridor.
symbolic.
At least they
Bogart
didn't when
said,
I lived here.
The police reports raised that
We just
question,
completed
but never
this a year
answered it.
ago.
If it was done to
I'm
make
actually involved
identifying
with
the bodies
the
more
development
difficult, it
company
didn't
that
work.
renovated this
They were
building.
identified by their dental records.
We're working on 2 others,
even if that
and I'm
hadn't
also
worked,
working
you could
with
still
another
get
group
DNA
in
off a
several
burned
new
body.
projects around town
But maybe
and
the
a
killer
slew
didn't
of
know that.
businesses, including some
You
restaurants.
mean maybe Melvin Mars
We
didn't
have
know
big
that,
plans
said
for
Milligan.
Burlington.
Decker ignored this.
Economy
They
finally
were
turning
positively
around.
identified as Roy and Lucinda
Seems to
Mars.
be. We
Yes,
hope to get
there was no
several large
question about it.
companies to
The
come
bodies were
here.
badly burned.
We're
and despite
really
the
rolling out
shotgun
the red
wounds to the
carpet.
head, enough
2
of their teeth
Fortune
were left
1000s
intact to
have
ID
already
them through
started
their dental
building
records.
regional headquarters
They
in
were
the
the missing
area.
couple.
And a
Still
high-tech
doesn't answer my
startup just
question.
opened
Why
its
burn the
headquarters
bodies
downtown,
after they
which
were dead?
brought in a lot of young,
They drove
affluent
for a few
people.
more miles in silence.
It's a lot cheaper to live here
Finally,
than in,
Bogart said,
say, Chicago.
Maybe the killer panicked.
And we enticed
They
the
do.
hospital system
He
to
tried
build
to
a
get rid
new
of the evidence,
facility.
thinking that maybe the
And
fire
we're
would
well
cremate the
along to
bodies.
getting a parts
All it
supplier
did
to the
was
Big
create a lot of
3 in
smoke that
Detroit to
someone
build a new
noticed and called the
factory on
fire
the north
department.
side of
If
town.
he had just left the bodies,
Those people have
they
to
might not have
live,
been
shop, and
discovered for
eat
a
out
long
somewhere. New
Milligan
restaurants and
interjected.
places to live downtown
Well,
are already
if their
popping
son
up,
didn't kill them,
in
he
addition
would
to
have
what I'm
found the
working
bodies
on.
when he got
So,
home that morning.
yes,
Or more likely,
things
the
are
house would have been burned
looking
down.
up.
There was no reliable
Great.
time of death calculation?
They entered her
With burned
condo,
bodies
which had an
outdoors, you
open
can have
floor
an
plan and lots
entomologist
of
look for
20-foot
insect
windows.
evidence. Flies
Decker
laying
watched as
eggs,
cats
that sort
used
of
a
thing.
remote to
Even
open the
indoors you have
shades
that
to let in
occur.
the fading
But
light.
that sort of evidence wasn't
Beautiful
available.
place, he
Flies
observed,
naturally won't lay
looking
eggs
at all
on a
the
burning
expensive
body.
architectural
The most
details,
precise analysis for
like
TOD
exposed
on
beams,
severely charred
repointed brick
victims
walls,
is an examination
slate
of the
floors,
bones.
high-dollar
Chemical and
appliances in the
microscopic
kitchen,
analysis.
and oil
But then
and
you're
acrylic
talking
paintings on the wall.
microradiography and electron
The
microscopy.
furniture was big enough not ought to be
Decker
overwhelmed
nodded.
by the large
But I
footprint.
doubt in a
with
rural
several
Texas
comfortable
county
seating
20
areas
years
laid
ago
out.
they were able to do any of that.
It was featured in Lux.
I doubt they have the equipment
She
to do
said.
it today, pointed out
That's a
Bogart.
design magazine.
So the TOD was
She added
determined
when Decker
largely by
looked
the call to
blankly
the
at
fire
her.
department at 10 minutes past
Targeted
midnight.
to the very
The
affluent.
firemen showed up 11 minutes
She
later.
paused.
5 minutes after that, they
Sorry if
discovered
that
the
sounded
bodies.
snooty.
So 26
No
past
problem.
12.
I'm just not very knowledgeable about that stuff.
Let's say the
And I've
bodies were
never
set
been
on fire
affluent.
around midnight.
Well, I wasn't
Milligan
born with a
said,
silver spoon.
Mars would have had time
And being
to
a
do it then.
CPA, I work
Straight
about
from Tanner's
100 hours
apartment
a
to the
week.
house. Do the deed,
You must
get
have
back
gotten
in his
off
car,
early
and head
today,
out to the
then.
motel.
It's not yet 5.
Bogart said,
I was expecting
now we can
to be waiting
assume if the
longer
bodies had
before
been
I saw
burning
you
for
coming
long
home.
that the house would have been more damaged
This
by
is
the
just a
spreading
little break
flames.
for me.
He kills them, sets
I
the
head
fire,
back to the
and is
office
gone
in
by
a couple
midnight or
hours for
shortly
a client
thereafter.
meeting. And
That
then I
way,
have
the
an
fire
event
has only
later
been burning
tonight.
for maybe less than a
I was
half
hoping to
hour
catch up
or
on
a
a
bit
few
more when
domestic
the fire
chores right
department
now,
shows up.
so if we could get
Decker
down to
shook his
what
head.
you wanted.
But it's 40 minutes to the motel
She sat down
from
on
here.
a couch and
The
motioned
motel
for
clerk
Decker
said he
to
checked
sit
in at
in a chair
1:15.
opposite.
That leaves a gap of about 35
So,
minutes.
what anomalies
Bogart
were
said,
you referring to?
Maybe he drove around.
I can't
Maybe
get
he
into
sat out in the
specifics
parking lot
because
trying
it's
to
an
calm
ongoing
down.
investigation.
He would have just
I
killed
can
his
tell you
parents.
that Merrill
here.
Hawkins came back to
He had the
town
40-minute
to ask
drive
the
over
police
to
to
do
reopen
that.
the
He
investigation.
waits in the parking lot. He's screwing up his
Reopen
supposed
it?
rock-solid alibi.
Why?
Which was really no alibi
Because
based on
he
the
said he
timing
was
that
innocent.
Tanner and the motel clerk testified
Katz's
to.
features
It doesn't
turned
make any
ugly.
sense.
So
But
you're
it's the best
taking the
scenario
word
we
of a
have.
murderer
But it's got a big
to
problem.
reopen the
How
investigation?
do you mean?
Are
asked
you
Milligan.
kidding me?
Over
No,
20
not
years
just
ago, a
that.
credit card would probably have been
There are the
manually run
anomalies
through
I
the system,
mentioned.
especially at a motel in
And that
rural
you won't
Texas.
specify.
There would be no
So what do
electronic
you want with
timestamp.
me?
So
She
it was
said
the motel
abruptly,
clerk's word against Melvin's.
Can you tell me why your
Milligan
husband
shook
was
his
there
head.
that night?
No, I checked that.
Good
The
God.
motel owner called the
I
card in at
already
16 minutes
testified
past
to
1
this.
to verify the account.
It would just take a
That
minute,
came out at
and
trial.
you might remember something you hadn't
Still doesn't
before.
prove anything. I don't
Katz
see
let out
why
a
not,
long,
said an
annoyed
exasperated
sigh
Milligan.
and crossed her arms and
And don't
legs.
forget, his mother's blood was
It
found
was
in
a
his
long
car. How is
time
that
ago.
possible unless he killed them?
Just whatever you can
I
remember.
need to talk to Mars
prompted
again.
Decker.
What about? Asked Bogart.
Don Richards was the loan
Among other
officer
things,
at the bank, so
credit versus cash.
David knew him. He'd been instrumental in getting
Chapter
the loan for
16.
the American Grill construction.
What the hell does that have to do with
My
anything?
husband was very
Mars
ambitious.
stared from his hospital bed at Decker,
That was one
who
trait that drew
impassively
me to
stared
him.
back. Bogart
He
was
wanted
next
to make a
Decker
lot of
and looking
money
bewildered.
and also do things
Milligan
to
had
help
elected to
bolster
wait in
the
the car
community.
and make some phone calls.
I appreciated
Decker
that.
cleared his throat and said, I told
did
you
you
before
two
that
meet?
nothing is too important to overlook.
Shortly after the
The room
grill
rate was
opened,
$25. Why not just pay that
She got
in
a
cash?
far-off
Why
look on
pull
her
a credit
face
card?
and smiled.
Where's my lawyer?
we were set
Mars
up on a
demanded.
blind date
Where's
of all
Mary?
things.
I suppose she
We were
left,
both so busy
replied
it was hard
Decker.
to find time to
We
meet
can
people.
call her and wait until she gets here, but
We
it
hit
would
it
be
off
faster
right
if you just
away,
answered
and
the questions.
we're married 6 months
He paused
later.
momentarily. So
And
why
as you
the credit
said,
card?
you still own the American
It was over
Grill.
20 years ago. I don't remember.
Yes, it was
Just
in
take a
both
minute.
my and
Think
David's
back and
names.
try. That's
It
all I'm
passed to
asking.
me after Hawkins murdered
At first,
him.
Mars looked put out, but
Has
the
it been
genuine look of
profitable for you?
curiosity on Decker's face
We've
made
had
him lean
good
back
and bad
against his
years.
pillow and do
Right
just
now
that.
it's doing okay.
After about a minute, he said,
So, as far as you
Okay,
know,
my
your husband
first
was just
inclination
there
would
that
have been to
night
pay
to shoot the
cash.
breeze with
I
Don
didn't like
Richards?
using the card.
Or was it about
Only
business?
I didn't have enough cash. In fact,
I don't know.
I don't
I
think I
told you
had
that
any.
before.
You went on
I
a
didn't
date with a
even know
woman
he
with
was
no
going over
cash?
there that night.
Did you go out to eat, take in a movie,
They might have been
order
talking about
takeout?
some business
Did you
projects
spend it that
because
way?
David had several
We
things
didn't
going
go
on
out.
at that time.
We stayed at her place.
And
She
Don
made
was
some
his main
food, we
contact
had
at the
some
bank.
beer, and no drugs.
But I don't know
You
why
said
he
she
would
had
have
some
done
pot.
that at Don's home.
Well, Ellen smoked a joint,
She
but
added
not me.
icily.
Did you ever ask why
As you
she
know,
lived in the middle of
David
nowhere?
never came home alive,
No,
so
I just
he
assumed she had a
couldn't
good
tell me
reason.
what they discussed.
It was probably cheap.
I thought we'd be together
Was
for
she in
life.
college? Did she have a
Turned
job?
out it was only for a short
I think
time.
she had something to do with PR.
Had your
I think she
husband
mentioned
become
that at
friends
some
with
of the
Mr.
alumni
Richards?
events.
Did
She
you
seemed
and his
the type.
wife hang out
Really
with each
pretty,
other?
very outgoing.
No,
So you discovered you had no
Nothing
cash
like
when you
that.
went to pay the motel guy?
they had kids.
I
We
think
didn't.
so, yeah.
And they were
Did you remember
older,
having
and
any cash on you
David
before
and I
you
were
went to
working
Ellen
all the
Tanner's?
time.
Well,
We didn't
since
have
I didn't
time
have
for
any cash
friends,
after I
really.
left her place, and I hadn't spent
And you
any
were
while I was
working that
there,
night,
I guess the
correct?
answer to that would be no.
I just started my own CPA
No, that really
firm. I was
doesn't answer my
burning the
question.
proverbial
Did you
midnight
look in your
oil.
wallet before you went
She
to
frowned.
Tanner's? And if you did,
Until I got
did
the
you
call
have
from the
cash in your
police, I
wallet?
couldn't believe it.
Mars looked at
I
Bogart.
thought it was some awful
Do you have
prank.
any idea what he's getting at?
She paused and glanced
When
up at
Bogart
Decker.
said nothing, Mars glanced
I
back
had to
at Decker.
identify his body.
I don't remember.
Have you ever had
okay?
to do that?
I just don't.
ID the body
Where
of
did you get the
someone you
credit card?
loved?
It wasn't from any
I'm sure it
alumni
was very
booster or
hard.
anything.
Decker
It was all
replied
on the up and up.
quietly.
I don't care about that. that.
She suddenly
I just want to
gazed
know where
hard
you
at
got
him.
it. My parents got it
minute.
for me.
Oh
I
my God,
graduated
that
from
happened
college,
to you, your
made the
family.
dean's
I
list
remember
the last
now.
2
It was all
semesters.
over the
It was a
news.
reward. It had a low limit
Doesn't
on it,
matter,
but it was
said
cool to
Devlin.
have.
Your
Never had a
husband's
credit
wallet
card
and
before.
wristwatch were missing.
He
And
had
a
it
gold
dryly.
ring with
Hadn't had
encrusted
what
diamonds
since.
he wore.
And you
She
used that to
nodded.
pay the motel room bill.
I gave that ring to him.
Yeah. Lucky,
For
too,
what
since I had no
turned out
cash.
to be his last
Did he run the
birthday.
card with a manual machine?
She added coldly.
Yeah. When you use your
Anything else
hand
you
to
can
push back
remember
and
that might
forth.
help me.
The motel
I
clerk
don't wanna
testified
help
he
you.
phoned in the charge
She
to
said
confirm it was
candidly.
okay. Did you see him do
Because
that?
Merrill Hawkins killed
Yeah,
my
I wasn't
husband.
surprised. I was a
We
young
were going
black
to have a
dude showing
family.
up at night.
We were going
Probably thought I'd
places.
stolen the card.
We talked
Guess
about
he
moving
wasn't
to
no college
Chicago.
football fan.
I mean, a place like
So he
Burlington
made the
can only
call while
take
you were
so
standing
far.
there. Yeah.
Then why are you
What did
still
he say
here?
on the phone?
Asked Decker just as
I don't
bluntly.
remember, okay? Whatever you say when you're trying to
My
make sure a
husband is
charge is
buried
okay,
here.
I guess. I really wasn't paying
Decker's
attention.
features softened.
Decker nodded
I can
slowly.
understand that.
And he said that occurred at
She
around
stood.
1:15 in the morning.
I really need to get going,
Well, that's
so if there's
bullshit, because it was around
nothing
11.
else.
It's only an hour from where
Decker
Ellen
rose
lived
from
to the
his
motel.
chair.
I know that
Thank
for
you
a
for
fact.
your time.
Been that way many times.
I'm not going to wish you luck.
And that would be the
And
logical
I'm
way for you to
glad
go
that
home.
Hawkins is dead.
Dude, it's the only way.
One more question.
And then your car died.
Can you tell me where you were
Right
between
as I was
11 and
passing the
midnight
motel.
on the night Merrill
Lucky for
Hawkins
me.
was murdered?
Maybe not
She
so
blanched.
lucky. Did you decide then to stay
Do
the
you
night
really
there?
believe I had anything
No,
to do with his
my
murder?
first thought was to see if I could get the
I don't
car
know.
started.
That's why I'm
I
asking.
couldn't. Sat in
But
the
if you have
parking
an
lot for like
alibi,
5
it would be
minutes
good
trying
to
to
get
get
it
it
out
going,
there.
but it was
The
dead.
police are going to
Then I
ask
went
you
into
for
the
one.
motel office. Dude came out from a
Why?
little room in back.
Because
Told
he
him I
was
had
back
car
in town
trouble,
and you
that
believe
I
he
wanted to
killed
call
your
a tow
husband.
service.
If it makes you feel
What did
any
he say
better,
to
we
that?
asked Susan
Decker
Richards
asked
the
quickly.
same thing.
He told me the only one
And did
around was
she
like 2
have an
hours away
alibi?
and they were closed.
Decker
And
didn't
you
answer.
accepted that? Asked Decker.
When was it again?
Well, yeah, I'd never broken
She
down
asked,
before.
evidently
My
upset.
dad was good with cars. Fixed anything
told
wrong
her.
with them, so I never had to
She
think
stood
about
there
going to a
rocking back
repair
and
place.
forth.
So while I knew the
I'll have to
area
check my
okay, I didn't know
schedule
where
and
the closest
see what I
tow
can
place
find.
was. You said
I'm
you've
so
been to
busy
my
I
house?
have a hard time remembering what I
Yes.
was doing an hour ago.
Well, this is middle of nowhere, Texas.
As he headed to the door,
Back then,
she
that
called
motel
out
was the
after
only
him.
one for I don't know how many
Why
miles.
are you really doing this?
So when you knew you couldn't get a tow, you
He
decided
turned
to
back,
check
his
into the
hand on the
motel.
doorknob.
Yeah. Then I
There are
planned to
enough
call the
guilty
tow
people
place in the
the world
morning,
without
or maybe
us
my
making an
dad.
innocent person
Only then
one.
the police came, and that's when I found out
Do
what
you
had happened.
really think Hawkins was
And they
innocent?
knew where you were because
She
of the
said
activity on
skeptically.
your credit card.
That's what I'm
Yes,
going to
so,
find out.
said Mars.
You
Bogart
sound
interjected.
confident.
Why didn't you phone your
But
parents
it's been a
that
long
night?
time.
They could have come and gotten you.
Memories fade.
Decker looked at him
I don't
approvingly
have
and then
that
turned
problem.
back to Mars.
Said Decker.
Mars said, I didn't have a phone. I could have used
Chapter
the motel
15.
phone, I guess, but it was late. And I didn't want to
He
wake
finally
them up.
answered the phone.
But if they woke
really
up next
had no
morning and
choice.
found you weren't
It
there,
had now
wouldn't
been a
they be
while
worried?
since she'd
Asked
left town.
Bogart. Look, I was a
Hello,
grown
Alex.
man. I stayed out all
Well,
night before.
It's about
When I
damn
left, I
time.
told them I might be late,
She
or I might
barked.
go straight to my practice
I have
session if
been
I
busy.
stayed over at Ellen's. I had my
So
stuff
have
in the
I.
car.
The team's
So they
leaving to go
wouldn't
to work on a
necessarily be
case in New
expecting me
Hampshire.
home.
Plane takes off in an hour.
So why didn't you stay at
Good
Ellen's?
luck on it.
Asked Decker.
Bogart is
Mars
not
looked
happy.
down at his manacled hand.
I'm sure he has every
Look,
right to
we
be
had
pissed at me.
sex. She was really hot.
You're just placating
Last
me.
woman I've slept with
I was
for
calling to
20
see if you
years.
wanted to join us
But-
in New Hampshire.
But what?
I checked on
Asked
flights.
Bogart.
There's one you can catch out of
I was
Cleveland
gonna
with a
be rich
layover
after
in
the
Newark.
draft, and she...
I
think
can't
she
do
wanted
that,
to be
Alex.
part of that.
I'm working the case here.
What, marriage? How
Well,
long had you been seeing
getting
her?
good with your old friends at
See,
the police
that's
force
the
there.
thing.
I'm not sure
that
you'll have a job
long,
at the
like a few
FBI when you
weeks.
get back.
I wasn't thinking of marriage.
I guess I can
Hell, I
understand
didn't even know
that.
where I'd be living, depending
Nobody
on what team
wants
was going
that,
to draft
Amos.
me.
I hope you
So
know
did you
that.
two argue?
I do.
I wouldn't say argue.
Good
We
luck with
discussed stuff.
everything you're doing up there.
And what was the result of that
She
discussion?
clicked off,
asked
and Decker put down his phone
She
and stared at it
politely
for a
asked me
long
to get the
moment.
hell out of her house, and so
He
I
was
did.
suddenly hungry.
Decker
He
took a
knew
long
exactly
breath.
where he wanted to eat.
When I first asked you about that, you said you left to get home.
place
but
was
hit the
only
sack
about a
because
quarter
you had your
full
workout
when he
session
got
with
there,
your trainer the
even
next
though
morning.
it was the dinner hour.
Again,
He had
what the
noticed
hell
some
does that
new
matter
eateries
about
that had
anything?
opened up on his
Mars
walk
barked.
over here.
Now
Maybe
this
they were
dude in
taking
Alabama
business
said
away
he killed
from the
my
American
parents.
grill.
Why don't you go question his
He was
ass
shown
and
to a
leave me
table
the
and
hell
sat
alone?
down. He
We are
glanced at
going
his
to question
menu
him,
and then
said
scanned
Bogart.
the interior.
But we have questions for you.
Waiters
two.
and waitresses were making
Mars
the
pointed
rounds
his
of the
finger at
tables.
Decker.
Other
This dude
waitstaff
thinks
stood
I'm
against
lying.
the wall,
He thinks
conversing.
I'm good for it.
His
Got a
gaze
beef
passed
against
one
me because I
table
ran
and
over
then
his
came
ass up
back
in
to it.
Columbus.
His attention
Buckeye
suddenly
gets
riveted
gored by
on
the
couple sitting
Longhorn.
there.
He sure as hell can't
was
be
Earl
objective,
Lancaster,
like the dude who
Mary's
prosecuted me.
He was
Did
there
you know
with a
he
woman.
was a Tennessee man?
Only it wasn't his
President
wife.
of the Boosters Club
Earl
and
had
everything?
started out
That's
as a
bullshit, ain't
construction
it?
laborer before
Decker
becoming
said,
a contractor.
"This might come as a surprise
He had
to
the
you,
build
but most
of a man
people's
who
lives do
used
not
his
revolve
muscle
around
for a
football.
living.
I haven't
He was
watched a
about 6
Buckeyes
feet
game
tall,
since I
with a
graduated.
marine buzz cut,
Couldn't care less if he
thick
played for the
arms, and a
Longhorns
broad
or
chest.
ran over my ass 20-some
He was
years
dressed
ago.
in an
I just
untucked
care about
white
what happened to your
long-sleeved
parents.
shirt and dressed
Well,
jeans.
good for you.
A pair
I've
of
told
black
you all I know
loafers were
about
on
it.
his
If
feet.
that's not enough,
His
then that's
companion
too
was in
bad.
her early 40s with
Mars
a
rolled
slim
over
build,
in the bed and stared at the
long,
wall.
soft brown hair, green
Bogart
eyes,
glanced at
and a
Decker,
pleasant
whose
smile
gaze was
as she
still on
peered
Mars.
lovingly into Earl's face.
Your mother's blood was found in your car.
Earl broke off
Do you have
looking
an
at her,
explanation
gazed
other
around
than
the
it came from
restaurant,
you?
and flinched when he saw
No.
Decker staring at him.
Could she have been in the car
He
before?
said something to the
Maybe
woman,
cut herself
jumped
or
up,
had a
and
nosebleed.
headed over to Decker's table.
No,
Decker
none of that
noted
happened.
The woman watched
She
him
never
the whole
used
way.
my car. Decker said,
Earl sat down
"Did you get
across
along
from
with your
Decker.
parents?"
Amos,
"Why?" said
I
Mars
heard you
over
were
his
in
shoulder.
town.
Well,
Mary
the
told
motive
me.
the prosecution painted during
Is
your
that
trial
right?
was that...
said Decker,
I know what
letting
that
his
man
gaze
said,
linger for a
interrupted
moment longer
Mars.
on the woman
He
before
rolled
looking at
back
Earl.
over. His features
The
were
man
calmer,
seemed
or perhaps
embarrassed
just
and
resigned.
put his hands together
My
on the
parents
table
never
top
made
and
any
stared
demands of
down
me
at them.
when they knew I was going pro.
Guess you're
I was
wondering
going to take
what's
care of
going
them,
on.
buy them a house, a new car,
I am,
set
but
them up.
it's also none
I
of
had
my
it all
business.
planned out. Decker
The
cocked his
fact
head.
is, Mary and I are
You're a
splitting
good
up.
planner, right?
Really?
What's
said
wrong with
Decker.
that?
I'm sorry to hear
Nothing.
that.
But the
And
prosecution
who's your
brought
friend
in
over
witnesses
there?
who said otherwise about your
Earl
parents.
glanced up.
That they wanted more money than
I
you were
know
willing
what
to
you're
give them.
thinking.
Mars
I
said
doubt it.
slowly. Not
Mary
both
initiated
of
this
them.
whole thing, Amos.
Bogart
It
said
wasn't my
sharply.
idea, but
So
I have a
one
life
of them
to live.
did say things like that?
What
The
about
testimony
Sandy?
was correct?
We're
Because you
splitting
just
custody,
told us they had made
but
no
I'll
demands
have her
on you.
more.
So were
Mary's
you lying
schedule
to
is
us?
too crazy.
Mars licked his lips
And
nervously.
she's okay with that?
My father,
She
he kind of
suggested
changed
it.
the last few months.
What's
He
going
was
on with
moody and
her?
would get mad at
Why
Mom
the
and me for the
divorce?
least little thing.
Why letting you get
I
Sandy?
thought he was getting off in
This
the
isn't
head or
making
something.
sense.
But I guess it was the money
Earl
thing.
looked
He
uncomfortable.
figured out how much I'd probably be getting
She's
with my
a cop.
first contract.
She's got...
This was before the
It's a lot
rookie
of
rule.
pressure.
I'd done my homework.
Do you
And if I
wanna
went
get
in the top
divorced,
three,
Earl?
I was looking at a $7 million
I don't have a
signing
choice,
bonus.
do I? It's
This was
not
over
like I could
20
stop
years
her.
ago. You know what that works out to
Decker
be today?
glanced at the woman again.
Over
She
$10,500,000.
smiled, but when he didn't
said Decker.
return it, she abruptly
Mars
looked
looked at
away.
him funny. That's right. How'd you know?
Regardless, I think you've
Lucky
already
guess.
made your choice.
And that was just the bonus.
Earl's features turned
Right.
angry.
You got
I
more
don't need
over
to
the
be
course of the
judged by you,
contract.
okay?
But the signing bonus was the thing.
I'm not judging
And I was looking at
anybody.
maybe
I'm
a
simply
7-year
making an
deal that I
observation.
could opt out of in
Wrong.
3
Tell me
years.
so, and I'll
If
say
I
I'm
made
sorry.
All-Pro and led the league in rushing,
Earl's anger
I could
dissipated.
write my own ticket.
Look,
I mean, my
it's
next
true.
contract would
Nancy
make
and I
my
are
rookie
seeing
deal look
each other.
cheap.
But Mary and
But you
I
never
stopped.
got that chance, said
Well,
Decker.
we stopped living really as
Does it
husband and
look
wife
like
a
I
while
did?
back.
He snapped.
If you know what I mean.
So what did your
And I
father
didn't
say
start
to you
seeing
about
her
it?
until Mary told
He
me our
wanted to be
marriage
taken
was
care
over.
of. I told him I
I
would.
swear to God,
But,
I believe
said
you.
Decker,
Now is Sandy taking it?
but he said he wanted something in
She
writing.
doesn't
To
really
make
understand.
it, legally binding.
I think she probably
Bogart looked at
understands
Decker.
more than you think.
This wasn't part of the trial transcript.
We'll get by.
Decker kept his
We have
gaze
to.
on Mars. No, it
No
wasn't.
argument there.
And why was that,
Hope
Melvin?
everything works out for you.
Mars sat up.
All of you.
That was
He
one of the
added.
reasons why I didn't testify at
I know
trial.
why you're in town.
My lawyer
Mary
was afraid
told
if I
me.
got
The
asked
Hawkins
about it, I
case.
would have to reveal it.
You know one of the victims,
Reveal
David
what?
Katz, owned this
That I
place.
signed a one-page
Decker
contract
nodded.
saying that 30% of my
And now
rookie
his widow
contract would go to
does.
my
You
parents.
know Rachel Katz?
And what happened
Yeah,
to this
I know her.
contract?
She's
asked
involved in
Bogart.
lots of projects around
I guess
town.
it don't matter now.
She apparently
He let
has
out a
big
long
plans
breath.
for Burlington.
I got rid of it.
Well, the
How?
town needs a
In a
shot
fire,
of energy.
maybe? Bogart
Glad
said
she's doing
sharply.
what she's doing.
Hey, I know this
Okay,
doesn't look too
said
good
Decker.
for me. That
I,
is an understatement,
better be getting back.
retorted Bogart.
Good to see you, Amos. Yeah.
Chapter
Earl
17.
retreated to his table, where Decker watched
Without
him.
taking
and a
his
woman
eyes
named
off Mars,
Nancy talking
Decker
and
said,
snatching glances
Agent
at him.
Bogart, can you give us a
He
minute,
picked up
please?
his menu and waved the
Bogart
waitress
looked like he was
over
going
after
to
he'd
say
made
no,
his
but
decision.
Decker added,
She was in her
just
30s,
two old
tall and
footballers
skinny.
going to have a little
The
one-on-one.
young man was
That's all.
behind her.
Bogart
She
slowly
introduced him as
rose.
Daniel, a trainee.
I'll be out in the
He
hall.
looked to be in his 20s.
When the door had
with
closed
dark hair
behind him,
and sharply
Decker drew his
defined
chair
features.
a little closer to the bed.
He smiled
He
shyly
put
and
his
then
large
watched the
hands on
waitress.
top of the bed's
His order
side
pad
rail.
held out like hers.
Mars said, okay,
When
I
Decker
see
ordered,
how this
she
is
smiled
playing
and
out.
wrote it down.
You're here just to trick
That's
me
a
and
lot
make
of
sure I go
food.
back to prison. Well, I
Well,
ain't
I'm a
talking to
lot
you
of guy,
anymore without my
replied
lawyer
Decker.
being here.
Daniel
I
laughed
already
along
told you,
with the
Melvin.
waitress.
I'm here to find the truth.
When his meal
If you
came,
didn't
he
kill
ate
your
it
parents,
methodically,
I will do everything
all
in my
the while
power to
looking
prove
around the
that and
restaurant.
get you out of prison
When
with a
Earl
full
and his
pardon.
friend left, they did
I
not look in
didn't
his
kill my
direction,
parents.
for which Decker was
But I've been
glad.
sitting in a prison cell
He was
for
not
2
adept at
decades
these
getting ready for
moments.
the needle.
Things he could
and then
say
having to
before
wait
his
some
brain
more,
injury
and then
were
get ready for
impossible
it
to get out
again.
now,
You know
even
what
if
that's
the
like?
underlying emotions were
Not even
inside him.
close, said Decker.
Or else he would blurt out the
Mars
wrong
looked
thing and
surprised
make
by this
everyone
comment.
uncomfortable.
He glanced toward
Mary
the door.
divorcing. So
Why'd
that
you
was
ask
the
your partner to
explanation for
leave?
her odd behavior.
I thought you might be
He
more
felt
comfortable
sorry
just
for both
talking to
Earl
me,
and
not
her.
the FBI.
Yet he felt sorriest
But
of
you're with
all
the
for
FBI.
Sandy.
Until
He would
about
like to
2 weeks
talk to
ago, I
Mary
was living in
about
a dump in
it,
the
but was
middle of
afraid he
Ohio
would just
with about
botch it.
$60 in my pocket.
He
And not
finished
much
his
of a
meal
future
and
beyond
ordered a
shit
cup of
PI
coffee.
cases.
Whenever the door
paused.
opened, a chilly wind
If you still want your
leaped into
lawyer,
the
I'll
space.
leave right now.
He would have to
He
get a
stood.
heavier coat if he was going to
Hold
stay
on.
here much longer.
You told
He
me my
wasn't that
case was
far
similar to
removed
something
from the
to do with
days
your
when the
family.
only clothes he had
Certain
were the
parallels,
ones he
yes.
was wearing.
What happened to your family?
As he was drinking his
Decker
coffee,
sat back
the
down.
voice said,
Somebody murdered them.
Why do I think
My
you're not
wife, daughter,
really
and
here for the
brother-in-law.
food?
I found the bodies when I came
Decker
home
looked
from
up
work
to
one
see
night.
Captain Miller standing
All the
next to his
hostility in
table.
Mars's features
He was dressed in a
disappeared.
suit, but his necktie
Damn,
was
man.
loosened.
I'm sorry.
He might have just come from work.
About 16 months
He
went by
sat
with
down
no
across
arrests.
from Decker.
Then this guy
Decker
walks
said,
into the police station and
I
confesses.
saw Earl and his lady
Shit.
friend
Did
Nancy.
he do it?
Miller
Decker
slowly
gazed
nodded.
at him. It was a little more
Okay,
complicated than
then
that.
you know.
Okay,
I know they're
replied
getting
Mars, looking
divorced,
uncertain.
and I heard his
But we
side
got
of
the people
things,
responsible.
not Mary's.
And they were held accountable.
Then you need
They
to
in
ask
prison?
Mary for her take.
No,
if you
they're in
want to.
graves.
I
Mars's eyes
suggested that to
widened
you
at
back
this.
at the police station.
Decker said,
So, any
that's
startling
history and it's
revelations
over.
come to you
Let's talk
about
about
this
the present.
restaurant since you
Your
were here
present.
last?
Mars shrugged.
Coffee still sucks.
What do you want me to say, Decker?
Anything else?
I was a black man accused
Decker
of
looked
killing
around
his
the
parents,
mostly
and one of them
empty
was white.
space.
Now this is
Why
the
does
South.
Rachel
This
Katz
is Texas.
still own
Everybody
it?
loved me when I was a football star. But when I was charged, I had no
Chapter
friends
16.
left. I was just a black dude
Cocoon,
fighting for my
thought
life.
Decker.
Hell, Texas
At their
executes more
meeting,
people
Rachel
than
Katz
anybody
had
else,
crossed
and
her
a whole
arms
lot
and
of them are
legs
black.
before settling in to
The
answer
contract
his
with your
more
parents?
serious questions.
I knew I was innocent,
People often
but I listened to my
cocooned
lawyer.
like that when they were
I
getting
can
ready
carry
to
a
lie,
football and score
or at least be
touchdowns, man.
evasive.
But I didn't know anything
It
about
was as
laws
though they
and
were
courts
wrapping
back then.
themselves in themselves
So your
to keep
lawyer knew
everyone
about
else
the
out.
contract.
It
Yeah, I
was an
told him.
instinctual
But he
physical
said we didn't
reaction
have to
with
tell the
people,
prosecution
and even though it
nothing.
wasn't a
It was their
foolproof
job to find
indicator
out
of
about
someone
it.
lying,
I guess
Decker had
technically
found it
that's
pretty
true.
accurate.
But morally,
So,
I know it
what was
sucks.
she lying
I
or
wanted to
being
get on the
evasive
stand and
about?
tell my story. I wanted
He
folks
filed
to hear
that
it from my
query
point
away
of view,
since he
but
had
he
no
convinced me
way
not
to answer
so
it
I
yet.
didn't. Then
He
we
was
lost,
presently
and I was
standing in
screwed
front of the
anyway.
Richards' old house.
What'd you do with the contract?
But he was looking at another house
flushed
that
it
was
down the
2
toilet.
homes over from the
But let me
Richards'.
tell you, I had no problem
This was
with
the
giving
only
my
house
parents
that was
that
still
money.
occupied by the
I was
people
going to
who
make a
had
lot
lived
more.
here when the
I was
murders
working on
occurred.
endorsement deals that would have paid me
Back
more than
then,
my
Decker
football
had
money.
interviewed them and the other
And then it
neighbors.
all went away.
Out of that,
Bart
he had
shook his
gotten a
head
big
wearily.
fat zero's worth of
Faster
help.
than I could run the 40.
He hoped the second
Tell me
time was
about
the
your
charm,
parents.
because Decker
do you
seriously
want to know?
doubted he would get a
I
third
want to
bite
know
at
about their
the apple.
pasts. Where they came
Mr.
from.
D'Angelo,
Were they
do you
born in
remember me?
Texas? Did they come from someplace
Decker
else?
stared down at the short,
Mars looked
balding,
perplexed by
rotund
this.
man in his 60s
I'm not sure
who
what
had
I can
opened the
tell
door
you.
at his knock.
They didn't talk about any of that with
Though
me.
it was chilly
How
outside,
about
he was
relatives
dressed in a stained
that you visited
undershirt
or visited
that
you?
emphasized his potbelly,
That never
and
happened.
khaki pants with the
No
zipper
relatives?
partially open.
No,
He had a cloth
He never went
napkin in his
anywhere.
hand and was wiping his
nobody
mouth.
came to see us.
He looked
That's
quizzically
pretty
at Decker
unusual.
before recognition
I
breached
guess,
his
looking back
features.
on it, but it was just the way it was.
You're that
And
detective.
my parents, I guess you'd
Decker.
call it, doted on me.
Decker.
So that was
Amos
cool.
Decker.
I like that.
Right.
Tell me about your father.
Decker glanced at the
Big
napkin.
man. Where I
Looks
got
like
my
I
size and
interrupted your
height.
dinner.
Strong as an ox.
No, we were just finishing.
My mom was tall
Come on
for a
in.
woman, about 5'9".
D'Angelo
or so.
closed the door
And man,
behind
she could
Decker,
run,
whose
let me tell
nostrils
you.
were immediately
We'd go out on
assailed
runs
with the
together
mingled
when I was a
aromas
kid.
of garlic
She
and
could
pesto.
sprint and she had endurance.
Smells good,
Ran
he
me
said,
into the ground
as he
until I got
glanced
to
around
high
the
school.
tidy interior.
So you got your
You
speed
want
from
some?
her.
Mom made plenty.
Guess
Always
so.
does.
Maybe she was
He
an athlete
playfully
when she was
grabbed his
younger.
belly.
Maybe
Why
your
I'm so
dad,
fat?
too. I
No,
don't know.
thanks. I
They
already
never
ate.
said.
Ma,
There were no
called
photos
out
of them in your
D'Angelo.
house.
Look who's
Were
here.
there ever any?
A petite,
Mars leaned
gray-haired
back
woman
against
came
his
out from the
pillow.
kitchen, drying her
They didn't
hands
much
on a
like
dish
getting a
towel.
picture taken.
She wore a
I
full
remember there was
apron
one of
over
them
her
on a
skirt
shelf in
and
the living room
blouse.
that was taken when I was in high school.
Mrs.
That was
D'Angelo,
about
I'm
it.
Amos Decker. I
Decker
used to work as a
scrutinized
detective on the local police force.
Mars said, "Hey, I know it
That's
sounds kind of
right.
crazy now,
I
but back then it
remember.
was just the way it was, okay?
She looked him
I
up
didn't
and
think
down.
nothing of it. I've seen
Heard
an
you
old grainy
moved?
picture of your parents.
I did,
Tell me
but
what your
now
mother
I'm
looked
back.
like to you."
At least for a little while,
Mars's face spread
Well,
into
come
a
in
smile.
and sit.
She was so beautiful.
said Mrs. D'Angelo.
Everybody said so.
Would you like some
She could have been a
wine?
model or something.
Sure,
My
that'd be
dad
great.
said he married way
Thanks.
over his pay grade.
She brought
Decker
the
held up
wine
his
and
phone.
poured out 3
I
glasses,
took a
and they
picture
all
of this
sat
in
in
your
the
parents'
small living
closet.
room that held
Any
the
idea what
exact
it
same
means?
furniture as the
Mars
last
read
time
the
Decker
screen.
had been here.
AC and R.
We're retired now, said
I have
D'Angelo.
no idea what that
Well,
means.
I am.
That was
Ma
in their
always took
closet?
care of the kids in the house.
Yeah.
Hell, worked
I
harder
don't
than
know.
I ever did,
I never
taking
looked in
care
that
of them.
closet. Okay.
Now
Your
I
dad
just have
worked
to
in a
look
pawn pawn
after
shop
you.
and your mom taught
said
Spanish
his
and did
wife
some
with a
sewing.
knowing smile at Decker.
Yeah. Who's she
D'Angelo
sew for?
said,
We're thinking
Some
of
local
selling the
company
place.
needed some
Kids are all
piecework
grown
done,
and gone
didn't
off
pay
with their own
much, but she
families.
could work at
Maybe
home.
get a condo down in
And the
Florida.
Spanish.
I
Did she
can't
go
take
to a
too many
school
more
to
Ohio
teach?
winters. It gets
No,
into
she
your
didn't teach
bones.
kids. She taught
hear you.
adults.
said Decker.
White dudes mostly.
The
You
couple
had a lot
fell
of folks
silent and
coming over
looked
the
at him,
border to work
apparently
and
waiting
such.
for him to
People who
explain
hired
what
him
he
had
was
to learn
doing
the
there.
language so they could tell him
Decker
what to
felt
do.
this curious
So my mom
scrutiny
taught
while
him.
he sipped his wine.
And where did she learn Spanish?
I suppose
Was
you
it her
heard
native
about
language?
Merrill Hawkins.
He
No.
began.
I mean, I don't think
D'Angelo
so.
nodded.
She wasn't
Strangest
Hispanic,
damn
if that's
thing.
what you mean.
Thought he was in prison for
A
life.
lot darker
Then
than
he's
me.
here,
I'm
then he
pretty
gets
sure she was
killed.
an American.
Is that why you're back?
Based on what?
Sort of,
She
yes.
spoke like one, and she didn't have
Are
any
you
foreign
looking for who
accent.
killed him?
Did you learn Spanish
Asked
from her?
Mrs. D'Angelo
Bits
anxiously.
and pieces, but we mostly spoke English.
Yes, and I'm looking
My
at
dad was a
something else,
stickler
too.
on that. We weren't
What's
Spanish.
that?
We were Americans, he would
She
say.
asked.
He didn't like it when she spoke
If
Spanish.
Merrill
at me.
Hawkins didn't kill your
And
neighbors
she
all
worked
those
another
years ago,
job.
who
Yeah.
did?
The sewing and the
The
Spanish lessons
D'Angelos had
didn't
both
pay
raised
much.
their wine
She
glasses
worked
to
for a
take a
company
sip,
that cleaned
and both of
places
them
around
nearly
the
spilled
area.
their
And she
drinks.
pressed clothes. The
D'Angelo
woman could
said,
iron like a pro. I tell
I don't
you that.
understand.
Hell, she'd
That
iron my
Hawkins
jeans I
fellow
wore to school.
did kill them.
Did you
That
ever
was
ask them about their
proven.
pasts?
He was
I remember
convicted of
once
the
wanting to
murders,
know
that's
about my
true, said
grandparents.
Decker.
It was grandparents'
But
day
isn't
at
that
school
the
when I was
same
in
thing?
third grade. Just
Asked
about
Mrs.
everybody else had
D'Angelo.
grandparents who came in. I asked
Usually,
Dad about
yes,
it. He
conceded
said they were
Decker.
dead.
But not in
And
all
then he didn't say
cases.
anything more.
I'm taking a fresh
Did he
look at the
say how they
case.
died?
You two are the only
Mars
ones left
slapped
who
the bed
lived
rail
here
with his
when the
free
killings
hand.
took place.
Shit, what does that matter?
D'Angelo nodded.
You think my dad
That's
killed
right.
his parents?
The Murphys moved to
And you think
Georgia,
I
and the
killed
Balmers
mine?
retired to,
No,
where was it
I don't
again, hon?
think you killed your parents. I don't
Hilton
know if your
Head?
father killed his. He might have.
And the other house was empty.
Mars had been
noted
about
Decker.
to say something else,
That's
but then
right.
stopped.
Been empty for
He
a
looked
while.
right at Decker.
It's empty again,
What
though
the
a
hell
couple
is that
families
supposed
have
to
come
mean?
and gone in between.
You know nothing about
There
your
was a
parents,
family moved
Melvin.
into the Richards
You
house.
know nothing
but they
about
didn't
any of
stay
your
all that
relatives.
long.
There was one picture of your
Wouldn't
parents
catch
in their
me
house.
moving in there.
They never told you anything
Mrs.
about
D'Angelo.
themselves. Why do you think
I'd
that
have
is?
nightmares all the time.
You mean you think they were
I did
hiding
anyway
something?
after what happened.
Mars said slowly.
So
At
that
least
night
it's
you
worth
reported
exploring,
you didn't hear
because
or
if they
see
were
anything,
hiding
said
something, it might
Decker.
give someone else a really good reason.
That's right,
to
replied
kill them.
D'Angelo.
Raining like crazy, thunder and lightning and the
Chapter
wind.
18.
Holy Jesus. I remember
Okay,
it clear
what
as
else
day.
have we found out
You were
about
afraid
Roy
we'd
and
get a
Lucinda
tornado.
Mars? Asked Bogart.
And yet you
The
still
entire
managed to
team
fall
was
asleep
assembled
in
around
front
a
of the
conference
TV.
table in the rental
His wife
space.
reminded him.
Milligan
We
glanced
were
at
watching
Decker
some
and said,
movie.
"Okay, I have to
Blade
admit,
Runner,
it's a little funny.
Said Decker.
There's just
That's
really
what you
nothing
said.
on them that we can find.
That's right.
There were
said
social
D'Angelo,
security
looking
numbers issued
impressed.
to them, but when I
You got a
dug
good
into them,
memory.
nothing else came up.
So nothing you can
said
remember
Bogart.
from that night.
You think they stole the
Mrs.
numbers?
D'Angelo said,
It's possible.
Well, I saw that
and
one
they did
car
have
come
driver's
in.
licenses on
Oh,
file
it
20
was
years ago, but
before
I
the
couldn't find anything
storm.
else about
I was
them.
just finishing making
Roy
dinner,
Mars
saw
had a
it pass
job,
by
said
when I was
Jameson.
looking out the window.
And so did Lucinda.
I told you all that.
They had to have FICA taken out of their paychecks.
That will be David
and they had
Katz's
to file
car.
tax returns
A
and such.
four-door Mercedes sedan.
Not that we could
Silver.
find, said Milligan.
Yes, that's
the pawn
right.
shop where
Beautiful
he worked is
car.
long since gone, but they could
Probably
have paid
cost
him in
more than our
cash or
house,
barter,
commented
and maybe the
D'Angelo.
same for his wife.
And you
And
didn't
lots of
see
people
him
don't
get
file
out of the
tax
car when
returns
he got
because
to
they
the
don't make
Richards'.
enough money and don't owe anything.
No, where I was standing
still
in the
have to
kitchen, my
file.
view is blocked
Pointed out
by the
Jameson.
house in between
It's
ours.
a federal crime not to.
And it was just you and
And
your
lots of
husband here
people
that
ignore
night.
that, countered Milligan.
Yes, our oldest was
And
in
apparently
college.
the
Our two
Marses
younger
those
ones
kind of
were out
people,
with friends.
because the IRS has no record
So
of
no
them.
other cars.
And Texas
no
doesn't have a
sounds from
personal
the
income
Richardses.
tax.
I
How
know you've
about
been
the
asked
house?
this
Asked
before,
Bogart.
but if you could think about
Was
it
there a
again.
mortgage on it?
I didn't
Again,
hear
not
anything
that I
from the
could
Richards
find,
house.
said Milligan.
No?
But in the real estate records,
Mrs.
Roy and
D'Angelo.
Lucinda Mars were listed as the owners.
Decker was about to move
Okay,
on to another
said
question when
Bogart.
something in her voice
doesn't leave much
caught
to
his
go on.
attention.
What about
Milligan
one
glanced
of the
at
other
Decker.
houses? He asked.
I made some inquiries.
Well, it was the
Cops
empty
can't tell
one.
me who made the
just to
911
the
call
left
about
of
the
us.
fire. If they
So
ever
the
knew,
one
those
closest
records
to
are
the
long
Richardses?
gone. I also
Yes.
asked about the interior of the house.
It had been
the missing
abandoned
pictures
for a
on the
long
wall and
time.
all.
Sometimes you
Apparently, they
had
didn't take
teens over
crime
there
scene
doing
photos
things,
of any of
drinking
that.
and smoking.
Just the
and-
bodies. Well, that was
Screwy,
careless,
said D'Angelo.
opined Bogart. Do
Anthony.
you think he's innocent?
Exclaimed
Asked
his
Milligan.
wife.
Leaning that way,
Language.
said Decker.
D'Angelo
Why?
grinned and
Asked
settled
Bogart.
back in his recliner.
The blood in
Well,
the
they
car.
were.
I gave Mars two
So it
plausible
might
and
have been the same
exculpatory
that
explanations of why her blood
said
would be in
Decker.
his car.
Some
Neither
teens
could
over
be
there.
disproved by the cops.
What exactly did you see
Nosebleed
or
or
hear?
cut. He rejected
It
both.
was just a
Said she'd never been in
glimpse
his
of
car.
movement,
The guilty
really.
man would have jumped at
She
either
rubbed her
scenario,
temples.
but not Melvin.
Oh, it was so long
The others
ago.
glanced at each other.
She looked at her
The stark
husband.
plausibility
But
of what
I
Decker
do
had
think
just
it was
said
a
sinking in.
teenager.
So that was a test
Male
for
or
Mars.
female?
Asked Davenport. Davenport.
Mail.
And he
At least I
passed it,
think so.
said Decker.
It really
At least
was
in my
just a
mind.
glimpse.
He held up a
And
sheaf
do
of
you remember
papers
what
that had been
time that
stapled
might have
together.
been?
This is the rest of the
Well,
autopsy
it
report
was
on the
certainly
Marses.
after
It
the
just came in
storm
from the
had
coroner's
started.
office. They'd
I was
misplaced
thinking
it.
to myself that
How'd
they
you
were
find
getting
out about
soaked.
that? Asked Bogart.
But you don't have
The
a
front of the
certain time in
report
mind.
listed 36 pages as the length.
No,
There were only
I'm
34 pages
sorry.
attached.
Decker
I made a
nodded.
call. Jameson said,
Okay,
And
I
is there anything
appreciate your making
significant on the new
effort.
pages?
He
One
left them
thing.
there and walked back
Lucinda
outside.
Mars had stage 4
He didn't know what he
glioblastoma.
could expect all this time
They all
later.
stared at him.
Most
stunned.
witnesses couldn't remember what they saw
Brain
yesterday,
cancer?
much
said
less
Davenport.
13 years ago.
Terminal
He
brain
walked
cancer,
over to the empty
according
house
the
to
report,
which Mrs. D'Angelo
Melvin
had just
never
been
mentioned
referring.
that.
said
He
Jameson.
peered into one of the windows,
Maybe he
but
didn't
couldn't
know,
see much.
replied Decker.
He tried the door.
Milligan
It was
said,
locked.
but how does that
He
bear
had
on
no
the
idea
case?
who even owned the house.
I don't know if it does or
Whoever
not, said
did
Decker.
wasn't doing
She was
much with it.
dying, but then someone
He headed
killed
over
her.
to the Richards' house
He
and
glanced at
surveyed it.
Davenport.
David
Let's set that
Katz
aside
had
for a
driven
minute
his
and
car
focus on
into
the
the
son.
driveway and then
What's your
past
conclusion
the front
about
of
his
the house
psychological
behind
makeup?
it, where he had pulled into a
Davenport pulled
small
out some
grassy
written
park
notes.
off situated there.
He's well above average
Decker
in
looked back
intelligence with
over
a
his
combination
shoulder.
of book and
From
street
here, it
smarts.
would have been impossible
He
for
graduated
D'Angelo
from
to
college
have seen him
early
get out of
after
the
majoring
car
in
and go into
business.
the house.
The man is no dummy.
The other neighbors had
He has an
reported the
interesting
same thing.
combination of keeping
They hadn't
things
seen
close to the
Katz
vest,
go into
but
the
then
house where
appearing
he
to
would
open
later
up,
die.
as in making very
And yet it was
forceful claims of
indisputable that
innocence
he
and
had.
of being wrongfully persecuted.
Decker looked down at the
Not
ground
unusual
here.
for a man who's spent 2
Katz's
decades in
car's
prison,
tires
noted
had sunk
Bogart.
deeply into the
He's
ground
learned how to play
what
the
with all the
system.
rain. He had
Maybe,
driven in before
said
the storm
Davenport.
started,
And
so
I
there
have
weren't
seen
really
that,
traces
of course,
of his car
but there
tires
seems
coming
to be
onto the
something
property.
different about Mars.
As
I just
Lancaster
can't
had
quite
earlier
put my
pointed
finger
out,
on it.
the rain
He
would have washed
desperately
those
wants to know
away.
more about this
But a car
Charles
coming
Montgomery.
in after
He wants
the
to
rain
know the
had
details
started
that
should have
Montgomery
left some
allegedly
traces.
knows that would tie him
So
to
had
the
the killer
murders.
walked here
And he is
in the
worried that the
driving
authorities
rain
will try to
and
tie
left
him
no
to Montgomery
traces
in
of that
some sort of
inclemency when he
murder
had
for
entered the
hire
house?
scenario.
It made no
He's
sense.
convinced that
But
even
it
if he is
had to,
innocent, he
somehow,
won't get out of prison.
because it had
In
happened.
fact, he's borderline
His phone
paranoid on
buzzed.
that.
It was Lancaster.
Well, considering how he was almost
think we got a
killed in
runner.
prison, I don't think I
She
would
said.
call his paranoia unjustified,
We must have spooked her.
said Decker, drawing a sharp
Her?
glance from Davenport.
Who is it?
If Mars had
Susan
hired him to
Richards.
murder his parents 20 years ago, why would Montgomery come forward now?
Chapter
Asked
17.
Jameson.
Right before Mars
Hold
was to be
on.
executed.
Where's the FBI gal?
The timing
I liked
is a
her.
little...
Began Davenport.
Agatha Bates was
Convenient.
staring up at Decker,
Decker
through the
finished
lenses
for her.
of her thick glasses.
Bogart said,
Mary
"So you think this was all
Lancaster, who
planned
stood
out
next to
by
Decker in
Montgomery?"
Bates' small living room,
Decker shook
said,
his head. He's
She's
on
on
death
another
row in an
assignment
Alabama
out of
prison.
state.
How would
I'm
he have
working
even
with
known
Agent Decker
Mars was
now.
going to be executed?
Bates nodded.
The others just looked at him
Well,
blankly.
So long as you got
Decker
somebody
said,
to keep an eye on
So we need
him.
to hear that right from Montgomery
He's a
himself,
strange one.
You think
She
he'll
added,
tell you
as
the
though
truth?
Decker couldn't hear
asked
her.
Davenport as she watched Decker
I think
closely.
he's just too big
The
for his
last
own
words of the
good, if
doomed
you know what
man?
I mean.
Not even close,
Lancaster said to him,
replied Decker.
I had gone over to Richards's house to
Pullman
question her
Correctional
again.
Facility had
The
been
car
opened
was
in
gone and there was no
1969
answer.
and was
Mrs.
filled to
Bates
the
was out
brim
in her
with far
yard,
more
called me
inmates than it
over,
was
and
designed to
told me
hold.
what she saw last
Located
night.
in southern Alabama, where
Decker
summer
glanced out the
temperatures could
window
soar
across
to
the
over
street
100
at Susan
degrees.
Richards' house.
The facility had no air
What can you
conditioning
tell us?
and relied on
He said.
industrial fans to move hot
What
air
I
around.
told this lady,
Nicknamed
it was around
Slaughter Pen
9:30
of the
last
South
night,
because of its
I heard
reputation
that
for
dang
violence inside
car
the walls,
start up.
and the Pit
You mean
because of its
Richards's
geographical
car with the loud
location at the
muffler,
bottom of
said
Alabama.
Decker.
Holman
She
housed
frowned up at him.
Alabama's death row.
I thought I'd just
Decker
said
and the
that.
rest of the team had made the trip on
Tell
a commercial
him what happened
jet.
next.
They all wore
Said
FBI
Lancaster
windbreakers, creds clipped
Bates
to their
slowly
jackets.
drew her gaze from
Bogart's
Decker and
briefcase
said,
smacked against his thigh as they
Saw
walked toward the
Susan
prison's
get out of the
front
car
entrance.
while it was running
They were
and
cleared
head
through
into the
prison
house.
security after
She
Bogart,
came out a
Decker,
few
and
minutes
Milligan
later with
surrendered their
a
weapons
big old
and were escorted
suitcase,
to a visitor's
one
room
of them
by one of the prison
rolling
guards.
ones. She leaned
Tell us
down and
about
opened the
Montgomery,
car
Decker said
trunk
to the
and
guards as
heaved
they
it
walked
in.
along.
Then she
He's
slammed
alone,
the trunk
no
shut
trouble.
and got in
He
the
bothers
car.
nobody and nobody bothers
what was she
him.
wearing?
It's odd, though.
asked Decker.
What is? Asked
Long
Bogart.
trench coat and
Well,
a
in
hat.
Alabama,
all
you get
I
a
could
choice on
see.
how you're executed.
And
And
you're sure
Montgomery's
it
the
was
only
her?
one I've ever known
said
to
Decker.
choose the electric chair
Of
over
course
lethal
I
injection.
am. I know
Why would you want to
Susan.
fry
Tall,
versus go to
thin,
sleep?
blonde hair and all.
Bogart and Decker looked at each other. They
Lancaster
continued
nodded.
on and were soon seated
And
in a
then
room
she
opposite
drove
a
away?
heavily shackled Charles Montgomery,
That's right.
while two
She
burly
didn't
guards
tell me
hovered in
about
the
taking a
background.
trip, but she must
Montgomery
be
was
going
white,
away for a
little
while.
over
That
6
bag
feet,
was
and had just turned
stuffed.
72. His
Lancaster
shaved head
looked
had a
over at
noticeable
Decker, who was
indentation on
once
the
more
top
staring
left
out
side.
the window.
His eyes
She
were
said,
brown. His
Richards
teeth
must
even,
have left
but
in a
stained
hurry.
with nicotine.
She didn't
And his
stop the
once hard
newspaper or
body had
mail
softened
deliveries I
some.
checked.
His forearms were muscled
So,
and heavily
is she
tatted,
on on the
and his ears were
lamb
pierced
then?
for earrings, but
Asked
no such
Bates.
hardware was allowed in here.
What we used to call it
He
when
raised his
people
eyes
go
to
on the
theirs,
run.
and
You know,
starting with
like The
Bogart,
Fugitive.
went from left
I
to
loved
right,
that
and
show.
then back right to left.
Don't make 'em like that
Then his gaze
anymore.
dropped to his manacled
Her
hands.
small face crinkled with pleasure.
Bogart said, Mr.
And I had
Montgomery,
the
I'm
biggest
Special Agent
crush
Bogart with
on
the
David
FBI.
Jansen.
These are my
What
colleagues.
a hottie
We're
he
here to talk
was.
to you about your recent
He's dead
confession
now.
regarding the murders
Everybody
of Roy and
I
Lucinda
liked
Mars
on
in
TV
Texas.
is dead now.
Montgomery still did not look
We're
up.
not sure of her
Bogart
reasons for
glanced
leaving.
at Decker before
Said
continuing.
Lancaster.
Mr. Montgomery,
Well, if Susan
we would like
killed
to hear
that
from you the
man,
details
she
of the night
probably
you
would try to
allegedly
get
murdered the
away.
Marses.
Said Bates.
Montgomery said curtly,
I
Nothing
know I
alleged
would.
about it. And
Decker
I already
said,
told him.
Did you see
The tone
anyone
was
else
not
over
hostile,
there last night?
Simply matter of fact.
Bates's gaze
I
swiveled back
appreciate
to him.
that, but we need to hear it from you two.
No, would have
Why is
told you
that?
if I
Asked
had.
Montgomery, still looking down.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
Decker had been
He
running his
persisted.
gaze over the man, taking in
Bates
small
thought about
details
this.
of his appearance and demeanor.
Not unless you count somebody
was it a
going
beating
on
in
the
here?
lamb.
He asked. Or was it Vietnam?
Decker and Lancaster left
Now
and walked
Montgomery
across the
looked up.
street to Richards's
In
home.
that emotionless gaze,
A forensic
it was readily
team was
apparent
inside
that
looking
the condemned
around.
man was one
Decker
very
looked to the
dangerous
sky
person.
where a storm was coming in.
What? He asked
Lancaster
quietly.
followed his gaze.
In response, Decker touched the left top of his
Weird
head.
weather this time
Your
of
skull's
year.
been partially cut
It was
away,
warm
leaving
and
that
humid
indentation.
and not a cloud
Was it
in
a
the
beating?
sky last
Some kind
night.
of combat injury?
Now we're
You
going to
served
get
in
a
Vietnam.
storm and the temple dropped
Mortar
25
round exploded
degrees.
20 feet from me. My buddy
Decker
died.
nodded
I got a
absently.
hole in the head.
You put
Your
out a
file
bolo,
says you were in
right?
the Army,
He
noted
said.
Bogart. 18th
Of course,
Infantry,
nothing yet.
1st Battalion.
We
out
also
of Fort
tagged her
Riley.
credit cards and her
Montgomery
phone, no
recited
charges, and
automatically.
she must have turned her
When
phone
did you
off.
come back stateside after the war?
Someone will probably spot the car.
1967.
Or hear it.
Mustered out a month later.
So does this
Didn't want to be
confirm her
career
guilt
military?
vis-a-vis
Asked Decker.
Merrill Hawkins?
Montgomery gave him a
Did you
surly
check
glance.
the rear door of the residence
Yeah,
inn?
it was so much fun and all.
Hasn't changed
Bogart
since your
pulled out a
time.
file from his briefcase.
Still broken. And no
So you were in Texas
CCTV.
then when the
So,
Marses were murdered.
did Richards exact her
Had to
revenge
be,
on
since I
Hawkins?
killed him.
I
Run
don't
us through
know.
that. How did it happen?
If she's innocent, why
Montgomery
run?
glanced over at him, impatience
Same
on his
answer.
features. It's all
So
in
how
the
do we get
file.
answers?
So why do I have to do that?
We need to know more
We're
about
just trying to
Hawkins.
confirm everything, and we would like
Like
to hear
what?
it from you. That's why we
Everything.
came here.
You mean
Look, I
after
don't
he
wanna
was
say.
murdered?
We can't
No,
force you, said
before.
Decker. But we were
How
wondering
does
why
that
you came
help us?
forward in the first place.
If he
You
didn't
know my
kill the
sentences.
Richardses and David Katz,
Yes?
there must have been
So what does
some
it matter?
reason why the real murderer
Get it off my
would
chest.
pick him to
Maybe
place the
help with the big
blame.
man in the hereafter.
We might find those
I can
reasons by
understand
looking
that.
at what he was
But to get
doing
Mr.
before
Mars
the
off, your
murders.
story needs to be confirmed.
They walked
The
back to their
FBI can do that
cars.
faster than the
When they
state
reached
folks
them,
can.
Decker turned to his
So
old
if we
partner.
both want the same thing, why
I
not
saw Earl
cooperate?
at the American Grill.
You look way too fat to be with the FBI.
She looked surprised and popped
They
in
made
another
an
piece of
exception
gum.
for me.
Did
Why is
you?
that?
Was he alone?
Because I like to get to the truth.
No,
Can you help me do that?
she nodded.
Montgomery gave a long,
Did you speak to
resigned
him?
sigh. What
He
the hell
came
does
over.
it matter?
We
Okay.
talked about things.
He rubbed his face with his chained hands and settled
Nuance
back
has
in
never
his
been
seat.
your strong suit, Decker.
You heard of PTSD?
And while you're a stone
Yes,
face when
Decker.
it comes to police work,
Decker
your
nodded.
poker face sucks
Yes.
when it comes to personal
Well, they never
matters.
tested me for it, but I got it.
He told you about
And all
us.
that crap that was burning over there.
Decker looked at her
Munitions,
uncomfortably as the
chemical
wind
weapons,
picked up around
Agent
them.
Orange shit they dropped on our
You have
fucking
time
heads.
for a drink?
And who the hell
She
knew what
asked.
the Viet Cong were chucking
Decker
at us?
nodded.
Breathing all that in, day after day.
He followed her to a bar
it
called
messed
Suds.
me up.
Decker had frequented
Surprised
the
it
place
didn't
so
give me
often
cancer.
after the deaths of his
And that
family that
mortar
the
round
owner had
blew up
used a
next to
Sharpie
me.
to write his name on
pointed
the
to
bar
his head.
stool on which he
His
always
shackles
sat.
clanging as he did so.
The place
They
was
had to
3/4
cut out part of
full
my
as
skull.
folks drank and ate
Hell,
food
maybe
from
part
the
of my
bar
brain.
menu.
VA never said.
Music played in the
then the
background and
headaches
some
started.
pinball machines lined
You
up
got the
against
Purple
one
Heart,
wall
said
kept
Bogart.
lighting up and dinging.
Big shit.
The
That's all
smack
I
of
got.
pool balls came from another
Decker
room where
interjected.
patrons could
So
engage
the
in
headaches
billiards
started.
to their heart's delight,
Yeah.
so long as they kept
And the VA
ordering
didn't
drinks
want to
and
hear nothing
munchies.
about it. I got
Decker
no
and
treatment.
Lancaster sat at a high
tried to
table
get on
set
with my
against
life.
one wall.
I got
Decker
married.
ordered a beer,
Tried to keep
and
a job,
Lancaster
but
a
it was
vodka
no good.
tonic.
The pain never stopped.
You okay with your
And when the
decision to
docs
join the
wouldn't write no
Bureau?
more prescriptions, I took matters
I'm
into
okay
my
with
own
it,
hands.
said Decker tersely.
To get
But
drugs,
I
you
didn't
mean?
think we came here to
Asked
talk about
Davenport.
me.
For the pain?
Lancaster
Yeah.
took a sip of her drink
It was
and
just
munched
little
on
stuff
some
at
nuts
first.
from a bowl in front of her.
To get money to get the drugs.
Life is
Then I started
complicated.
taking the
At
drugs
least
from
mine
people
is.
I knew had them.
How does that lead to divorce?
Go right to the
I
source.
thought you and Earl cared for
He
each other.
smiled darkly. The
We
Army taught
do,
me to be
Decker.
efficient.
It's not really about that.
Davenport said,
The
What else
drugs
is
you
there?
were probably taking are heavily addictive.
What people want out of
so you
life,
got hooked
for
and
one.
couldn't stop?
yeah,
What do you want that's
I was
different
a
from what
total
Earl
druggie.
wants?
do anything to get more.
I want to keep working in law
And then what?
enforcement.
Asked Decker.
And Earl doesn't
Then
want
things
that?
just snowballed. It was
It's
like I
hard
was a
on
different
him,
person.
Decker. It's hard on
Things I never
Sandy.
would have done
I get
before.
that.
I
But
did.
all I've ever wanted to
Hurt
be is a
people,
cop.
steal shit.
I've worked
I
my
didn't
entire
care.
adult life to get to
I
this
got busted
point.
a few
I
times
can't
on
just
petty
chuck
crap,
it,
but never did
even
no
if I
real
do
jail
care for
time.
somebody.
But my first marriage
it's an
unraveled
either
and I lost
or?
my job, my house.
It apparently is for
everything.
Earl. But I'm
I
not
just started
blaming him.
drifting across the country.
You
trying
know
to
when
get the
those
headaches
monsters
to
left
stop.
those mannequins at our
And how did
home
that get
dressed
you to
up
the
to look like they'd
Marses?
been murdered 2 years ago?
Montgomery looked down again.
It scared the
His thumbs
shit out of
pressing
all of
together,
us.
his
But
brow
Earl
furrowed.
especially took it hard.
See, I didn't know
He
that
couldn't
was their
stop
name.
talking about it.
Not at first.
What if it had been for real?
Okay, but walk us
Things
through that
changed
night,
after that
said
between
Decker.
us, and they've never gone back to
I
what
come
they
into
were.
town the night before, just
And what about
passing through.
Sandy? Earl said
Didn't
he's
know
getting more
nobody.
custody
Nobody
than
knew
you.
me. It was
With
the
my
one
job,
traffic
how
light
could I have done
shithole.
that?
You
It would
said
be
the
way
night
too
before.
hard on
Did you
Sandy.
stay
I'm not going to
anywhere?
put her
Asked
through
Bogart.
that.
Montgomery
your
looked at
daughter.
him crossly.
And she's Earl's daughter, too.
I had nothing in my pocket.
And she has
Not
special
even no
needs.
change.
His
I
job
was
is a lot
hungry,
more
but I couldn't buy
flexible
no
than
food
mine.
either.
I can't
less a
suddenly
place to
duck out of a
stay.
homicide
I slept in
investigation
my
or not
car.
show up for court so I
Keep
can pick
going,
her up
said
from
Decker.
school because she's having an
I drove
episode.
past this pawn shop the
I
next
know.
day.
I
It was in the
tried.
little downtown
It didn't
area.
work. You
At
saw
first, I
that
didn't
for
think
yourself.
anything of it, but then I got an idea.
I did.
I
and
went
I'm sorry.
inside, thinking maybe I might.
She gave a
come on
weak
something.
smile.
I had my medals
Apologies.
and
You
an
going
old
soft
service
on me in your
pistol.
middle age?
If I pawned those,
Doubtful.
I could get something to eat.
He took a swig of beer.
And I was riding on close to vapors.
I'm sorry that my
so I
problems
could maybe
intruded
fill up
into
my
your
tank
life.
and head on to the next
What happened to your
shithole.
family was because of me.
Anyways, there was a dude in there.
She reached over and gripped
Tall
his
white
hand.
guy.
Every problem in the world is not
said
yours
Jameson.
to solve.
He works
I know you have very broad
Montgomery
shoulders,
nodded,
but no one
but
can
I
take
didn't
on
know
that
that
sort
was
of
his name back
responsibility.
then.
And it wasn't
I
your
pulled out my
fault.
stuff
It was the
and showed
fault
him,
of a
but
couple
he
of
told me
very
they
sick
weren't interested
people.
in crap like that.
You know that's
A
true.
lot of former soldiers in
Do
Texas,
I?
he said.
He said,
Then he pointed to a case
doesn't
full
feel
of
that
guns
way.
and old medals dudes had pawned.
You can't
never
live
come
this
back
way,
for.
Amos. It's not sustainable.
Bogart and Decker exchanged a glance.
I never expected to live that long
Montgomery
anyway.
continued. Anyway,
she withdrew her
that pissed
hand and
me
said
off.
coldly,
I asked the guy if he was
No
a
one
vet.
should wish for a
He said
shortened
that
life.
was none of my business. And if
I'm
I
not
was
wishing
looking for a
for it.
handout, I'd come to the wrong
just
place.
being realistic.
Because they were barely making a living.
You've
as it
lost weight.
was. Then the
You're in a
door
lot
opened
better
and
shape
another
than the last
customer
time I
came
saw
in.
you.
I walked over to the corner.
It's not my
and
weight that
watched.
concerns me.
When the man opened
She
the
glanced
cash
at his
register,
head and
I saw all
frowned.
the money in there.
Problems
That's when I knew
there?
the dude had lied to me.
Does it matter?
He had money.
I'll just keep
He wasn't
going
barely
until
getting by.
I don't.
That pissed me off.
I
even
guess we
more.
can talk in circles all
What did
night.
you do then? Asked
I'd
Bogart.
rather move forward on this
Went back
case.
to my car and waited. Army
So,
teaches patience.
You mentioned Hawkins'
I was
past.
hunting this dude and didn't
Where do you
care how
start?
long it took.
I
He
start
closed
with
the shop
before
up
he
at
allegedly
9,
became a
got in his
murderer.
car and drove off.
You mean?
I followed him.
Exactly.
He got to his place, which was in the middle of nowhere. No other homes
Chapter
around.
18,
That was fine with me.
Trammell,
I went
Ohio.
inside. I parked
Decker
my
had
car
never
and got
been
out.
here, though it was
What
only
kind
a
of car were you
2-hour
driving?
drive
Asked
southwest
Decker.
of Burlington.
Montgomery
It wasn't
didn't
that far
hesitate.
mileage-wise,
Rusted
but
out
the only
piece of
way
shit,
there was mostly
77
over
V8
state
Pontiac
routes and
Grand
rural
Prix.
back roads.
Dark blue. big
Trammell's
hat.
downtown looked just
He
like a
landed
photo of
chopper
his
on somebody's
hometown,
hood.
right down to the
Surprised
dinginess
you remember
and
that in
despair,
such detail.
alleviated by the glimpses of
lived in
hope
that
in the
car
form
for
of a
about
new
a
business
year.
opening and the
you
foundation
own it?
of a building
Asked
being
Decker.
dug,
Montgomery
and young
lifted his
faces on
gaze
the
to it.
sidewalks and late-model
stole it
cars on
somewhere.
the streets.
And got plates off a ride.
Mitzi
in
Gardner
Impoundment
lived
lot
in what
in
Decker would
Tennessee.
call the upscale
Don't
part of
remember
town,
where.
made up of
So you were
large old
waiting outside
homes
the
where
house,
Trammell's
prompted
elite had
Decker.
once lived,
Right.
and where the new money
I
had now
pulled surveillance
congregated.
on the place.
They were large
Again, what
and
the
brick,
Army
with
taught
a
me.
past
I
century's
was able
small
to see in a
windows,
couple of windows
immaculately
without being
landscaped
seen.
lawns with
It
mature
was just the two
trees
of
and
them.
bushes, and more
Him
modern
and, I
additions tacked
supposed,
on
his
by
wife.
recent owners.
I remember
Most
she was
had gated
black,
front
which
entrances
surprised me,
and luxury
being
cars
white.
parked in the curved
Okay,
drives.
said Decker. What then?
After being buzzed in
I
through the
waited
gate,
until maybe
he walked up to the
11:30
front
or a
door,
little later.
noting the precisely laid
You're
out
sure
planting
about
beds,
that? Asked
though the
Decker.
flowers had withered or
Montgomery
else
flashed
died
him a
out as
surprised
fall
look.
deepened into winter.
Yeah, why?
The house's
Just trying to
windows were
confirm.
sparkling
Keep going.
clean. The brick
So as
veneer
I got in
seemed to
through
have
the
just
back
been
door,
power
it
washed,
wasn't
and the
locked.
front double
Had my
doors
gun
looked
out.
like a fresh coat of
What
paint
kind
had
of
just
gun?
been applied
Asked
to them.
Bogart.
Neat,
My service piece.
nice,
One I
moneyed.
tried to pawn.
All the
Decker
things
nodded.
Mitzi Gardner had
And then
never
what?
been when Decker
They
first
weren't
met her.
downstairs.
She'd been an
I had seen the
unemployed
lights
drug
go out,
addict
and then the
and
lights
petty
go
criminal
on upstairs.
who would
Figured
steal
they
and
were going to
prostitute
bed.
herself out
I
to
snuck
anyone
up the
to
stairs, but I
support her
got
habit.
messed up on the room they they were
He remembered her as
I
tall,
went into one
scrawny,
bedroom, but it
and
was empty.
pasty, with needle-tracked
Girl posters
arms
on
and
the
a
wall,
deviated
athletic
septum
gear
from all the
everywhere.
snorted coke.
So I was guessing it was their kids.
Her pupils had been dilated,
I was
her
worried maybe their
movements
kid
jerky,
was sleeping in the
and
bed,
largely
but
out of her
it was
control.
empty.
A wreck
And
of a
that's when you
human
saw
being.
it? Asked Decker.
He knocked
Which
on
drew
the
a sharp
door
glance
and
from
immediately
Jameson
heard
and Davenport.
footsteps approaching.
Montgomery
He had
licked his
phoned
lips
ahead.
and nodded.
She knew he was coming.
Yeah. The shotgun
When the door
was in a
opened,
rack on the
Decker
wall.
could hardly believe his own
I thought if I was
eyes,
going to do this, I
or,
couldn't
even
use
more
my service
incredibly,
piece.
his
They
infallible
might be able to
memory.
trace it to me, you know.
The woman
through
gazing back
ballistics.
at him was around 40.
Not if they didn't
tall,
have your gun,
shapely,
pointed out Bogart.
her blonde hair done in
Yeah,
such a way as
but
to
they might
maximize
arrest
both
me and
its
then they'd
fullness
have
and
my
attractiveness.
Countered Montgomery.
She wore a pale blue dress
going,
that flattered
said
her
Decker.
hips and showed a
I
glimpse
took
of
the
cleavage,
shotgun,
a
found
simple
the ammo
necklace
for
with
it
one
in a little
emerald
drawer
at the throat,
attached to the rack
and a large
loaded it.
diamond engagement
Then I
ring
went into their
and wedding
bedroom.
band on her left
They were in
hand.
bed asleep, but I
Her makeup
got 'em
and
up.
complexion were
They were
perfect.
scared shitless.
The once destroyed
remembered
septum
me.
had been fully
I told him I
repaired.
wanted the money from
The
the
eyes
till
held
back
not
at
a
the
hint
pawn
of
shop.
dilation.
If he did
The
that,
teeth
I'd
were
let him
white
live.
and perfect, and no
He
doubt
said that was
veneers,
impossible
for
because
her
the
drug
owner
habit
took
had
it
left
every
her
night
own
and put
teeth
it in the
gray and
bank's night
diseased,
deposit
he
slot.
recalled.
That really ticked me off.
She must have registered his
See, I thought he
surprise.
was the owner, but he was
It's
just
been a
some
long
little
time,
prick
Detective
clerk.
Decker.
But he
She
talked
commented,
big like
her
he owned
full
the
lips
damn
curving
place.
into a
I
self-satisfied
don't like
smile
people
at his
lying to
amazed
me.
look.
Don't sit well.
Yes, it has.
Bet the son of a
I'm
bitch
glad to
never
see that
wore a
you've
uniform.
Turn my
And he's
life
looking
around?
down on
Yes,
me,
I have.
telling me
Years
he's
of
not
bad
giving
choices
me a
followed by some
handout?
far better ones.
Montgomery
Would you
shook
like to
his
come
head
in?
with finality. Who the
She
hell
led
does
him
he think he
inside and
is?
then to an old-fashioned
No way I'm letting
conservatory
that
at the back
pass.
of the house,
So I blew
overlooking
him
the
away.
pool and
His
manicured
wife
rear
was screaming.
grounds. A uniformed
earlier,
maid
right?
came in with a tray of
So I
coffee.
shot her too.
Mitzi poured out the
Montgomery
coffee after the
stopped
maid
abruptly,
departed.
looked around at Jameson and Davenport.
I assume you'd heard
What's wrong?
about your father
Asked
before I
Decker.
contacted you.
I felt
said
bad
Decker,
about popping
his
the
cup
woman. There
cradled
was
in one
nothing
big
else I
hand.
could do.
I saw the
He shrugged.
news. Yes.
I've killed people.
She said,
On the battlefield.
as
and off.
next of kin, you
But I
would
never
probably
killed
be
no
called
woman
on
before.
to make a formal
It was
ID.
his fault.
I mean,
not hers.
we know it's him. It's just
And
a
then
formality.
what did you do? Asked Decker.
I would
Hiding his
prefer not
disgust
to.
at the man's apportioning
In fact,
the
I would
blame
prefer
for
to have
Lucinda
nothing to
Mars's
do with it.
murder onto her husband.
He is your father.
Milligan was busy writing all this down
And he
in his
also
tablet,
killed 4
but
people.
he too looked upset at what he was hearing.
He has no other family
I
left.
panicked.
And there's the matter of
you get the
burial.
adrenaline rush when you're
They
doing
must
it,
have protocols
but
for
when it's
that
done,
when
it's
someone
like you're
can't
coming
afford to
off
be buried.
crack high.
Can't they just cremate him?
Crash. My first
Decker let
thought
his
was just
gaze
to run
wander
for it.
around the
Then I
sumptuous
looked down at the
interior of the
bodies and thought of
conservatory.
something else.
I guess
When
so.
I had been
For
scoping
those who
out the
can't
place,
pay
I
for
peeked
it.
in the garage. Saw the
I know
gas
you must
can.
think I'm a terrible
I ran
person,
down and
Detective
got
Decker.
it, poured the gas
But
over
the fact
them, and
is,
set them on
I
fire.
haven't seen my father since he
But
went to
why?
prison for
Asked
murdering those
Bogart.
people.
I thought
You never
He faltered.
visited him there?
maybe
Why
if
would
they
I?
and the house burned
She
down,
leaned
they
in
might
closer
just think
to
it
him.
was a fire that killed him.
I have a new life
And not that nobody
that I worked
shot
really
him.
hard on.
What'd you do with the
Brad,
shotgun?
my husband,
Asked
doesn't know
Decker.
anything, really,
Put it back on
of
the
my
rack.
past.
Then you
I moved
left?
from Burlington, cleaned up my
Yeah.
act, legally
I jumped
changed
in
my
my
last
car and
name,
hightailed
finished
it out of
college,
there.
started working in the
Did you
financial
see
field,
another
and met my
vehicle while you were
husband.
driving away?
We
Asked
married,
Decker.
and now I'm a full-time
Montgomery
mom,
shook his head.
and loving it.
I was so screwed
Decker
up in
looked
the head
around.
right then I could have passed a
What does your
convoy of
husband
army
do?
tanks.
It
You
must
never
pay
even
well.
noticed it.
It does.
Were you wearing gloves?
He runs his
Asked
own
Decker.
high-end job placement
Gloves?
platform.
When you picked up the
High-end?
shotgun.
Corporate
Oh, yeah.
executives,
I
law
had
and
on
finance,
gloves. Didn't
manufacturing,
want to leave no
Silicon
prints
Valley and all
behind.
its high-tech
I was in the
positions,
Army. They were on
lobbying,
file.
defense industry,
He
even
paused
government
and looked at
positions.
Decker.
He's been
And
very
that's
successful.
it.
All that's
Not
way out
quite.
of my league.
How did you find out about
Mitzi
Melvin
paused
Mars?
to take a sip of her coffee.
Oh, that. Said
So
Montgomery
you see, I have no
offhandedly.
desire to revisit that
This
part
was
of my
just within
life.
the last year.
And I really don't want
when I
my
was
family
here
to
in
know about
prison.
my
Dude told me
struggles.
about Mars.
In fact,
He
as
said
far
he
as my
heard it from a
husband
guy
knows,
over
I'm an
in
orphan.
Texas.
And
Do
I
you
guess
have a
now I
name?
am.
Asked Bogart.
I
Johnny
recall
Crockett,
that your mother died
said
before your
Montgomery
father
promptly.
even went on trial.
And where is he now?
Thank God, it
In
would
the
have
coffin.
crushed her.
He was
Did
on
your
death
father
row,
try to
too.
contact you,
They executed
either
him
while
4
he was
months
in
ago.
prison or after he got out?
Bogart and Decker looked at each
He
other
wrote me
while
letters
Davenport
when he was
kept
in
her
prison,
gaze squarely
but
on
I never
Montgomery.
wrote back. After I
She
moved,
said,
I didn't leave a
Why
forwarding
would
address.
he mention Melvin Mars
And
to
after
you?
he left prison?
Didn't you know? Said
I had no
Montgomery
idea.
with a brief grin.
I thought he was in prison for
I played
life.
some ball at Ole Miss.
So
I was a
apparently did
fullback.
everyone else,
That meant I
including
slammed
him.
my body against other bodies
Why was
all
he
game
released?
long so the tailback
The
could
news
look
didn't
good.
say. away.
No, I never played.
He was
that
terminally
far
ill.
because I was a
The
lot
state
older,
didn't want to foot the bill,
but I heard of
apparently.
him later on.
She
Didn't
nodded,
connect it to
made
what
no
I'd done in
comment.
Texas. But then when
And
my
you're
buddy
sure
told
he
me the
didn't try to
details, I had
contact
my
you?
wife Google it for me.
He'd have no way
When I
of
saw
knowing
the
where I
pictures of the
was.
parents, I knew they were
They
the
said
ones
someone
I'd
killed him.
killed.
Are you sure it wasn't
And you
suicide?
decided to come forward. Why?
He said he was dying.
Asked Decker. Because God
No,
might go
couldn't
easier
be
on you?
suicide. I
Montgomery
can't tell you
shrugged.
why, but just trust me
Look,
on that.
I'm gonna
She
die
sat back.
anyway. Screwed
That's
up
so
my
bizarre.
whole life. This
Who would
dude
want to hurt
Mars
him?
lost out on a lot
It's
because
been
of
so
me.
many years.
Guess I'm just trying to make
Some
amends.
people carry long
Do
grudges.
one good thing before
You
I
mean the
kick
widows?
off. He
What
stopped
were their
and
names
gave
again?
Decker a searching look.
Susan Richards.
They
and
are
Rachel
going to let
Katz.
him go, right?
I
He
assume
didn't
you've
kill his
checked with them.
parents. I
We
did.
have.
We'll see,
And?
said Decker. It's the
And we're
reason we're
following
here.
up.
I told
So
the
what do you
local
want with
cops
me?
stuff that I knew
On the
about
phone,
the
you
house
just
and
said you
all.
wanted to talk.
Details
I
they
know
did
nothing
let
about the
out to
murder of my
public.
father.
It was me.
I want to talk
What
to you
else
about the
can I say?
murders he was convicted of.
I think you've said a lot,
Why?
answered Decker.
What
Bogart
if your
said,
father
"You
didn't
never
commit
met
them?"
Melvin Mars?
Her features sagged.
Montgomery shook his head.
That's crazy.
No, sir. I
Of course
never
he
met the
did.
man. If he'd been
And
home
you
that
know
night,
for
I would
sure
have killed
how?
him too.
Like you
They all
just
fell
said, he
silent
was
for a few
convicted of
moments.
them. You
Decker
helped
was
convict
studying
him. His
Montgomery
fingerprints
closely
and
while
DNA
Bogart
were
looked
found
down
at
at
the
some
house.
notes. Jameson and Davenport
Would it
were
surprise
watching
you to
Decker.
learn that he came back to
Decker
Burlington
finally said,
proclaiming his innocence?
"So you eventually
Then he
remarried?"
wanted me to prove it.
Montgomery nodded.
Would
A
it
couple
surprise
years
me?
later,
No.
I was
But it
already
would
in my
surprise me
50s, but
if you
Regina
took
was
it
20 years
seriously.
younger, so we had
Maybe
a
it
kid.
would surprise me
I
too.
tried to settle down
But
and
he
get
comes back
cleaned up,
saying
but
he's
it was no
innocent, and then
good.
somebody kills him
He
on
motioned
the
to
same
his head
day.
again. Pains came
Like I
back.
said, you
Had him all the
have two
time at that
potential
point.
suspects.
I just went
The
nuts.
widows. Did you
Did
know they
shit.
still live in Burlington?
Regina took our son and
Why
ran
would
him
I?
for it.
She said quickly.
Started robbing banks and selling
Well,
drugs.
you said they would be on your
Murdered
list
a
of
couple dudes
suspects.
I was doing business
They'd
with.
sort of have to live in
Then I
Burlington
killed
to
a
make it
state
happen that
trooper.
fast.
That's why I'm here.
Oh, well, I
Where
guess
does
I
your current
assumed.
wife live? Asked Decker.
Can I take you through the case
Montgomery's
again?
eyebrows flicked up at this.
Do we really
Why?
have to? I've worked hard to put
We'll
this
need to
behind
talk
me.
to her.
It's
Why?
really important,
He asked
and it won't
again.
take long.
She's part of this
She looked at her
chain.
watch.
We have to look at every link.
It can't take too
Montgomery
long.
considered this
My
for a
husband and I are
long
going
moment.
out to dinner later.
She lives about
I'd really
20
prefer
miles
that you
from
weren't here when he arrives.
Prison has the address.
It would take too
Moved
much
there when I
explaining.
got transferred here.
I'll be as
And you've
expeditious
been
as I
married
can.
how long?
She
About
sighed,
18
poured another
years,
cup of
though
coffee,
I've been
and
in
sat back,
prison the
looking at
last
him
9.
expectantly.
Like I said, she
Your
left
father
me when
went
I
out
of
that day
control.
around 3, you said.
Hell, Tommy was just a little
I think
boy
that's
then.
right. It's
But when
been a
I
long
got the death
time.
sentence, she came to the prison to see me.
That's what your statement
We
said.
never officially got
She waved her
divorced.
hand dismissively.
I guess she felt sorry for him.
Okay, then, whatever.
How many kids do you have? Asked
They
Decker.
found him very early the next
Just Tommy.
morning, walking along
He
a
lives
part
with
of
his
town
mom,
that I
but
would
he
have
never
described
comes
back
here.
then as
Don't
being
blame
pretty
him.
dangerous.
Wasn't there for him, so
Okay.
why should he be there for me?
Had he
She's
ever
a
been
really
to that
good
part of
football
town
player,
before?
from what she tells me.
Not that
Does
I
she
was
visit
aware.
you often?
Asked Davenport.
Had you ever been to
Montgomery
that part of
leveled his
town?
gaze on her.
She
Every
frowned.
week, like
What, do you
clockwork,
mean when I was looking for drugs
That's
to
nice.
buy?
said Davenport,
I don't know.
drawing a wary
Maybe.
look from Montgomery.
He had the
Anyone
opportunity
else
to give
ever
us an
visit you?
alibi,
Asked
but
Decker.
never did.
I don't
He said he
have
was just
anybody
walking in the
else.
rain. Something no one
lawyers
could
or anything?
corroborate.
They
She
tried
spread her
and
hands, but
failed
said nothing.
and left.
Before
Decker
that, we
said,
came to your house
"When
to
is your
find
execution
him,
date?"
but he wasn't there.
3
You
weeks
said
from
he'd gone
yesterday.
out.
Davenport asked.
That's right.
Why did you choose the
never told you
electric
where he
chair
was going?
over lethal injection?
No. We didn't talk
Everyone
much
looked at
back
her.
then.
Montgomery
Yet you'd come
grinned.
back home to live.
Figure where I'm going. I better get used to
I had
being
nowhere
hot.
else to go.
Why not go out? with
Look,
the
I was a
band?
total druggie back then.
What are your wife's plans after
You
you're
know
gone?
that,
Decker
and
asked.
I know that.
Start
My
over
mother was
somewhere
dying and
else.
needed looking after,
Right,
and I
said
couldn't even
Decker.
provide that.
We'll tell her you said hello when we see her.
So your father looked
I'm
after her?
doing the right thing,
Gardner
right?
hesitated.
Said Montgomery nervously.
Your statement didn't
That's not
really
for me
say
to
one
answer,
way or the other.
replied Decker.
Decker added helpfully.
One more thing. Did you steal any
We didn't
money
always
or property
see eye
from
to
the
eye,
Marses?
but I have to give credit where
Montgomery
credit is
stared up
due.
at him, a wary
My
expression
dad
on
really
his
cared
features.
about Mom.
No. Did the cops
He
say
did what he
I
could.
did? Did you commit
After he
any
lost
other
his
crimes
job,
while you were in town?
They had
asked
almost no
Decker.
money.
No. I told
And her
you.
pain
I
was
killed them
awful.
and tore out of there.
She
So you
involuntarily
didn't stay
shuddered.
around and do a day's worth of labor
She
or
was
anything.
hooked up to a drip line that night.
Montgomery looked
noted
at him
Decker.
like Decker had lost
I
his
remember
mind.
seeing it.
After murdering
Yeah, well, half the
2
time there
people?
were no pain meds in that
So,
IV
no?
bag. They couldn't
Hell
afford
no.
them. Fucking insurance
And how far
companies.
did you drive after you
She
left
caught
town?
herself, put a hand to her
I
mouth,
don't
and
know.
added,
You remember a
Sorry.
city?
It's still kind of a
Montgomery
sore
thought for a
subject
moment.
with me.
Maybe Abilene.
so your mother
Yeah,
had
that's right.
insurance.
I jumped on
Until my
Interstate
dad got
20
laid
and
off.
just headed east.
Then they couldn't afford to
And
stay on the
smack into
insurance.
Abilene.
And
That
cancer
was about,
was a
what,
pre-existing
180
condition,
miles,
so they couldn't
maybe
get
a
another
3-hour
policy
drive.
anyway.
About
What
that,
did
I
he
guess,
do?
yeah. Okay,
He worked
thanks.
every odd job he could
As
and
they started to
used
leave,
the money to
Montgomery
get what
called
he
after
could
them.
from local doctors.
Can you tell Mr. Mars that I'm
But then
sorry?
he was arrested and held until trial.
Decker looked back at him.
What then?
I don't really think that's a good
She
idea.
suffered incredibly.
Said Gardner, her eyes filling with tears.
Chapter 19.
My mother was in terrible
They
pain.
drove directly to Regina
there was
Montgomery's
nothing I
house,
could do
which,
about
as
it.
Montgomery had said,
Until
was
she
only
passed
about
away.
20 minutes from the prison.
Yes.
The skies were
Fortunately,
threatening rain,
she died in her sleep
and, as
soon
the
after.
temperature dipped, perhaps even
She shook
some
her
snow,
head.
though it rarely
She
fell
worked
in this
so
part of
hard.
Alabama.
Her whole life.
Bogart drove, and Decker
did she
rode
do?
next to him.
She was
Davenport
born
was
near
in the
Columbus.
back seat, writing up some notes
She
on
was
her
smart,
electronic
but
tablet.
never had a chance to go to college.
Milligan was next to her, doing the
She
same
worked
thing
at
on his.
OSU in the
Jameson
cafeteria
was to
when she was
Milligan's
in her
left.
20s.
She said,
I
Well,
actually
one
played football
scary
there.
Man. Really?
well, at least the public won't have
She
to
looked
worry
him
about
over.
him anymore,
I
said
guess you're
Bogart.
plenty big enough.
Do you think his head
Then
injury
she
made
met
him
my
do all
dad,
those
and they
things?
got married.
Asked Jameson.
He was working at a
I don't
manufacturing
know,
plant,
replied
I think,
Bogart.
up near
In the
Toledo.
eyes of the law, it apparently
They met on a
didn't matter
blind
if he
date,
did
or
or
so
not.
my mom told me.
I guess not.
Love at
She
first
said
sight,
doubtfully.
Meryl and Lisa.
Lisa, what was your
Then
opinion
I
of
came
him?
along soon
asked
after.
Bogart as he glanced at her
She
in the car's
paused.
rear view.
They had
She
a
looked up
nice
from her
life
tablet.
until I grew
My
up
down
and
and dirty is the
screwed
guy is being
everything up.
truthful. He's
With your drug
obviously
addiction?
cagey as hell, but he
She
also seems genuinely remorseful.
Look, they tried to get me
and
help,
if he is
but I
suffering
kept
from
relapsing.
PTSD and that
Nothing
head
I did
wounds
seemed to work.
affected
I
critical
tried,
areas
but
of his brain, what he
it was
later
damn
did
hard.
could make sense.
It is damn
She saw
hard.
Decker staring out of the
Give
side
yourself some
window,
credit.
obviously not paying
finally
attention to
kicked
what
it.
she was saying.
Yeah,
What did you
I
think,
did.
Amos?
She said.
Had your
When
father
he
ever
said nothing,
mentioned the
she reached
Richardses
forward and touched
or
his
David
shoulder.
Katz?
He jerked and glanced back
no,
at her.
never. I didn't
I'm
even
sorry,
know he
she
knew
said.
them.
I was asking what you
Well, he
thought
might
of
not have.
Montgomery.
I think
Well,
it's
then
more
why did he
important
go
what
to
we
that
think of
house?
Regina Montgomery, he said.
That's the question, isn't it?
And why is that?
Susan
asked,
Richards
looking
and Rachel
confused.
Katz also
I
testified
remember you
that
saying
neither
we
of
needed to
them knew
find
it
out if
and
Montgomery
weren't
had
aware
family.
that their husbands did either.
And I hope we're just about to get some
So
answers.
it was a random burglary then? He
Regina
just drove
Montgomery
around?
lived in one of a line of old
Walked.
duplexes that looked about
He
a
didn't
few
have a
rusted
car other
nails
than the
and a
one
few
that was
more
parked in front
termite
of your
bites
house
from
all
falling
that day
down.
and well into the
They
night.
parked out front.
We confirmed
There was
that
an old
with witnesses from
cream-colored
your old
Buick with a
neighborhood.
tattered faux leather
He
top
could have stolen
sitting
a
out in
car.
a front yard.
She
It
pointed
held
out.
not a single blade of grass.
That's true.
The
But
entire
no car
area
was
looked
seen
blighted.
approaching the Richards'
In the
house
distance,
that
they
night
could hear a
except for
freight
David
train's whistle.
Katz's.
A light rain
Wasn't
started
it
to
raining
fall as they
like
walked
crazy
up to the
that
front
night?
door.
How could
It had
anyone
a
say for sure they didn't
pyramid-shaped
see a
glass
car?
with a crack in it at about eye
Fair
level.
point. Talk to
Bogart
me
knocked
about the
on the door.
discovery of the murder weapon in your
Davenport
parents'
said.
home.
The place next door
What
looks
about it?
abandoned.
It
Half
was
the
found
places
behind
here
a
look
wall
abandoned,
panel in your
noted
parents'
Bogart.
closet.
They heard approaching
Okay,
footsteps and the door was opened.
Did you know about that panel?
Regina Montgomery was
No,
of
I'd
medium
never been in
height,
their closet.
thin,
I
and her
never
hair
had
was
any
more
reason
white
to.
than brown. She was
And
dressed in
one of the
faded
techs found
jeans,
it?
flats, and a
I think
sweater
so.
with some smears of dirt
You were
near
there.
the waist.
I
They
had to be. I
identified
couldn't leave my
themselves
mother
and were
alone.
invited in.
So
The
you were
front
there
room
on
was
the day of
small,
the
with a
murders,
few
and
pieces
then
of cheap and
afterwards?
battered furniture.
Yes,
She led
again,
them
I
into the
couldn't
kitchen,
leave her alone.
moved some boxes and stacks of
And
paper
you
off
never
chairs,
saw your father
and
after the
motioned for
time
them
of
to
the
sit
murders?
down around the small table
No,
in the
I
middle
never
of the
left
space.
the house. I answered the
There were
door
only
when
4
you and your
chairs,
partner showed
so
up
Milligan
that
and
night.
Davenport stood.
That's right.
Regina looked nervously
looked
at
at her
each of them
watch.
before settling her gaze on
Now,
Bogart,
if there's
who had
nothing
produced
else,
his FBI shield
There's just
at the front
one thing.
door.
What do
Yes.
you want with me?
She
How did
asked
the gun
bluntly,
get in the closet?
just to ask some questions.
What?
We've spoken with your husband.
If your father didn't come
Just so
home
you
after
know,
the
while
murders,
it's true we never
how
got
did the gun
divorced,
he
we haven't
used to
lived
kill
together
those
for a
people
long
end up
time.
behind the
He's been in
panel
prison
the
for
closet?
years.
But legally, he's still your husband.
I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe
When did you
were
learn about his
asleep,
maybe having murdered
or-
Roy and Lucinda Mars?
Or maybe I was
She
stoned
leaned
out of
back
my
in the
mind.
chair and assumed a
She
focused
said, a
expression.
bitter look on her face.
When I went to the
When we
prison
came
to
to
visit
interview
Chuck.
you later that night, you
Do you
were
remember the
sort
date?
of out of it.
No, not
Then
exactly.
there's your answer.
I go every week, though.
My father
Let me
came home,
think.
hid the gun,
She
and
picked
then
up a
left
pack
again.
of cigarettes off the table,
And neither
lit
my
one,
mother nor I
blew
saw
smoke out
him.
her nostrils, and was silent for a
Right,
few moments.
that would explain
Then
it.
said,
And the stuff
Maybe
he
a
stole
couple
never
months or
turned
so.
up.
Maybe. I'm not really
I don't
sure.
know anything about that.
were you surprised?
You didn't find it in our
asked Bogart.
house.
What, did he
No, we
kill
didn't.
people? Hell
And
no.
we looked for it.
I knew he could be violent.
Okay.
He'd murdered other people.
She made a
Which is
show
why
of
they're
looking
going
at
to
her watch
execute him.
again.
He killed an Alabama state
He had
trooper.
$500
That's
in his
gonna get you
pocket.
the damn death
Any
penalty
idea where
every
that came
time.
from?
He said he
I
had you look
assumed
up
from him
Lamar's
selling
case
the stuff
online
he
to make sure
stole.
he was right, prompted Bogart.
Right, well,
Yeah, I went
Thanks
over
for
to
your
the
time.
library. I don't have a computer.
she showed him out.
I printed out their
At the
pictures
door,
and some
Gardner
other
said,
information and brought it to him
I'm not
at
really
the
sure
prison.
why you're putting
He
yourself through this,
recognized them
Detective
right
Decker.
off.
Did you suggest that he
thought
tell
had
the
crossed
authorities?
my mind.
She shook her head.
Decker
was
walked
Chuck's
down the
idea.
drive, and the
But I
gates
thought it was the
automatically
right thing
opened as
to
he
do.
approached them.
One way
When he got
could,
to his car, he
make
suddenly
up for
looked
what he'd
back at
done
the
a
house
little.
in time to see a
Decker
curtain
looked
on one
around
of
the
the front
space,
windows
his
flutter
mind
closed.
taking snapshots of everything
He
he
got
was
into the
seeing.
car, thinking that people
After
were
your husband is
interesting.
executed, what are your
Sometimes they just
plans?
couldn't distinguish the truth
She
from
snorted.
bullshit.
Ain't got
Sometimes
none.
they didn't want to.
I live here.
It was often
and can barely
easier
make the
just to
rent.
believe a lie.
I work at the grocery store and then have a
He
second
drove
job at the
off with more
McDonald's down the
questions than
road.
he'd started the trip with.
Your son lives with you?
And for some
Asked
reason,
Decker.
that made him
She
happy.
nodded.
Tommy, he's
Amos
a good
Decker
boy. He'll do
actually
all right.
smiled as he
His
drove
father
back to
said he was a good
Burlington.
ball player.
He
She
stopped
nodded.
smiling when something
Yeah, he
rammed into
is.
his car on a
He
back
doesn't
road
visit his
in the
dad?
middle of nowhere.
She looked at him crossly.
No. Why should he?
Chapter 19.
It was good of you to stick by your
Decker
husband
had seen
through
the
all this.
headlights coming up
Noted
on him,
Jameson.
but figured the person would slow
We had
down
some
and
good
back
times
off.
together. A
That
few
was
good
not how it
times.
played out.
And he
Not even
is Tommy's
close.
dad, and I blame the
The
damn
first strike
government.
catapulted
Chuck
his
fights
big
for
frame
his country,
straight
gets a
ahead.
chunk of his head
His
torn
front
out,
and
and what
side
did they do for
curtain
him?
airbags
Nothing.
deployed, and he
Now,
felt his
that's a damn
skin
crime,
tingle
if
and
you
then
ask me.
burn slightly from the
I
released
think you'd
gases
find a lot of
powering the
people to
safety
agree with you
devices.
on that.
Observed
Momentarily
Davenport.
disoriented by the
Anything
collision,
else you can tell us?
Decker looked in
Asked
the
Bogart.
rearview mirror and saw the
I don't
lights
know
coming at him
nothing
again.
else.
She
The
looked at her
headlights were
watch.
set higher than his
And I gotta
taillights.
get to work. My shift starts
Truck.
in about 20 minutes.
A big one. He
She
thought he
walked
could
them
see
to
the
the door
huge
and
metal
shut it
bumper
firmly
right
behind them.
before the rear of his car
Bogart
was
looked at
lifted
Decker.
completely off the road
Okay,
with the next
what now?
impact.
Now we go
His
see the
airbags
Howling
having already
Cougars.
burst open, Decker felt his chest hit the
The
steering
rain had
column
started
after
to fall more
colliding with the
steadily as they
airbag and
approached
crushing
the high
it.
school that Decker
But
had
the air
located on
pocket
his
still
phone.
prevented serious injury.
What are we doing here? Asked
He cut the
Bogart.
wheel to the right and then
You
the left.
mentioned the
The
Howling
truck mirrored
Cougars.
those movements.
Said
I can smell
Davenport.
gasoline.
Decker nodded.
Great.
The pictures at
His
Regina
tank must have gotten
Montgomery's.
cracked.
Her son was in his
He
Howling
floored
Cougars
it, and the
football
car
jersey.
leapt forward.
Okay.
The
so
truck
you want
accelerated
to
to
talk to him,
match
but
this
he's never
burst of
visited
speed.
his father.
Decker
Pointed out
dug in his
Jameson.
pocket for his phone.
I don't want to
His
ask him about
fingers
his
tapped
father.
on the screen. If he
Bogart
could just
parked in the
call
visitor's parking lot,
911.
and they went into the office.
Then the phone was flung out
A
of
few
his
minutes
hand
later,
when the
they were
truck
headed to the
smashed
gym
into him
with the
again.
assistant principal.
This sent his car into a
Tommy has
sideways
finished his
spin.
classes for the day.
He felt like a
said the
NASCAR
man as they
driver who'd
walked
had
down
his
the
car's
corridor.
rear tapped
But
by
the team
another
is
at
doing
high
some
speed.
work in the gym.
Fishtailing,
But
totally
isn't
out of
football season
control.
over?
It was
Asked
not a great
Bogart.
feeling.
The man smiled.
But Decker had been in
This is
high-speed chases
Alabama.
before as a
Football
cop.
season is never
He knew
really
what to
over.
do.
And we
He
won
didn't
the
fight the
conference
wheel, but
championship
rather
this
steered
season.
in the direction of
The
the
boys want
spin
to
to
repeat
regain
next year.
control of the
Just
car.
get in some extra work.
He slid sideways
He
down
left
the
them in the
asphalt,
gym after
tires
speaking to the
smoking,
coach, who
fuel
brought Tommy
leaking,
Montgomery
and Decker
over a minute
fearful
later.
that heat from one
He
would
was a
ignite
good-looking
the
kid,
other.
taller than his father.
He
with
came to
broad
a stop
shoulders
about
and thick
50 feet
arms
later.
and thicker legs.
He pushed the deployed airbag
He
out
looked
of
at
the
them all
way
with
and looked out the
unfriendly
window.
eyes.
The
Coach
monster
said you
truck
hear
was
about
heading
my
his
old
way.
man.
A T-bone
That's
impact,
right, said
definitely in the
Bogart.
works.
I
Well,
got nothing to
screw
say
that.
about him, because I don't know
Decker
him.
pulled his
He was
weapon,
never
rolled
around.
down the window,
I'll be
took
glad when they
aim
do
and
him in.
unloaded his mag
And he's
first
out of
at the
my life for
radiator,
good.
then down to the
Decker
tires, and
looked over at
finally
the
up
other
to the
players who were
windshield.
going through some formation
3
drills.
fractured circles were imprinted on the
position do you
glass
play?
where his
Asked
bullets
Decker.
hit.
Tommy
The
looked
truck
up at him.
immediately veered off,
Why?
ran into the
You know
grass
anything about
shoulder,
football?
regained traction,
A little.
shot back
You're
onto the
undersized
road
for
and
the O or
limped
D
off,
line.
smoke now coming
Linebacker,
from
too.
its engine.
But you've got length in your
Decker
arms and
didn't
legs,
know if he'd hit
and
the
your
driver
calves
or
are
not.
rocks. Your
He could
thighs
only
are
hope
ripped.
he had.
Your fingers are calloused.
He was
You
debating
touch the
whether to
ball a
go
lot,
after the
and
truck
you run
when
farther
the
than
smell
the
of
line
gas
scrimmage.
suddenly strengthened.
You're either a safety,
He quickly
or a
undid his
tailback, or a
seatbelt,
receiver.
bent down, and retrieved his
Tommy
phone,
appraised him in a
kicked open
different
the
light.
door, and hustled
You
away
did
from the
play
car.
ball. I'm a tailback.
He dialed 911 and
Jameson
told
said
them what had
proudly.
happened,
Decker
giving his
here played at
location as
Ohio
best he
State,
could.
and then with the
Then he
Cleveland
watched
Browns.
with a sickening feeling
Tommy's
as a
jaw
lick of
dropped.
flames emerged at the
Damn,
rear of
really?
his ride.
Decker said,
He instantly
"What's your
turned
best
and
running
sprinted
play?"
away from the car.
We call
When
it
the
the
explosion
firecracker.
rocked the dark
Fake the
sky,
A-gap blast
he
to the
was flung
fullback.
forward by the
Pitch to me on the
concussive
left
blast
edge.
and drilled
I
face
cut back to the
first into the
B-gap and then
hard
make a
shoulder
stutter
of the
to clear
dirt,
the
grass,
line
and
and let the
gravel.
tight end do a
And
cutback
that's where the the
scrape on the
cops
back.
found him when they
Then I
showed
hit the
up later.
corner, and I'm gone. Always good for at least
You
10
just
yards
can't
until the
keep out
safety
of
makes a
trouble,
tackle.
can you?
We run it on third and
Decker
long
looked
because the
groggily
box
up from
ain't
his
stacked.
hospital
And the
bed at
secondary's
Lancaster,
playing cover
hovering
two
over him
soft,
and
thinking we're gonna
furiously
pass.
chewing her gum.
I didn't understand a
Did
single
they
word
find
of
the
that.
truck?
Said a
She
bemused
shook her head.
Davenport. If it makes
I think
you
I
feel
might
any
have
better,
wounded the
neither did
driver,
I,
said
commented
Decker
Bogart.
as he touched his forehead and
Decker
felt the
glanced
bandage
over
there.
at the other players running a
I placed
formation.
3 shots in the
So
windshield
you
right in front
obviously
of the
run the
driver's
tight
seat.
end on that side if his job is
State
to scrape
police
the
are
back.
checking it all out. Dollars to
Yep, said
donuts will
Tommy.
be able to find the
Extra profit.
truck.
Right,
So who
but
do
he's
you
not
think it
being
was?
properly utilized. He looked
Decker
back
sat
at
up a
Tommy.
little.
Okay, tell your
Someone
coach
who
to
either
scratch the
followed me to
stutter.
Trammell
The blast
or
would have
picked up
frozen
the
the
tail
interior
after I
lineman
left
anyway,
Mitzi
so don't
Gardner's
waste the
house.
time. And you want to hit the B gap
And
at
how did that
speed.
go?
You let the left tackle
Decker
crash down
filled
to
her in
seal
on
the
his
edge.
interview.
The guard comes around to do the
You think
scrape
she was
on the
telling the
backer.
truth?
That allows the tight end to
Almost
release,
nobody
and you
tells the
follow his
entire
butt down the
truth.
field.
They slant
He
facts to
engages
make
the
themselves
safety
look
with his
better,
left
or
shoulder if the guy
blameless,
comes
or
up and
both.
tries to make a play, and forces
Sounds
him
like
to
she
the
really
outside
turned her
while
life
you push
around,
off
though.
hard to the inside.
Said
If the corner's in
Lancaster, a
soft
bit
cover
wistfully,
too, he probably will have already
which
committed to
means
the
she has a
outside
lot
edge
to
because
lose
of the pitch,
potentially.
and you'll have a
countered
receiver
Decker.
on him blocking, so you don't have to worry
You think
much
she
about
called somebody
it. If you
after
got
you
decent
left?
wheels, you're home free
I
down the
guess you could
seam
pull
for a
her
lot
phone
more than
records
10
and
yards.
check.
Maybe
Although it
end
would be
zone
a
if you're
little
fast enough to
obvious
beat the
if as
angle
soon
the
as I
other
leave
safety
her,
takes.
somebody tries to kill me.
Tommy broke into a broad
She has to
grin.
know she'd be on the suspect
Damn, man.
radar.
Thanks. You're
And
welcome.
with her new
You
chic
got any
life,
scholarship offers?
she might not have
I've
ready
been starting
access
since
to
my
hired
freshman
killers.
year. I'll be a senior next
He
year,
might
and
have
I've already
just
got
wanted to
3
warn
offers.
me off,
2 from
not kill me.
D1s and 1 from a D2.
She looked him over.
That's great. Good for you.
I think you need to
Look,
rethink
we
that.
talked to your mom
From what I heard, you
about
almost
her
got French
future
fried in your
after
car.
your dad.
It
Decker
was
let his
close,
voice trail off, and he
conceded
stared
Decker.
expectantly at Tommy.
Any developments on
Yeah.
your end?
And then you'll be
None
off
worth
in a year.
mentioning.
I hope she'll be able
Well,
to make
this
ends
attempt
meet.
on my life tells
Oh,
us
she'll
one
be
thing,
okay,
said Decker.
with the money and all.
What's that?
Bogart started to say
It
something,
seems
but
that
Decker
Merrill
said,
Hawkins
right,
was
the
telling
money.
the truth.
She started to tell us about that, but then she had to go to work. Yeah,
Chapter 20.
it's a lot. Enough for her to be okay.
Talk about coming full circle.
Well, that's what she said.
Decker dropped
know
his
from
duffel
where?
on the floor of his new digs.
Insurance. My
It was the
scumball
next
father
evening,
had a
and
life
after a
insurance
night's stay in the
policy.
hospital,
Go
he had
figure.
moved into the
And it
Residence
pays
Inn.
off even if he's to
This
be
was actually
executed?
his old
Asked
room
Bogart.
when he'd lived there.
Yeah, I mean,
He'd
that's
gotten
what
a new
Mom said.
rental car after spending
So, a lot of
considerable
money,
time on the
said
phone
Decker.
trying to explain
You know
to
how
her
much?
exactly what had happened
Not
to the
exactly,
other one.
no. But she said she'd be moving
Someone
away
was
from
trying
here
to
after
kill
I
you?
graduate and then
The
settle
customer
down
service
wherever I
rep
go
had
to
said
college.
skeptically.
She's going to buy a place
I've
and
been
not
doing
have
this
to
a
work.
long time, and that's
He
a
paused.
first for me.
I mean, she's always
Not
been
for
there
me,
for me, you know.
Decker had
Most guys
truthfully
probably don't want their
replied.
moms around when they're at college.
He sat
but
in the one
it's been
chair
rough,
next to
you
the
know,
window
and she's,
and overlooking the street.
you know what I mean? He finished looking a
He
little
popped the
embarrassed.
cold beer he had brought
I
with
know
him.
exactly what you mean,
That was
said
dinner.
Decker.
Well,
Good luck with your
really
ball
it
playing.
wasn't. But after
He
nearly
tapped his
getting
temple.
blown up the night
And
before,
never lead with
he
your
didn't
head.
have much of an appetite.
It's not worth it.
He
They
touched
left
his
Tommy
head where
there
the
and walked
bandage
back
still
out to the
was.
car,
It was another
How
knock
did
up
you
there
know,
to
Decker?
add to all the
said
others.
Davenport.
How many
Know
more
what?
could he endure
That
without
Regina
something
Montgomery
major
was
popping?
coming into money.
And
I
he was
didn't know
tired of
until he
getting
told
nearly
me.
blown up.
But I
He'd
suspected
almost
it.
bought it in a similar way
But why
back
did
in
you suspect
Barronville.
it? Asked
The only
Bogart.
good thing to come out of his
Because
almost
dead
being
people
killed
have
was the
absolutely
fact
no
that someone
use
was
for
afraid
cash.
of what he would find out. That meant there was a truth out there
Chapter
that
20.
needed to be discovered.
Charles
And Decker
Montgomery
meant
was in
to
court
find it.
today in Alabama and gave an allocution
One floor
to the
down
judge
was
that
the
he
room
killed
where
your
Merrill
parents.
Hawkins's life had ended.
Decker tapped his
bit
hand on the arm
prematurely
of his chair as he
and
sat looking at
violently.
Melvin Mars, who was
Sipping his
finishing a
beer,
full week of
Decker
rehab
walked
at a
down to the
facility
space.
attached to the hospital.
It was still off limits and
Mars looked
stickered
pretty
with
much
yellow
normal.
tape, but
The
the
swelling
officer
was
guarding
gone,
the door
along
knew
with the
Decker
soreness.
and let him pass.
The docs had given him a clean bill of
What
health.
happened to you?
He was to
The
be
cop
released
asked,
the following
eyeing the
day.
bandage around the big man's
Mars
head.
put down the weights he had been
When I
lifting
find
and
out,
toweled
I'll
off
let
his
you know.
face. So what does that
Decker
mean
closed
exactly?
the door behind him and
It's a
surveyed
formal
the space.
statement under oath.
Nothing
that
had
what
been
he said is
touched other
true.
than Hawkins's
It included
body being
specific
removed.
details about the murders of your
He
parents.
wondered briefly about the man's
And the
burial
court accepted
or
it?
cremation.
Decker nodded.
Part of him wanted to haul
He
his
had
daughter
come here
down
today
here
by
to take
himself.
care of her father's
He
remains.
wanted some time alone with Mars.
Part of him understood why she
So
wanted
what
nothing
now?
to do with it.
Decker said,
At
that
the end of the
statement
day,
has been
it was
forwarded
really
to the
none
court
of his
here in
concern.
Texas that has jurisdiction
He
over
looked
your
at the
case.
chair where
The
Hawkins
court
had
will
been
review
sitting.
it and then make a
There were traces
determination.
of blood on it,
What about
not
the
from the
people who
exit
actually
wound, since there
prosecuted
hadn't
me?
been one.
Well, they've
The splatter
retired,
from the entry wound
but the
had
state
been the
lawyers are in the
source.
loop, and they are also considering
Pillow,
everything.
gun,
If they come
dead
down on the
guy.
side of believing
No
Montgomery
witnesses.
and throw their support to you,
He looked
then I
around
don't
the
think
rest
the
of the
court has
room.
any choice but to set
It
you
had already
free.
been thoroughly
Pretty much
searched, and
immediately.
nothing else had been found.
Mars wrapped the towel around his
They'd
neck,
gotten the
his muscles
post-mortem
straining
report on
against the
Hawkins,
tight
but not the
T-shirt,
tox
and sat
screen
down
yet.
opposite Decker.
His stomach had been empty.
How long you reckon
But
all
what
that
was in his
take.
bloodstream.
I can't imagine that long.
Decker closed his
What was
eyes
he
and
like?
dialed up his cloud.
Mars asked quietly.
Hawkins had
Who,
told him at
Montgomery?
the cemetery that he was going
Mars
to take
nodded,
something
his
to help
gaze
him
on the
sleep.
floor.
After
Probably like a
spending
lot of
few
guys
hours
you've known
throwing
in
up.
prison.
There had
So
been no
just a
evidence
screwed
of
up
that in the
asshole looking to
bathroom,
hurt people.
but he might have cleaned it up.
He was a Vietnam vet.
But there had also
Said
been no
stuff over
sign
there
of
gave him
meds,
headaches.
either
Couldn't take
illegal
the pain.
or not.
Turned to crime to pay for the drugs
They
because the
checked
VA
the
wouldn't help
dumpster
him.
at the rear of the building and
But
found
why'd he kill
nothing
my
there either.
parents? You
Had
really
whoever
wanna hear
killed him
this?
taken the
It
meds for
can't
some
change
reason?
anything.
Why would that
Mars
be?
glanced up at him.
What could they have
Tell me.
revealed?
Wrong
He
place,
went
wrong
back to his
time.
room, put
Montgomery
his
tried
few
to pawn
clothes
stuff
away,
at your dad's
cleaned up,
shop. He said your dad wasn't buying,
went
maybe
in search
dissed
of
him.
dinner.
He got pissed, followed him home.
He chose Suds
wanted
because
money,
it was
but your
close
dad told
and
him he
cheap.
was only the clerk there.
He sat at the
that
bar and
owner put
ordered
the
a
money in the
beer
bank every
and a
night.
burger and
So,
fries with
He
chili.
did what he did.
He
using your
involuntarily
shotgun he
looked
found
over
in
his
your
shoulder
room
once,
and that gas can
thinking
in the
that Jameson
garage.
might swoop in and
Mars
chastise
studied
him
the floor.
for the cardiac
Can
killer
you
meal
believe him?
plan.
He had
He turned
details
to his
only
right
the
when
person
the
there
person
would have
sat
known.
down next to him a few
Mars
minutes
looked
later.
up again. But
Rachel
do you believe
Katz
he
eyed
did
the
it?
bandage around his
Decker
head.
said nothing.
What
So you
happened
don't
to you?
believe him then?
Cut myself
Doesn't matter
shaving,
what I believe.
replied
It matters
Decker
what
as
the
he took a
truth
sip
is.
of beer.
And that
She
doesn't
looked down
come
at his
close to
plate.
answering my question.
Not
Mars
into
said irritably.
organics. I
Why
take
do you
it.
have to make everything so damn
What's
hard,
more
Decker?
organic than meat and
My
potatoes?
job is to find the truth, Melvin.
She
I
smiled.
told you that the first time
You
I
have
met
a
you.
comeback for
Right
everything.
now, I don't believe anybody.
I didn't see that in you all those
Including
years
me?
ago.
With
She
you,
ordered a
I'm
glass of
getting there.
Prosecco.
Faster than I
He
normally
glanced
do.
sideways at her.
He added.
Somehow
probably
I didn't
because you're
figure you
so
for a
lovable.
Suds patron.
Mars laughed.
Oh, I'm full of
Didn't
surprises.
think you had a sense of humor.
But I'll let you in on a
I
little
don't.
secret.
You must
She
be
leaned
rubbing
over
off
next
on
to
me.
him.
So where
I'm
do
the
I go
majority
while all this
owner of
stuff
this
is being
bar.
decided?
She
A safe
straightened
house
and studied
maintained by
Decker
the
for his
FBI.
reaction to this.
It's in Austin. Haven't been back
I'm
to
impressed
Austin
at
since
the
I played
diversity
at
of your
UT.
holdings, from
I figured.
penthouses to
Decker
pubs.
paused.
She
Got a question
smiled.
for you.
Another
Okay,
quip.
shoot.
Good for you.
I read
If
your
the
mother's
detective
full
thing doesn't
autopsy
work out,
report.
fall back on stand-up,
Mars
no pun
stiffened as he looked
intended.
warily at Decker.
Her drink arrived, and she
what?
took a sip of it,
Did you see
filling her
something
hand
off?
with nuts from a bowl
I
in
saw that
front
the
of her.
coroner concluded that your mother
So
had
how's the
terminal
investigation
brain
coming?
cancer. Mars
It's
nearly
coming.
toppled off the stool.
I thought you
He
would have
managed to
solved
keep
the whole
his balance
thing
by
by now.
slamming a hand down on the floor and righting
Investigations
himself.
don't work that way.
I can tell
They're
from
on
your
their own
reaction that you
timetable.
didn't know.
But
That's
you solved my
bullshit,
husband's murder
exclaimed
really
Mars.
fast.
Not according to the
Did
report.
He shot
There were
back.
pictures of the tumor.
She munched
I
her
won't
almonds
show
and
them to you
peanuts
because the
and looked
shotgun
around the
blast
full
had done
bar.
a lot of damage.
It's good to see the
Stage
town
4,
getting back on
pretty
its
much
feet,
always fatal.
isn't it?
It's what
She
Ted Kennedy
asked.
died of. Mars
So
was
when you
staring
finish
at the floor,
rebuilding
his
Burlington,
eyes wide in
what's
disbelief.
next?
She never said anything
She swiveled
to me.
around and leaned
Nothing.
back against the bar.
Did she show any signs
not
of being
sure.
sick?
There are lots
Mars
of places
pressed the
like
towel against
Burlington,
his
but not
face
all
and began
have the
to sob
potential
into
to
it.
make a comeback.
Decker, unprepared
I don't
for
want to
this,
make a ton
sat
of money
back
here and
simply
blow it on
waited.
another place that will never
When
make
the
it out of
sobs
the
finally
abyss.
subsided, Mars rubbed
how do
his
you
face
calculate
dry
that?
and slowly sat up.
I won't
His
bore
chest
you with the
still heaving.
statistics, but
She
a
lost
lot of number
weight,
crunching goes
didn't
into
have
it.
much of an
Luckily, as a
appetite,
CPA,
and she
my
had
background
headaches.
is all about number
Migraines,
crunching.
she said.
And those numbers
Did
can
she
be
ever go to a
magic,
hospital?
a roadmap
Receive
into
any
the
treatment?
future if you know how to read them
Can't
right.
believe this. She
All
had
successful
brain
people
cancer
do
and they
that.
didn't tell me? She was
All
dying and they didn't
financially
think to
successful
mention it to
people,
their
you mean.
only child?
Is there any other
I know
kind?
this is a shock, Melvin.
She added
But
quickly.
if she started treatment, you
Just
would have
kidding.
known, right?
I know we need more
I don't
Mother
know. I
Teresas
was
in the
gone
world.
a lot.
I'm just not one
But
of
she
them.
didn't lose her hair or nothing
Not
like
how I'm
that. I
wired.
would have noticed that.
And how are you
Was
wired?
she still working at the end?
Me first,
Mars looked
I
up.
guess.
No.
And I'm not
Dad
ashamed to
said he
admit
wanted
it.
her to take a break.
I don't like
I
hypocrites.
just thought it was because of the money
I know
I'd be
enough
getting.
people who
I never.
pretend to care about others
His
while
voice
they're
trailed
stabbing
away.
them in the back.
Would they have gone to a
I
doctor
stab
in
people
town?
in the chest.
I
They
guess.
can see it coming from a
They had
mile
their
away.
dentist, and Mom used a
Thing is,
chiropractor
They're
sometimes.
still dead.
All the work she
replied
did
Decker.
made her stiff.
Yes,
Do you know the name
but
of the doctor?
at least they have a chance to
No.
defend themselves.
He paused.
She said sweetly,
guess back
draining
then it
her
was all
drink
about
and
me,
waving
Decker.
for another one.
I
which
really
was
didn't have that
immediately
much to do
delivered.
with my parents.
I hear
I
Susan
was so
Richards
busy
has
with
gone
football.
missing.
But I
Decker
still
put
loved
down his
them.
burger and
I
looked
was
over
going to
at
take
her.
care of them. But
And where did you hear
shit.
that?
He looked down.
Oh, come on. I
His
heard it
features
on
full
the
of a
Town
guilty
Gossip
misery.
Network ages ago. I wonder
You were
why she
dealing
would have
with a lot
disappeared
for a
like
young
that.
guy, Melvin. I wouldn't beat yourself up
Decker
too
said.
badly.
Guilt?
This brain cancer.
Katz
you
took a
think it
sip
has
of her
anything to do with
Prosecco.
their deaths?
I didn't
don't
say
see
that,
how.
but
But
the
what I
timing
don't
is
see right now
awfully
could fill a library.
peculiar.
Mars
Timing
sat
in
up and wiped
homicide
his face again.
investigations often is.
What do I do if they let me loose,
You're
Decker?
the expert on
He
that,
said
not
in a
me.
hollow tone. He
So,
looked
do you think
across
she
at
killed
Decker
Merrill
like a little
Hawkins
boy
and took
lost
off
in a
before the
world he
cops
didn't
found
even know
proof that she
existed.
murdered him?
Decker appeared
Speaking of
uncomfortable
proof,
at this query
did
and
you ever
ever come
Said
up with
nothing.
an alibi for the time of his death?
Mark looked down and continued.
I was at dinner
I was
with a
nearly
business
22
associate
when
until
I left the
11:30
world.
or so.
I'm almost
Then he drove me
42
home.
now.
We
I
got to
was a
my
kid
place around
then.
midnight.
Now I'm a
I
man.
think that lets me off the hook.
But back then I still had plans.
And the name of this
Lots
business
of-
associate?
Now,
She took
I
out a
don't have
pen
a
and slip of paper
damn
from her
clue
purse,
what I'm
wrote
supposed to
something
do.
down, and handed it to
he
Decker.
glanced up at Decker.
He
Saw
glanced
the
at the
blank
paper,
face staring
his
back
eyes
at him, and
hiking in
looked away.
surprise.
Forget it.
Earl
I'll figure it
Lancaster?
Always do.
Yes,
Let's take it one
he's
step at a
working
time,
on some
Melvin.
projects for me.
Yeah,
He's a
right,
first-rate
said
general
Marge
contractor.
absently.
Why?
Decker leaned forward.
He's married to my
It was
old
time
partner.
to discuss what he had come here to
Not
talk
for
about.
much longer.
What
said
if he
Katz.
didn't do it, and
When
Charles
Decker again
Montgomery
looked
also
surprised,
didn't do
she
it?
added.
Mars sat up
Small
looking
town
bewildered.
detective.
What?
She swallowed the last
What's
of her
the
drink.
third option, Melvin? That's what
Well,
I want to know.
Let me know if you need anything
Third
else.
option? Your
With a
parents'
whisk of
past
blonde
is too
hair,
fuzzy.
she was gone.
Nobody looked at that back
After she
then
left,
because they had you
Decker
dead
sat
to
there and
rights for the
wondered one
murders.
thing.
But there
Why
are too
hadn't
many
Earl
holes.
mentioned that he was working
There might
with
be
Katz
something in one
when
of
they
those
had run into
holes
each other
that would
at the
explain
American
why
Grill?
they were killed.
Because that development
Like what?
royally screwed his wife.
I don't know.
Or soon
Well, why don't you believe Montgomery?
ex-wife.
He knew stuff from my house. He could have been told all that by
Chapter
whoever
21.
really did it. But why would
You
he
mean
do
you
that?
knew?
Confess to a crime
Decker
he
looked
didn't
across
commit?
at Lancaster.
Because he's already a
It was
dead
the next
man.
morning, and they
What's
were
2
sitting
more
in her
murders?
car outside the
They
Residence
can't
Inn.
execute him a second
He'd
time.
called her and
And
told
what if
her he
someone
needed to
asked him to
speak
do
with
it in
her,
return
but
for setting up
preferred to
his
do it
wife
in
and
person.
kid for life?
I knew he
Mars
was doing
slumped
some work
back
for
in his
Rachel
chair.
Katz. I
Set
didn't
them up for
know
life?
that he was her
That's
alibi.
big money.
Earl didn't tell me
My
that.
parents. Why would
We don't
anyone
talk
with
all that
big
much
money care
anymore,
about them?
particularly about his
Or care
business.
about getting me out of prison after all
But
this
why
time?
didn't you mention to me
I
that he
don't
was
have
working
answers
for
for
a
that.
possible
I
suspect
just
in a
have the
murder we're both
questions.
investigating?
Mars rubbed his face
He works
with
with
a
lots
sweaty
of
hand.
people, and I
You're
didn't think
throwing
it
me
was
for a loop
relevant.
with all this shit, man.
Well,
First
it
you tell me
is.
my mom
And
had
now that he's
cancer,
her alibi,
and now this? He
Lancaster
added
said,
angrily.
I might
figured
have
you
to
might want to know
recuse
the
myself
truth,
from the
the real
investigation.
truth. If I spent
"There's
20
no
years of my
might
life in
about it,
prison for
Mary.
something I
You
didn't
have
do,
to."
I'd want to know exactly
Earl
who put
wouldn't
me there.
lie if that's what
And
you're
why?
implying. If he said he was with
Mars
Katz,
stared
he
at him for a few
was.
seconds and then started to nod.
I'm not implying anything.
Yeah, me too.
I just know
So
that
how
you
can
have
I
to get
help?
off this case.
By
Any
remembering
defense
anything
lawyer
you
will tear
can
the
about
department
your
a new
parents.
one if you stay
Something
on
they
now.
said that seemed odd.
She popped a
Letters,
stick of gum into her
phone
mouth
calls
and
they might
started
have gotten
chewing
that seemed off
furiously.
somehow.
And
Visitors.
now I need to
Anything
talk
that might
to
tell
Earl
us
about
where they
this,
really came
said
from.
Decker.
I'll have
I
to
know.
give that some thought.
And I think
Well,
I need to
I'm
talk
not
to him,
going
too.
anywhere. And
No,
neither are
Mary,
you.
you can't do that.
He's still my husband,
Chapter
damn it.
21.
He's also a potential
Milligan put down
alibi
his
for
cup of
someone who had
coffee
a
and
pretty
stared
good
across
motive
the
to
table
kill
at
Merrill
Decker.
Hawkins.
The team was having dinner at an
Shit.
Applebee's in Austin,
She
where they had
slapped the
moved
steering
Mars
wheel.
after his release from the rehab
And I didn't
facility.
think my life could get any
The
worse.
rain was pouring down outside.
You're the one
and they had
asking
spent
for the
a long
divorce.
day going over the details
That's what
of
Earl
everything
told
they
you?
could find about Charles
Is it not
Montgomery.
true? You just told me
Milligan
that
said,
Earl doesn't lie.
There is a life insurance policy.
Does it matter,
that does
Decker?
pay off
Our marriage
when
is
Montgomery
over.
dies,
And
But it's
this
only for
woman he's seeing?
$30,000.
said Jameson,
fine.
who was sitting next to
Earl
Decker.
didn't start seeing
But it's
Nancy
big
until
money to
things
her,
were
I
over
bet,
between us.
replied Milligan.
Yeah, he told me
Not
that.
enough to buy a house
But you're really
and not have
okay
to
with
work.
Earl getting custody
Pointed out
of Sandy?
Davenport. So maybe Tommy
We're
Montgomery
sharing
was exaggerating,
custody.
countered
But I
Milligan.
told you before, his
I
work is
don't
more
think so.
flexible than mine.
Milligan said,
It's better
Why don't
and
you
less
just tell us why
disruptive
you
for
really
Sandy to
think
have her spend the
Montgomery is
week with
lying?
Earl.
Come on, Decker,
Her
we're a team,
well-being
right?
is all I'm
We need to
concerned
share
about.
information. Decker
Okay,
put down his
give up your
fork and
kid,
wiped
then.
his mouth using his napkin.
She looked at him,
It's
fury
a
on her
question of cash
features.
flow.
What
Excuse
right do
me,
you have to
said
tell me
Milligan in
that?
an aggressive tone.
You don't know jack
With the
shit
wife?
about my situation.
No, the husband.
It was your choice
Decker
to
had
leave here and
selected
go
a
work for
salad,
the
though he really
FBI.
wanted the ribs.
So don't come back to my
When he'd made
town
noises
and
about
tell me how to
ordering the
run
rack
my
of
life.
ribs, Jameson had given him a look.
She
that
pointed
made
to the
him feel
door.
guilty enough to go with the leafy
Now get the
vegetables.
hell out of my car.
He had dropped 15 more pounds.
Decker
and his
got
knees
out,
didn't
but he
ache all
poked
the
his
time
head back
anymore.
in.
But in an act
The
of
thing with
defiance,
kids,
he had
Mary,
ordered an
is that when you
Amstel
turn
Light.
around for just a second
He
and then
finished
look
off
back,
his beer and looked over at the
sometimes they
man
aren't there
with the
anymore.
expression of someone having to do
He shut the
something
door
he
and
really
turned it
didn't
off.
want to be bothered doing. Montgomery
Later
told
that
us he
day,
had
the
no
knock
money
on
when he got
Decker's
to
door
town.
was unexpected.
That's why he went to the pawn
When he
shop.
opened it, his
He rode into
surprise
town on an
instantly
empty
turned
gas
to
tank and an empty
exasperation.
stomach. He told us after
Long
he killed
time
the
no
Marses,
see,
he
Decker,
tore out of
said
town.
the smiling man on
He
the
didn't
other
steal
side of the
anything from
doorway.
them or anyone else.
Blake
He didn't work a
Natty was
job
a
before he
detective
left.
with the Burlington
He said he
Police
drove all the
Department.
way to Abilene,
About
which
6
is about
years
a
older than
3-hour
Decker
trip
and more
without
senior at the
stopping.
department, he had been left in the dust
so
by Decker's
he
investigative
was driving
prowess,
a '77 Impala
and he had
with a
not
V8.
bothered to hide
I
his
looked it up.
feelings about it.
Brand new, that car car got
He was about
18
5'8",
miles to the gallon
160,
highway.
and dressed in a way
After
that
nearly
matched
20
his name,
years, I doubt it would
complete
get
with
much more
pocket
than
kerchief
12 at
and
best.
golden links
He'd
on
need
his
about
French cuff
15
shirt.
gallons at minimum to make the trip.
What are you doing
Back
here,
then,
Natty?
gas was a little
asked
over
Decker.
$1 a gallon. So if
Natty's
he came into
smile
town on an
broadened.
empty tank and wallet,
This is
left
just a
with an empty
courtesy
tank
call.
and wallet,
I'm taking over
how'd
the
he get all the way to
investigation on the
Abilene
Hawkins
without
case.
running out of gas?
Heard Mary got
And on
knocked
top
off
of
over
that,
some
he had to drive
accusation
all the
from
way
you.
out to the Mars'
A little
house to
surprising,
kill them.
considering you two were
That's nearly
partners
2 gallons
once.
right there. So
Well,
tell
you
me,
got everything
how
about
is that all
wrong,
possible?
which at least shows you're
Davenport and
consistent.
Jameson exchanged a
Natty's
quick
smile
glance.
vanished.
Bogart
As I
cleared his throat and
said, a
said,
courtesy call.
"It's not."
And it's to
Which
tell
means
you
he
that we
was
do
either
not
lying or
require your
mistaken.
services in connection with the
Decker
Merrill
said,
Hawkins case.
"I don't buy it that he was mistaken.
Have you
He
talked
was
to
too
Captain Miller
specific
about
on the
this?
details. It
Because he
just a
was
small
very
point
much
that was
okay with me
overlooked
working
when
the
cover
case.
story was put together."
Miller has to answer
Whoa,
to the
said Milligan.
superintendent, and
Where
the
do you
super
get a
has
cover
a different
story?
opinion.
Someone had to put
Right.
it together.
Would that still be
That
Peter
is a
Childress?
huge and, in my mind,
It would be.
unjustified leap of
Didn't you
logic.
call him an ignorant
Well, I guess
asshole
that's
one
just the
time?
difference between my mind
It
and
wasn't
yours.
just the one time.
Milligan
and he earned
screwed
it
up his
fair and
face at this
square.
comment and picked up his
Well,
coffee.
just do not involve
And remember,
yourself in the
Lucinda's blood
investigation.
in Melvin's
So with
car.
that,
She never
I don't
used
see
that
anything
car,
keeping
he
you in
said.
Burlington.
So how'd the
You
blood
can
get
just
there?
head on out.
Montgomery sure as hell couldn't have put
There's
it there.
the crimes that Merrill Hawkins
Bogart's
was
phone
convicted
rang.
of.
He answered the
Right.
call.
That's
listened for a
also
few
off
moments, and then
limits.
clicked off.
It's a Burlington PD
He looked around the
investigation,
table.
and in case you forgot,
The Texas
you're no
court
longer
has
part of
just
the
decided
team.
to give Mars a full pardon.
No law against
He's
me
being
looking into a
released
case
from
if I
prison.
want to.
That's great
There is a
news.
law if you interfere with an active police
If he's innocent,
investigation.
said Milligan
So
sullenly.
you are looking
Not
into
so
whether
great if he's
Hawkins
not.
was innocent?
I wonder if
None
he
of your
wants to go to
concern.
Alabama.
I can
said
have one of my
Bogart.
guys run you to the bus
Alabama.
station. There's a bus to
Asked
Pittsburgh
Davenport.
that leaves in 2
Why?
hours. And you can catch a
Family
flight
members
from
of
there
the
back to
victims
your
are
precious
entitled to witness
D.C.
the execution.
Thanks.
Although technically
But I'm
Montgomery
staying.
wasn't convicted of the murders,
Natty
he
drew
did
closer,
confess to them.
nearly chest to
And it's
stomach,
not
and
like
looked
Mars
up at
will
the
get a
9
second
inches
chance
taller
to see him
Decker.
put to death.
You don't
Well,
get a
let's go
single
ask him,
pass
said
on
Decker.
this. No get-out-of-jail-free card.
Mars was
I
sitting
catch
in a room
you in
in a
my
rental
way.
house
The
guarded
next
by
room
3
you
FBI
inhabit is a
agents out of
jail
Boston.
cell.
His
I want to
lawyer,
make
Mary
myself
Oliver,
really
had
clear
obviously
on
just
that.
arrived because she
You've
was
never
hugging
had a
Mars
problem
as
making
Decker,
yourself
Bogart,
clear,
and the
Blake.
rest of the team
Even
showed
when you
up.
had it 180
I
degrees
knew it might be
wrong,
coming, said Mars,
which was most
but
of the
it's
time.
still hard to believe.
Watch that ego, Decker.
Oliver said,
Even a guy as big as
There
you
will
won't
be
be
a
able to
formal
hold it
court
in.
proceeding where your record will be
Decker
expunged,
closed the door in
and
the
I've already
man's
filed for
face,
compensation
went back
from
to
the
his
state.
chair,
I
sat
don't think
down,
you'll have any
and turned his
problem getting
thoughts
the
back
max
to the
payout.
case.
after they all
Natty,
had finished
he was
congratulating
sure,
him,
would look for
Bogart told
any
him about
opportunity to
Montgomery's
put bite
execution
to his
coming up.
threat and
I've
plant
made
Decker's
calls.
butt in
They'll
jail.
let you attend if you
Yet
want
Decker
to.
had spent much of his
Mars
life
looked
swimming
over at
against the
Decker.
current.
What do
Natty
you
was
think?
an irritant,
Should I go?
nothing more. But Decker would
thought
have to
about
watch
this for
himself.
a few moments.
A
If
text
you think
dropped
it might
into
give you
his
some
phone.
closure,
It
yes.
was from Lancaster.
But you don't think
I'm
he
really
really did
pissed
it.
at you,
And
but
I
I'm
could
sorry
be
about
wrong.
Natty being assigned
Decker
to the
paused.
case. Wouldn't
Besides,
wish
there's
that on my
another reason
worst
for us to
enemy,
go to Alabama.
which you're
What's
not,
that?
at
Mrs.
least not yet.
Montgomery.
M.
The court
Decker
proceeding
dropped the
was held
phone
the
into
next
his
day.
pocket, sighed, and
Mars,
sat
dressed
back
in
in
a
his
cheap
chair.
suit, stood
His
next
visit
to
to
Mary
the old
Oliver as the
hometown
judge
was turning into
apologized
quite
for what had
a
happened
nightmare.
and formally cleared him of all charges. I can only hope,
Chapter
Mr. Mars,
22.
that the rest of your life will be full of nothing but
Gentrification
positive
sometimes
events, said the
sucked
judge.
because it made homes
He smacked his
unaffordable to
gavel
those
when the
living
proceedings
there
were
before
over.
their neighborhood was suddenly
There were
hot,
quite a few news
and all the
people
money
gathered
wanted to
outside
move
the
into new
courtroom,
luxury
all wanting a piece
residences
of
after
Mars and
knocking
his
the
story.
old stuff down.
But by now, Bogart,
Decker was
and
thinking
Milligan
this
had
as he
joined
looked
the fray,
around at the
and
area
Decker
where
used
Hawkins
his
had
bulk
been
like a
picked up
bowling
that
ball
night
to
on
move
suspicion
Mars
of a
through the
quadruple
throngs of waving
homicide.
microphones to a waiting SUV.
Back then, it had been the equivalent
they
of a
sped
war
off,
zone
Decker
in
said,
Burlington.
"You're going to be the
Drug
national
deals had
news
gone
story
down
du jour."
here, and gangs had fought
I'm
each other
surprised
over
anybody
turf
still
and
cares
customers.
about it, said Mars.
Cars from the suburbs
They
would
will,
line up on the
but only
streets
for one
like
24-hour
parishioners
news
to the
cycle.
offering basket.
Bogart
Only the
handed
money
him
they
something.
put in would bring
Mars
not
looked down at
solace
it.
and help for others,
A cell phone?
but drugs and continued
Jameson
misery
answered.
in return.
It's actually a smartphone.
Empty homes
You can
and
get the internet
businesses
on
were
it.
used as
Do
needle and
emails,
coke pipe
texting,
hangouts or
tweeting,
gang
Instagram,
headquarters.
Snapchat, take pictures,
As
and
a
watch
cop
TV
and
and
later
movies.
detective,
Oh, and you can
Decker had
also make
spent a lot
calls
of
with
time in this part of town.
She added with a grin.
In some
it.
years,
But
there had been a
sexting will
murder a
just get
week.
you in trouble.
Everybody
So
had
skip that one.
guns, and no one had a
Mars
problem
rubbed a
using them.
finger over the phone's screen.
Now the place was full
Guess
of
I got a
upscale
lot of catching up to
apartments
do.
and thriving small businesses.
Well, it's better than the alternative.
Hell, there was even a
noted Decker.
Starbucks. A park sat where once there
Since
had
Mars
been
was
an
no
empty
longer a
boarded-up
prisoner,
warehouse.
he could travel without
Decker
a guard
had to admit
and without
it was
being
a lot better
shackled.
than it had been.
He sat on the United
They could
Airlines
film a
flight next to
Hallmark
Decker.
movie here and not change a
Bogart Bogart
thing.
was across the aisle.
He and
Jameson and
Lancaster had
Davenport were
come
in the
here
seats
after
behind
questioning
Bogart.
Hawkins at the police
Milligan
station.
had volunteered to
In Decker's
remain in
mind's
Texas
eye,
to keep
the
working
area
on the
was
case
returned
locally.
to its miserable state
Mars
13
looked out the
years
window.
prior.
Haven't been
The
on a
park was
plane in a
gone,
long
the new
time.
residences
They
vanished,
looked pretty much the
the
same.
streets returned to trash
Decker
strewn and
adjusted his
crumbling.
sitting position,
Addicts
reclining his
staggered
chair
down
the
the
maximum
streets.
1/18th
Dealers were
of an
down
inch
dark
allowed.
alleys hustling their
There's
product.
one difference. The seats have gotten
Users came
smaller.
in with cash
Or maybe
and
I've
left
just
with their
gotten
drugs
a lot
of choice.
bigger. Mars
There were
continued to
hookers,
stare
too,
out the window.
because they naturally
Never
went
thought
with the
I'd be
drugs
leaving
Decker had
Texas.
found.
I'm sure you
Almost
thought
all
you'd
of the
never be
hookers were
doing a lot of
addicts, too,
things.
and scored tricks
I've never
to pay for
witnessed
their
an
daily
execution.
doses. And the
Just so you
luxurious
know,
loft
Montgomery picked
apartment
the electric
building he
chair
was standing
over
in
lethal
front of
injection.
once more became an
Mars
abandoned
glanced
shirt
sharply at him.
factory with
What the
mattresses
hell is that
strewn
about?
inside, where the
Couldn't
business
tell
of
you.
sex was
Alabama gives you a
negotiated
choice,
and then
and that was
consummated.
his. Will his wife
Through
be
all of
there?
this, Merrill Hawkins
She's
walked with the
entitled to
rain
be.
beating down on him.
Whether she's coming or
Though
not, I
because
don't
of
know.
the bad weather,
I doubt she'll
they
bring her
could
son
find
if she
no one
does.
out and about to corroborate
And if he
his
didn't
story.
kill my parents,
Yet if he was
he
telling
clearly
the
murdered
truth,
several
and
others.
he had been
His
trudging
capital
through this
sentence was
downpour,
justified under the
why?
law.
And
Mars
why wouldn't
nodded.
he tell Decker
How
and
many innocent
Lancaster
folks
during
you
their
figure were
interrogation?
executed? One
Anything
is
he
too
told
many,
them could have
and I'm
helped his
pretty sure it's
cause.
more than one.
Silence
I
only
came
hurt
within a
him.
few minutes of being part of
He
that
could have
group.
named a person whom
Like
he
I
had
said
met
when I
with,
met you,
and they could
the
have
one
followed up
lucky
on
guy,
that,
after
and he
being
might have been a
one
free
really
man.
unlucky guy.
Decker dialed up
Yeah,
something
well, let's
in his
hope my
memory,
luck holds.
something far more recent.
Mars looked to the front
She
of
was
the
hooked up
plane
to
and
a drip
watched
line
as the
that
flight
night.
attendant
I
positioned the
remember
beverage
seeing
cart
it.
as a roadblock in front
Yeah,
of the
well,
cockpit as one
half
of the
the time
pilots
there were
came
no
out to
pain
use the
meds in that
restroom.
IV bag, including
When
that
did they
night.
start doing that? He
They
asked.
couldn't afford them.
After
Fucking
9/11,
insurance
replied Decker.
companies.
Oh, right.
Sorry. It's
Mars
still
pulled his
kind of a
gaze
sore
away from the
subject
front of
with
the
me.
plane and said to Decker,
So your mother
"You
had
said we were coming here
insurance.
for Mrs. Montgomery, too."
Until my dad got laid
That's right.
off.
Why?
Then they couldn't afford
She
to
was
stay
the only
on
one
the
to visit her
insurance.
husband the last
And
few
cancer
years.
was a pre-existing
Okay,
condition,
why does that matter?
so they couldn't get
Asked
another
Mars.
policy anyway.
If this was all set up,
What did he
you're
do?
not going to do it over the phone.
He worked every
It's going to
odd
be
job he
face to
could and
face.
used the money to
She
get
was
what he
the only
could from
face.
local doctors.
She went to the prison and told her husband what he had to
Had
do.
Merrill Hawkins really
including
been
all
out
the
that night
details,
scrounging
so he
up
could get his
illegal
story
payments
straight.
for his suffering
She
wife?
probably did this over and over.
His lawyer
to
had
make sure
raised
it all
that
sunk in.
possibility at the trial.
So she had to
If
have
he had,
contact with
he
whoever
could still
really
have
killed
committed
my
the
parents.
murders. There was
She
plenty of
initiated
time
this,
for him to do
not
that
her
and
husband.
get to that part of town.
That's the way I see it, yes.
Yet if he had gotten the payments,
But she's not just going to
none
tell
had
us
been
who
found on
contacted
him.
her. No, I don't
And how
think
could
she
he
will,
not have
replied
scored
Decker.
some in what was Burlington's
So what do we
premier
do then?
open-air drug market?
We find out as much as
But
we
then
can
again,
on our
he
own,
would
and
have
then we
to be
confront her
careful
with
with
it.
what he bought.
And hope she
Half the
rolls
crap
over?
being sold here could kill
Yes.
you.
You ever
even if
remember
were healthy.
anything about the stuff I asked you about?
Morphine would have been the presumptive
Mars looked
choice.
back out the window as
Decker
the plane
figured.
descended into Alabama.
It certainly would be what the
I
hospice
gave it a lot
folks
of
use
thought.
with their patients.
Only thing I really thought about.
But
to
Hawkins
tell the
would have to
truth.
be sure of the provenance.
And
he certainly
Mars
wasn't
pointed to
going
the
to
back
give
of
his
his
wife
right
some
ear.
half-assed kitchen
my dad
sink
had a
concocted
scar
drug.
right here.
And there had been plenty
I
of
saw it
those
when I was a
back then.
kid, and we were horsing around on the
There
floor.
were, Decker
Just
recalled,
roughhousing, you know.
some sellers
I
here
touched
who
it
had pure
and asked
stuff.
him about it.
They hadn't
He
made
flew
it in
into a
kitchen
rage.
labs. They'd
I
stolen
thought he
it
was
from
gonna beat the
pharmacies
shit
and
out of me.
hospital supply
Then my
rooms.
mom came in the room
They
and
asked
saw what was
premium
happening
dollar
and
for
calmed
it
him
because
down.
of its purity.
After that, he was never
You got
really
more
the same
pop for your
around me.
dollar, and you
He
clearly
started wearing
knew
his
what you
hair
were
a lot
injecting.
longer.
That meant chances
cover the
were
scar?
good that you'd live to be an
That's
addict
right.
another day.
At least I think so.
That, Decker
Did
decided,
you ever ask your mother
would be the
about it?
stuff Hawkins would be looking
No,
for.
I was too scared.
If he had learned one
I've
thing
never
about
seen
the
my
man
dad
during
like
the
that.
investigation
he
and
was
trial,
scary.
it was that Merrill Hawkins
Decker
was
stared at
completely
the seat
devoted
back
to
in
his
front of him.
wife.
Did
Yet
it
no
look like a
drugs of any
wound,
kind had
like
been found
from a
on him.
gun or knife?
Decker closed his
gun.
eyes.
It was more like a long
$500
cut.
had been found on
So,
Hawkins.
a knife?
Was it cash he'd
Yeah,
gotten
that's
for
what
the
I
stolen
think.
goods?
Look, I know it's not much.
But how could the guy have
Well, it's more
transported
than
all
we
the
had,
stuff he
Melvin.
supposedly
We just
took
have to figure out
when there was
what
no
it
accounting
means.
for a car being seen there? It was possible he could have
Chapter
driven a
22.
stolen car there and no one had noticed it.
Thursday at
And he could have
5:30
simply
p.m.
driven away, come
Charles
here,
Montgomery
and
had a
tried to
half hour
barter
left
stolen
to live.
goods for drugs.
He had eaten
He
his
had the
last
cash,
meal from a
so
vending
maybe he had
machine,
been trudging through the rain after
barbecue
fencing with
sandwich, and a
stuff
can of
and was
Coke.
looking for the right kind of drugs
stomach
for his
would not
wife
have to
when the
digest the
police had
meal.
picked him up.
Bogart, Decker,
Although
and
given that the
Mars
man
were
had
sitting in
never
the
even
front
had a
row of one of
parking
the
ticket
viewing
before
rooms.
that, it seemed
Jameson had elected not
implausible
to come.
that after killing 4 people,
Davenport was
Hawkins
immediately
could
behind
calmly
Decker
go
in the
about his
second
task
row.
of selling the
There
stolen
were 3 other
goods
people
and
in the
shop
room.
for drugs in the
2 were
middle of a
journalists,
monsoon.
and 1 was with the Alabama
And he
State
had to know
Bar.
the police would be
None
looking
of the
for
families
killer.
of the victims had come, except for
Decker
Mars.
opened his eyes.
The journalists
When they had questioned
recognized
Hawkins
Mars
late
and had
that
tried
night,
to interview him,
he had seemed
but Bogart had
genuinely
flashed his
stunned
badge
that he
and
was
quickly
being
put a stop to
accused of
that.
murder. murder.
The curtains
Back
were
then,
pulled so that
Decker
the death
and
chamber was
Lancaster
not
had just
currently
assumed
visible.
he was lying like
In an
any killer
adjacent
would.
room, the family of the condemned
Decker
was
closed
allowed
his
to
eyes
sit.
once more.
The
And he was
curtains were
back in
also
that
closed
interrogation
there,
room,
so they didn't
sitting
know if
across
Regina
from a man
Montgomery was
accused
here or
of
not.
4 homicides,
Mars was
including
looking
2
nervous,
kids.
and there were beads of sweat on
Decker
his
had
face,
slid pictures
although the room
across
was
of
cool.
dead people.
Decker
You
noted this
recognize
and
these,
put a
Mr.
large
Hawkins?
hand on the other man's shoulder.
He hadn't looked at the
You
photos.
gonna hold it together,
Look at them, Mr.
or you want to
Hawkins.
get out of here?
I'm
Mars
not,
bent over
and you
and
can't
took
make
several
me.
deep breaths.
But
I was
Decker
just
had
thinking
noticed
how
the man
close I came
glanced
to this.
sideways at the photo of
Decker
Abigail
removed his
Richards
hand.
and grimaced,
But it's
almost
not you,
looking like he
Velvet.
might be sick
It's
to his
the other
stomach.
guy. But we can
Back
leave if
then,
you
Decker
want.
had taken that as an
Mars
indication
straightened.
of a guilty conscience.
No, I'm good.
But now,
You sure?
Give us a name, Mr. Hawkins.
Bogart leaned over and said,
Lancaster
"They're
had said.
coming."
Of
A dozen
anyone you
correctional
might have
officers
seen or
surrounded
met
Montgomery
with
as he
tonight.
left the holding
Or
cell where
who
he had been
might have
brought
seen
the
you.
previous Tuesday.
We can follow that up,
They were
and
led
if
to
it
the
checks
death
out,
chamber by
you're
a
a free
pastor
man.
holding a Bible and saying a prayer.
Hawkins had
A
never
hymn was
given a
being
name,
played over the sound
and as
system.
Decker focused his
The
memory
gurney
on
had
that
been
exact
removed from the
moment,
chamber,
he
and the
recalled
electric chair
seeing
had been
something
brought
on the
out of
man's
storage.
face that he hadn't necessarily
Nicknamed
seen
Yellow
before.
Mama because its color came from the yellow
Resignation.
paint used on highway
Hey,
lines.
Decker!
It had been built by
Decker
a
looked
British
over at the
inmate
car
in the
that had pulled up
1920s.
beside him.
It was
The
massive
driver had
and
rolled
sturdy
down the
looking.
window and called out to him.
His head bowed.
Decker
the
mouthed
pastor
a curse
peeled
under
away
his
and
breath.
went to the viewing
It was
area
Blake
where
Natty,
Decker and the
looking
others were.
cocksure, as usual.
He took his seat at the end of the row.
I thought I made
and began
myself
reading
clear,
his
Decker.
Bible. The
You're going to
correctional
have to
officers
explain that,
escorted
Natty.
Montgomery into the chamber.
Then he
Then
looked
the
past
curtains were
Natty and
opened
was
so that
surprised to see
Montgomery could
Sally
see into
Brimmer
the
in the
visitor
passenger
room.
seat looking very uncomfortable.
Decker and the others now saw
Natty
that
said,
Regina Montgomery
I
was
told you that
indeed
you
in
cannot
attendance.
investigate
Her
these
son was
cases.
not with her.
No, you told me I
Montgomery's
couldn't
gaze lingered
interfere
on
with
his
your
wife for a few
investigation.
moments, but no words
Decker
were
made a
said
show
or
of
even
looking
mouthed
around.
between them.
Not seeing
Finally,
any
Regina
interference.
looked away.
I'm just out for a
The
stroll.
warden read the
How
death
about you,
warrant
Miss
out
Brimmer?
loud, and
You see
Montgomery
any
was asked
interference
if he
with the
wanted to
police
say any
investigation
last
going on
words.
here?
He looked at his
Brimmer
wife
looked
again.
like she wanted to melt
He
into the
started to
car's
say
floorboards.
then
She
shook his
smiled
head
weakly and
looked
said,
away from her.
I'm
Then
not
his
getting in
gaze
the middle of
found and
this,
settled
guys.
on Melvin Mars.
Smart gal,
The two
said
men
Natty
stared
with
at
a
each
slick
other for
grin
a
before
long,
turning back to
torturous
Decker.
moment.
Maybe you should be that
Montgomery
smart.
again looked
I don't
away
want to have to
without
lock
saying
you up.
anything. His expression
I'm
wasn't
sure.
one of remorse.
I mean, why would you want
To
a
Decker,
federal
it looked more
lawsuit
like
landing
one
on
of
the department like a
disgust.
nuclear bomb?
The warden
Even all
went
the
into
brown
another
nosing you've
adjacent
done with the
room where there was a
superintendent all
man on
these
the
years
phone.
wouldn't be enough to save
This
your
was to
butt.
make sure that there was no
You better watch
last-minute
yourself,
reprieve
smartass.
of the death sentence from the
I do,
governor.
Natty. Every day
There
of my
wasn't,
life.
and the warden gave
And you
the
give me any
appropriate
more
signal.
lip, your fat ass is
10 of
going
the
into a
officers
cell.
left the room,
Guaranteed.
passing by the warden as he returned to
Then
the
you
death
get a First
chamber.
Amendment lawsuit
The
on
two
top of
remaining
the other one.
officers readied
I don't think the
Montgomery
department
by
has
taking
enough
off his
lawyers to
handcuffs
cover
and
all
leg
that crap.
chains,
And it
placing
would
him in a
probably hit
chair,
the national
and
news
strapping
pipeline.
down his arms, legs,
Decker
and
peered
head
past
to
him
the
to
wood
look
of
at
Yellow
Brimmer.
Mama.
You
The
do
metal
PR
helmet
for the
connected
police.
to the electrodes
You care
was
to
placed
wade
on his
into the
head,
middle of
and then a
that one,
hood
Miss
was
Brimmer?
placed over that.
She held up her
There
hands
were
in
also
mock surrender
electrodes
and
attached
looked
to his
away.
arms and legs.
Decker looked down
The
at
power
Natty's
supply to
ring
the
hand
chair
and then
was
over
plugged
at
in.
Brimmer.
The
Wait a
warden
minute,
went into
Natty.
the generator
Aren't you
room
still
where
married?
he engaged the equipment
Natty
by pulling
barked.
on several
What's it to you?
levers.
He glanced
Mars
quickly
gripped the
at Brimmer.
armrest of his chair.
What the hell are you
and his breath
insinuating?
grew ragged.
I'm just giving her
Decker
a
put an
ride
arm
to
around Mars's
her
shoulders.
apartment.
Almost over.
Decker glanced
he
at
murmured.
Brimmer again, who was
He
staring
glanced
out
over
her
at
window
Regina
now.
Montgomery.
Then he made a
She was
show
looking
of
down
checking
at the
his
floor.
watch. It was nearly
Decker
8
looked
p.m.
back at Montgomery. He
Well,
couldn't
tell
see the
Fran I
man's
said
face
hello
because of the
when you get
hood,
back from
but
Brimmer's
his entire body
apartment.
was tensed against the yellow wood.
Stay out of my damn
He
way,
looked like a
Decker,
figure
or you
carved
will
from
go
stone on
down.
its throne.
Natty hit the
One
gas
of the
and the car
officers picked
sped
up a
off.
sign that read "Ready."
Decker
and
stared
held it
after
against
it
the
and
glass
thought he saw
window
Brimmer
leading
looking
into the
back at
generator
him through the
room.
rear glass.
The two officers
Though in
left
the
the chamber,
darkness, he
and
couldn't
they
be
all
sure.
heard the door slam.
Natty and
One
Brimmer.
of the officers gave the requisite
Who saw
signal
that
by
coming?
knocking twice on the door. The warden immediately sent the first
Chapter
of
23.
2 power surges to the chair, 8
The
amps,
Hawkinses'
and
old
1,850
It
volts
wasn't empty.
that lasted
There was a
34
car
seconds
parked in the
each.
driveway.
Decker
It
watched
was the
as
next
Montgomery
day,
slammed
and Decker
back against
trudged
the
up the
chair
steps
as
to
the
the front
current
door
hit
of
him
the
like a
house
tank
as he
round.
eyed the kids' toys
He
in the
lashed
front
against the
yard.
restraints.
He
An
knocked and
electrode tore
instantly
away
heard
from his
cries
leg
from
as he
young
thrashed.
children, the scraping
Smoke
of animal
started to rise
claws on
off his head.
hardwood, and then the
The smell
firm
of
tread
charred
of grown-up
flesh
feet coming
permeated the
toward the
viewing
door.
room.
It opened to
There was a
reveal a young
scream,
woman
and
around
they looked
30.
over in time to see
Her brown
Regina
hair was
Montgomery
tied
faint
up in a
and topple out
ponytail,
of her chair
and her
to the
face held the
floor.
weary features of a
Footsteps
mother
were
with
heard
young
as prison
children.
personnel rushed to
This
aid
was
her.
confirmed when 3
The
small
second
faces
surge
poked
hit
out from
Montgomery,
behind
and he
her.
started to shake uncontrollably.
Yes?
They heard him scream,
She said,
gasp,
looking Decker up
scream
and
again,
down.
and then he fell forward.
There's no
kept
solicitation in
the
this
chair
neighborhood,
solely
just
by
so
the
you know.
restraints. seconds. The smell
I'm
of
not
burnt
selling
flesh
anything,
became even
he said
stronger.
as he held out his
It
FBI
seemed to be
credentials.
driven right into their pores.
She took a step back after looking
As
at
they
his
watched,
ID.
A small flickering
You're with the
flame rose
FBI.
from the cloth hood
She
before
said
dying
skeptically.
out, along with the
I thought they
occupant of
wore
the chair.
suits. Oh my
Some do.
God.
I'm just not
Miss
one of them.
Davenport.
And I'm
She
kind of
jumped
a
up
hard
and rushed
size
from
to
the
fit.
room. They could
She
hear her
stared
being
up at him
sick
and
outside
nodded.
in the hall.
I can see
Next
that.
came the sound of the generator
can I
providing the
do for you?
electricity powering down and
How long
growing
have you
silent.
lived here?
The
2
curtains were
years?
drawn, and the
What
image
is
of the
this
dead
about?
man, smoke still rising
Over a
off him,
dozen years
was
ago,
gone.
a family named
They
Hawkins
heard more
lived here.
rushing feet, and then
He
the
glanced down
sounds
at
of
the
a fire
kids.
extinguisher being
Can we
deployed.
speak privately?
It was over.
She looked back at her children. 2 twin boys and
Chapter
1 girl,
23.
all between the ages of 3 and 5.
That was the longest few minutes
I'm
of
afraid
my
I don't
life.
have any
Said
privacy.
Davenport, who
she
still
said
looked
with a
gray and
resigned
nauseous.
smile.
Look,
They were sitting around a
Why don't you
table in
come
the
in?
lobby of the hotel where they
She
were
led him
staying near the
inside, and the
prison.
children backed away,
Decker shot
staring
her a
up at the
glance.
giant Decker in
Imagine
fear.
how it was for Montgomery.
hey, kids,
She looked at
said
him
the
and
woman
turned a bit
suddenly.
pink in the face.
cookies in the kitchen,
know.
one
I didn't
each
mean it that
only,
way. It
and
was
I
just
will check.
Horrible.
The three took
Although
off.
Jameson
They were
hadn't
joined
attended,
by a
she
wire-haired
seemed as
terrier
distraught
that
and
shot out
subdued
from
as the
behind a
others.
piece of furniture where
Did they confirm
apparently
he
he'd
was
been
actually
cowering.
dead?
Bogart
Yeah,
nodded
some
wearily.
watchdog, that
By
Peaches.
law, they have
Said
to.
the woman dryly.
The doctor came in and did
Now,
his tests.
what about this other
Montgomery was
family?
pronounced dead at 5 minutes past
I'll
the
get
hour.
right to the point, since I doubt
Regina
we have
Montgomery
much
was
time before your
revived and
kids come
checked out
back.
by a doctor at the
A
prison.
gun that was used
Then
in
a
a
state
serious
trooper drove her
crime
home.
years ago was found behind
Decker
a
turned to
wall
Mars,
in the
who
master
hadn't said a
bedroom
word
closet
since they had
here.
left the prison.
I wanted to take a
He
look at
looked
that
like he
spot.
had no idea where he
The woman's
was.
features collapsed.
You okay? Decker asked.
Good Lord.
Mars shook his head.
Nobody
Dude
told
was
us
on
about that when we
fire,
bought the
He
place.
said dully. That's
thought
why they
the
don't use
realtor
the
had to
chair
tell you
anymore,
stuff like
said
that.
Decker.
When
Too
did
many
it
things
happen?
can go wrong. I think
About
the state of
13 years
Alabama
ago.
should stop giving
And
the
no
condemned
crime
a
was committed
choice,
here, technically.
Davenport said fiercely.
And you still
Or better
haven't
yet,
found
just
this
abolish
person?
capital punishment.
No, we did.
She looked at Mars.
He was in
They
prison.
came close to
he got
executing
out.
you, an
And a
innocent
few
man.
days ago, someone
It's
murdered him,
reason enough just to do away with
Oh,
it.
my God.
There are no
said
second
the woman,
chances.
putting a hand to her face.
Mars nodded curtly and looked
But if
away.
he was convicted of the
Bogart
crime
said,
involving
well,
the
that's way
gun,
above my pay
why do you
grade.
need to see the place
Not
where
an
it was
argument we're
found?
going to settle tonight. I
Because
think
I'm
we all
not
need
sure
to
if
get
he
some
actually
sleep
did
and then
commit
regroup
those
tomorrow.
crimes.
He
Her
looked at
features
Decker.
took on a look of
What else did
understanding.
you want to do while we're here?
Oh, you
Talk to
mean this is
Regina
like one of
Montgomery
those
again.
cold case
We need
things?
to find out where the money
I
came
like
from.
those shows.
She's not
Not
going
that I
to
get a
willingly
chance to
tell
watch
us
much
anything.
TV anymore.
Pointed out Jameson.
Right,
You almost
exactly.
kicked us out last
Cold
time.
case.
But she might
Decker
slip
heard
up.
a rush of
Or by not
footsteps
telling
coming
us
their
something,
way.
she might just answer
I
our
think
questions.
the cavalry's returning. So
Bogart
if you could let
rose.
me see it.
Well, again,
Sure,
nothing
come
else
on
is
back.
going to happen tonight.
She
So
led
let's
him
just
to the
call it an
bedroom.
early evening. I don't
Excuse
think
the
I'm
mess.
good for anything
I barely
else.
have time to brush my
Witnessing an
teeth with
execution
three
leaves you
rugrats.
utterly drained.
I'm sure.
At least it does me.
A crash came from
Bogart
somewhere within
headed
the
off,
house,
and
and then
a
the
still
sounds of
shaky
Peaches
Davenport
barking and someone
followed.
crying.
As Jameson was about to leave,
said the woman,
Decker snagged
looking
her by
nervous.
the arm.
Go check it out.
Hold up,
I
Alex.
won't be long.
What is it?
Thanks.
Decker looked first
She
at
shot
her
out of the
and then at
room,
Mars.
yelling.
You
Good
two up to going
grief,
somewhere?
what now?
Right now? Because I don't
Decker
think that we
pushed
should
some
wait.
hanging clothes out of the way and shone his mag
They
light
knocked
over the
for a
back
long
wall
time,
of the
and
closet.
only when it was clear that they
Then he
weren't
looked to the
going
left,
leave did
where the
Regina
panel in
Montgomery
question
answer the
was
door.
situated.
She stood
He
there
rapped against
defiantly in
it
the
with his
doorway,
fist.
still dressed in the
It rang
clothes she had
hollow.
worn to the
He
execution.
rapped against the other two
What do
walls
you
and got
want?
the same sound.
She snapped.
It was just drywall
Decker
or
said,
studs, after
"We just
all.
had some questions for you."
It had been
My
repaired
husband was
and painted over,
executed
and there
tonight.
was
Can't
nothing
you
really
leave
for
me
Decker
in
to see.
peace?
She added
He thought
shrilly.
back to the first time he'd
I
seen
can
this
understand
space.
how you feel, Mrs.
The
Montgomery,
panel had
but
been taken
I wouldn't
off.
be here unless I
It
thought
had
it
been
really
cut out
important.
and then wedged back
Can we come
into
in?
place.
It won't take
Not
more
so
than a
very
few minutes.
seamlessly, it appeared.
She looked
Which
at
was
Jameson,
one reason why
and
it
then her
had been
gaze fell on
discovered so
Mars,
readily.
and her face twisted in
He remembered
disgust.
that behind the cutout
What,
was
you
an
mean
open
him
space
too?
in between the studs.
Him especially,
The
said
gun
Decker.
inside a
He's-
box had been
I know
found
who the
there.
hell he is.
There had been no
I just-
prints found on
I mean, I
either
don't
item.
have...
He looked
Decker
down
said,
at the floor.
"It'll only be a few
The closet
minutes,
was
and
carpeted.
since this pertains
It
to
looked
Mr.
be the
Mars,
same
he needs
carpet
to be
as during
included.
Hawkins's
Please,
time
Mrs.
here.
Montgomery."
He got down on his
Jameson
knees
stepped
and hit it
forward
with
and
his
took the
light.
woman by the hand.
What are you doing,
Let's just
Decker?
go in and sit.
After all this
Have you
time,
had
did
anything
you
to
think
eat?
you were going to find
Maybe
a
a cup of
smoking
tea
gun
to
in
help
the
settle
friggin'
your
carpet?
nerves? I can
He
only
straightened
imagine
and
what
finally
you've had to deal with
admitted to
today.
himself
I'm
that he
so
was
sorry.
grasping at straws.
Nah,
He had not
That
a
would be-
sliver of a lead on
I
this
can't eat
investigation.
anything but some hot
Either
tea.
with the murders
Yes.
all those years ago,
Just
or
show me
with
where, and
Merrill
I'll fix it
Hawkins'
right up.
more recent one.
Jameson
He
smoothly
rose and
steered
left the
Montgomery
bedroom.
inside while Decker
And that's
and
where
Mars
Decker
followed.
ran right into a wall
When
of
Jameson
police,
turned around,
with a
Decker
grinning
shot her
Blake
an
Natty
appreciative look.
bringing up the rear.
After Regina Montgomery showed Jameson where things were in the kitchen,
Chapter
she and
24.
Mars settled around a coffee table in the
It
small,
was the
cluttered
same
living
cell
room.
where Decker,
Back in the
pretending to be a
kitchen,
lawyer,
Jameson put
had
a kettle
scammed
on
his
the
way
cooktop
in to
to
meet
heat up
with
the
a
water.
prisoner who who had
Then she found a
confessed to
cup and a
murdering
box
Decker's
of tea
family.
bags. While the water
He didn't
was
know
heating,
if this
she
cell
rejoined them.
selection had been made
When
intentionally.
she sat down across
but he
from
doubted it
Montgomery,
was a
Jameson's
coincidence.
gaze flitted over
Someone was
Montgomery and
definitely
held
trying to
briefly
send
on her
a
wrist.
message.
She looked surprised.
The police waiting for him in
Montgomery
Hawkins'
was
old
staring
house
at
had been
Decker.
the first sign.
Well,
His
She
being
said
read as
crossly.
Miranda rights for
your
interfering
son
with
here?
the police
Asked Decker.
investigation had been his second
No,
and more
She
visceral
said
sign.
sharply.
he's staying
But
at a
Decker was
friend's.
nothing
I
if
thought it
not a
best.
patient man.
No reason for him
He
to have to
leaned
deal
back
with
against the
this.
cinder block wall and
That was a
waited.
good idea.
They knew
She
where he
glanced
was.
at Mars, sitting
At
next to
some
Decker,
point, they
and
would
her
have to
mouth
come to
curved
him,
into a frown.
because he could not come to
Mars
them.
stared right back at her.
An hour
He seemed
later, a
about to say
surprising
something when
figure
Decker
appeared in
spoke.
front of the steel bars.
Tommy told us about
To her
the
credit,
insurance money.
Sally Brimmer didn't
She
look
was
pleased
startled
to
by
see
this.
him in a jail cell.
What?
He
When
glanced
did
up
you...
at her.
How did you know where he
Miss
was?
Brimmer, having a
Howling
nice day?
cougars, said Decker,
Apparently
pointing
better
to the
than the
photo
one
on
you're
the table
having.
across from them.
I wouldn't argue
Well,
with
so
that.
what? Chuck had life
She
insurance.
drew closer to
I'm
the
the
bars and
beneficiary,
spoke in a
nothing
low
wrong with that.
voice.
For
How did you push it?
$30,000?
You know Blake hates
She jerked
you.
again.
Who told
I
you
don't
that?
care whether he
She
hates me or
demanded.
not. I have a
We're
job
the
to do, and
FBI,
I'm going
Mrs.
to do it.
Montgomery. We can find out things.
But you're not part of the
The tea
police
kettle
force
whistle blew.
anymore. This isn't your
Jameson
problem.
rose and went into the kitchen to prepare the
It is
tea.
my problem. If
She
I
poured
help
it
send
into a
an
cup,
innocent man
and then
to
looking
prison.
around for some crackers,
Do you
pulled
really
aside
believe he
a
was
curtain
innocent?
covering a small niche in the
Let's
kitchen.
just put it this way.
What she
I have a
saw
lot more
inside
doubts
made
about
her
his guilt
start.
than I used to.
She snagged a box of crackers
Okay,
and
but
some
does it
peanut
really
butter
matter?
off
The
a
guy's
shelf
dead.
and walked back over to the sink.
It matters to me.
Hey,
It
Decker.
matters to his
She called
memory.
out.
He has
Can
a
you give me a
daughter
hand?
who thinks her father
I know
killed
Mrs.
4
Montgomery
people.
doesn't need us to be here any
Brimmer's
longer
cheeks
than
reddened.
necessary.
A bit
I
put out
really
by her
hated you for
request,
conning me
Decker
that
rose
time.
and went into the kitchen.
I
While
took full
Jameson was spreading
responsibility
peanut
for
butter
it.
over the crackers,
I
she
didn't want you
jerked
to
her head
suffer
toward
because
the
of what
open
I
curtain.
did.
Check that out. I
She
know
said
that man
quietly.
helped murder your family.
Decker turned, saw what was
Guess I
there,
was surprised
and
you
glanced
didn't
quickly
kill
at
him
Jameson,
in the
who
cell.
hiked her eyebrows.
I wasn't
And
sure
there's
he'd done
something
it.
else I
In
saw.
fact, I
She
had
said.
doubts.
A
He
minute later,
paused.
they came back into the room.
I have to be
Jameson
sure,
with the
Miss Brimmer.
tea, and Decker
It's the
with
way
the plate
I'm
of peanut
wired.
butter crackers. They
I
placed
guess
them in front of
I can see
Montgomery,
that.
who was staring
And
stonily
I brought
at
that up
Mars.
only because... Thank you.
Her voice trailed
She said.
off, and she looked around
She took a
nervously.
sip of the tea and nibbled at
Because
a
I
cracker,
would have done the same
her
thing
gaze
if
now
it were me.
downcast.
He rose
While
and went over to
Montgomery
the
was doing
bars,
that,
separating
Jameson
them.
glanced around the room,
Can you
and
do
her
something
gaze
for
fixed
me?
on a coat tree by the
She
front
took a step
door.
back, looking
This
wary.
time she didn't look surprised.
What?
Montgomery put her
I
teacup
need to look
down.
at the files from the Richardses
Why do you care
and
about the
Katz's
insurance
murders.
money? But
Decker
I thought
said,
you had. I saw
Tommy
the guy
also
taking the
said that you were
boxes to the
planning to
conference
move
room
from
that
here
day.
to wherever he ended up going
I
to
got
college.
involved in running
That you were
down
going to buy a
potential
place
witnesses
and
and
not
didn't
have
get
to
to the
work.
files before. Well,
Montgomery didn't
before I
say
ended
anything
up
for a
in here.
long moment. Then she waved
But
her
surely
hand
you read them
dismissively.
all from when it happened.
He's just a kid.
She glanced
He doesn't know
upward
what
at
he's
his forehead.
saying. I am planning
And
to
I
move to where he
heard
goes
you
to
can't
college, but
forget
I'll have to
anything.
work. And
Now
I sure
Decker
as
took a
hell won't be
step back
buying a
and wouldn't
house.
meet her eye.
$30,000 isn't
I
enough
didn't
for me
read
to
them
stay
all back
home and
then.
twiddle my thumbs.
In particular,
So you
the
will have
pathology
to work.
report.
Didn't you hear me?
Why not?
Yes, I'll have to
I
work.
didn't have to testify
Do
to
I look
that.
rich to you?
The ME did.
I've been working my ass off
She didn't
all
look
my life.
convinced.
Work till I drop.
He fondly looked
Unless
at her and
Tommy makes
said,
it to the NFL,
I screwed up, Miss
and then
Brimmer.
he can take
It
care
was
of
my
me.
first case as a homicide
Mars said,
detective. I
I
thought
wouldn't
Hawkins
bank
was
on
good
that.
for it,
It's
pretty
like a
much
1 in
right
a
from the
million
start.
chance.
So I didn't dot
She
all
eyed
the
him.
I's or cross all the T's.
You played football, so I heard.
Surprisingly,
It's
she
a rough
smiled at
sport.
this.
Tell Tommy to be a doctor
What?
or a lawyer
He said in
instead.
reaction to her
He'll have a
look.
much healthier retirement.
That's actually
I'm
comforting.
sure you're mad at my husband,
How
but
so?
he did come forward.
I thought you were infallible,
Only reason you're
like a
out
machine.
of jail.
Now I
He was
know
the
you
reason I
actually
was
are
in jail,
human.
countered Mars.
Depends on
He
who
murdered
you
my
ask,
parents, so excuse me for not
Actually. Can you
feeling
get me the
grateful.
files?
She shook her head and
I
mumbled
guess
something
I can
like,
make copies,
You people.
but I can't bring
Decker
them to you
placed a
here.
restraining hand on Mars's shoulder,
won't be here
since it
much
looked like the
longer.
man was about to jump to
Her
his
brow
feet.
wrinkled.
When do you get the
How do
insurance
you know
money?
that?
He asked.
There
Why
is
do you
something
care?
known as a bail hearing.
I told you I just had a
Sort
few
of
questions,
required.
Mrs. Montgomery. The sooner you
Do you
answer
have a
them, the
lawyer?
sooner we're out of here.
No,
The reverse
but
is
I'm good
also
on
true.
that.
She
Are
picked
you
up her
sure?
tea, took a sip, ate a
Pretty
cracker,
sure.
and then said,
Blake
I have
is
to
not
file
going to
the
make
claim.
it easy.
It might take
I
a few
never thought he
days or
would.
maybe a week. It's
I
not like
guess
they
you're
won't have
wondering why
proof
I'm-
he's dead.
I mean,
right.
he and I...
Decker looked at Jameson and nodded.
It's none of my business.
Jameson
I'm not
pointed to
judging
Montgomery's
anybody.
wrist.
I don't have the right,
That's a beautiful watch,
I
Cartier,
appreciate that.
isn't it?
but I will
Montgomery
give you a piece of
immediately covered
advice.
it with her other hand,
I had a daughter once.
No, it's not.
I know.
It says Cartier on the watch
She
face.
said, looking
pointed
pained.
out Jameson. She
If
looked
she
down
had
at
had a
her
chance to
hand.
grow up,
I got
I
it
would
for like
never let her
$10
near
bucks.
Blake Natty.
Where?
Take that for what it's
I
worth.
forgot.
The fact
It's
that he's
against the
seeing
law
you
to
while
traffic
he's still
in
married
knockoffs,
should tell you
said
all you
Decker.
need to know about the guy.
So find the person who sold it to me
Brimmer
and
looked at
arrest
him
him.
sadly, then turned
Decker
and
rose,
hurried
went into the
off.
kitchen, pulled the curtain aside, lifted up the boxes stacked there, and
Chapter
brought them back
25.
into the room and set them on the floor.
The judge did a double
Montgomery
take when he
jumped to
looked
her
down
feet.
first at the docket
What the
sheet
hell are
and
you
then
doing?
up
You
at
can't
Amos
do that.
Decker,
Those are mine.
who stood behind the counsel
Chanel,
table.
Neiman Marcus.
At the prosecutor's
Sachs,
table stood
Berndorf
Elizabeth
Goodman,
Bailey,
Jimmy
a
Choo.
veteran
They
prosecutor
all make
who
very
knew
nice
Decker
stuff,
quite well.
and very
They
expensive.
had worked numerous cases
Jameson
together
pointed
while
to a
he'd been on the
bag
police
hanging on the
force.
coat tree by the front door.
Behind the waist-high
And
rail
that's an
where the
Hermes
public
bag.
could
I wish
sit,
I could afford
there
one.
were only two people,
Montgomery turned
Blake
pale.
Natty and
They're all
Superintendent
fakes.
Peter
I can't
Childress,
afford none of
a
that.
tall, portly man
Decker
in
said,
his late 50s.
I wasn't aware
with
that
gray hair
fraudsters
cut
ship their
short
goods in
and a
boxes
puffy,
with the names of the
pockmarked
brands
face.
on the side. They usually just sell them on
He
the
had
street.
on a dark suit, crisply
Montgomery said
starched
nothing to
white
this.
dress shirt,
She took
a
another
blue
sip
and
of
white
tea,
striped
ate another
tie,
cracker.
and a white pocket square.
Can I look inside the boxes? Asked
Decker, said the judge,
No.
a diminutive
Why
man
not?
in his late 60s
You
with
got
a
a
reedy
search
neck
warrant?
and an abundance of
Actually,
silvery
I
hair
don't
that
need one.
contrasted starkly with
She
his
looked
dark
wide-eyed
robe.
at him.
Why
He
not?
peered at Decker through thick,
I used to be a
black-framed
police
glasses.
officer, but I turned in my
Amos
badge.
Decker?
But you're with the
Yes.
FBI.
Judge Dickerson.
As a civilian,
It's me.
not an agent. Never badged
Obstruction
or sworn
of justice charge, said
Despite
Dickerson,
Montgomery's
glancing
protests,
at the charging
Decker opened
document.
the boxes and snapped
Interfering
photos of
with
the
the
contents
police
with his phone camera.
investigation.
Then he
I thought you
leaned
were
down
with
so
the
his face was
police.
only a few inches away from
I
Montgomery's.
left to join the FBI
We
a
can
couple of
easily
years ago,
trace
but I'm
all
still
of
a
these
sworn
purchases.
officer here in
And
Burlington.
since you already told us you haven't received the
Dickerson
insurance
moved his
money yet,
lips as he read
that
something
can't be
off
the
the
source of the
papers lying in
funds.
front of him.
So why
Then
don't
he
you
slid
tell us
off
the
his
truth,
glasses,
Mrs.
set
Montgomery?
them down, steepled
How
his
did you
hands,
come by
and
the
looked at
money?
the prosecutor.
I don't know what the hell you're
She stood
talking
there
about.
looking quite anxious.
Do you really want to play it that
Ms.
way?
Bailey, can you explain
out
to
of
me
my
what in
house.
the world is going on here?
Mars said
Dickerson.
Somebody paid you off to have your husband
Bailey was
lie
in her
and say he killed
40s,
my
her
parents.
frame big
Who
boned.
was it?
The woman's blonde
looked at him
hair
and said
had
fiercely,
dark roots.
Who the
She
hell do
wore
you
a
think you
beige
are talking
suit
to me
and
like
white
that? You are
blouse
nothing
along
but...
with a small
But what?
chain necklace.
Interrupted Mars. A
Bailey
colored
took a
boy who
moment to
should keep his
deliver a
mouth
quick
shut around
scowl
good white
at
folks
Natty.
like you.
She cleared her
Get
throat
out
as
of
she
my
looked back at
house.
the judge.
She screamed. I
Mr.
lost
Decker
20
is
years of
being
my
charged
life.
with
Mars
obstruction of
screamed
justice
right back.
and interfering with a police
Montgomery looked at
investigation.
Decker.
Get out
For
of
a
my
moment,
house
it
before
looked
I
like
call
she
the
might
cops.
continue. But Bailey
Decker
set
said,
her lips in a
You
firm
can call the
line
cops,
and said nothing
and then we'll
more.
tell them what we know, and we'll
Dickerson
find out
looked
about the money
perplexed.
you've come by and why.
Well, I know
and then
that.
you're going to be in a world
That's
of trouble.
what I just read off the
In fact,
document.
you're going to go
What
to
I
prison.
mean is, I
She
would
looked
like
stunned
more
by
of an
this.
explanation.
I ain't done nothing wrong. Mr. Decker was
Try
approached by a
obstruction
man
of
named
justice,
Merrill Hawkins.
conspiracy, aiding and abetting a
Merrill
murderer.
Hawkins?
I did
The
not.
Merrill Hawkins?
By helping those who really did kill the
Yes, Your
Marses,
Honor.
you did.
He was released from
and
prison
the
early
cumulative
because
penalties for all those crimes
well, because
means
of medical
you won't have to worry
issues.
about following your
he
son
met
to
with
college.
Detective Mary
Your housing will be
Lancaster and
provided
Mr.
by the
Decker,
government.
proclaimed his innocence
He
for the
paused
murders and
momentarily.
asked them to clear
For
his
the
name.
rest of your life.
And
Regina
he was
Montgomery looked
subsequently
like she might
murdered,
faint again.
said Dickerson.
She took several deep
Yes.
breaths and said,
And
Get
how does
out
that
of
bring
my
Mr.
house.
Decker here today?
Decker said, have it your way.
Mr. Decker was
We'll be
asked
back
by
tomorrow
Captain Miller to
with
look
the
into the
police.
murder of Mr. Hawkins
He pulled out
and
his
also
phone.
to re-examine
Say
the
cheese.
previous case
He
against
took a
Mr.
photo
Hawkins.
of the Cartier watch.
Dickerson
Get
tapped
out.
his finger against the top
screamed.
of his bench and
She
said
started to throw the
patiently,
cup of tea at Decker. but
that in
Jameson
no
caught her by
way
the arm,
answers
and the
my
cup fell out of
question
her
about
hand
why
and hit the
Mr.
floor,
Decker is
shattering.
here today.
As they walked out,
Indeed,
Decker took
it
a
only
photo of the
deepens my
Hermes bag.
confusion, Miss Bailey.
Outside, Jameson looked
Yes,
at Decker.
Your Honor. I can understand that,
guilty
but
as hell.
Childress gripped
Yes,
the
she
railing
is.
and abruptly stood.
By the way, that was really
Judge,
good work in
please,
there,
if I
Alex,
may.
said Decker.
I think I can clear this up.
She smiled.
I have my
Dickerson slid
moments,
his gaze over to
especially when it
Childress,
has to do with high
and Decker
fashion.
thought he could see a shadow
Mars
pass
added,
over the jurist's
You were
features
right,
at
Decker.
the sight of
Somebody
Burlington's
did
top
pay her
cop.
off. Now we just
Decker
have
had
to
not
find
been
out
the
who.
only one to think the superintendent of police was an arrogant, incompetent
Chapter
jerk who
24.
crossed the line when it suited him.
Decker was dreaming
There were
in
many
color.
who had been stunned to
It was
see
a
Childress
combination of
leapfrog
rooms,
over the more
numbers,
senior
and
Captain
days of
Miller
the week,
for the
all
superintendent
outlined
job.
in different brilliant hues.
But rumor was that Miller
This
had
was a
declined the
relatively new
position because he
phenomenon
wanted
for
to
him.
remain closer
But
to
as
the
one of the
people on the
doctors at
police
the
force.
Cognitive Institute had told
And though
him,
he
the
habitually
brain was
treated
ever
underlings
evolving,
badly,
and Decker would
Childress
find
was
new
polite
experiences
and
awaiting him
deferential
from time
to
to
those
time.
above him in the pecking
But the
order.
noise kept interrupting.
And he could make the
He had
biggest
nearly
bunch
gotten
of
clear
bullshit
of the room
sound
and was
totally
moving
legit.
on to something new.
Decker
dark,
thought he
and
might be about
mysterious,
to get a
and
sampling
puzzle
of
to
that
figure
talent
out.
right now.
But the noise
Dickerson
came
said,
again, tickling around
Superintendent
ears,
Childress,
like a
I
gnat
didn't see
buzzing
you
him.
over there. Can you
It was
explain what
disrupting all that
exactly
he was
is going
trying to
on?
do.
If Captain Miller
Finally,
authorized
like a swimmer
Decker to,
clearing the
that is
depths and
absolutely
reaching the
true, Your
surface,
Honor.
Decker
However,
retreated from the colors
after
and
we looked at
began
this matter
breathing air
again, we came to
He
conclude that
opened his
Mr.
eyes
Decker,
and saw
who is
another
no
color.
longer a member of this department,
A bright
could
white
bring
light was
untold
emanating
legal
from his
liability
phone,
to the
which
city of
rested on the
Burlington
nightstand,
if he did
and the
something
phone was
outside
buzzing.
legal parameters while
He heaved
ostensibly
up,
acting on
snagged
the
the
department's
phone,
behalf.
saw that it was 3 in the
Indeed,
morning.
he was
and also
found
that the
searching the
call was from
residence of
Bogart.
Mr. Hawkins's old
Hello?
home without benefit
Decker,
of a
can you meet
search
me in the
warrant.
lobby in about 10 minutes?
I didn't need
What's
a
up?
search warrant since I had the
It's Regina
permission of the
Montgomery.
homeowner, interjected
What about her?
Decker.
She's dead.
Childress carried on smoothly.
Be that as
Decker
it
was in
may,
the lobby
we can't
in
run
5
around
minutes
behind
and
Mr.
watched
Decker
as
to make
first
sure he follows the
Davenport
law.
and then Jameson came down.
Indeed,
A
he
moment
was
later,
formally told
Bogart
by this
strode into the
department
lobby.
not to involve himself in this
"I've got the car
investigation,
outside.
and yet he disobeyed
Where's
that request.
Melvin?" asked Decker.
We had no
"I
alternative
thought
but
it
to
best
take him
not
into
to involve
custody,
him in
and
this.
that's why we're here today."
You said she's dead.
Dickerson
How?
seemed to be
asked
wavering.
Decker.
As
"Let's
I
get in the
recall,
car."
didn't Detective Decker
about her
solve
son,
the case
Tommy? Is he
behind
okay?
the terrible shootings
Yes.
at Burlington High
He wasn't
School
home.
a
He
couple
was
of years
staying with
ago?
friends, and his football
Indeed,
coach
he
is taking
did,
him in for
said
now.
Childress.
He
In
led them
fact,
outside,
the
and they
department
all
awarded
climbed into
Mr.
the
Decker a
SUV.
commendation for his
Bogart
work on the
drove with
case,
Decker next to
and
him.
I was there
The women
applauding
were in
as
the
loud
back
as
seat.
anyone. This is
As
clearly
soon as they
nothing
pulled out of
personal,
the
as
hotel
I'm
and
a
onto
big
the road,
fan of Mr.
Decker
Decker's.
said,
But we have a
"How did she
department to
die?"
run, and I can't
They're
sit
not
by and
sure.
see him do damage
How
to
can they
it.
not be sure?
All right, I
Because
see
the
your
entire
point,
duplex blew up.
Bailey
They're
said.
still searching the rubble.
Your Honor, this
Oh my
is simply a
God.
bail hearing
Said
and a chance for
Davenport.
Mr. Decker to enter his
But they
plea.
found Regina?
Not
said
guilty,
Decker.
said Decker
Yes.
immediately.
It was a positive ID.
Are you represented by counsel,
she was
Mr.
somewhat
Decker?
disfigured from what
Asked
they
the judge.
said, but it's not like the
Not yet,
Mars's
sir.
bodies.
I'm working
They made
on
a
it.
positive
If
ID
it comes
on the
to that.
spot. Okay.
He glanced
an
over at
explosion?
Childress and saw the
Gas?
man staring at him with a
The
grim
property used a
expression.
buried propane tank.
Bailey
so,
quickly
yes,
said,
it could be that.
Because
Or
of
it could be
Mr. Decker's
something else?
previous relationship with the
Bogart shot
department
him a
and his
glance.
current work with
How
the
so?
FBI, we're fine
Decker
with him
glanced
being
back at
released on his own
Jameson and then turned
recognizance.
to look at Bogart.
Childress
We
stepped
visited Regina
forward.
earlier tonight.
I think Ms. Bailey's
What?
facts
Exclaimed
need to be
Bogart.
somewhat updated,
You
Your
and
Honor.
who else?
Mr. Decker no longer has
Jameson,
ties
Melvin,
to this
and me.
community.
It was my
He
idea.
moved away over 2 years
Why?
ago, and he
I
obviously
had a
no
theory.
longer works for the
And you
department,
didn't
which is
want
one
to
of the
inform
reasons
me?
we're here today.
You said you
And I
had
have it
enough
on
for the
good
day, and I
authority
didn't
that
wanna
he may
wait.
not even work for the
Bogart
FBI.
looked both angry
So the
and
points made by
disappointed.
Ms. Bailey for his
Jameson
being
quickly
released on his
said,
own
We
recognizance
were going to
fall
report
away.
everything we found out to you in the morning.
Do
Agent
you
Bogart.
really consider Mr.
Well,
Decker
thanks
a
for that,
flight risk?
he said
Asked
sarcastically.
Dickerson.
But, said
Childress
Decker,
spread his hands and
found out
said
a
in a
lot.
very sincere voice,
Tell me.
Again,
Decker
when he
recounted
was on the
everything that had
force, he had
happened at
no
Regina
bigger
Montgomery's
cheerleader than
house.
me, Judge. But he's been
Bogart
gone a
took it all
long
in
time
and
now.
said,
I can't
Decker,
say that I
if you
know
had
the
told me
man
this
anymore.
last night,
And
I
quite
would've put
frankly,
security
him
around
going
your house.
rogue like that
In fact,
after
I
he
would've
was
brought her
warned
in
off
for
the case,
questioning on the
well,
spot,
it
and
does
she'd
not
be alive
inspire
today to
confidence,
tell us the
I have to
truth.
say.
Decker sat back
Dickerson
and
looked
gazed out
over
the
at
side
Decker.
window.
Is all
Yeah,
that
I
true?
can see that now.
I
Just
still
because
work
your
for the
brain works
FBI,
better than all
and
of
I
ours
do have
doesn't mean
ties to
you're
the community.
infallible. Decker sighed.
Childress jumped in.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
afraid that's simply not
Screwed
true.
up.
He has no home
You
here
did
or
more
other
than that.
property or
Your
job
actions may
or
well have led
my
to Regina
family is
Montgomery
buried
being
here,
murdered.
said Decker quietly,
Decker said
looking
nothing.
not at Childress, but
Bogart
staring
added,
directly at
When I
Dickerson.
put this team together,
That's
I thought
why
it
I came
obvious
back to
that I
town,
envisioned us
to
acting
visit the
as a
graves of
team.
my wife and my
I
daughter.
don't need you going maverick on me,
It would have
Decker.
been her 14th
I'm
birthday.
ultimately accountable for all of it,
He paused.
including what happened to Montgomery,
So my ties to this community
I don't
run
know what to say,
very deep,
said Decker uncomfortably.
about as deep as they can, in
Bogart
fact.
gazed sternly at him.
Natty
We'll leave it
clucked
for
his
later,
tongue and rolled
But
his
this is
eyes
not
at
over.
this.
Understood?
Childress looked visibly
Decker
put out by
nodded
the
while
statement.
Jameson and Davenport
However,
looked on
Bailey's
anxiously.
eyes watered, and she
Bogart
looked down
said
at her
stiffly,
hands.
Now tell me what
Dickerson
you
nodded.
think happened.
Mr.
Decker
Decker,
composed
I
himself
accept
and
your
said,
not guilty plea.
Someone was
You
either
were released
watching us
without
last
bond
night or
on your
Regina
own
called
recognizance.
someone right after we left
A
and
trial
told them
date
what
will be
happened.
set.
And that person
I just
came
asked
and
that if
killed
you were
her.
planning to leave
So
the
you're right.
area,
Our
that you
going
let
there
the
was the
court know.
catalyst for her murder. He paused.
I'm not going anywhere,
But
Your
I think
Honor,
she was a dead woman
until all of
regardless.
this is settled.
Bogart steered the vehicle onto
Dickerson
a highway
disappeared
entrance
into
ramp
his
and punched the
chambers.
gas.
As soon as the door
How
was
so?
closed,
He asked.
Childress stepped directly in
She was
front
a
of
loose
Decker
end.
and looked him up
They
and
had to
down.
let her live long enough
Now
so
that
her
the judge
husband
was no longer
executed and
around,
couldn't
the
recant
man's
his
entire
confession.
demeanor had
They
changed
had already
from
given her some of the
professional
promised
to genuine
payout, which
to
is how she
cocksure
bought
and
all
mean.
that stuff. But why let her
I
live
can't
after
tell
her
you how
husband is
thrilled
dead?
I am that
She
you're back
probably
in
knew
town,
too
Decker,
much. I
because
doubt
your
she
ass
knows
is
exactly
going
who's
down for
behind
this.
but
He
she's
looked
made
over at
contact
Natty.
with someone.
What are the
And if
sentencing
she told us
guidelines
about
for this
that,
again,
we
Natty?
could conceivably follow it back to
1
the
to
source.
3.
So,
Double that for
no more
aggravated
Georgina.
circumstances.
Bogart nodded.
Childress
That
stared
makes sense.
gleefully at Decker.
But now that they've
Here's hoping
eliminated
for
her, we've
aggravated
lost that
circumstances
chance,
then.
said Decker.
Decker
Slammed
looked
the
him
palm
over.
of his hand against the dash,
You must
making
not
all
want
of
to
them
solve
jump.
Hawkins's murder.
I shouldn't have left her like
Why
that.
do you say that?
I should have known
said
what would
Childress,
happen.
the grin still
He looked at
planted on his
Bogart.
face.
I blew it.
You assigned Natty
Well,
to it.
actually, you were the only
He
one
can't
who
even solve the
suspected her in the
mystery
first
of why
place,
you're a
the
dick.
FBI agent replied.
Bailey
But
coughed
let's get
and
out
looked
to her
away,
place
rubbing
and see
at
what
her
we
eye.
can find.
You
Decker
think you're
nodded
so much
absently,
smarter
but
than
his
everybody
expression was
else,
not
don't
hopeful.
you? Barked Childress.
I'm an idiot.
No,
The woman is
but
dead
I know I
because
screwed up the
I'm an
Richardson
idiot.
Katz murders, and I'm here to fix that.
What the initial
The only thing
explosion
you
had
should
not
be working
destroyed,
on
the
are your
resulting
obstruction
fire
and
had pretty much
interference
taken care of.
charges.
It was
I
fortunate
think
that no
that'll
one
play
had been
itself
living
out
in the
okay.
other part of the duplex.
Oh, you
There
do,
was
do you?
substantial
Said
damage to a
Childress,
number of
his
other
grin
nearby
deepening,
units. but
as he shot a
luckily,
glance
there
at
were no
Natty before
fatalities
looking
other
back
than
at
Regina
Decker.
Montgomery.
And why the hell is that?
Decker surveyed the area.
I
The
don't want to
fire
waste
was
my
out.
time telling
Montgomery's
you, because you
home had
wouldn't
been
understand.
catastrophically damaged. It
Childress
was truly
jammed a
miracle
finger in
that there was
Decker's
anything
chest.
left of her to identify.
I'm smart enough to be the
Apparently, the
superintendent
blast
of
had
this
blown her
fucking
clear of
police
the house
department.
before the fire consumed
No,
the
you're
duplex.
really not.
The
That's all
firemen
due
had
to your
reported to the
benefiting
police that
enormously
they had
from
found her
principle.
body in the front yard.
You're damn right I have principles.
Bogart had parked the
No,
SUV
I said
well
principle.
back of the area, and they
Singular.
had walked the rest of the way.
Childress looked at
A
him
light,
strangely.
misty rain had begun to
What
fall.
the hell are you getting
which,
at?
added to the smoke from the
It's
still
actually named
smoldering
for you,
fire,
Childress.
made it seem like they
What
were
is?
taking a stroll through
The
fog.
Peter principle.
They gathered at
Decker
the rear
turned
of
to
an
Bailey.
ambulance, and one of the local police lifted
I
the
guess my
sheet off the
lawyer,
corpse's
whenever I
back.
find one, will be in touch.
It
Beth.
clearly was Regina Montgomery.
She nodded.
Her face was burned,
Thanks,
but otherwise
Amos.
intact.
I can give you some
It might have been the
recommendations.
concussive force of the blast
Decker looked
that had
over at
killed her.
Natty.
One of her legs was
When I
missing,
find
as well as
Hawkins's
the
and the
lower part of her
Richardses
right
and
arm.
Katz's murderers,
She
I'll
still
let
has
you
her
know.
Cartier watch on.
Observed Jameson.
You're not going to go anywhere near
Decker's
that,
gaze
said
ran over
Natty
the body,
angrily.
and then he looked over at the ruins of
Somebody
the duplex.
tried to kill me, said
Up and
Decker.
down the short
I don't
street,
take kindly
folks
to
were
that.
standing outside of their homes.
We're working
wondering
on
what
that,
the hell
said
was
Natty.
going on.
Any
Some were
leads?
dressed in tattered
asked Decker.
robes. Others
We're
simply in their
working on
underwear.
it, repeated Natty.
Since the duplexes
I don't like
here
you,
each had their
Decker.
own
You know
propane
that.
tank,
But
the
I like
authorities
even
had seen
less
no
people
need
trying to take
evacuate
out a
the
cop.
area, as
I'm
they
going to
probably
get
would
whoever
have
did that.
Had it been a natural gas
Childress
explosion
appeared to
running
still
off
be
a main
focused on
pipe.
what Decker had said to him.
Bogart took a few minutes to explain
There's
to the
no
local
law
police
against an
their theory
FBI
on what
agent
might have
investigating a
happened.
crime, said Decker.
One of them said, "Well,
I
we'll
know
get the
you're not
arson
working
boys
this
in here.
case for the
They'll be able to
FBI,
tell if someone
said
deliberately
Natty.
started this thing.
Based
Always
on
leave
what?
signs
said Decker.
behind." He left
Based
the
on-
report in, leaving
based
the four
on-
of them there to look dismally
Based on I
around.
damn well said so.
Even if they can trace the
Bailey
point of
gave this
origin
comment
of
a
the blast,
well-deserved eye roll,
might not
picked up
provide
her
any clues
briefcase,
to who
and
did
said
it.
in an incredulous
Said
tone
Davenport.
to the still
Bogart
confused-looking
and
Childress.
Jameson nodded at this obvious
The
point.
Peter principle?
However, Decker was staring
When
over at
Childress
where the
still looked
duplex had once
perplexed, she
stood,
added,
his attention
For
evidently
God's sake,
elsewhere.
just Google it.
"What is it?"
she walked out.
asked Bogart when he
Decker
noticed the
followed her.
distracted Decker.
Where the
"There's
hell
only
do you
one
think
road
you're
in or out
going?
of here.
Snapped
There's
Childress.
absolutely no cover
Decker
for anyone
kept
to
right
do a
on
stakeout.
walking.
It's far enough off the main road so that whoever came and did this
Chapter
would have to
26.
risk leaving their car back there.
Decker had
and
just
make their
settled
way
into
on
his
foot.
bed.
Otherwise,
His arrest and the
someone
bail
would have heard
hearing had
something,
shaken him more
or
than he
seen
cared to
something.
show.
He turned
With
and looked
someone
at
like
Bogart.
Childress breathing down
Did
his
anyone
neck,
see or hear
solving this
anything?
case was going to be
I
even
could
harder,
sure find out.
and it was difficult enough
Bogart
as
fast
it was.
walked over to a group of police
He rolled
officers
over
who were
and
huddled
punched his
together near
pillow,
the destroyed
shaping it to
duplex,
be more
watching the
comfortable.
firefighters pour more water
Decker's
on the
memory,
remaining embers.
this albatross and
He
gold
spoke with them
mine
for a
all
few
in
minutes
one.
and then came back over
It
to
allowed
Decker.
him incredible tools
They
to
went house by
successfully do
house
what he
soon
did,
after they got here
but
and took
also
statements
imprisoned
from
him
everyone.
within an
No one saw or
indestructible
heard
cell
anything
of
until the
recollections
explosion
any other
occurred.
human being could simply
Decker looked
allow
up and down the
time
row
to
of
extinguish.
duplexes and the folks standing in
He
front
was
of
actually
each.
glad
The
Lancaster
duplex
had had
attached
to
to
recuse
Montgomery's was
herself,
vacant.
and Jameson
Bogart
had gone
nodded.
back to the FBI.
Decker looked up and down
Better
the
to suffer
duplex
this
row
alone.
again. Any
After this
others
case,
vacant?
he might just
I
chuck
don't
the
know.
FBI and move
Well,
off
there are
somewhere
people
by
standing in
himself.
front of all these places.
Well, he might not
except
have
for
a
that
choice
one.
about that, actually.
He indicated the
He
fourth
knew
duplex
Bogart
down
was
on the
growing
left.
weary of his
The
constantly
lights were
going
out,
off
and
on
as
his own
Decker had
cases.
said, no one was standing outside.
The
it.
FBI was many things.
There's no car there,
and
but that doesn't
bureaucracy
mean
with
anything.
rules and
Not
ways of
everyone who
doing
lives
things
here
was
has a
one of the
car,
main ones.
noted Bogart.
Decker
And the
couldn't
place
keep
might be
bucking
vacant.
that bureaucracy and those
Decker's
rules
mind revolved
without
back to
suffering
both times they had been to
consequences.
visit Regina Montgomery.
So it might just be
He had
me
seen nothing
going
when
it
he had
alone
been
after
here with
this.
Bogart, but last night he had seen
This
a light on
admittedly
in that
self-pitying
house, and a car had
analysis
been
came
parked
to
out
an
front.
abrupt halt when the
He
knock
told
came at his
Bogart
door.
this and said,
Groaning,
the vehicle
he
was a
looked at his
four-door
watch.
tan Toyota
It was nearly
Avalon.
11 o'clock.
The license plates were not visible
He turned
from where
over
I
and
was
closed
standing,
his eyes.
but you could see ruts in
Knock,
front of the house
knock.
caused by the car's
He
wheels.
ignored it.
They're
Then
fresh.
pounding followed.
Bogart
He
said,
jumped out of bed,
"Okay,
slid
that
on his
puts things
pants,
in a different
padded
light.
across the
There might
small
be
room to the
someone
door,
there.
and flung it open,
Let's go see for
ready to read
ourselves,"
the riot
said
act
Decker.
to whoever was
And it
there.
would make sense to get some
And if
backup.
it was Natty, to perhaps
He
do
pulled
more
his
than
gun
that.
while Bogart motioned to
It
one
was
of the
not
officers, who hurried over.
Instead,
After
there
some
stood
whispered
Melvin
instructions,
Mars,
the officer and his
all
colleagues
nearly
pulled their weapons and
6'3",
headed over to the
240
darkened house.
chiseled pounds of him.
When they got there, they
Decker
surrounded
was
it.
so taken aback
With
that he
Decker and
blinked
Bogart
and then
behind the
closed
three
his
officers in
eyes for a
front.
full
The
second.
lead cop
When he
pounded on the
reopened
door,
them,
identified
Mars was
himself,
still there.
and asked to be let in.
Mars chuckled at this.
No response came.
No, I'm not a
He
dream,
called out
Decker,
one more time
or a
and then
nightmare.
kicked the door in.
The pair,
flimsy wood gave
rivals
in
from
on the
their
first
college
try.
football days,
At
had
the
run
same
into
instant,
each other
the rear
again,
door was
a
broken down,
Heisman
and the
Trophy
two sets of
finalist,
cops
and
flooded
locked
the
to be
small
a
space.
first-round NFL pick
A
as a
minute
running
later,
back from
the all
Texas,
clear was given.
had been sitting on death
Decker and
row
the
for
others were
murder when
allowed into
another
the
man had
duplex.
come forward
There
claiming to
wasn't
have
much to
committed the
see.
crimes.
It was empty.
This revelation
stick
had
of
come on the
furniture
very
or
eve of
anything
Mars's execution.
Doesn't look like anyone
Decker
was
had
ever
helped
here.
to prove Mars's
Davenport.
innocence. Mars was
But
given a
someone
full pardon
was,
and a
said
huge
Decker.
monetary reward from both the federal government and the state of
Chapter
Texas
25.
as compensation for the erroneous
Mars
guilty
kept
verdict,
shaking his
as
head
well
in
as the
disbelief.
racist and brutal treatment
Somebody
Mars had
just killed
received
her?
at the
Blew up her
hands of his
house?
prison guards.
Decker nodded.
He owned the
They
apartment
were
building
sitting in the
D.C.
lobby of the
where
hotel
Decker
with
and
Jameson
Jameson
and
lived,
Davenport.
leasing apartments
But you
out
said
to
her
those
son is
hard-working
okay,
folks who
said
otherwise
Mars.
could not afford rental
He's
prices
fine
in the
other than
capital
losing both
with
his
its high
parents
cost of
on pretty
living.
much the same day.
He had been dating a
And
woman
you really
whom
think
they
someone
all had
murdered her?
encountered during a previous
If not,
investigation.
it's the biggest coincidence
Harper
I've ever
Brown
seen.
worked for
And I don't even
military
believe in little
intelligence.
coincidences.
Unlike Mars,
Do you
she
know who
came
might
from
have done
money,
it?
but the two of them
Whoever
hit
was
it off
paying her
immediately.
off, with
The
Cartier
last
watches
Decker
and
had heard,
expensive
they were
clothes and
vacationing
promises of a
somewhere
better
in the
life with her
Mediterranean.
son,
So you think Tommy
What the
might
hell
be
are
in
you
danger?
doing here?
asked
Said Decker.
Jameson.
Just happened to
Bogart has
find
state
myself in
troopers
the
looking
area.
after him, replied
Decker looked at him
I
skeptically.
doubt his mother told him anything.
Alex
but
called
whoever
you and
killed
told
her
you to
can't
come
be
here and
certain of
watch
that.
over me, didn't
It was
she?
clear when we spoke
Because
to
she
Tommy that
couldn't.
he just thought it was insurance money.
If I lied and said
Mars
no, would
glanced
it
at him.
matter?
What do we
Come
do
on in.
now?
He
At
closed
that
the door
moment,
behind
Bogart
Mars
walked into the
and took a
room
look
looking
around.
agitated and upset.
Man, the FBI must have a
Jameson
pretty
said,
hefty per diem to
What
let
is
you
it?
stay in a
Not
luxury
another
place
murder.
like this. Couple
Bogart
levels
shook his
above the
head
Ritz.
and dropped into an
This
unoccupied
actually
chair
used
next
to
to
be my
Davenport.
home.
No,
I get
it's
that,
not
Decker.
that, he
My
said,
prison
not
cell in
meeting
Texas
any
was
of
a
their
lot
gazes.
smaller, and it didn't
It's
have a
actually more
window.
complicated.
Do you have a
Decker
place
eyed
to
him
stay?
closely.
This
You
only
want
has
to tell
one
us?
bed.
Bogart
I'm
lifted his
actually
gaze
staying
to
here
Decker's.
too. Just
I
checked
just got
in.
a call from D.C.
Exit date to be
We have been
determined.
officially pulled from this case.
You can afford to stay at the
What?
fanciest place in
Exclaimed
town.
Jameson and Davenport
I've never
simultaneously.
needed fancy.
Let me
I wish
rephrase
Alex
that.
hadn't done this.
HQ does not see this
She
as a
cares
case.
about you. That's
Not
what
an open
friends
one.
do.
Mr. Mars
Did
has
she
been
fill you
cleared.
in on what's been
The
going
real
on
killer
here?
has confessed and paid
Mars
the ultimate
sat down in
price.
the only
That's
chair
it.
in the room
They
and
want us
nodded
back home.
as Decker perched
But what
on the
about
edge
Regina
of the bed.
Montgomery's death?
She
said
did.
Decker, still
Sounds
watching
pretty
Bogart.
messed up. What's happened
Irrelevant,
since you
at
two
least to
parted
them.
company?
An accident.
Decker
Nothing
started
more.
to explain.
And certainly not the
When he got to the
jurisdiction of
part
the
about being
FBI.
arrested, Mars put up his hand.
Mars looked
Whoa,
around
whoa,
at each
whoa,
of them
wait a
before his
minute.
gaze
Your
settled
butt
on
was in
Bogart.
jail? I would
So
have
what
paid
exactly
to see
does
that.
mean, Agent Bogart?
Depending on how things
That
turn
exactly
out, you
means
might
that we
get to see
pack
it
up
for
and
free
leave
on
and head
Visitor's
back to
Day.
Quantico.
You're
I'm
kidding,
sorry
right?
for the way this has turned out.
I made some enemies
It's not
in this
how
town.
I intended it to happen.
Mars's
I'll
grin
let Milligan
widened.
know. He can
Not
leave
you,
directly
Decker.
from Texas.
You're such a teddy bear.
Well, he'll be
Never rub
ecstatic
anyone the
about
wrong
that,
way.
said Decker dryly.
You don't have to be here.
Bogart
Norman.
rose and held his hand out
I don't
to
go
Mars.
anywhere I
He
don't
rose
want to.
and shook it.
I spent 20 years
I'm
going
sorry to be
nowhere, and I
leaving
had
in
no
this way,
choice
Mr.
in the
Mars.
matter.
It's
Lots
not
of
how I
catching
would
up
have
to
done
do
it
on that
if it were
score.
my choice.
I'm here because I
But I
want
wish
to
you
be.
the very best
No
of luck.
mistake.
Okay,
Where's Harper?
said a bewildered Mars.
Back at work.
Sure,
That was the
thanks.
Mediterranean.
Decker said,
Magical.
have a good trip, Agent
Never
Bogart.
seen that much water in my
Bogart
whole
didn't look that
life.
surprised.
West Texas is pretty
So you're
damn
not
dry.
coming? I don't
You
leave
two
the case
getting
until it's
serious?
finished, so I'm staying
We're
here
having
to
fun,
see it through.
Amos. That's the gear we want
Decker,
to be
please
in right
listen to
now.
reason. You
No
can't
more,
do that,
no less.
said Bogart.
He
I
sat back
can
and
do
looked
that,
around.
and I will do that.
So how do we
But
do
you
this?
work for... I
Looks like you got
resign,
two mysteries.
interrupted Decker.
One from a long time ago
Bogart took a deep
and one
breath.
from right now.
Have you really thought
But
this
they're
through?
connected. They
I
have
did,
to be.
though it didn't take long.
So Merrill Hawkins
Bogart
gets
looked at
out
the
of
two
prison,
women.
comes here,
And what about
and tells
you?
you
he
he's
asked.
innocent. He wants
Jameson
you and your
said
old
firmly.
partner to prove him
I'm
right
staying
and
with
clear his
Decker.
name. But that
Bogart's
same
gaze
night,
drifted to
he gets
Davenport.
killed.
And you?
And the widow of one of his
Davenport
alleged
didn't look
victims
nearly as
has
certain, but
disappeared.
after giving Decker a sideways
So you
glance,
think
she
this
said
Susan
without
Richards
looking at
shot him.
Bogart.
Now she's on
I'm
the run.
staying too.
Bogart
I don't
nodded
know,
slowly.
but it looks that way.
Seems
They
like
still
my
haven't
team
found her
and
car
project
or
were out
her,
of business,
which is pretty weird in this
I'm
day
sorry,
and age.
Agent Bogart.
said Jameson.
Well, it's a pretty big country,
Bogart
too.
actually smiled.
Somebody can disappear if they
You may
want
be,
to. Look at
but
my
he's
old
not.
man.
He added, looking at Decker.
Your father was a little more
It's nothing
experienced
personal,
with stuff
said
like
Decker.
that than I
But Charles
suspect
Montgomery
Susan
did not
Richards is.
kill Roy and Lucinda
And he
Mars.
disappeared before there
I'm
were
gonna find out who
smartphones
did.
with camera
I
and
wish you
video
luck.
capabilities.
And I wish I
social
could stay and
media
help
was
you do it.
non-existent.
But unlike you, I don't
Mars
have that
shrugged.
option.
Proof's
He
in the
turned and
pudding.
left.
Lady hasn't
Mars
surfaced.
quickly looked at
And
Decker.
you still haven't answered my
Hey, man,
question.
you don't have to do
How
this.
do we attack this
I don't want
sucker?
y'all to lose your job over me.
Other things being
Right
equal,
now, my
I think
job
we
is to
need
find out
solve
what
the
happened to
crime
your
in the
parents,
past.
Melvin,
To
said
have
Decker.
any shot at
Whether
figuring
it's under
out
the
who killed
auspices of the
Beryl Hawkins.
FBI or not, doesn't matter a damn
Well,
to me.
You solved my
But
cold
the dude
case.
is your friend.
And that one went back even
And
further.
Agent Bogart is
So
still
my
my
money's
friend,
on you.
and he'll be perfectly fine.
I'm not sure I'd
He's
take
obeying
that bet.
orders. But they
Going
may
back
not
in
let you
time.
back in
You
working
know how
with
you
him
did it
after
with
this
me.
is over.
So now,
Decker glanced at Jameson
I've
before
spoken to the
turning to
people
Mars.
involved back then.
That's our
The
problem,
widows,
Melvin.
the daughter,
Not yours,
the only remaining
Davenport
neighbors.
said.
What do we do
About
now?
the first responders,
Decker
the ME.
answered.
The
Since
cops
we're
are
no longer with the
working.
FBI,
They've
the
moved
police
out of
don't
the
have to
area.
cooperate with
The
us,
ME passed away 3
That
years
will
ago.
make it a lot harder.
pointed
But
out
you still got the
Davenport.
records, though.
Which is
Mars
why we
tapped
won't
his
tell the
forehead.
police that that's
Up
the
here.
case, continued Decker.
Not all of them.
Lie to the
because-
police?
Exclaimed
Because I didn't
Davenport.
read everything.
Look, I know
In
I
particular,
agreed
the
to stay,
forensic
but I'm
file.
not getting in trouble over this.
At least not thoroughly.
We aren't going to lie.
Mars raised
we
his
aren't going to
eyebrows
say
at
anything
this.
about it.
Decker
We're just
did
going
not
to
miss
continue
this
on with the
reaction.
investigation as if nothing
I've been a
happened.
homicide
If
detective
the
for all
police
of
think we're
5
still working
days
with
when
the
the call
FBI,
came in.
that's their
That's not an
mistake.
excuse.
But
the
Decker,
print and DNA
said
were slam
Davenport.
dunks. Or at
surely
least I thought
Bogart
they
is going
were.
to inform them
I wasn't
that
as
the
diligent
FBI is
about the
leaving
rest
the
of the
field.
stuff. And it
Decker
might have
cast a
cost
glance in
Hawkins
the
his
direction
freedom,
of Bogart,
and then
who
his
was waiting
life.
at the elevator bank and
The
casting
only thing
furtive
that makes
looks
you
in their
Decker
direction.
is human.
No,
Let me
I
tell
don't
you, I
think
have
he
my
will,
doubts about that.
Jameson
He
said.
tacked on a grin with
Okay,
this.
to take up Lisa's point,
I'm not supposed
now
to
what do
make
we do?
mistakes. At
Decker
least not
turned
like
his
that.
attention to her.
And here you
Catch
are
a
trying to
killer.
make up for it.
But
Doing
how?
the best you can. That's
We
all
have
you
clues.
can do.
We just need to run them down.
When Decker didn't respond to this,
What
Mars said,
clues?
"What's
said
wrong, Amos?
Davenport.
This isn't the
A
guy I
blown-up
know.
house,
Something is
a
eating
four-door
at you.
tan Toyota
And it's
Avalon,
not just that you
and
might have
whatever the
screwed
neighbors
up.
can tell us
So
about
lay
the
it out
person
there,
or
dude.
persons in that
Can't
duplex.
help if I can't
And
follow.
we can trace back the money that went to
Some
Regina.
people are meant to be alone.
Mars
Work
said,
alone. Just
You really think that'll provide
alone.
answers?
And
Decker
you think
stood.
you're one of them?
What's the key to
I know
winning
I
on the
am,
football
Melvin.
field? Preparation.
I was alone
said
for 20
Mars
years,
automatically.
Amos. Just me and
That's right.
steel bars and
Well,
concrete
in the
walls.
investigation field,
And maybe a
preparation
lethal
means
needle
looking
waiting
at
on
all
my
the little
ass.
details in the hopes that they deliver
Now
up
I'm
the
not
big
following.
answers. And
Then
in
let
my
me lay it out
experience, when
clean
you look for
for you.
criminals,
I was
you have to dig
convinced
deep
I was
in
a
the
loner
shit,
too.
because that's where
That
they
was
live.
just how life was going to
Let's
be.
go.
But I made a
He
mistake.
strode out of the room.
How so?
Mars looked at Jameson.
I let circumstances
Man,
beyond
he
my
really is
control
always like
define
that.
me. That's not good. That's worse than lying to yourself.
Chapter 26.
It's like you're lying to your soul.
Heavy rains over the last several
And you
hours
think
had
that's
turned
where
the
I
site
am?
of the duplex explosion
Alex
into a
told me why
quagmire.
you two were here in the first
Wearing
place.
slickers and boots,
Visiting your family
Decker,
at the
Jameson,
cemetery.
and Davenport
Decker
walked
looked
the
away.
site looking for clues.
You feel
and talking
tied to
the
this
local
place, and I
cops.
get that. But
Because
see,
he was
you're
not
not.
with the FBI
You
or the
moved
local
from
police,
here.
Mars
Joined
could
the
only watch
FBI.
from the rental in
And if
which
you
they
hadn't
had
done
driven
that,
over.
I'd be rotting in a
We couldn't
prison in
find
Texas.
any evidence of an
More likely
accelerant or a
dead.
timer
But
or
this is
bomb
not about
materials,
me.
Agent
It's
Decker,
about you.
said the cop who had been leading them around the
Maybe
site.
it was a mistake to move.
Decker
said
did not
Decker.
correct the man about his agent
Maybe it was
status,
and maybe it
and
wasn't.
his
But
FBI
the point
creds were
is, you made
prominently
that
clipped to the
choice.
outside of his
You got the
slicker
world's
for all to
greatest
see.
memory, Amos.
The same for
There's
Jameson
nothing you
and
can't remember.
Davenport.
Now, I know that's
Decker
a blessing
surveyed
and
the
a
debris
curse.
field.
And with your family,
Do you
and
think
what
you
happened
still
to
might
them
turn
is the
something
worst
up?
of all possible things.
Usually by this time we would
But
have.
all the good stuff,
We're not
all the
inexperienced
happy
with
times,
explosions
you
down
remember
here.
those too,
People
like
like
they
to
just
blow
happened.
shit up,
Hell, I
so
can
we
barely
know what to
remember
look
how my
for.
mom looked.
And we know the
I
explosion
can't really
patterns
remember
we
her
typically see
touch
if a
or her
man-made
smile.
device was used.
I can't remember any
Right
of my
now, all things
birthdays when
point
I
to
was
it being
little.
an accident.
I just have to
The
imagine
duplex
how
was
it
really
was.
old and in bad
But you
shape,
can remember
and I
that
have to
stuff.
imagine the pipes
So
and
you
valves
could move
coming
to
from the underground
Siberia and be
propane
out in
tank
a
were in
blizzard,
pristine
and you
condition.
just got to close your eyes,
We've had
and
these
you're
things
right
blow
back
before.
here having dinner with your
It just
wife,
happens.
holding her hand,
Decker nodded.
getting Molly
I
ready
get
for
that.
school.
Only I'd
reading
feel a
a
lot
book
better
to
if
her.
the timing were
It's all
different.
there, dude.
The
It's
cop
all
nodded in
there.
understanding. Meaning her
Decker
husband
finally
just
looked
being
at him.
executed?
That's
Right.
what's so hard, Melvin.
You don't think she committed
His
suicide,
voice
do
slightly
you?
shook.
By blowing
I
herself
will
up?
always
Said Decker
very
skeptically.
clearly know.
No, but she could
Like
have
it was
tried putting her
yesterday.
head in the oven or something like
damn
that,
much
and
I
then it just
lost.
blew. You said she was a smoker.
Mars
She could have
rose,
struck a match for
sat
some
down
reason.
next to his friend, and put his
But that's
big
one
arm
theory,
around
but
Decker's
I don't think
wide
it's the right one.
shoulders.
Decker left the officer
And that's
and
what they
joined
call
Davenport and
life, my
Jameson.
friend. The good good,
now?
the bad, and
Asked
the
a
ugly.
soaked and visibly
But
irritated
don't let the last two
Davenport.
diminish the first one.
Well, since they're
The
not
first
finding
one's
what
the
caused the
important one.
explosion, now we talk to the
You
neighbors.
keep that one alive, man.
Can we at
You
least
can
wait
face
until it
down
stops
anything.
raining?
That
Asked
is the
Davenport.
gospel truth.
You can, said Decker.
The men sat there
He
in
turned and
silence,
headed to the nearest
but still
house.
communicating
Jameson
exactly what they
glanced
were
at
feeling,
Davenport.
as the best
coming?
of friends often do.
Davenport stared after Decker, annoyance flitting across her features.
Chapter 27.
Actually, I think I'll wait with Melvin.
Don't
it
think
might be
Alex
more
would approve of
productive.
this, said Mars.
She stalked
He
off
and
toward
Decker
the
were
car
standing
while
in front of
Jameson
the
hurried
breakfast
after
bar in
Decker.
the lobby of the Residence Inn the next morning. It was
Folks in
laden
6 of
with
the
food,
duplexes had not noticed
constituting
the
every
Toyota Avalon.
cardiologist's nightmare.
The 7th door was opened by a
I
tiny,
used to
bent,
love this part
white-haired
of the
woman
day,
who looked to
replied
be
Decker,
close to 100.
looking longingly at plates
She wore
of
a
bacon,
fuzzy white
and
bathrobe,
plump
used
sausages,
a walker,
and scrambled
and had to
eggs,
tilt her head
and then
back
over
to
it
take in the
stacks
full
of
scope of the
pancakes,
huge
waffles,
Decker.
and jars of
Her
syrup.
glasses were Coke bottle
Well,
thick,
it didn't
and
love
Decker
you
was
back.
not holding out much hope that she would be able to
Amos!
tell them anything.
They both looked
She
over
invited
at the
them in,
tiny, withered
looking
woman
excited
who was
because,
hurrying
as
toward
she
them,
said,
carrying a plate of
G-man
flaky
was here to
biscuits.
talk to her.
She was in her 80s,
And gee,
with sparkling
lady,
white hair
She
crammed
said,
under a
nodding
hairnet.
and smiling at Jameson
Heard you
as
were
they
back in
settled in
town.
chairs around a small,
held up the
battered
plate.
coffee table.
You want to
I
just
guess
take this
even
plate
the
to your
FBI
table like
has
you
learned
used
that
to?
the women can
Made
get
'em myself.
things done better than the men.
Hello, June.
Guess so.
He looked at the biscuits for a
Jameson,
long
with an
moment
impish
until
look at
Mars
Decker.
poked him in the side.
My name is
Decker
Patricia
started
Bray,
and said,
but you can call me
I
Patty.
think I'll pass,
All
but
my
thanks.
family and friends do.
I think I'll just get some
Well, they did when they
orange
were
juice and a
alive.
bowl of the oatmeal.
I'm really the only one left now.
June
The last
eyed
of
him
9
suspiciously.
siblings. I'm
You've
sorry to
lost
hear that,
weight.
Patty.
I mean, you're
Said
almost
Jameson.
skinny. You sick?
A fat tabby jumped
No,
up into
I'm
Bray's
actually
lap,
healthier
and the
than
old
I've
woman
been in a
stroked
long
it.
time.
But I'm not alone.
Her look said that she
This here
highly
is
doubted
Teddy.
this was true.
He's 16.
Well, if you change your
If
mind,
anyone's
just give me the
guess
high
who'll
sign.
outlive the other.
She glanced at
Decker said,
Mars.
You heard what
Your
happened
friend
to your
could use
neighbor.
some fattening up, too.
Bray nodded, her lips curling
Mars
into a
cracked a
frown.
smile.
I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
Regina.
I'll get right on
What a
that.
life that
Tomorrow.
woman had. But I heard
Well,
Tommy
all
is
right then.
okay, thank the Lord.
She scampered off.
He's a nice young man.
Mars
He helped
eyed
me
all the
around
food at the
house
buffet
lots
and
of
shook his
times.
head.
I watched him
Man,
grow
how
up.
did you end up not
They moved
stroking
here
at
when
your
that
table
husband
when
of
you
hers was
lived here?
transferred to the prison down the road.
They had
We
just
know.
finished their meal when
They
Decker's
just
phone buzzed.
electrocuted
It was
him.
Sally Brimmer.
Added Bray.
I
And
copied all the
that's it.
files to a flash drive.
She started.
She said,
My
her voice
goodness.
barely above a
That
whisper.
means Tommy's an orphan.
I don't want
Who's
to
going
email it
look
to you
after
because that
him?
could be
He's
traced.
still in high school.
And I like my job.
They're working on that right now.
I can
said
meet you
Decker.
somewhere and you
He's
can give me
staying
the
with
flash.
his football coach for the time being.
I get off work
Oh,
at
that's
6.
very
You know
nice.
MacArthur Park?
He's a
on
good
the east side of
football
town?
player. Regina
Yeah.
would go on and
I can meet you at the
about
little
him.
pond there, see?
Very proud,
6:30?
Mama.
I'll
So
be
you
there,
two spoke a
And
lot?
I really
asked
appreciate
Decker.
this, Miss Brimmer.
Oh, yes.
Just make it
I
Sally.
used to
Co-conspirators
bake
should be able
and
to
I'd
use first
bring
names.
things around.
Amos.
Now I'm too old for
The line
that,
went
so
dead.
Regina
Mars
would
eyed
do
him.
shopping for me,
Good
help
news?
around the house some.
I think so, yeah.
She'd send Tommy over to do things
His phone
too.
buzzed again.
Nicest woman
He
in
thought
the
it might be
world.
Brimmer calling back, but
Decker
it was
glanced
another
a bit
number,
guiltily at Jameson.
one that Decker
I
recognized.
didn't know that about her.
Captain
Oh,
Miller?
yes. She's had
Amos,
a
first I
hard
want to
life,
say that
like
I'm
I
sorry.
said. But
For
lately
what?
she seemed
For what happened to
happier.
you?
I mean, it
The
might have
arrest and
been
the bail
because
hearing,
she could see the
where I
light
heard
at the
from
end of
Beth
the
that
tunnel.
Natty and
Well,
Childress
with
made
her
it crystal
husband and
clear
all.
that they're
And then she
unmitigated
had Tommy in
assholes.
her life.
I
I think
already knew
that's
that.
what she was clinging to.
None of this was your
Seeing
fault.
him get into a good
No, it
college,
was
being
because
there
I
for
let
him.
Childress get the upper hand.
Did she tell you
He
about her plans
outmaneuvered
for the
me.
future?
But I played
Asked
another
Jameson.
hand last night. I
Oh,
went straight to the
sure.
commissioner,
She was going to be
and then he
moving
went to
from
his
here, which
boss.
made
The
me
result is
sad
that
in
right
one
now you are
respect.
allowed to
But she
observe
has
on the
her life
case.
to lead, and I don't have
What
all
does
that
that
much
mean
life
exactly?
left. She was
Pretty
going to
much like
follow
it
Tommy to
sounds.
college.
Natty and Childress
she wasn't
can't
going to
stop you from
attend
being there.
college, but live
You can look
nearby.
at clues,
Look after
you can even
him,
talk to
you know.
witnesses, and
He
run
was
down
all she
potential
had.
leads. You can't bring
Did she say
suspects
how
in
she
for
was going to
questioning, though,
manage that
but you
financially?
will be privy to
asked Decker.
forensic testing and
She
other
said there was
results of
some
the investigation.
insurance money, so I
And
guess that
Natty will
husband
still
of
be
hers was
working it?
good for something.
Unfortunately,
Did you
yes.
see anything
I
last
wish
night
to
that looked
God that
suspicious?
Mary hadn't
asked
had to
Decker.
recuse herself.
Suspicious?
You're
I
not
thought it
alone
was
on
a
that.
gas explosion.
But I appreciate all that you
The
did,
police are
Captain
still
Miller.
investigating.
And at
At
least
this
I can be
stage,
part
they
of
have
the
to
case
explore
again.
every possibility.
He glanced at Mars.
Oh, sure.
I do have a
see.
new assistant
Well,
working
I
with me.
went to bed
I assume
early.
he can tag
Something
along.
didn't agree with me that
You can
I
try,
ate,
Amos.
apparently.
Natty will
Next
probably
thing
blow
I
a
know,
gasket,
I hear
but
what
I'll
I
leave it
thought
to
was
you
a
to figure out a
bomb
way.
going off.
Now, there's one more
I
thing.
pulled off my robe
What's that?
and got to the front
They
door
found Susan
and-
Richardson's car,
Her voice trailed off,
Where?
and the hand she was stroking
Miller
Teddy
gave him
with
the
began to
details.
shake.
but no trace
Jameson
of her,
swiftly put her
said
hand
Decker.
on top of Bray's.
None.
It's okay. Okay.
I'm sure
You don't have
Natty
to
is
go into
already
that.
up
We
there
know what
checking it
happened.
out. Tread
Decker said,
carefully.
So
I wish I
you
could
saw
offer
nothing
more,
out of the ordinary.
but the bureaucracy keeps
No,
getting in the
not
way.
that I can recall.
Again, the
She
line
suddenly
went
looked
dead.
around.
Decker
Where are my
quickly
manners?
explained to
Would you
Mars
all
what had
like
just happened.
something to drink? Coffee?
So they
It's
found her
raw
ride, but
outside.
not her?
No,
What does
thanks,
that tell
said
you?
Decker. We're good.
Not much,
He
replied
paused,
Decker.
formulating his next question.
So we head there now?
Okay, now,
Yes, we do.
Jameson said,
June was
Would you like
walking
me to get
past,
you
and Decker
some
grabbed a
coffee?
couple
Like you
biscuits off
said,
the
it's
platter
raw
without
out.
the tiny woman even
while
noticing.
Decker looked
He flipped
perturbed
one
at the
to Mars
interruption,
before
Grace
taking a bite
smiled
out of
warmly
his.
at her.
Why,
Don't say
honey,
I
that
never
would
gave
be
you
so
anything.
nice. I just
Mars
put a
looked
fresh
down at
pot
his
on
biscuit
when
before
y'all
biting
knocked.
into it as well.
Do you take anything in
Yeah,
it?
like a heart
Yes,
attack.
black coffee.
Bray tittered, and
Decker
Jameson
pulled his
chuckled,
rental to a
while
stop
Decker
right on the
sat
other
there
side of
looking
the police
impatient.
tape, flapping in a stiff
Jameson
breeze.
fetched the coffee and
Cop
delivered
cars
it to
were
the old
everywhere,
woman, who
along
took a
with
sip
state
and
trooper
placed the cup
vehicles.
next to her on a side
The car
table.
was about 2 hours
She
outside of
refocused on
Burlington.
Decker.
It had been
Now, what
discovered
were you
behind
about
an
to
abandoned
ask, young
motel
man?
that had closed its
Did
doors
you ever
about
see a
40 years
Toyota
before.
Avalon parked in front
It
of
was
the
on a local
duplex
road
two
that had
doors
been
down
shunned
from
by
you?
travelers once a nearby
Avalon?
interstate opened.
Yes.
Decker and
You
Mars
mean the
climbed out of
tan
the car and
four-door?
looked around.
Decker
An
sat up a
officer
bit
immediately
straighter.
came up to them.
Yes.
Decker pulled out his
Didn't
creds
know
and
it was
held
an
them up.
Avalon. It was here
FBI,
yesterday.
said the officer.
What
What are you
time was
doing
that?
here?
Bray took
Same
off
thing
her
you are,
glasses and rubbed a
trying to
smudge off
find
the
Susan
lens using her
Richards.
sleeve.
Oh,
Hey!
I'd say about 6
Decker
o'clock.
had expected this, and
Must
still
have
his
been
blood
because the
pressure
evening
started to
news was
rise.
just coming on. I know
Natty
folks
walked
don't
over
watch
to
the
them.
news on TV anymore. They use
I
those
guess you talked to Miller.
computers and such, and even
Captain
their
Miller,
phones.
your
But
superior.
I loved watching Walter
Natty pointed a
Cronkite,
finger in
and
Decker's
though there's
face.
nobody
You
on TV
observe.
like Uncle Walt
That's all.
anymore.
You step out of
I
line,
still watch.
your ass is right back in the slammer
So
again.
about 6 o'clock, I went to
cop looked
put
between
Teddy
them and
out to
said,
let him run
You
around.
put an FBI
That's
agent in
when
jail?
I saw it.
He's not a real
Parked right
FBI
in front.
agent.
I don't suppose
Really?
you got a license
Said Mars
plate?
sharply.
Asked Decker,
This
eyeing
dude
the
saved the
woman's
life
thick
of the
glasses
President
as
of
she
the
settled
United
them back on her
States.
face.
Has a direct line
There
to the
was
man in
an
the White
A
House.
and
Had his
an
picture taken with
R
him. Got a
in the
medal and a
number
letter of
4.
commendation.
Oh, and
Mars
it was a
crossed two of his
Georgia
fingers.
plate.
Dudes are like
Decker looked
this.
surprised.
The
A
officer looked
Georgia
up at
plate?
Decker in
You're
awe.
sure?
Natty
Hell
bristled
yes.
and gazed up
I
at
played
Mars.
that card game enough
Who
times
the hell
with
are
my
you?
kids. You know, count the
He's my
state
assistant,
plates.
said Decker.
That was back when people drove
I thought you
long
worked with
distances
Jameson.
with beds in the back
She's
of the
on
car
another
for the
mission.
kids to sleep in.
Is he an
And
FBI
seatbelts
agent?
were only used
He
to hold the
operates under the
groceries in
auspices of
place.
my creds.
I've seen enough.
What exactly
Georgia
does that
peach.
mean? Said
Had
Natty.
the Georgia
It
peach right
means
in the
I
middle.
go to the commissioner
No other
if
plate
you try
has
to
a
block
peach.
me from
Does
observing,
it?
Natty.
No, they don't.
You are
said
so
Decker
full
with
of
a quick
shit.
glance at Jameson.
Who found
Did
the
you
car?
see who was
asked
driving
Decker.
it?
Natty
See,
looked like you
the
might
thing
not
is
answer.
that duplex is
Look,
usually
Natty, I was
empty.
being straight with you
I mean,
before.
the person
If
who
I can find
owns
out who
it
did
rents
this,
it
the
out.
collar is
But the
yours.
only people who live
Like I
there
need your
are
help
ones
to
who
do
can't
that.
afford a nicer place.
Okay, then I
like
observe
me.
without your help.
All I got
But
is
if I
Social
make the collar,
Security. I
the
noticed
FBI
the
gets all
car
the
because
credit.
it was nice,
I don't see how Childress
relatively
would want
new.
that.
The
And
rule
he may
around
be
here is
backing
most
you
folks
right
don't
now.
have cars.
But that wasn't
They
always the
catch
case,
the
Natty.
bus on the main
He'll throw you
road
under
or
the
ride
bus in a
bikes to
second if he
work.
thinks it'll make him look
Now,
good.
Regina had
Remember
a
the
car,
Hargrove
but he
case?
was about 25 years
At the
old
mention
and
of
on
this
his
name,
last
Natty
leg.
noticeably stiffened.
You said it
And
was
though
an
his look was still
Avalon
sullen,
parked out
he
front?
flipped open his notebook.
Decker nodded.
Well,
Guy
it looked
dumpster
pretty
diving found the
new.
car at about 4
And
o'clock
the
this
person
morning.
driving it?
Called in the
Prompted
locals.
Decker again.
They pulled up our bolo
Oh,
and
right.
notified
Well,
us.
I saw him,
Can we take a
too.
look at the vehicle?
So it was a
The
man.
trace team's already been over
She
it.
looked up at him.
Just
Well,
observing.
didn't I just say it was?
Natty licked his lips, made a
Jameson,
grunting
trying
sound,
hard not to
turned,
smile,
and walked
said,
off.
Can you tell
Decker
us
and
what he
Mars
looked
followed.
like? He was
Mars
big,
whispered,
but not so
"Don't
big
see
as
why you
you.
thought this
She
guy was an
added,
a-hole,
looking Decker
Decker.
up and down.
He's a real
But
pussycat."
close. Height-wise,
Minus the cat,
leastways.
replied Decker.
Age? Asked Decker.
So this Childress
Not
guy
as
is
young
even
as
worse?
you, not as old
He's
as me.
worse.
Maybe
Because
70.
unlike Natty,
He
he can
was
slickly
bald or
pretend to
nearly
be what
so.
he's not.
Fringe
To the
of
right
white
people.
hair, no
And
beard
that's
or nothing
what
on
makes
his
him
face.
so
A
dangerous.
hard face.
Fat? Thin?
Chapter
Neither.
28.
He looked fit enough.
The
Sturdy,
small old
no big
Honda
gut
with the
or
bad
nothing.
muffler was wedged
She
next
slapped
to
her
a
knee with
huge
the palm
rusted
of her hand.
construction dumpster.
You see
Like
an
an
old
enormous
person
barnacle
in this
on a
country
ship's
who's
metal
not fat.
hull.
What's the first thing you
Decker
think,
and Mars stood a few
That
feet
they
away.
got cancer.
Decker's
That's
gaze
what.
swept over the
Am I
car
right?
and the environment
Portion control.
before alighting
Always
on the
worked for me.
blue-scrubbed tech
In my day,
collecting
dinner
evidence.
plates were what people now call dessert
again, Decker.
plates. And
Said
they
Kelly
wonder why
Fairweather.
they're obese. Well,
Who's your friend?
don't get me going on
Melvin
that.
Mars, said
She again
Mars,
looked at
stepping
Decker,
forward and
who,
putting
though
out
he'd
his
lost
hand.
over 30 pounds, was
I'm
still considerably
assisting Agent
overweight.
Decker in this
Oh,
investigation.
excuse me, son. son.
Cool.
I didn't mean nothing
Said
by
Fairweather.
that. I'm sure you're very
What do you have
nice,
so far?
but
Asked
you
Decker,
might wanna
keeping
cut
one
back
eye
on
on
the
Natty,
cob.
who was consulting with another tech
Decker
on the
ignored
other
this
side
and
of the
said,
Honda.
You said he had a hard
Well,
face.
for starters,
How
no
close
prints
were you
other than
when you
Susan
saw him?
Richards's.
You said it
Inside
was
or
around
out.
6 in the evening, so it must have been
Makes
fairly
sense.
dark by
It
then.
is her car.
In
said
answer,
Mars.
she pointed to her glasses.
Her luggage gone from the
These
back?
give
Asked
me
Decker.
20/20, so the
Yep.
doctor tells me.
Nothing there.
If you're thinking that I'm blind
Keys?
as a bat and can't
No
see in the
keys.
day, much less
No
at night.
meaningful trace?
And I never had
No
me
blood,
no cataracts.
semen, body
And
parts,
he
human
was
tissue, or
standing on
other
the front
significant
porch,
biological
and the
remains.
outside light was on.
No
So I
sign
got
of
a
another person
good
being
look
in the
at him.
car?
Nope.
And he walked
Just her.
with a little limp.
Mind if I take a
She
look?
thought for a
asked
moment.
Decker.
Seems his
Go
right
ahead,
leg
use
was
these.
bad.
Did you ever
He
see
moved
anyone
toward the
visit
car
him?
after slapping on the
She
pair
shook
of
her head.
latex gloves
To
Fairweather
tell
had
the
handed him.
truth, I
Mars
thought he
followed
might just
behind
be
him.
squatting there for a
Natty
spell.
looked up as Decker
That's
approached,
happened
but then
before
returned
here.
to his
People see
conversation with
places
the other
like this
tech.
and just drop anchor and
All
move
four
in.
doors of the
No
Honda
damn
were open,
respect
and
for
so was the
property
trunk
rights.
lift gate.
Jameson
Decker
said
pointed to the
anxiously.
dumpster.
Patty, did he see you
I'm
watching
assuming
him?
someone
Because
checked
that
for a
could
body
be a real
in there.
concern.
In
Fairweather
response,
nodded and
Ray
made a
pulled from her
face.
robe pocket a sleek,
We did.
compact
Nothing but
9mm
trash.
Beretta pistol.
I'll need a
I
tetanus
might
booster.
look frail and blind,
No
honey,
evidence
but
from her or
fact
the
is,
car in it?
I can hit anything
Not that we could
within
find.
10 feet with
Decker
this
ran his
baby.
eye over all of this and
Good
then poked his head
stopping
inside
power.
the front driver's side
Drops you
door and
on the
checked the
spot.
seats there. He did the same
Especially
for
if
the
you
rear
shoot him
seats
in the
as
nuts.
Mars hovered by his shoulder.
I bet, said Decker.
Kelly, have you logged the positions for all prints you found, interior
Chapter
and
27.
exterior? She nodded
We'll
and
get a
pulled out
bolo
an
out on the
electronic
Avalon
pad.
and this guy, said the
All
Alabama
on
police
here.
officer
A
guarding
lot
the
easier
crime
than the way
scene
we used
after
to do it
Decker
years
had
ago,
informed him of
right?
their conversation with Bray.
Right, said
It's
Decker
a little sketchy,
absently
but it's
as
worth
he
a
looked
shot.
over the different
It's not like
digital
we have
screens.
a whole lot else to go on.
Fairweather said,
Decker wasn't holding out
All
much
the usual
hope that the
places:
guy was
steering
even
wheel,
still
cup
in the state
holder,
of Alabama.
console, glove
Even if he
compartment,
had
gear
been
shift,
around
control
when Regina
knobs, rear view
Montgomery's
mirror,
duplex had blown
dashboard,
up,
inside of the
he had
door
a big
and
head
window.
start. He
"And
rejoined
outside?"
Davenport,
asked
Mars,
Decker
and
as he
Jameson
moved to
in
that
the
digital
SUV
page.
that Bogart had rented
Door
previously.
handle, driver's
There's no
front
more we can
side and
do
rear
here,
doors,
he
and
said.
exterior
Let's head
driver's
back to
side
the
window.
hotel.
Again,
On
the
the
usual.
drive there, Mars said, "Tell me
And
about
we've
her
had no
son,
meaningful
Tommy.
rain since she
He
disappeared.
goes to the local high school.
Correct.
He'll be a senior next year. He's
So
already
no
got some
recent
college
prints
offers.
would have been damaged
He's a running
or even
back,
washed
like
off
you were.
by a heavy rain.
And what happens to him when all this
Right.
is said and done?
How long do
Decker
prints
said,
last on something?
If he has relatives
asked
somewhere,
Mars.
he'll probably go and live with them.
Depends on the
Or maybe
surface
his football
involved.
coach will let him stay
What
with him until he
substance might have been on the
graduates."
fingers, the timing,
Mars
the weather
nodded and
conditions,
looked out
a
the
whole
window
host
where
of
the rain
factors.
was still beating
Said
down
Fairweather.
and showing no signs of letting up.
Decker handed her
And the
back
weather
the
was turning
pad.
chilly.
What
Why?
else?
asked Decker, watching
Not
Mars
a lot.
curiously.
We don't know how
No
far the
reason,
car's
just-
been driven
just wanted to
because we
know.
didn't know the
Tough for
odometer
a
reading
kid,
before she left.
Losing your parents.
She did have an oil
Tough
change
for an
sticker
adult,
on her
too,
windshield.
replied Decker.
The car's been driven about 400 miles
At
since
the
then,
hotel,
but the
they
oil
found that
change
Bogart
happened
had
over
paid for
3
their
weeks
rooms
ago.
for a few more days,
Not much
and that
we
the
can
rental
deduce
vehicle
from
was
that.
good for the same amount of time,
Insect debris on the
I
front
hope that
and the
doesn't come back
windshield.
to bite him in the ass.
said
too much.
Davenport.
He's
But she
taking
could
a
have
big
gotten
risk
it
by
washed
doing that,
after she left
especially after
town.
he was ordered off the case.
Decker nodded because
We
he
were
too had
all
thought
ordered
of
off the
this.
case.
Said Jameson.
So
It's
Decker,
a
have you
shame that the
solved
team
it?
didn't last.
Natty had walked
Said
around the side of the
Davenport.
car and was looking
It
up
could
at
have
him.
been really fulfilling.
Just observing.
If you
said
go now,
Decker.
you can probably still
Natty
be on
smirked.
the team, said Decker.
Always knew
Assuming
you
they're
were
going to
overrated.
reconstitute it. She stared
Yeah,
at him.
dude's been here 10
You want me
seconds,
to
said
leave?
Mars. How long you been
I
here?
want whoever is going to stay to
Natty
be
looked over at him.
100% committed to
Who
solving
the hell
this
are you
case.
really?
I take it you're referring
Decker's
to me not
assistant.
wanting to
You
investigate
might want to
in
follow
the
my
pouring
lead
rain.
on that, you know?
Said Davenport
Assist
sharply.
the man.
I'm referring to
You got a
exactly
real comedian
what I just
here,
said,
Decker, said
replied
Natty
Decker in an
irritably.
even tone.
One thing I would
Davenport
draw
looked
your
ready to
attention
fire a
to,
response
said Decker.
back, but then her
What's that?
expression changed.
There's no print
You're
on the
right.
rear lift gate.
I'm sorry.
So what?
She looked nervously
Richard's got
down
in
at
the
her
front seat.
hands.
I just can't get that
After she put a
execution
really
out of
heavy
my
piece
head.
of luggage in the rear
It changed
compartment.
a lot for me.
She
Made
used
me
her key fob
unsure
to
if
open
I
the
really
trunk.
wanted to do this.
Decker shook his
Jameson
head.
put a hand on her shoulder.
Agatha Bates, her
I can
neighbor,
understand
said
that,
Richard
Lisa.
started
I
up the
chickened
car
out and didn't
and then
even
went
go.
back inside and brought out a
Davenport gave a
large
hollow
piece of
laugh.
luggage that she put
I
in the
wish I
rear
had been as
cargo
smart
hold.
as you and done the
And then
same.
she struggled to do
She
so
looked over
before
at Decker.
slamming the lift gate
I
shut.
guess you think I'm kind of a
Decker
wimp.
paused and looked from
Decker
Fairweather
shook his
back
head.
to Natty.
I know a lot of so-called
There were no
tough
prints
guys who
anywhere
would
on the
never
lift
gone to
gate,
see it in the first
Said
place.
Fairweather.
But I lost my nerve.
I went inch by inch.
I wouldn't beat yourself up over
Pretty
it.
weird,
We need
said
your talents
Mars.
to solve this thing.
No, it's not, said Natty.
Davenport glanced
She
at
used the button
Jameson,
on her
who
key
gave her a
fob to open
supportive
it.
smile,
Like I
and
just
then
said.
looked back at Decker.
She couldn't,
I
said
appreciate
Decker.
that. And I will
Why?
give you everything I
The
have.
keys were in the ignition.
So what's our next step?
This car is old enough,
We need
so
to
you
get
have
some
to put the
traction on
key
at least
in the
one
ignition,
lead, either
not
here
just have
or
it
in
with you to
Texas.
start the
The
car.
fact that Regina was
So the
killed
key and the
shows that
fob
we're on the
already
right
would
track.
have been in the vehicle.
She was paid off to have her
The eyed
husband
natty.
lie and say he killed
Check
Melvin's
out the
parents.
ignition if you don't believe me.
That tells us that 20 years later, there are
Okay, if
people
that's
out
the
there
case,
connected
where's the
in
print?
some way to
Said
the
Natty,
original
looking
crime,
confused.
including perhaps
Good
the
question.
real killer.
What does
Mars
its
stirred,
absence tell us?
But I can't
asked
wrap my
Natty.
head around why
Another
someone
good
would go to all
question,
this trouble
said
to
Decker.
save me all
And
these
here's one
years
more.
later.
Why did she
That might
start the
speak to
car
the
first
motivation,
and then go back
said
into
Decker.
the house and bring the luggage
Davenport
out?
nodded in
Why
agreement.
not bring the luggage out,
That's actually
start
an
the
important
car,
point.
and drive off?
She looked at
The way
Mars.
she did it,
You
The
might
lady
have
had
an
to make
ally
2
out
trips
there that you
instead
don't
of
know
1.
about.
But how is that
Natty's
possible?
brow furrowed.
Mars asked. And why
Okay, I
now?
give. Why would
Decker
she?
said, we have to
But
figure
Decker
out
had
the
already
timing.
turned and walked off.
It was past dinner time.
Damn it,
and
I
they were
hate when
all
the son of a
hungry.
bitch does
They
that.
had a quick meal at a
exclaimed Natty.
restaurant a block over from the hotel.
Mars said,
Back at the
"Yeah,
hotel,
I get
they
that.
said their good nights
second
after
piece of
Decker
advice,
admonished
man."
each of them to think
Natty
about
eyed
the
him.
case and
Why
come
should I
ready
listen
the
to
next
you?
morning
I don't
with
even know you.
ideas to pursue.
Yeah, but I know
Decker
Decker.
took the elevator
You
to
want to
his
solve
room,
this sucker
washed
and get
up,
your next
and was
promotion?
just about to
Give the
undress and
dude
climb
some
into
room to
bed
work.
when someone knocked on his
I'm
door.
running this case.
He rose
But
and
what
said,
you don't want to
"Yeah?"
do is run it into
Have
the
a few minutes,
ground.
Amos? I'd
Just
like to
my
talk.
2 cents.
It was Davenport.
Mars turned and followed Decker.
He debated silently for a
Natty
few
looked
moments.
at Fairweather, who was staring
Obviously
at him.
sensing
"What?"
his
he
hesitation,
barked.
she said,
It really won't
I
take
don't
long.
know that guy, but to me he makes a
opened
lot
the
of
door.
sense.
She stood there with a bottle of
"Why
beer
does
in each
everybody
hand.
think Amos Decker
He
walks
eyed
on
them and
water?"
then looked down at her.
barked Natty.
"I'm on a diet."
Hey, the guy's got
Which is
his
why
issues.
I got light
We all know
beer.
that.
Only
but
90
when it comes to
calories.
catching bad
After
guys, do you
today,
know
you
anybody
probably
who does
need
it
the
better?
carbs.
They sat
She
and
went back
sipped
to
their
work,
beers.
leaving Natty staring
"Well?"
down at his
asked Decker.
shoes.
We got off to a bad start.
He shrugged.
Chapter 29.
"That's good."
I think being
On the drive
open
back
and
to
honest
town,
is the
Decker
best
said
policy.
nothing. Mars
Okay.
would look over at him occasionally,
here's my
and
open
several
and
times
honest
appeared ready to
statement.
ask something,
I made
but
my
then he'd
decision
glance
to
away
join
and
the
remain
team
silent.
only after Bogart
"You
told
have
me
something
about
to
you.
say?" Decker
Decker took
finally
another
asked.
drink of his beer, sat
Mars
back
grinned.
in his chair,
"Was
and
I
listened
that
to the
obvious?"
rain falling outside.
"Apparently."
"And why was
"That
Bogart
Natty
telling
guy
you
has
about
it in
me
for you.
a deciding
What's that
factor?"
about?"
Don't get me
He
wrong.
didn't like
I
the fact that
sincerely was
Lancaster
interested
and
in
I
the offer
solved
from
most
Ross.
of the homicides
It
in
sounded
Burlington.
fascinating,
Well, more than
and I
most.
had pretty much done
Basically all.
everything I could in my
He was the
field.
rising star in the
And I like to
department
seize
before I got
opportunities.
bumped to detective.
I'm a classic type A
He got
overachiever.
relegated to investigating
Only
lesser
child,
crimes,
2
and I think he
academic,
blames
doting
me.
parents.
Then he made a big
Excelled at every
mistake on the
level.
Hargrove
I was
case.
also a
Missing
distance runner
person
in
turned
college at
homicide.
Stanford before I went
That
on to Columbia.
sidetracked his career.
Impressive.
Since I left, I
But it
guess
didn't
he's been
answer my
attempting a
question.
comeback.
I
And he
wasn't meaning
kisses
to
Pete
brag about
Childress'
myself. The
ass,
fact was,
even
it
though
was
the guy
you
hung him out to
that led me
dry
to join the
when
team
the fallout
when
came
Ross
on the
called.
Hargrove matter.
You mentioned something like that when we
Is he any
first
good
met.
at being a
I
detective?
know I did.
He's
And
competent.
the parallels in my
But he
case
always
and
goes for the
Melvin's.
easiest
You thought it
solution.
might make a
And
fascinating
he makes
case
mistakes.
study.
Gets sloppy
Exactly.
at times.
And I told
Assumes
you it would
things
have
he
nothing to
shouldn't.
do with my cognitive
Like you
anomalies.
did with the murders
that the
all those
focus
years
would be
ago?
on Melvin's guilt or
Decker
innocence.
glanced over at him.
Davenport sipped her
I
beer.
deserved that.
And I told you that
Come
would be a
on, I
wasted
was just pulling your
opportunity.
chain.
I
I'm
know,
telling you, you
but
keep
how
yourself under
exactly?
all that pressure. You're
I
going to
wanted
pop
to
one
see if you
day.
would allow me to
I
include
think
you
my
in a
popping
professional
days are
study.
over.
The fact that
What's
you
on
have
the
turned
agenda
your
now?
unique mental abilities to
Decker
fighting
looked at the
crime
clock on the
only heightened
dashboard.
the uniqueness.
We've got some
I
time
thought it
before we
would
meet
make a
Sally Brimmer
wonderfully
and pick up the
compelling
flash
paper
drive.
or even a book.
So
It might
where?
even be a bestseller.
Susan
She added
Richards' house.
enticingly. Decker finished his beer.
Decker
I
pulled
have
his
no
car
interest
into
in
the
that
driveway
whatsoever.
about 2 hours later
She
and they
looked at
got
him
out.
resignedly.
Decker
Which
glanced
I knew
over
would
at
be the
Agatha
case about
Bates's
5
home
minutes after
and
I
thought he
met
could
you.
see the old woman on her
So where
screen
does that
porch
leave you?
reading a book.
I already
Mars
told you
looked
that
the
I'm here
house
until
over.
the end. I'll give
You
you
think
my
Richards
all
is dead?
to solve this case.
No signs of
Why?
violence in the car.
She started
Or
to say
outside
something,
it.
but then hesitated,
No one's found the
tearing
body.
off a bit of the
But
bottle's
still,
label.
she could be
I could
dead.
give you a standard,
How are
professional
we going to
answer
get
that
in?
would be mostly
I've got a
gobbledygook.
key. My
Or
old
I
partner,
could
Mary
go with the
Lancaster,
truth.
gave it to me while we were
I'll
working
take the
Susan
latter.
Richards' disappearance.
She sat forward and stared
Decker
directly
put
at
the
him
key
for
in
the
the
first
lock
time.
and began to turn it.
It was the execution.
Wait a minute, Decker.
The way
Will
that
this
man
get you in
died.
trouble?
Maybe
Aren't you
he
just
deserved
supposed
it.
to be
I'm
observing?
not going to get into a debate on the
Well,
pros and
when I
cons
go
of
into the
capital
house,
punishment.
I'll
But
just
Melvin
be
Mars was
observing.
innocent and was very nearly
Decker led
executed.
Mars into the
How
front
many
part
other
of the
innocent
house.
men have been put to death?
So
As I
Richards
said
packs
before,
a big
one
bag
is
and
too many,
hightails it out of
replied
here
Decker.
after you bring her in
So
for
why did you
questioning
show up
on
here
the
tonight?
Hawkins murder.
Like I said,
And
we
we
got
couldn't
off on the
confirm
wrong
her
foot.
alibi.
Don't get me
The
wrong.
other neighbors
It was
weren't
all my
home
fault.
during the time in
I
question.
just wanted to square
And the
things
old
before
lady
we
across
moved
the
forward to
street,
tackle
the
this
one who
case to
saw
the end.
Richards leaving, can't
Okay,
completely
consider us
account
square.
for Richards's movements when
She
Hawkins
smiled
was
weakly.
killed,
Just like
which
that?
may explain why she
Just
ran
like that.
for it.
But
She
tomorrow
killed
is
the
a new
guy.
day.
But how would she
Davenport
even
nodded
know
as she
he
got
was
his
back in
meaning.
town?
I
Decker
guess we
wondered.
all have to prove ourselves.
Maybe she
every
ran
day.
into him, or
That's
saw
the way
him and
I've always
followed him
seen
back
it.
to the Residence Inn.
He held up his
That's
bottle.
possible.
Thanks for the
It is
light,
possible, but not probable.
dear. She rose.
Then what are we
Thanks for
doing
listening.
here?
She turned to leave,
Decker
but
led
then
the
looked
way
back
upstairs and into the woman's
Ross
bedroom.
told me
He
about
went
your
straight for
family.
the closet.
I'm so
It
very
had been
sorry,
reconfigured
Amos.
and
So
enlarged,
very
he figured,
sorry.
because the house was
He
old
stared
enough
back at
not
her,
to
but
have
said
originally had such a
How
spacious
hard is it
closet.
not to ever forget?
It was
she
packed
said,
with clothes
her
on
expression
hangers,
matching the sad
sweaters,
tone of her
and
words.
shoes on shelves, and
Harder than
purses
you
and
might think.
handbags on hooks.
She left.
He stood in the middle of the space
Decker
and
put
looked
the bottle
around.
down and went over to the window
Mars
where
said,
outside the rain was now bucketing
Harper has
down.
a closet about 4
He
times the
let the
size of
frames
this
of his
one,
perfect
and it's
memory
packed to
whir
the
back to
gills.
their encounter with
Didn't know
Regina
one person could
Montgomery.
need all that stuff.
Cartier watch.
Society
3 boxes
demands
from
that
Neiman
women care
Marcus.
more about their
2
appearance
boxes
than
from
men.
Chanel. 2 from Saks.
Wow, that's very
1 from
enlightened of
Bergdorf
you.
Goodman. 1 from
It's not
Jimmy
me.
Choo.
My wife would
Then there
always
was
say
the
that.
Hermes purse.
Well, it looks
He
like
pulled out his
Susan Richards
computer,
took that
went
to heart.
online to each of those retailers,
Decker noted
found
several
the
empty
items he had
hangers,
seen, and
a
priced
space
them
on a
out.
shelf where it looked like
He
2
totaled them
pairs
in
of
his
shoes
head.
had been removed, and a hook with a corresponding
$54,000 in
bag.
change.
He left the
The Hermes
closet and
bag
went
had
over to a
cost over
chest of drawers.
$19,000 alone.
He went through each one.
The watch was another $14,000.
Then he walked into the bathroom and
The Jimmy
examined
Choo's
every
another
inch of the
grand.
space, including
Decker
the
shook
bins
his
under
head.
the sink.
To carry stuff,
He got
tell
up
time,
and opened the
encase
medicine
your feet.
cabinet,
Only
looked at the line of prescription
$34,000.
bottles.
But
He
that
picked them
told him
up
that
and
whoever was
examined
behind
each one
this
in
had
turn,
deep pockets.
holding one bottle
Regina
for a beat
Montgomery had
longer
evidently
before
expected a
replacing
lot
it.
more money to be coming through.
Lady is on a lot of meds,
The big payoff
said
for a life
Mars.
of misery with Charles
America
Montgomery.
is on a lot of meds.
Only she never
replied
really
Decker.
got to enjoy it, did she?
They walked back down
Once
to the
Charles
first
was
floor,
dead,
and Decker
Regina
headed
was
over to the
expendable.
fireplace mantel.
It was cruel.
He
It
looked
was
over each
heartless.
of the photos lined up there.
Decker would have expected nothing
Her
less
family?
from people who had
Asked
let an
Mars.
innocent man
Decker
rot in
nodded.
prison for 20 years.
Husband and 2 kids.
He got undressed
In an
and climbed
ideal
into
world,
bed.
Susan Richards
They had
might
worked
be a
this case for a
grandmother by
while now, and he was desperately
Mars shook
fearful
his
that
head.
the minimal progress they had
There's
made
nothing
would
ideal
be
about
all
this
there ever
world.
was.
Decker looked around the room, his eyes taking in
Chapter
everything
28.
and then processing it.
The gym was
What are
small,
you seeing,
with
Decker?
only one treadmill,
Mars,
a rack
as he
of dusty
too stared
dumbbells,
around the
an
space.
ancient stationary
Is anything
bike,
missing?
and a solitary medicine ball.
Not really.
Decker walked on the
That's the
treadmill,
problem,
slightly
Melvin.
increasing the pace every few minutes. As he walked, he watched the
Chapter
TV
30.
bolted to the wall.
It was
The news
dusk
was
now.
on, and the
The
top
dropping
story
of the
was
sun.
the execution
The
of Charles
temperature had lowered
Montgomery,
to a level where
followed
one
by the
could see
death of
one's
his wife
breath.
when her home had exploded.
Decker had left Mars in
What
the
are the
car
odds?
parked at the
Asked one of
curb.
the newscasters.
His
Both dying
rationale
on the
was
same
that
day
Sally
like
Brimmer
that.
would not appreciate another
They didn't
person
die on
being
the
in
same
the loop
day, Decker
of her
thought.
possibly
Regina had
illegal
actually
action
died after
in giving
midnight,
Decker the
meaning
records
she
he
had
needed.
perished on the following day.
He strode through
But
the
still,
small park to the
He couldn't
pond that
dispute
lay
the
near
man's
its rear,
overarching point.
which one reached
What
by
were the
traversing
odds?
a winding brick path.
Well, Decker knew they were actually
There was no
really
one else
good if
there
someone
that
had
he could
murdered
see.
Regina as soon as her
When he
husband was
turned the
safely
last
dead.
corner and the pond came
The
into
door to
view,
the gym opened,
so
and in
did
walked
Brimmer.
Melvin Mars, dressed
She
in
had on a
workout
long
clothes.
trench coat,
He
a
nodded
hat,
at Decker
and gloves.
and started doing some
She looked
stretching.
over at Decker and hurried
Then he
past
began
the
his
pond,
workout, and
which
Decker
had an
forgot all
aerator in
about
its
what he
middle,
was doing
throwing
and
off
simply
streams
watched.
of water and
He couldn't
affording a
believe the
pleasing
intensity,
sound.
even the insanity
That was
of the
also
routine.
good, Decker thought, because
Once
it
he
would be
nearly
difficult
fell off
for
the
anyone to
treadmill because he was
eavesdrop
so
on them.
enthralled by what the nearly
She reached him,
42-year-old
her
Mars
hand
was
in her
capable
pocket.
of doing.
Brimmer suddenly shivered.
Finally, Decker just turned off the
Winter's
treadmill and
definitely
watched.
coming, noted Decker.
When Mars was finally done,
It's not
he
the
picked up a
weather.
fresh towel off a
She
table
said,
and wiped
a
down.
trace of bitterness in her tone.
How often do you do that?
I'm
Asked Decker.
nervous.
Every day.
What I'm doing
for the
could
last
cost me
20
my
years.
job.
Impressive.
No one will find out
I felt
from
like
me.
I was having a heart
And if
attack
it makes
just
you
watching
feel
you.
any better, I'm only going to
Mars
use
shrugged.
the files to try to
Get
find
me
the
going.
truth.
Get me sane, you
I
know.
know that.
Decker
She
nodded.
said,
I
her
can
voice now
understand that.
contrite.
Mars sat
She
on the
looked
stool
around
and
and
looked
pulled
up
her
at Decker,
hand out of
his
her pocket.
expression wary.
In her palm was
What
a flash
do you
drive.
think is going on? Really?
How did you manage to scan
Someone
all the
hated you,
files without
and then
anyone
someone
knowing?
felt sorry for you.
I've been
Mars
after the
looked
department
surprised.
to convert paper files
What?
to digital ones.
They framed
I've
you,
actually been
put you
doing
in
some of it
prison, and
myself,
nearly let you be
although it's not
executed.
technically my
Then they
responsibility.
paid off the Montgomerys, and a
But I
false
had the
confession
time,
got you out
and
of
it wasn't
prison.
like some of the older people
You
at
think
the
it's the
department
same
had any
folks?
interest,
It's
or
been
would even
20
know how to do
years,
it.
but it's certainly possible.
I just included the files
Why the
you
change
wanted
of
in the
heart?
stack I was
They kill
already
my
doing.
parents, see me go to prison, and then
She
get
handed
me
him the
out?
flash drive.
Doesn't make a lick of sense.
Ingenious,
I agree.
said Decker.
They pinned the crime on you
High
because
praise
you were the
coming
most
from you.
likely suspect.
Captain
So
Miller
why kill
managed
my
to get a
parents?
meeting with the commissioner.
Because
the
of
result
something they
that I'm
knew,
officially back
saw,
on the case,
heard,
as an
did.
observer.
They were just ordinary
Well,
folks
that's
in a little
something.
town in West Texas,
It's better
Decker.
than nothing, agreed
They
Decker.
were that when you knew them.
They found Susan
But
Richards'
they might have
car,
had a whole
and I
other
was able
life
to go
before you
over it.
came along, Melvin.
What about Blake?
And maybe they came to West Texas
He
is
was
to get
there,
away
but
from it.
voiced no objections.
Mars nodded.
He might be
I
seeing
guess
that I
that
can be
makes more
useful,
sense than anything else.
especially if he gets the
You think
credit
they were
if I
involved
do
in
figure
something
this out.
bad? The probabilities
turn on
lie
you
there. People
if he gets the
involved in
chance.
something good do not often
Said
get
Bremer
murdered.
warningly.
It's hard to see my parents in that
I'm under
light.
no illusions when
The
it comes
scar
to
on your
Natty.
father's face?
He cocked his head.
Yeah, I know. Been
How about
thinking
you?
about that. He got
How about
so
me,
mad.
what?
Never seen
She
my
said
old man
defensively.
like that before.
You've got
Maybe
a
he
lot
was
going
like that
for
a
you,
lot
Sally.
when he was
You
younger.
could do a lot better than Natty.
You think somebody
Someone
cut him?
your own age
Bad
who's
dudes
actually
that later
single,
found him and
for
killed him?
instance. I guess
Not
I just don't see
necessarily.
the attraction on your
What
end.
then? It could have come
Why
from
do
a
you
bad
care?
plastic surgery.
I always
Mars
thought you
nearly
were just
fell off
this
his stool.
machine.
Whoa, what?
She
If your
suddenly
dad
looked
was on the
chastened.
run from people, he might very
sorry.
well have
That
wanted
was
to
really
change
out of
his
line. I didn't
appearance.
mean it.
Plastic surgery is a way to do that.
You're not the first to say
But he
that.
might have not had
And
the
it won't be
money
the
or maybe
last.
the opportunity to go
As
to
to
a
you,
legitimate
I was a
surgeon.
father with a daughter.
So he opts for someone
Like
in
I
the
said,
back alley trade. Hence, the
I don't
scar.
want you to be hurt or get
But
in
what
a
about my
situation
mom?
you can't get
She
out
didn't
of.
have any scars.
Brimmer looked
He
down
might
at
have
the
met
brick
her after
pavers
he was
under
on
her
the run.
feet.
She might not have been
I
involved
work
in the
long
bad world
hours.
he was in.
All I know are cops.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
I
have any
can't see my
family
mom
here.
being a
A
criminal.
few friends.
She was really a sweet
Blake,
lady. Never raised her
he
voice
took an
to
interest.
me. Always calm.
He even used that
Question
old
is,
line that his
how do
wife
we
just
trace them?
doesn't get him or
Mars
his
rubbed
work.
some more sweat off his face.
She laughed
Do
hollowly.
we have to?
And I fell
Decker
for
looked
it,
at him
I
with a
guess.
puzzled expression.
Just like a million
Have
other
to
women.
what? Push this any
But he did
farther.
make me feel
I mean, my
special.
parents are dead. I'm out of
Did?
prison.
She
So you
smiled
don't want to find
resignedly.
out the truth? I
I've
don't want
broken
to
it off
find
with
out
him, Amos.
if your dad was
It
actually a
wasn't just what
bad
you
guy.
said, although I needed
Would
to hear
you
that
want to find
too.
that out about your old
He
man?
is
Said Mars
married, and
defensively.
I wouldn't want that to
They
happen to
put
me
you
if
away
I
for
were
20
married.
years,
It's not
Melvin.
fair.
They killed your
And it does
parents.
speak
You don't want them to
to a
be held
person's
accountable for
character if
that?
they're willing to cheat
You don't want
like
to see your
that, as
parents'
you
killers
said.
brought to justice? I
I'm glad
know,
you
I
reached that
know,
decision.
said Mars miserably.
You never
Look, I don't
cheated
want
on your
nobody
wife,
getting
did
away
you?
with any of that. It's just that...
Never even thought
What?
about it.
Said Decker
I had
sternly.
everything, Sally.
That you have something else
A
going
wife
on in
who
your
I
life
loved
that takes
beyond
priority
anything
over
I'd ever
this?
felt before.
Why do you
And a
care
daughter
so
who I would
much?
have
Barked
sacrificed
Mars.
anything for.
It's not your damn family.
Now, I don't have either one.
But it was my damn family,
You have
rejoined
memories.
Decker.
Good ones.
Somebody killed them.
Yeah,
I could
do.
have walked away from
It's
it
not the
and
same.
gone on with my life.
Even for
But
someone
I can
with a
tell you
memory
this,
like
Melvin.
mine,
You can
memories
try to
don't
walk
keep you
away,
warm at
but
night.
the life you'll have if
They
you
don't
do,
make you laugh.
it's not worth living.
Not really. He
Decker
paused.
grabbed his towel, stepped off the
But they can't
treadmill,
make
and
you
started
cry.
to leave the gym. He stopped
She
at the
put a
door and
hand on
turned
his
back
arm
to
and
Mars.
squeezed.
For what it's
And
worth,
to
you
think I
should have
used to
won the
believe that you
Heisman
were
that
this
year.
gigantic
The guy who
jerk.
got it lasted only a few years
I
in the
can
pros
be,
and never really did
as you
much.
well know.
You would have been
And you
offensive
can be
rookie of
someone
the
else
year,
too,
too.
Amos.
Hands
Someone
down.
I would like to call
Just
a
because you
friend.
never got the chance doesn't mean you weren't a
We are
superstar.
friends, Sally.
Because you were.
I know what it took for you to help
He
me.
closed the door behind
Even
him.
if my memory sucked.
Mars remained
I'd
sitting
never
on the
forget
stool,
that.
staring at the floor.
They grew silent until Brimmer said,
I better get
Chapter
going.
29.
I'll walk
Decker
you
said
out.
into his phone.
It's pretty
Agent
dark
Bogart?
in here, and there are a lot
Decker,
of places for creeps
How's
to
it
hide.
going down there? I assume you're
Never
still
stop
in
being a
Alabama.
cop.
Yes,
It's just
it's
how I'm
going,
wired.
slowly. We
They
might
reached
have
the
got a
street a
lead on the
couple
guy
minutes
who
later.
killed Regina Montgomery. He might have been seen.
Thank you again.
The cops
said
down here are
Decker.
following up.
No, thank you.
I'm glad for you.
Amos.
I appreciate you
She
paying for some more
spontaneously
nights
went
at the
over and
hotel.
hugged him.
And the rental car,
Decker
too.
bent down to hug her
You're
back.
welcome. It was not
Right
my intent
as
to
the
leave you
shot
high and
bit.
dry. Are you back at Quantico? Yes. What
Chapter
should they have you
31.
doing? Right now, not
Decker felt
much.
the woman go limp in his
Why is
arms
that?
at the same time as he
I
felt
can't
something
really get
wet
into
hit
that.
his face.
Does it have to do
He
with
slumped
most
to
of
the
your team
pavement,
opting
holding
to continue the
Brimmer, as he heard
investigation?
shouts and feet
Would it
running.
matter to you if
He
it
looked
did?
up to see Mars
I don't
sprinting
want this to
toward
hurt
him.
your career.
Get down, Melvin,
I think
he
that
called
ship
out.
has sailed.
Over there, Decker,
I'm sorry to
said
hear
Mars, pointing to his left,
Way it goes
across the street.
sometimes. Maybe
Decker
my big
checked
idea
Brimmer.
to have this
The
team
bullet
of
had
folks
entered the
from
left
different
side of
walks
her head
life
and
was
exited
stupid
out the
anyway.
other side, in the direction
I don't
of the
think it was
park.
stupid, said
Her
Decker
glassy
bluntly.
eyes were staring
Face it,
lifelessly
Decker,
up at him.
you don't need anyone
He
working
knew she
with
was
you.
dead,
You can figure
but he
pretty
still
much
checked her
anything out by
pulse.
yourself.
With no blood
I
pumping
needed
through
help
her
in
body,
Burlington
the woman was
to find
already
my
growing
family's
cold.
killers. You would have
Shit,
gotten there without
Decker
us.
said, looking
Maybe,
dazed and in
maybe not.
disbelief.
Is everything
He
else
touched
going
his
okay?
face, where her blood had landed.
What, you mean my marriage?
He looked over
I
at
got
Mars
served
and
with
then
divorce
across the
papers
street
this
from where the
morning, as a
shot
matter
had
of
come.
fact.
He
Funny,
pulled his
after all
gun,
this,
got up, and
I
raced
thought we
across
might
the
make it
street
work.
with Mars right behind
So it
him.
was a surprise.
Decker pulled out
Yes,
his phone,
it was a
dialed
surprise.
911,
And my
identified
soon-to-be
himself,
ex
and told
apparently
the
has a new
dispatcher what had
boyfriend who's a
happened and
struggling
the
artist.
exact
So
location.
she's coming after me for substantial
We're in
alimony.
pursuit of the shooter.
You
Get
need a
some
good
cop
lawyer.
cars out here now.
I
We
have
can
a good
box the
lawyer.
son of a bitch in.
Problem is, so does she.
He put the phone in his pocket
Look,
and
what
picked
can I
up
do
his
for you?
pace.
I know you better than to think
Mars
you
took a
called to
slight
chit-chat.
lead because he had
I
seen
know
where
this
the
might
shot had
sound
come
crazy,
from.
but can you
As
run
they
something
ran
down
along,
for me?
Decker said,
He heard
"Did you
Bogart's
see the
sigh,
person?"
but he also
Mars
heard the
shook his
clicking of a
head.
pen.
"Just a silhouette
Like
at
what?
the opening of that alley. I had
Like
no
whether
time to
Roy and
warn you.
Lucinda
I
Mars
just
were in the
happened to
witness
glance that way
protection
right as he
program?
fired."
What?
They reached
Bogart
the alley
exclaimed.
and peered down it.
They
Decker
have no
checked the
past that
building.
anyone can
It was
find.
being rehabbed.
I think they might have been
Construction
relocated.
materials were all over the
But why
place,
witness
along with
protection?
scaffolding.
It would be a
Think
great
the
motive
asshole's
for
still
someone
down there?
other than their
Said
son
Mars.
to kill them.
Don't know.
And Charles
If he
Montgomery?
is,
We'll get him.
His wife was bribed to make him
As soon as Decker
confess.
said this,
The stuff
I
I
could
saw
hear
in
the
her little
sirens.
duplex totaled over
Cavalry's
50
on the
grand.
way, he
A
noted.
down payment only. But they
But if
killed
I'm
her
the
so they
shooter,
wouldn't have
I'm
to pay
getting the
anything
hell out of
else.
here, said
And
Mars,
also we were putting pressure
which is
on
why we're not
her.
waiting.
She might have cracked
Stay
and let
behind.
something slip. She had to die.
You don't have to be my human shield,
Bogart
Decker.
was silent for a few
You're
moments.
a running back, Melvin.
You know that
I'm
the
a
U.S.
blocker.
Marshals have never
If it
lost
takes me
a
out,
protectee
do
before.
not let me die in vain.
And maybe they didn't want anyone to know
They
they'd
moved
lost
down the alley,
Marses.
intently listening
That's
for
a
any
big
sound of
accusation.
footsteps, breathing, or
And
more
it's a pretty
ominously,
big case,
the trigger
so
being
that's
caught.
symmetry for you.
Decker held up
And
a
if they
hand.
were in witness
He had
protection,
heard something.
why didn't the U.S.
What?
Marshals
Hissed
come
Mars.
forward during Mars's trial?
Decker put a finger to his
Well,
lips.
if no one knew they were
Now
in witness
Mars could hear
protection,
it
no
too.
one would know to
Heavy
ask them.
breathing, like
And I
someone had
doubt
been
they would
running, but had
volunteer
stopped.
anything if they didn't have to.
As the sirens drew
But they would
closer,
know about the
Decker
trial.
started to pick up
They
his
would
pace.
know that an innocent man
Mars
might
stayed
have
right
gone to
with
prison.
him. They reached a spot
The
about
evidence was
midway
pretty
down the alley
substantial
when
against
Decker
Melvin.
halted once
They
more.
might have believed that he actually
spot
killed
was
them,
brightly
and thus
lit
it had
by
nothing to
overhead
do
lights.
with why they were
The
put into
sound
the
of
program
breathing
in the
had
first
grown
place.
stronger.
Okay,
Decker pointed
let's
his
say I
gun
look into
straight
that for
ahead
you,
and then
I'm
hustled
not
forward.
saying I can.
The man
would
was
be
lying on the
potentially opening a
asphalt,
big
his
can
head
of
on
worms
top
with
of
the
what looked to be a
marshals.
rolled-up bunch of
I
rags.
understand.
Next to him
But
was a
if I
bag
did,
full of items.
and they were killed
He
by
was dressed
someone
in
from their
filthy
past,
clothing.
how do
The
you
heavy
explain
breathing that they
Montgomery
heard
being
was
paid
his
off to
snoring,
lie and
apparently.
spring Mars from prison?
Decker,
I
whispered
can't
Mars.
explain it.
Is that a
Not
gun?
yet, anyway.
Lying
Did
on the
Mars
ground
suggest
next to
this?
the man, and within
No,
reach
it
of
was
his
my
outstretched
idea.
hand, was a
He
rifle
knows nothing
with a
about his
scope.
parents' past.
Decker stepped forward
You
and
can't know
used
that
his
for
foot
sure.
to slowly move
His
the gun
parents
away
might have
from the
told him.
man. The
They
next
might
moment, he
have,
was slammed
conceded
against the
Decker.
brick wall.
But if they were
His
in the
face hit the
program,
rough
it might
brick,
give
and
us
he
a
felt
handle on
several
who
cuts
killed them.
opening on his face.
It might indeed.
His pistol
said Bogart.
smashed into the brick, and
I'll
he
let
felt
you know
something
one way or
snap.
the other.
The collision had
Agent
been so
Bogart,
sudden
I am
that
sorry
he felt
for
sick
what
to
happened.
his stomach.
It wasn't my intent.
He turned, eyed
He
the
heard the
man
other
still
man
lying on
sigh.
the ground, dead
I know.
asleep.
For
The
you,
attack
it's all
had
about
not
the
come
case.
from there.
Actually,
Decker!
it's all about
Decker
finding
regained
the
his
truth.
equilibrium, cleared his
Well,
head,
good luck
and
with
looked
that.
back. Mars was
Bogart clicked
dodging
off,
out of the
and
way
Decker
of a
set
knife
down his
strike
phone.
as the man who had
The
clocked
witness
Decker
protection
moved
angle
in
had
for the
occurred to
kill.
him several days ago.
He was small
actually.
but wiry,
But after
and
thinking
his
about it in the
movements were
shower
laser
after
quick
his
and
workout,
precise.
he had decided to ask
Decker
Bogart to
hurtled
make an
forward,
official
and when
inquiry
the
with
man
the
turned
U.S.
the knife on
Marshals.
him, he pointed his gun
If
and
Roy and
fired at his
Lucinda
leg.
Mars had been in witness
Absolutely
protection,
nothing
it would
happened.
explain a lot of things.
The impact
Their
with
lack
the
of
wall
personal
must have
history.
damaged the weapon.
They're showing up in a
The
small
next
town in
instant,
West
the man
Texas.
kicked the gun out of
The
Decker's
scar
hand,
on Roy
then
Mars's
drove his
face.
fist into Decker's gut,
Ultimately,
doubling
they're
him over.
murders.
Decker staggered
what it
back
couldn't
at the same
explain
moment
away
that
was
Mars
what
hit
had
the
so
man from
recently
behind
happened.
so hard that he was
Namely,
lifted off
someone
his feet,
paying off the
flew
Montgomerys
forward,
to get
and
Melvin
slammed
Mars
into
out
the
of
wall.
prison.
He
Who
was
would
up in
do
an
that?
instant, though,
The same
and
people
whirled
who had
around,
killed his
the
parents
blade
and
in his
framed him?
hand.
Sending him to
He
prison
charged
and
after
nearly to
Mars
his
and slashed
execution
him on
over the
the
course
arm.
of the last 20
Mars
years?
fell back, and the man was about to
No,
cut him again
it could not be
when
that.
Decker launched forward
So
and
who?
wrapped his big arms around the
Unless he
assailant,
answered that
pinning
question,
his arms and the
Decker
knife
feared
to
he
his
would never
sides.
bring this case to a satisfactory
Under the
end.
illumination of the lights
He went
attached to the
downstairs
buildings,
to the
he could
hotel
see
lobby
that,
to find
despite
Jameson
the
waiting
cold,
for him.
the man's muscled
Have you
forearms
eaten?
were exposed.
She asked.
and covered in
He
tats,
shook his head.
words and symbols.
They went into the restaurant off the lobby.
A few seconds of struggle
When Decker
later,
started
the
to order
man
the
slammed the
all-American
back of his head
breakfast,
against
complete with
Decker's
fried
face.
eggs, pancakes,
Blood flew out of his
sausage
nose
bacon,
and mouth.
grits and fried
Then the
toast.
man was able
He
to
got a
point the knife
piercing
downward
gaze
and
from
jam it
Jameson.
into Decker's thigh.
Instead,
Decker
he ordered
cried
orange
out
juice,
and released the
plain
man,
toast,
who
and
hit
an
the
egg
ground
white
running
omelet.
and soon
As
disappeared
they
from
ate,
sight
he
as the
told her about
sirens
his
grew
idea.
closer.
Witness
Decker put a hand
protection,
over his leg wound.
She said.
Mars
That's
ran
interesting.
forward, took
I
off
guess
his
it could
windbreaker
explain
and
some
wrapped it
things.
around Decker's thigh.
But not the main
Decker
thing.
said,
Why
"Are you
Melvin
okay?"
is free.
"He didn't get
No,
me
I
bad.
guess not
Who the
that.
hell was that guy?"
He didn't mention his
He's the one
meeting
who
with
shot
Mars
Sally
in the
Brimmer.
hotel gym.
You have
and the
any
man's
idea
sudden
why?
reluctance to see the case
The
through.
only idea I have
It didn't
is
matter
that he
to
was
Decker
trying
what
to shoot
Mars
me.
thought. If he
and
wanted
she
to
just
quit the
got in the
case, that
way.
was fine. fine. Decker would continue on alone if need be.
Chapter
He did tell
32.
Jameson about his talk with Davenport.
The morgue, again.
Well, at least she brought light beer.
Decker had been in
Said
far
Jameson.
too many of them,
So a book
and the
deal,
electric
huh?
blue light
I wondered
sensation
about
was
that.
bombarding him almost
Decker
like the
looked at
night
her,
he had
slightly
found his
surprised.
family.
Why?
It was as if a
She
strobe
looked
was attached to
uncomfortable.
the ceiling of the room
Why?
and was
He
blasting
asked
the
again.
unsettling light into
Because
every
back in
pore of the
Burlington, I
place.
sort of had the same thought.
He
when we
touched
were
his leg
investigating
where
the murder
underneath
of
his
your
pants a
family.
large butterfly
Then
bandage
what?
had
You'd
been
write a
applied.
book about it?
The
About
emergency
it,
room doctor
about
had told
you.
him he'd been lucky.
You are fascinating,
Another couple
Amos.
inches
You
to the
can't
left,
deny that.
and his femoral artery
If
would
I
have
am
been nicked,
fascinating, it's
and he
only
might have
because of a
bled out
traumatic
right
brain
there in that
injury
alley.
suffered on the football field.
He next
It's not like
touched
anyone
his
should be
face,
encouraged
which
to
was covered
duplicate
in
what happened
band-aids
to
and
me.
bandages.
But your
He was
mind,
stiff
your
and
memory
sore
capability.
and felt like he just played
He
in
put
an
down his
NFL
fork.
game.
So do you
Mars was
still want
next
to
to
write a
him,
book on me?
his injured arm in a sling.
She looked at him,
But at least they
annoyance
were still
followed by
alive.
guilt flitting across her
Lying in
features.
front of them was Sally
Not
Brimmer's
anymore,
pale
no.
body, with a sheet
Good,
pulled up to her neck.
because if you did, it would have
The
to be done
homeless man
without
in the
any help
alley
from
had
me,
turned out to
Jameson.
be what he looked like.
I get that.
Homeless.
I know
And
that
strung
about you
out
now.
on so much crap
She looked
that
around
it had
the room.
taken the EMTs an
So what do we
hour
do?
to wake him
Stay
up.
in Alabama and see
The
what the
gun
police
had
come
no
up with?
usable prints. and
Decker shook his
knew
head.
why.
The
The
events
shooter
in
had been wearing
Alabama are just
gloves.
part of the effects.
He had probably
Charles
flung the
Montgomery
murder
being
weapon next to
executed,
the homeless man
Regina
to simply
Montgomery
get rid
being
of it.
killed. The
He had
cause of it all
attacked
is
Decker
back in
and Mars
Texas.
because they had gotten
That's where
to
we
him
need to
before
go.
he reached the other end of
But
the
didn't
alley.
this really start before Texas?
Lying in wait,
I
he
mean,
had
if the
tried to
Marses
add
were
2
in
more
witness
lives
protection.
to the one he'd already taken.
Absolutely, Jameson. But to
Unfortunately,
get to there, we have
he
to
had
go through
managed to
Texas
elude the
first.
police.
Because
get
for
away.
Melvin, that's where all this started.
The ME was in the room,
The next moment,
washing
Decker
a few of
froze.
his instruments in the sink.
What is it, Amos?
There was only one
Decker
overhead
mumbled.
fluorescent light on,
Heisman?
throwing the room into
Heisman.
shadows and making
What,
an
the
already
trophy?
disconcerting sensation
Decker rose.
worse.
No, all the
A moment
hoopla
later, the door
associated with
clanged
it.
open. There was
How is
Blake
that
Natty,
connected?
She
his
said,
face white.
I
his
think
features
it
screwed
might
up
be
in
the
agony.
catalyst for all the
He
rest.
lurched over to Brimmer's sheet-draped body and looked down at it. He
Chapter
put a hand
30.
to his mouth, and Decker
I
heard
don't
the
know,
man
said
start
Mars.
to quietly sob.
Decker, Davenport, and
No
Jameson
one said anything
faced him
until
across
Natty
the
had
width of the
composed
table
himself
in Mars's
and
hotel
rubbed his
room.
eyes dry on his
Like
coat
Decker,
sleeve.
he had showered after his workout
He looked
and
over at
changed
Decker
into
and
fresh
Mars.
clothes.
Next,
You
he
have to
ran
know
his gaze
something,
over their wounds.
said Decker doggedly. You
Heard
were
he
a
almost
Heisman
got you
Trophy
both, too.
finalist. You went to New York for the
Almost,
awards
said
ceremony.
Decker.
Did they go with
The
you?
guy was a lot smaller than
No,
we were.
said Mars immediately.
Small but lethal,
I asked,
said
but they
Mars.
both said no. Dad had to
I've
work,
seen guys
and Mom
with
didn't like to
shivs,
travel without
hardened
him.
cons, who couldn't
Your
wield a
father
blade
couldn't get
anything
time
like that
off
dude.
from his pawn shop job to go
Guys
see
with
whether his
shivs,
son won the
hardened
Heisman?
cons, said
Davenport
Natty.
said
Are
skeptically.
you a prison guard or
Mars
something?
looked at her.
Or
I know it
something,
sounds weird now,
said
but
Mars
it didn't back
quietly.
then. I was going to the
Decker
ceremony.
rubbed his
Sure,
thumb.
I wanted them to come, but
And he had
man,
fists
it was
like
just
bricks.
cameras and microphones in
Some
my face
crazy
all the
arm
time.
tats.
I wouldn't have had much
Natty
time to
said,
spend with them anyway.
What were you and Sally even
Decker
doing
sat
there?
back. Did
Decker
anyone
knew
try
this
to
question
interview
was
them
coming
about
and
you
had
in the
prepared
lead-up?
several answers.
I know that it's typical
One
to do
came
stories
tumbling
about
out.
the backgrounds
It happened
and
to be the
families of
truth.
the finalists.
I arranged
Mars
to meet
nodded.
Sally at MacArthur
Yeah, I
Park.
mean, we got
We
requests.
were coming out to the
They
street
came
when
through
the guy
UT,
opened fire.
ESPN, and some others
Why
wanted
did
to
you
do a
want to
story
meet
on
with
my
her?
parents. The
Because I
newspaper in
wanted to
Austin,
get her help
even
on
the
the
New York
case.
Times
I
came
won't be able to
calling.
help you solve it by
And?
merely
Asked
observing,
Decker.
Blake. You
My
know
parents
that,
turned
and
all
I
that
know
down. They didn't want to talk to nobody.
Decker had been prepared for Natty
Didn't
to
you find that
explode at this comment,
strange?
but to his surprise,
Well,
the
looking
detective
back,
merely
yeah,
nodded.
but you got to
He rubbed
understand,
his
man,
nose and
everything
said,
was going a million miles
guess
an
I can
hour
see
for me
that.
right then.
Do
I
you
barely had time to
do
breathe.
you think Sally
It
was
was like
the
every
target?
week somebody was honoring me with
No,
something.
I
Hell, even
was.
my old elementary school
Someone
had a
already
Melvin
tried to kill
Mars
me
Day
once.
that I went to speak at,
We were standing
so I didn't have a
close
lot of
together
time
that
to
the
dwell
shooter
on my
hit Sally.
parents. I
but
knew
not
they were
me.
proud of me. That was all cool.
He paused and looked at the
Jameson
disconsolate
said,
Natty.
I'm sure they were,
I'm sorry, Blake.
but their
I
reluctance
really
to be
am.
in the public eye may mean
Sally
something.
was just trying to do the
She
right
glanced
thing.
at Decker. He nodded.
Mars said,
She said in a low
Why
voice.
is someone so desperate
Decker
to
thinks
kill
your
you?
parents might have been in witness protection.
Someone doesn't want Decker to
Mars's
figure out the
eyes
truth,
widened and he
replied
gaped
Natty.
at Decker.
I mean, you worked on that
Davenport
case
said,
all those years ago.
That would make sense,
Hawkins came to you and Mary to
and
clear his
explain
name.
a lot.
And now they're going to try
She
to
looked at
stop you.
Decker.
Mary got
Can we verify
recused,
it?
but you're still on the
Working
trail.
on it, said Decker, as he
So are
continued
you,
to study Mars.
pointed out Decker.
Mars
I
said,
think we all have to
why
watch
would
our
my
backs.
parents be in witness protection?
So you think someone
Isn't that for,
hired
like,
the guy to do
criminals
this?
who ratted
Said
people
Natty.
out? Not
I
always,
do.
no. Innocent
means
people
that
have gone
Hawkins
into
was
witness
innocent,
protection because
and
they
that
helped
means
bring
the
down
forensic
bad
evidence
elements,
tying him
and because
to
of
the
that
scene
their lives
was
were in
somehow
jeopardy.
forged.
Mars mulled
Natty
over this.
glanced at him
I
incredulously.
guess that might make sense. But
Prints
they
and
never said
DNA
anything
at
to
a
me
crime
about
scene.
it.
Forged.
I would imagine not.
It
said
can be done,
Davenport.
responded Decker.
Telling you might lead to bad things.
It would be hard as
you
hell,
might slip up and mention
retorted Natty.
something. I'm sure the
But not
protocols
impossible.
for the U.S. Marshals are to have as few people
Who would
as
want to
possible.
frame Merrill
No.
Hawkins? Asked
Mars
Natty.
nodded, but still looked
Wrong way to
stunned
look
by
at
this
it.
possibility.
What's the right way
Decker
then?
stirred. Did your
Someone
parents go to
wanted to
the
get away
elementary
with
school
murder.
event?
Hawkins
Mars
was the
composed
patsy they
himself and
chose
said,
to hold the bag.
Yeah, it was
Could
the
have
only
been
thing I
anybody.
remember them
For some
going
reason
to,
they
actually.
chose him.
It was just
That's
a little little ceremony in the auditorium. I spoke to the
But
kids
Decker,
and teachers. Then some
that
little
turns
kids
this
brought
whole
up
case
this
upside
plaque and
down,
presented
said
it to me.
Natty.
I got my pictures
No,
taken with
the
the
case has
principal and
always
some of
been
the
right
teachers
side
I
up.
had when I was there.
We've just been looking at it
And your
from the wrong
parents?
angle.
Well, they were in the audience.
You mean we have to start from
They
square
didn't come
one?
up on stage?
Said Natty.
No way.
Decker pulled the
They would
flash
never have
drive out
done
of his
that.
pocket
They
and held
hated
it
stuff
up,
like that. Wanted to
commencing
keep in the
with this.
background.
He looked
did you
over at
leave
Brimmer's
together?
body.
Mars
Because the
knitted his
dead
brows,
deserve
obviously
answers.
thinking back.
He said,
Yeah, we
sometimes
did
more than the
actually.
living.
He flinched a bit and then eyed Decker. When we were coming
Chapter
out of the
33.
school, there was a local TV film crew
Mars
there.
was sound
We
asleep
didn't know
on
they
the
would
bed
be
in
there.
Decker's room.
Sort of a
It
surprise.
was past 2 in
but
the
they
morning,
talked to me.
and
I
yet
did a little
Decker was
interview
wide
right
awake,
there.
sitting in a
Talked about
chair
my
and
time at the
studying his
school, the
laptop.
award I'd been given.
He was scrolling
All
through all the
feel-good
information that had been on the
And your
thumb drive
parents?
Brimmer had given him.
They were behind me.
He had taken off his belt
And in the
holster with his
camera's
new
eye.
pistol to replace the
Well,
old one
yeah, I
damaged in
guess.
the fight in
The
the
dude was
alley,
doing sweeps
and
in
laid
the
it on the
crowd.
nightstand.
And did you
He was
mention
still
your
upset
parents?
that he had let the shooter
Yeah,
get away.
I turned and pointed them out.
He and Mars had
Mars
been at this
stopped.
for hours, until
And did the
Mars had
footage
grown
play on
exhausted
TV?
and collapsed on Decker's bed,
Mars dumbly
instead of
nodded.
going to his own room.
Then he said,
The rain was
and
pouring
ESPN
outside,
picked it
and
up
Decker
and
could hear
played
the
parts
drops
of it over the
ramming
next
his
couple
window like
days.
thrown
I remember
handfuls of
seeing
gravel.
it.
It was
Decker
one of those
sat back.
Ohio Valley storms
that's
that
what
sprang up
started all
out of
this.
nowhere and pounded
What do you
the
mean?
entire state for a while.
Your parents being on
But
national
right now,
television.
he had tuned out the
But you
storm
said my
and
father
honed
probably
in
had
on the
plastic
critical
surgery
facts of
done
his case
to change his
from over
face.
13 years ago.
Maybe he did, but it didn't
The
change it
911
enough.
call had come in at
Davenport said,
9:35 about a
Decker,
disturbance
are
at
you
the
saying
Richards' house.
someone saw the Marses
That
on
should have been a
TV
red flag
and
for
then
him,
came to
as
Texas
should many
and killed
things in
them?
retrospect.
It's one
Who
theory,
made
yes.
the call? And what
And
was
the people who did it
disturbance?
were the reason the Marses were put
Not
in
even the
witness
neighbors
protection
had
in the
noticed
first
anything
place?
unusual
Asked
that night,
Jameson.
and there were no tracks
Decker
of any
nodded.
other car coming to the house
Mars
that
said,
night.
But you're
Just
talking
David
a long
Katz's.
time ago.
With the rain
Some
and
people
mud,
never stop
there would have
looking,
been
said
fresh
Decker.
tire tracks.
I speak
So no
from
other car had
experience.
been there.
So the passage of time
Here was the
means
kicker.
nothing.
Decker was
Jameson
looking
shot
at
him
the
a quick
times of
glance, but
death
said
provided
nothing.
by the medical examiner,
So,
who had done
can
the
we find
posts
out
on
for
the
sure
4
if my
bodies.
parents were,
The ME had
in
said that
witness
all
protection?
4 victims had been
I
killed
have
close
Agent
to
Bogart running
8:30.
that down for us.
The records showed that he
Bogart?
had based his
Exclaimed
conclusion
Davenport.
on several
But it
indicators,
may take time.
one
added
being the
Decker.
temperature of the bodies
Then
when
what
they
do
were
we do in the
discovered.
meantime?
Although
Asked
Decker
Jameson.
knew that was very
Like I told you
tricky
before,
and could
we
be
head back
affected
to
by
Texas.
numerous factors.
What about the guy
But
who
a
might have
1.5
killed
degree
Regina
Fahrenheit
Montgomery?
drop in
Asked
body
Davenport.
temperature per hour
I
after
think
death
he might
was the
already
standard
be in
rule.
Texas.
But
Why?
principally,
Asked
the ME
Davenport.
had based his conclusion
Because
on
there's
the
a big
contents of
piece
the
of this
Richards
that makes
family
no
stomachs.
sense to me.
Such
Susan
as...
Richards had testified
Asked
that she had
Jameson.
made dinner for the family
Such as a
and
man
then
who
left it in
kills
the oven before
and
she went
saves
out.
someone at
She
the
said the
same
family
time.
usually ate dinner at around 6. The autopsies of the Richardses
Chapter
had
31.
revealed that if they had indeed
Decker and
eaten
Mars
around
didn't
6,
have the money for
the state of
airfare,
digestion
though
of their
Jameson and
food
Davenport
demonstrated
did.
that around
They were
2.5
willing to
hours
put the
had
men's
passed
airline tickets
between
on their
their
credit
eating the
cards,
food
but both
and
refused the
being killed.
offer. Mars
It was
said he
not
did
an
not feel
exact
right
time.
about accepting
The
anything
ME
from
had been
anyone.
careful to stress,
We'll drive back to
but he
Texas
felt
in the rental
confident,
the FBI is
and
paying
he could not
for,
possibly
said
have been
Decker.
off by a
You
full
two
hour.
fly, and we'll
he
meet
said.
you at the same motel.
Katz had shown
you
up around
sure?
6:30,
Asked Davenport.
according to Mrs.
We can
D'Angelo's
drive
testimony.
back with you.
The meal
Melvin and I can
presumably had been
talk,
finished
and you
and the
two
kitchen
do
had
not
been
want to
cleaned
spend
up
all
by
that
then.
time in a car with us.
Decker had
When
even
you
checked
land,
the
you can get
dishwasher
rooms
and
there.
seen the 3
Bogart
empty
emailed
plates
me
and
and told me he
accompanying
had
glasses and
authorized government
utensils
vouchers for
inside.
5 more days each for
That
all of
probably
us. I'll
confirmed that the
forward you the
Richardses
info and you
had
can use them.
indeed eaten at around
When you get
6.
back, check in with the local
If
police
they had
to see
still
if
been
anything has
eating when
happened
Katz
since
had
we've been
shown
gone.
up, they might have invited him to
Happened?
join them.
Said Jameson.
But the contents of the
Like what?
dishwasher demonstrated this had not
Anything
been the case.
inexplicable.
He had
And you
probably
don't
arrived
like
when they were cleaning up
inexplicable,
after
that I
finishing
know.
dinner.
No,
Richards
I
had
don't.
offered him a beer.
I hate it, in
and the
fact.
kids had gone upstairs, and then someone had come.
The women
and
made
killed
their
them
flight
all.
arrangements while Decker
But that's
gassed
when
up the
things
car
got
and packed
weird.
his few belongings.
Because
Mars
that
had
meant
done
that
the
4
same.
people lay
The
dead in
state
the
of
house
Texas
for a
had given
little
him some
over an
money after
hour
he left prison
before
to
someone
purchase some
called
clothes,
911,
shoes, and other
citing a
essentials, along with
disturbance.
a duffel bag to carry
And they
it
had
in.
called from a phone that
Decker
no
had
one
spoken with
had been
Mary
able to
Oliver
trace.
before they'd left to return to Texas.
Now that Decker was looking at
She was
all of
busy
this with
preparing
a
the
detached,
paperwork to get
objective
Mars
eye,
his official
the holes in
compensation
the
from the
story
state.
seemed obvious.
She had also hinted
He
to
actually
Decker that she had
groaned
another
at his
strategy in
ineptitude.
mind and would fill him in later.
Okay, time of
What
death
strategy?
does not
He'd
jibe
asked.
with the 911
To
call
get Melvin
citing
what he
a
really
disturbance.
deserves after 2
4 dead
decades in
bodies
prison.
could hardly
Because
cause a
25
disturbance
grand
an hour
just doesn't
after they
cut it.
died.
How long will it take to
An
drive?
alternative
Asked
theory
Mars
occurred
as
to
he
him
and Decker
suddenly.
set off from the rental.
Had someone entered the
17
house
hours or
and
more.
stumbled
It's
upon
over
the four
1,000
bodies
miles.
an hour later,
We driving
and that
straight
person
through?
had been the
Asked
one to call
Mars.
911?
I don't know.
And had
We'll
that
switch off,
person been
see how
Merrill
it goes.
Hawkins?
Decker,
That might
I ain't
explain
driven
how
a
his
car for
fingerprints had
20-some
been found on a
years.
light switch.
I don't even have a license.
But that could not explain his
Decker looked
DNA ending
askance
up
at him.
under Abigail
What,
Richards'
you worried about getting
fingernails.
pulled over?
And how could Hawkins possess
well,
a
yeah,
phone
they'll
that
probably throw
couldn't
my
be
ass
traced?
back in prison. I
Decker
wouldn't worry
put
too
those
much about
difficulties
that.
aside
If it
and
comes
focused
to it,
on
I'll say I
another.
forced you to drive
He
at
really
gunpoint
didn't know the
because I'm a
order in
prick.
which the victims had died.
Still a long drive,
They had just
even for two.
assumed that the bodies
I
on the
like to
first
drive.
floor had
It
been
helps me
dealt
think.
with before the killer
Well,
had gone
if we're going to
upstairs
switch
to
off, I should
dispatch the
sleep
two
while you
children.
drive, then vice versa.
That was problematic,
Before you do,
Decker knew.
let's talk.
And he had thought
Still
so
thinking
all
about
those
what I
years
said
ago,
in the
too.
gym?
though he had finally
I am.
discounted the significance of
You
it.
got to see it from my
You shoot
perspective.
two people on the
It's
first
been
floor,
my ass
there's
sitting
going
in
to be some
prison all
noise,
this time.
not just
Sure,
the
I
gunshots.
want to know the truth.
There will
but
be
I've
people
also got to
shouting,
figure out what I'm going to
presumably,
do with
or a
the rest of my
scuffle.
life.
The house was
And I'm
not that
scared
large.
shitless something is
Those
going to
sounds
mess
would
this
surely
up, and
have
I'll be
carried
going back to
upstairs.
jail.
There was one
Decker
landline
fingered the
phone
steering wheel and
upstairs
gazed
in
out
the
the
parents'
windshield.
bedroom.
They had
And
reached
they had
Interstate
determined that
20
neither of
heading
the
due
Richards
west,
kids had
and he
cell
pressed
phones.
his foot down on the gas.
But still,
he
he
set
could
the
have
cruise
tried to
control
reach
and
the
settled
phone in
back
the
in
bedroom
seat.
and call the police,
You can
then
do both.
hide or escape out
Can't
a
I?
window. But they
When my
hadn't.
family was murdered, I spent every
He could
waking
imagine the
hour of my
older
life
Frankie
trying to
Richards
find
being a
out who
little
killed
more
him.
able to react
Even
to
when I
something
slept,
like
I
that
wasn't
than his
away
younger
from it.
sister.
I was obsessed.
The kid was a drug
do you
user and
think that
also a
was good for
small-time
you?
dealer, and was thus
No,
used to
it
being
wasn't.
around
I lost
potentially bad
everything
actors
because of
and
it.
some level
My
of
job,
risk.
my house.
He
pretty
kept
much
cash
everything.
and product at his
But it
house
didn't matter to
they
me.
had found.
Why not?
He had to know that someone might
Because I'd
come
already
and try to
lost the
take
only
either
things
one
that
or
really
both.
meant something to me.
Back in those days,
Mars
you didn't have to
sighed
have
and
thousands
gazed
of
out his
dollars
window.
or bricks of coke
What were
to
their
warrant a
names?
theft like that.
My wife
People
was
would kill you for
Cassandra,
$50
but I
and a
called her
bag of
Cassie.
weed.
My daughter was Molly.
Had the sounds of the
My
storm covered the
brother-in-law's name
two
was
deaths
Johnny.
downstairs?
And you found
And
them
had the
dead?
children not known what was
Yes.
happening until it was too
Must
late?
have been the worst thing could
Decker
happen to
passed
you.
on to his next question
saw
as the
them in
rain
blue.
continued to pound
Mars shot
outside.
him a glance.
Why had Abigail been
Come again?
strangled when all the other
I have
victims had been shot?
synesthesia.
Decker thought he knew
What?
the answer to that one.
Synesthesia.
But as his
It's
eyes
when your
hovered over
sensory
the screen,
pathways are
his
commingled.
mind
I
suddenly
see certain
filled up
numbers
with
in
so
color,
many
for
blinding
instance,
images
and I saw my
that he
family's
almost
murder
felt
in
like he would
blue.
vomit.
I see death in blue.
In his mind's
I also
eye,
have
he was at the house
hyperthymesia.
the night he'd found
What's
his
that?
family dead.
A perfect memory.
Electric blue
Damn, that's
sensations were
lucky.
pounding
Were
him
you
from
born
all
with it?
corners. He had
No,
always been able
I
to
never
push,
had it until
or
I
at
played
least
in the
diminish
NFL.
this memory by
Mars
banishing
looked
it
at
to
him
a far
skeptically.
recess of his mind.
You made it to the NFL?
But now,
I thought you
stunningly
topped out
enough,
at college
he was
ball.
unable to do so.
I made it onto the roster
It was
of the
as if he
Cleveland
was no
Browns
longer
and
in
lasted
control
one
of his own
regular
mind.
season play.
It was like a spontaneous,
What the hell
uncontrolled
happened?
data dump from a
Guy
computer.
laid me out on the kickoff.
He
I
stood
died
on shaky
twice on the
legs
field.
and wondered whether he
When
could
I
make
came
it
out
to
of
the
the coma,
bathroom
my brain
before
had
he
been
threw up.
changed. I was a
But
different
then his
person.
stomach cleared.
But
Yet his
Mars
mind
said
did
nothing in
not.
response. Decker looked over
He glanced
at him to
over
find
at
the man
Mars,
gaping
who
at
was
him.
still sound asleep on the
That's
bed.
how you got that
Part
that
of Decker
hyper
wanted
thing,
to wake
the
his
perfect
friend,
memory?
explain what was
Decker
happening to
nodded.
him, and ask for help.
Come on, you bullshitting
But what
me.
sort of help could
Mars
Mars
blurted
possibly
out.
give him?
Decker shook
And Decker
his
would
head.
feel embarrassed even
Bullshitting
asking.
is no longer really in
Instead,
my wheelhouse.
he stumbled out of the
because
room,
along with a perfect
down the
memory,
hall,
my
and then
personality
down the
also
stairs.
changed. You see,
He used the rear
brain
exit
controls
door that
that
he had
too,
told
or
Lancaster
certain
about.
areas of the brain do.
He lurched outside
But
where
what
the
happened to
trash
you
and
must be
recycling
rare.
dumpsters were located.
Extraordinarily
The
rare.
rain was still pouring,
But doing
and in
what you
just a
do,
few seconds,
an
Decker
investigator
was
and all,
soaked to
it
the
must
skin.
come in handy to be able to remember
He finally
everything.
hunched down under a
It
metal
does,
roof that
but the
covered
rest
part
of
of
the
the rear
time,
of the
not
inn.
so much.
Over
They
and
drove
over
in
in his
silence for a
mind, he
few
saw
minutes.
himself going through his old
Why'd you
house,
tell me that?
the
asked
one now
Mars.
occupied
I mean,
by the
you
Hendersons,
strike me as being pretty
step by
private,
step.
and it's not like we're
His
good buddies
brother-in-law
or
in the
anything.
kitchen,
We barely
his
know
wife
each
on
other.
the floor by the side of
I
their
wanted
bed,
you to know that there
only
is
her
no
foot
right or
visible
wrong
when he
answer
entered the
for what you're
room.
faced with.
And finally,
I know what I want
Molly,
to do.
tied to the
I
toilet
want
in
to find
the
out what
bathroom
happened to your
with a sash
parents
from
and
her
who set
robe.
you up. But that's
She'd
me.
been strangled to death,
You have a different set of
just like
circumstances,
Abigail
like you said.
Richards.
Other
And they
priorities.
had all died
But I
because
also
of
want you to know that I'm really
me.
good at what I do. I'm not good
Decker
at
put his
anything
hands
else,
over
but
his
I
head
am good at
and
this.
sat there on the cold
So
asphalt
if
as
you'll
the
work with
rain
me on this
pounded
case,
down on the
there's a
metal
really
roof
good
above.
chance that we'll get to the
He
bottom
thought he
of
had
it
hit rock
eventually.
bottom when he'd lost his
Mars
family,
appraised
his
it.
job, his home.
You know, I
He
do
had
remember
nothing.
you now.
But
From
this,
the game, I mean.
he thought to
You had
himself, as
perfect
the images
technique.
unspooled
Did everything
over
on
and
the
over in
field
his
right.
head,
Covered
beginning
me
with his
coming out of the
brother-in-law
backfield just
and
like the
ending with
coaches
his
drew it
daughter.
up. But you
This,
can't teach speed or
this
nimbleness or the
is rock
ability to
bottom.
change direction on the fly or field vision. And you had all of that.
Chapter 34.
It wasn't a fair fight, said Mars.
You okay?
matter-of-factly.
It was
But
the
I
next
also had
morning,
the
and
added
Mars was staring
motivation
at
that
Decker
this
from
was my
across the
only way
table
out.
in the residence
That's the way
inn's
it is for
dining
lots of
area.
guys like me. seat.
Fine,
You had
why?
other options.
Because when
Good
I woke
thing,
up,
because
you
I
were
was
in the
not going to be
bathroom.
in the
Sounded
NFL
like you
for
were
long.
throwing up.
Hit or no hit.
Must have imagined it.
I do want to
My
find out
stomach
what
was a
happened
little
to them.
rocky, but
And I
that's
know
it.
you can help me get there.
I knocked on the door.
So that means
Don't you
you're in?
remember that? Asking
Yeah,
if you
I
were
guess so.
okay? Don't
One more
you
thing,
remember?
Melvin.
I told you
What's
I was
that?
good, and then I guess you went to
Sometimes
your
the
room.
truth hurts more than
But
not
before that,
knowing.
you'd fallen asleep on my
Mars
bed.
scowled and
You were
said,
probably mentally
"Thanks
out
for
of it
waiting
when
to
you
tell me
checked on
that until after I agreed
Mars
to keep
studied
going."
him for a moment, but then shrugged.
Mars put his seat back.
You were up late.
Closed his eyes.
I ran out of
And went to
gas.
sleep.
I was going over stuff, trying to make sense of things
Chapter
that don't seem to
32.
make sense.
They
Like
were
what?
back in Texas.
Decker outlined
But they
for
still
him
had
what he
over
had thought
500
about
miles
last
and
night.
another 8 hours plus to
Okay,
go.
they probably died around
Everything in
8:30.
Texas was
and the
big.
call comes in an hour later.
It was dinner
said
time,
Mars.
and they were both starving.
Well, I know from
and they had to use
experience
the
that an hour
restroom.
means a lot in a criminal
Decker pulled off the
investigation.
highway and into the parking lot of
Actually,
a huge
it's an
facility
hour and
that had a
5
bar
minutes
and grill
because the
component,
911
as well as
call
a grocery
came in at
store and a gift shop.
9:35.
The
But
parking
the
lot
ME
was pretty
couldn't nail
full,
the TOD
mostly
to the
with
minute,
oversized pickup
so it's at
trucks
least an
sporting
hour
gun racks
discrepancy.
in the back and semis pulling
What
double
exactly
trailers.
did the 911 call say?
They could hear the music blaring 20
That they
feet
heard
from the door to the
suspicious
place.
noises from inside the
They went
Richardson's
inside,
house.
hit the
People
bathroom,
screaming,
and
then
then
a
made their
gunshot.
way to an open table near the
But
back
that's
and
impossible.
away from the bar
They weren't
and
killed
live
at
music.
9:35.
They ordered drinks
We
and their
don't know
food.
if the person really heard a
Mars
shot
looked
or
around
something
at the
else,
men and women,
and we don't
many
know if
wearing
they heard a
cowboy
shot
hats
that
and
killed
boots,
someone
line
or just
dancing.
a shot.
Off to the right was a pool hall.
Well,
to
dead
the
people
left
don't
was a video
scream.
game arcade.
True.
When the
but who's
live
to say
band took a
someone
break,
else
they could
wasn't
hear
in
the
the house
smack of pool
screaming at that
balls and the
time?
trash talk
And
of
that's
the
what
men
the caller
playing.
heard.
Decker noted a
Who would
group of
that
young
person
men with
be?
pool cues in one hand and
I have
beers in
no
the other
idea.
watching them.
I have no idea if
When he
such a
looked
person
away,
exists.
he saw Mars take
but I
a sip
do
of
have
his
a thought
beer
about
and
something
smile.
else.
What? Asked Decker.
Abigail Richards
Haven't
was
had a beer
strangled,
in 20
not
years,
shot.
man.
Why?
Right.
You mean
Decker
why
took a
wasn't
drink
she
of his
shot
water.
like the others? Because
Mars
it was
eyed
easier
him in
than
amusement.
strangling somebody?
How's the diet coming?
Right.
It's coming.
Mars thought about this for a
Trying
few
to get
moments.
back in football shape?
I give.
No, trying to
When you
live to
shoot
celebrate
someone,
another
you don't
birthday.
transfer your DNA to
Mars'
under their
smile
fingernails. When
Yeah,
you
me
strangle
too.
someone, that
He looked at his
opportunity
watch.
presents itself.
The girls will be back by now.
Wait a minute. Are you
They
saying
actually
somebody
landed 6
somehow
hours ago.
got some
I
of
tracked their
Hawkins'
flight on my
DNA
phone.
from his skin
You can do
and placed that
said
under
Mars,
the girl's
on a
nails?
phone?
Yes.
You have a lot of catching up
So that
to
can
do.
be done?
Yeah.
Sure.
So what do you think
And
they
Hawkins
can do?
had scratches on his arms.
Find out what's been going
So
on.
something happened
The local
to him.
police still
I
think
think
we're
that's where his
FBI,
DNA
so
was
we can
harvested to
coordinate with them.
incriminate him.
What do you want to
But
do?
if somebody else had
I
scratched
want to
him,
take you
let's
back
say,
to your old house,
and then took
let
that
you look
skin
around,
and, I
might
guess,
jog something.
blood and hair and put it
And
under
if
Abigail's
I don't want to go
nails,
there,
wouldn't some of that
then you
person's
don't
DNA
go.
also
I'm not
end
gonna
up under
force
her
you.
nails?
What else?
Possibly, but not necessarily.
Bogart is running down the
Depends
witness
on how it was
protection
done.
angle. We're still going to
In
try
any
to trace
event,
the
the
funds
DNA
Regina
screen
used to
done
buy
at
all
the
that
time
stuff.
confirmed it was Hawkins' DNA
Okay.
under her nails.
You remember anything else about your
And the
parents?
fingerprint?
Been
Could
thinking
that have
about
been
it,
placed there
but
too?
nothing's come yet.
It could
So
be.
maybe a trip back to
It's
the old homestead
extraordinarily
is in
rare
order.
to find a forged
Maybe.
print. It's
It was
far
an
more
elaborate
likely to
setup,
find
you
a
know.
fabricated
They paid
one at
off the
crime
girl
scene.
and the motel clerk.
What's the difference?
Come again?
Asked Mars, looking
Ellen
curious.
Tanner. She was part of it.
Cop finds a
It was her
glass with
idea
the
to meet
suspect's
that night at
prints
her
on
place,
it
right?
outside of the crime
Well,
scene,
yeah.
and then places the glass
And
at
she kept
the
you
crime
a certain
scene
amount
and
of
swears he
time.
found it there.
Then had the argument, and
Or
then
a
you
third
left.
party could do the same
And she
thing.
lied about the time.
Person wasn't at the scene.
And she checked
the
your
glass
wallet
with
when
his
you weren't
print
looking
was
and
because
cleaned
it
out
was
any cash you
intentionally
might have
placed
had.
there.
So you'd
That's
have to
a
use your credit
fabrication.
card.
A forgery
Why would
is
she
where
do
you
all
actually
that?
take someone's prints from
Same
one
reason
service
Regina
and
did.
transfer
She
them
was
to
paid
another
to do it.
service at a crime scene.
And the motel clerk?
Is that hard to
He was
do?
waiting for you.
Well, you
How did
certainly
he
have to
even
know
know my
what you're
car would
doing.
break down
You
right
lift a
in
print
front
with
of his
tape,
place?
you're going to disturb ridge
A
lines.
car that worked perfectly
And
the
prints
next morning
interact
when the
differently
police
with
showed
different
up?
surfaces.
So you're
You
saying
lift a
they
print
messed
from a
with my
metal
car?
surface and transfer it to a
Maybe
wooden
while
surface.
you were at Tanner's.
Chances are you're
But
going to
wait a minute.
interject some
I heard
anomalies
the
into
clerk
the
call
picture
in the
that'll
credit
throw up a
card
red
info.
flag.
Yeah, at
Then
about
an
11 or
expert would
so,
catch it
when
every
you actually
time.
got there. Only he
No,
wasn't talking to the
unfortunately.
credit card
I
company.
remember they did
He
a
might have been
test once
talking to
to
a
check
dial
that very
tone, for all
thing.
I know.
About
Doesn't
half
matter.
the time, the
He
forensics
probably wrote
folks
down
thought
the
a
credit card
forgery was a
info and
real
then made
print,
another call
and a real
later
print
at
was a
about
forgery.
1:15
I
to the
don't like
credit
those
card
odds.
company, so that the official record
Gee,
reflected
that's a little
that as your
unsettling,
check-in time.
particularly for someone like
The
me
manual
who got
machine he
wrongly
ran it through
convicted.
doesn't have a timestamp.
Was there
of course.
anything
He
dicey
just
about
wrote in the
Hawkins's
date,
print
not
at the
the hour
crime
or
scene?
minute. But he had to
Decker
call the
shook his
card
head,
company, so they
and
have
I
a
checked
time
it very
record of the
closely.
call.
And we had
Voila,
another expert
your
who I trusted
alibi
come in at the
goes out
time
the window.
and do the same thing.
Mars put
He could
down
find
his beer.
nothing that would lead him to
Son of a
believe it was
bitch.
forged.
Yeah, I was
Then
thinking
Hawkins
that too.
had to be there.
Son of a bitch.
It It seems so.
That's a lot of
But
work.
if he was,
a lot of planning.
how could he be innocent?
And that means
And
there
if he
had to
was
be a
there and
really
didn't
good
kill them,
reason.
He would know who did,
Decker bit into some
presumably.
of his salad with no
Why didn't
dressing.
he finger that person after
How
he
is
was
it?
arrested?
Asked Mars, eyeing the
I
lettuce,
give,
cucumbers,
said
and carrot
Mars.
strips.
He could have
Actually,
come upon the
I'd
bodies
rather be
after
eating
they
a
were
turd.
dead. He
Mars
could have been the
snorted
one to
and
call
waited for him to finish
911
the
at
bite.
9:35 and
Decker
then
said,
gotten the hell out of
They
Dodge.
framed you in an
Although
elaborate
that leaves open the
conspiracy,
question
and then
of
they
why
got
we
you out of
couldn't trace
prison.
the call.
Why? If it's
So
the
how
same
did the
people,
murder weapon turn up at his
I'm pretty
house
sure it
behind the
is.
wall?
Then, like
Someone
you said,
planted it there
why?
to frame him.
That's the
Okay.
million-dollar question, Melvin.
Decker shook his
Why?
head. No,
They
it's
finished
not
eating,
okay.
paid the bill,
If he
and
happened
left.
upon the
On their
bodies
way to the
after
car,
the real
Decker
killer
said,
had left,
Shit.
how did the killer know to
Mars
frame
shot him a
Hawkins?
glance. What is it?
Maybe he knew
Before
Hawkins
Decker
was
could
going to
answer,
break
the
into
same
the
men
house
who had
that
been
night.
watching them inside
Maybe that's why he
appeared
killed
from
them
in
that
between
night.
two parked
Because he knew
cars.
Hawkins was planning
They
to be
quickly
there later.
surrounded the pair.
So he planted the
It was 5
DNA on the
versus
girl,
2,
and
the
then
other men were
Hawkins
in their
hit that
20s,
light switch
tall,
himself,
muscular,
adding even
and
more
tough-looking.
evidence against him.
Decker eyed the guy who
After he
seemed to be in the
finished
lead.
speaking, Mars smiled.
Can I help you?
How's
The
that
biggest
theory?
of them pointed at Mars.
You make some
You
good
that
points,
dude got
Morgan.
off death
It
row,
doesn't
ain't
explain
you?
everything,
Saw you
but
on
it's
the
still an
TV.
interesting theory we have to
Mars
explore.
didn't answer him. Hey,
And it would
I'm talking to
explain
you,
the time
boy,
discrepancy,
said the
too,
man.
noted Mars, as he
Decker did
sipped
not
his
really
coffee.
want to deal with these
And
punks,
Hawkins
but he
would have
also
to
didn't want
describe
Mars
something
to get
weird
really
going
ticked
on
and
to
kill
get the
the
cops
guy.
to come
So
out.
he said,
He
"Why don't
knew
you
the
go back to
people had
playing
been
pool,
shot
okay?"
and had probably
The
screamed
man
when they
ignored him
were.
and kept staring
So
at
that's
Mars.
what he told the police
You
dispatcher
killed your
he
parents
heard,
and you're out of
even though
prison?
he couldn't have.
Tell me how that makes sense,
Decker
asshole.
nodded and forked some eggs
Decker
into
could see
his
the
mouth.
expression on Mars'
The
face
memories
and
of his
didn't like what he
discovering
was
his
seeing.
murdered family had finally
lead guy
stopped
continued.
unspooling in his head
They said
at
you
around
played
4 in the
football?
morning.
Shit, I bet my
He had
little
come
brother
back
could
to the
run right
room
over
and
your
gone
ass,
right
boy.
to the bathroom and
Decker
stripped
said
off
to the
his
man,
soaked clothes.
"Just move on."
That's when
Now.
Mars had heard him retching in
The
there.
man looked at
But
him.
he'd lied and
"Who
told
the
him he
hell are
was
you
fine.
telling me what to do?"
But will it happen again?
Decker held out his FBI cred.
He said,
"This is
so
who
how
I
did
am."
Hawkins get those
He opened his
scratches on
coat
his
to show he
arms?
had a gun.
He had to
"And this
realize that
gives
the
me the right to
DNA
tell you
taken
to
from
back
his
the
arms
hell
was
off."
planted under Abigail's
The
nails.
man looked at the FBI
Yet he
ID
never
and
raised
then at the
that
gun,
as a
and
defense.
his look became even
He never
more
said a
disgusted.
person had scratched him
"Hey,
and
boy,
presumably gotten
see your
his DNA
babysitter
that
or
way.
what?"
He
Decker
maintained
saw
that he had
Mars
slipped and
tense, and
injured
he put a
himself,
hand on his shoulder,
even though
though
naming
his
the
gaze
person
remained on the
might have
man.
raised reasonable doubt
"Move
in the
on."
jury's minds.
The man looked back
You
at
think
his
he was
buddies.
protecting somebody?
"You think that pussy is
Possibly.
wetting his pants yet?"
You have anybody
They
in
all
mind?
laughed.
Yes,
I
I
said
do.
move on. Decker looked at Mars. "Just head to
Chapter
the car.
35.
I'll deal with these guys."
She
Mars
did not
looked
look
at Decker as though
remotely
he had
pleased
lost
to
his
see him
mind.
again.
"Just go, Melvin."
I'm going out now.
Mars
Mitzi Gardner
reluctantly
said
turned
from
to
the
walk
partially
off.
open front door
The
of
man
her
stepped
beautiful
forward
home.
and slapped the back of
She was
Mars's
dressed
head.
immaculately in
Mars
a pleated
slowly
skirt,
turned back
nylons,
around
and
as Decker
low-heeled
looked at the
pumps.
man and said,
Her white
"Do you have a
blouse had
death
an open
wish?"
collar. Around
The
her
man
neck
said,
was a string
"I
of
think
small
he's got
pearls.
the death wish, man.
She had a dark,
Or he'll wish he
short-waisted
was
jacket
dead
on
once
over
we're
the
done with him."
blouse. Her hair
Decker took
had not a
deep breath and
strand out of
glanced at
place.
Mars, who looked
Her
like a
makeup
massive
and
bull
lipstick looked
straining against the
professionally
gate.
applied.
Decker
She could be
swore
presiding
again and
over a
turned to the
board
man.
meeting at a Fortune
"What's your
500
name?"
company.
The man gave Decker a
We can wait
patronizing
then,
look.
or come back another
"Why?
time,"
You
said
gonna write
Decker,
me up?"
who was once more struck by
"No,
her
I just like to know
transformation
who I'm
from an
dealing with.
emaciated and perpetually
My name's
strung-out
Kyle,
drug addict.
asshole. And by the way,
But
we
it
don't
won't take
give a
long
shit if
you
you're
can
a
make the
fib.
time now.
That don't mean nothing down
She
here."
eyed him and then Mars,
He opened his
who
jacket
smiled
to show a
pleasantly
gun.
back at her.
"And just so
She
you
frowned
know,
and looked at her
y'all
watch.
got guns too."
I can give you 5
"Okay,
minutes.
Kyle, you want to fight this guy?"
She led them through
Let's
the
set
house
some
and
ground
into a
rules.
book-lined library.
Kyle snorted.
She closed the doors
"Ground
behind
rules?
them
What
and
the? Shut
indicated
the fuck
seats.
up!" roared Decker.
They quickly
who had
sat
just
down
reached
on a
his
small
limit with these
couch.
guys.
She sat down
Kyle
across from them.
froze. Decker drew
Well?
a calming breath and
She
tried
said,
to pretend
staring
he
at
was
him.
alone rather than in
He
front
said,
of all these people.
"Thanks for agreeing to
He
see
drew
us
his
now."
weapon. "Rule
5
number
minutes.
1. Anybody pulls a
said.
gun, I will shoot you
Then
right
I have a
in the
meeting
nuts.
I need to get to.
Rule number 2.
An important one.
You have to orally agree to what
Decker
I'm about
cleared
to
his throat.
recite."
The
He took
questioning
out
would
his
have to
phone
be
and
delicate.
activated the
It
video
was
recorder
hard because
function.
his preferred approach
Holding it
was
up
to
to capture his
figuratively
image,
grab
he
a
said,
suspect by the neck
"Regardless
with a
of the
line
outcome of the
queries.
fight, none of you will
We're
attempt to
running
press
down some
charges
leads,
against Mr.
and it
Mars for
occurred
any
to us
reason
that your father
ever.
might have been framed.
If one or more of you dies, none of
Gardner
your
sat
survivors may
back
make
and looked
any legal
coolly at him.
claim, civil or criminal, against
So
Mr.
you
Mars."
intimated on your last
"Are you
visit, and I
shitting me?"
told you
said
that you were
Kyle.
barking up the wrong
"You
tree.
can't have a
if you
problem with any of
remember.
that." "Why not?"
By the way, when I
Like
left
you
here to
said,
drive back to
because he's a
Burlington after
pussy.
speaking with you before,
Decker pointed his
someone
phone at
tried to
Kyle.
kill me.
"You have to say I
She
agree."
sat up, looking genuinely
The
shocked.
4 other men looked at Kyle.
I hope you
He
don't think
snapped.
I had anything
"I
to do with
agree."
that.
The other men
No,
looked at
not
each
at
other,
all.
and one by
I
one
just
they
wanted
too
you to
said the
know
same
because you
thing,
may
but
want to
not
be
with
on
the
your
same
guard.
level of enthusiasm.
Thank you for your
"Good,"
warning, but I
said
carry
Decker.
a gun with me
He
when
eyed
I'm
Kyle.
out.
Now,
Really?
give
Why
me a
is
phone
that?
number of your next of kin.
Because I'm wealthy,
Kyle said warily.
Agent Decker.
What?
And people who
Why?
aren't want to take
Decker looked
things
at
away
Mars
from
and then
you.
back at Kyle.
I know that better
Because
than
he's
most,
going to kill you,
having once been on
dumbass.
the other side of the glass
Decker stepped
looking
back
in.
and nodded at Mars, who stepped
Have
right
you
up
had
to Kyle
problems
and
with
said,
that in the past?
throw the first punch.
I don't think that has
Why?
anything to do
Barked
with your
Kyle.
investigation.
Because I don't want nobody
She
saying
tapped
I
her
started
watch.
this.
And the clock
Kyle
is
turned
running
to look
on
at
your
his
time to
buddies,
question me.
quietly mouthing
Decker
instructions.
plunged in.
Then, without warning, he
There is a
whirled around and
substantial
landed a
time
haymaker
discrepancy
right
in
on
what happened
Mars's
13
chin.
years ago.
Or he would
That
have,
has changed
if
my
Mars hadn't
understanding of the
easily
case.
blocked the blow with his arm.
What time
Kyle
discrepancy?
screamed and fell back a step.
And why didn't someone see
"You
it back
broke my
then?
damn arm!" He
It was
didn't
just
finish the
overlooked.
sentence because Mars slammed
the
his
time of
fist
the
into
victim's
Kyle's face
deaths
with such
and the
force
911
that the man
call
was
to police,
lifted off his
it
feet
doesn't
and
make
landed
sense.
unconscious on the pavement.
She sat back.
Kyle's buddies had
All
all
right.
jumped back and now
I guess I'll
looked
take your
down
word
at
for
him.
that.
Blood was
But
coming
why
out of
would
his
that
mouth.
cause you
His
to come
nose
to
was
see me?
broken, and 3 of his teeth
Your
lay
father
on
had
the asphalt
scratches on
next
his
to him.
arms. The police
Next,
concluded that
said
those
Decker,
scratches were
looking
caused by
expectantly at the
Abigail
other men.
Richards fighting for her life.
The other guys
while
hauled
your
Kyle
father
up and ran
strangled her.
for it. Decker
Didn't
holstered his
really
gun
have to
and
go
walked
through
over to
this.
Mars.
She said
"Let's go,"
irritably.
he said quietly.
When your
They
father
strode
was
to their
arrested,
car,
he was
climbed
wearing
in,
a
and drove
long-sleeve
off.
shirt and a jacket
Mars
over it.
rubbed his knuckles and looked out the
So what?
window. Decker eyed
If he
him
was
and
wearing
said,
that while
"Didn't
attacking
make up
Abigail
for it,
some
did it?"
hours earlier,
Mars shook his head.
how could she have scratched his
Never
arms
does.
and gotten his DNA under her skin? Her nails wouldn't have
Chapter
penetrated his
33.
clothing, even if she did manage to
Mars
somehow
just
break
stood
the
there
skin.
for a few moments,
There would have
staring
been no
up at it.
transfer of DNA.
The day was dry,
I'm
the
not a
sky
detective,
clear,
so I
and
don't
the
know.
heat building,
Maybe
though
he
it was
changed
January.
clothes between the time of the
He
attack
glanced
and when
over
he
at
was
Decker.
picked up.
Next to him
But
stood
he hadn't been
Jameson and
home.
Davenport.
That I
Decker
know
said,
of. I told you before,
"You
I was
good?"
probably high.
Mars nodded slightly.
It was
his
rainy
gaze
and chilly
fixed
that
tightly
night.
on his old
I
home.
doubt he would have been
They
wearing a
were a foot from
long-sleeve
the
shirt.
front porch.
Gardner
"You said
was
you've
looking
been
at
in
her
it?"
watch.
said Mars. Decker
Okay, but
nodded.
isn't that beside the point?
"What's in there?"
His DNA
"Not
was
much,
found
but
under
that's
her
not the
nails.
important thing.
That came out at the
The
trial.
important thing is you being here,
Which
and
leads
something
me to this
occurring
question.
you.
Can you think of
They had
anyone
arrived
who would
back
want
in
to frame
town
your
and
father?
immediately met with Jameson and Davenport
Frame
at the
him?
motel they had checked them
How?
all
By
into.
killing 4 people that he didn't
The women
even
had
know?
spoken with the local
By putting his
police to find
fingerprints
that
and
not a lot
DNA
of
at the
progress
crime
had been
scene?
made.
My father wasn't that
Indeed,
important,
now that
Agent
Mars had been
Decker.
pardoned,
Why would
it seemed that
anyone
Texas
waste time
authorities considered the
incriminating
case
him?
closed.
I
We
take
did
that
meet
as a
with Mary
no.
Oliver.
Jameson had
She
told
didn't bother
Mars.
to answer.
Melvin, she's filed a
Your
request
father
with
said
the
the
state for
scrapes on his arms
compensation
were
for
from
you.
when he fell down,
"How
not
long
from
will that
Abigail's
take?"
fingernails.
Mars asked. "I
But
don't
again,
have any
his
money
DNA
or
was
any
found under
job."
her nails.
She
Isn't that
wasn't sure,
conclusive?
but she did say she filed for an
We
expedited
were also
review.
thinking that if your
She
father
seemed
was
optimistic
innocent,
that you'd
he
receive
could
the
have raised
maximum
any number
allowance.
of defenses,
"Yeah,
implicated other
25
people.
grand," he'd
For
muttered
instance,
before heading
he
out
could
to
have
the
said that
car to
another
come
person
here.
had scratched his arms,
Now Decker
and that
led the
that
way
person
into
had
the
used the
house.
DNA
The
from
old
under
door's
their
hinges,
nails to
broken
plant
from
under
when Decker
Abigail's
had forced it,
fingernails.
giving a torturous shriek.
Decker sat back slightly.
Mars winced
This was the
slightly as he
moment of
followed
truth.
Decker in. The women
Gardner
brought
was
up the
sharp
rear.
enough, he knew, to
They stood in the
realize the
front room for a
implications
few
of his
minutes.
question.
Jameson and
But she
Davenport looked
surprised him.
around while Decker kept his gaze
After
on
my
Mars.
father lost his job, he
The man
started
looked
hanging around a
frozen,
bad
as
lot,
though he had just been
Agent Decker.
teleported back to the 1990s.
That never came out at the trial.
"Take your time," advised Decker.
Well, he did.
Mars went
He was
over to the
desperate
photos
for
on the
money.
shelf.
For
He
all I
picked
know,
up
he
the one
started
of him
committing
in his
crimes
football
but was never
uniform
caught
and stared
until the
down at it.
murders.
"Walk down
As I
memory
told you
lane,"
before,
said
he
Decker.
did whatever he could
"But
to get
it's like,
money for my
this
mother's
isn't
pain
even me,"
medications.
replied
So
Mars.
maybe he was in a fight
He looked
and
at
got
the other
injuries
photos
that
one
way.
by one. "None of
He
these.
probably wouldn't tell
It's
anyone
like they're
that
all
because he was
someone
afraid it might
else."
incriminate him, or the
Davenport
person
said,
might do him harm
That's
if he
because
did
your
tell
life
the
changed
authorities.
so dramatically, Melvin.
Mars
Your
said
past has
incredulously.
become so detached
He
it's
was on
nearly
trial for murder.
unrecognizable.
How much more
"So
danger
no
could he
pictures of
be
his
in?
parents?" noted Decker.
Gardner
"Other than the
didn't
one you
even deign
mentioned
to
that was
look at
taken
him.
when you were in high
She
school?"
kept her gaze on Decker.
"Yeah, like I said, they
He
didn't
might
care
have been
for
trying
that.
to protect my
That was
mother
the only
and me.
one of them when I was
If
living
he
here."
talked,
"Who took
his
the photo of your
associates
parents?"
might harm us.
"I did."
It
"Who
was
took
at
all
that
these
moment
pictures
that
of
Decker
you?
realized he
Your
had
dad or your
seriously
mom?"
underestimated Mitzi
"My mom."
Gardner.
"Okay,
That's an interesting
Why?
theory, he said.
just wondering."
Really?
They covered the
She
ground
said,
floor, Mars stopping
I
and
would think it
staring
was
at
the
various
only
spots.
theory that would adequately
Decker
answer
said,
your question.
"You had the shotgun for hunting.
She looked
Did
at her
your
watch
parents have
again.
other weapons?"
Well,
Mars nodded
time's
dumbly.
up.
"My dad had 2
And if
pistols,
we have
a
any more
9mm and a
questions,
.45.
said Decker.
Pretty pieces.
You can
He
ask
kept them
someone else
locked
for
up,
answers.
but at night he would take one out
She
and
walked
carry
out
it
of the
to bed
room,
with him,"
leaving them there in
What
front of
happened
the
to them?
fire.
asked
A
Jameson.
few moments later, they
"I
heard a
don't
door
know."
open and close.
Davenport
After
glanced
that, a
at
garage
Decker.
door cranked up and a
Except for
car
the
drove out.
shotgun, there was was nothing
From the
in
window,
any of the
they
police
watched her
reports about
drive down
finding
to the
weapons
gate
here.
in a silver Porsche
And Charles
SUV.
Montgomery didn't mention taking
The
anything
gate
from here.
opened, and a few
Added
moments
Jameson.
later, she was gone.
Decker nodded. And if
Gentlemen?
your dad had been surprised by an
They
intruder
turned
in
to see a
bed,
woman in a
he would have
maid's
had a gun
uniform.
to defend himself,
Mrs. Gardner
What does
asked me to
that
show
tell
you
us?
out.
asked Davenport, looking
As
suddenly
they left the
intrigued.
house, Mars said,
But they forgot
"We
that
just got
part
our
of the
asses
story,
handed
said
to us,
Decker.
didn't we?"
Melvin, did you
Yes,
tell anyone
we
about
did.
the pistols? No, nobody asked me. And
Chapter
you didn't
36.
testify at trial, added Decker.
It was
So what happened
6:30
to the
exactly
guns?
when Decker and Mars
Davenport
pulled down the
looked
drive
around.
into the Richards' old
Well,
home.
somebody could have come
Decker
along
drove
and
into
taken
the
them
parking
later.
area behind the house
Decker
and they
shook his
got
head.
out.
The
It
police
wasn't
would have
raining
searched
yet,
this place
but it
from
was
top to
scheduled to
bottom
start
long
soon,
before any
and the dark
souvenir
clouds
hunter could have
confirmed
taken
that
anything.
prediction.
And if they had found
Mars
two
looked up
pistols,
at
it would
the
have been
old
listed
house.
in the inventory.
So this
They
is
weren't,
where it
so
all
that means the
happened,
pistols were not
and
found
where you
here.
started your career
He
as a
looked at
homicide
Mars.
detective.
You said he kept them locked
Apparently, an
up.
inauspicious start,
Portable
commented
gun
Decker
case he
moodily.
kept in the hall closet.
Hey, it was
How
your
big?
first time. You think
About
the first
2
time
feet
I ran
square.
the ball at Texas,
Show me.
I was as good as the
They
last time
trooped
I
to the
ran it?
closet, and Mars
You learn from
pointed
your
to the
mistakes,
spot,
Decker.
a
You know
shelf
that.
above the clothes rack.
Well,
Decker already
I
knew
made
there
enough
was no
of them on
gun
this
case
case
there
to last
because
a
he had looked in
lifetime.
the closet during his first visit
He led
here.
Mars to the side door.
Decker said,
This
"Your
presumably
parents were
was where
killed by the
David Katz
shotgun
had
you
gone into
had,
the
and which was
house.
found here.
Decker
And then
had
their
a
bodies
key
were
that had been
burned.
given him by
No
Natty.
reason to inquire
He
about
unlocked the
handguns.
door and stepped
And the
into a
police
utility
didn't.
room. Up
He
a
shot
short set
Mars
of
a glance.
steps was the kitchen.
Who would have known about the gun
So
case?
we're here to sort of walk through the
Mars
crime
shrugged.
scene, said
I
Mars.
knew. My mom
Decker
knew.
didn't answer right away.
We never had
He
visitors
gazed
here,
around at
so
the
maybe
small
nobody
room.
else knew.
The HVAC
Well, someone
equipment
must
was in
have,
here,
because they're
as well as
gone,
hookups for a
Decker
washer
added.
and dryer.
Why did he have 2 pistols?
Why would Katz
Everybody
have
in
pulled
Texas
around
has
here
guns.
to come into the house?
Shotguns, rifles,
He was really
yeah, but
saying
why
this to
2
himself more than
handguns?
Mars.
We lived in the
Well,
boonies.
maybe this was the way he
For
always
protection, I
came in.
guess. Did you see
There's no
them any
record
other
that he was
time
ever
except
here
when he took
before.
one up to bed with him?
Mars
One
looked
night
around
my
the
dad
room.
was cleaning them.
Well, then I guess
That the
that
only
is
time you saw him
strange.
cleaning them?
Why come in
Asked
here
Decker.
instead of through the front
Mars
door?
nodded. When was that?
They walked up the stairs
Why
and
does
into
that
the
matter?
kitchen.
Snapped Mars. But
You
then
think
he
maybe
calmed.
Richards told him to come
I'm
in
not
that
sure.
way?
Sometime
I have
around
no way of knowing
around
that,
the time you
replied
went to the
Decker.
elementary school?
I don't know who
Maybe a
arranged
few
the
days
meeting
after?
or why. Or even
Mars
if
looked
it
at him
was
in
a meeting,
surprise.
or just a shoot the
Yeah,
breeze sort
how'd
of
you
thing.
figure that?
They
Jameson
arrived
answered.
at the spot where David
Because your
Katz had
dad
been
might
shot.
have assumed someone saw
He
him on the
fell here,
telecast
and the
and
beer he was
recognized him.
drinking hit the floor.
Davenport
and
added.
didn't break.
So your father was getting
Okay,
ready in case
and then
someone
Don
from his
Richards
past
was
came
shot.
calling.
Decker put up a
Decker
hand.
concluded.
He had just
And they
downloaded
apparently
something
did.
from his cloud that was not
Jameson
making
gave
sense.
Decker a curious look.
What? Said
Okay,
Mars,
I get them
who had
taking out
seen
their
this expression
revenge or
before.
whatever on the parents, but why
Two things.
frame Melvin for
The
it?
beer bottle was nearly
Maybe
empty when it hit
payback
the
by
floor.
association, said Decker.
How do you know
They
that?
wanted to take out the whole
The
family.
spill pattern and
Well, why
volume
not
of
just
beer
kill
on the
me
floor.
too? Asked Mars. Why set up
Wouldn't
this
some of it have
elaborate
dried?
frame? I
We
wish
took
I
that
could
into
answer that,
account.
but I can't, said Decker.
Okay, so he
But
drank
for
the
some
rest.
reason, they wanted
Decker
you to
shook
pay the
his head.
penalty for their crime.
He had almost no beer in his
Davenport
stomach when
cleared
they
her
did the
throat,
autopsy.
and the others turned to her. She glanced
That doesn't make
nervously
any
at Melvin.
sense. And the
I'm
second
not
point?
saying this is the case, Melvin.
Decker closed his eyes
What?
and brought
He
two
said
images
abruptly.
up in his head.
What's not the case?
Katz was
Whoever
right-handed.
killed your parents
The
may
print of
have
his we
mimicked
found
whatever
on the beer
wrong
bottle was from his
or
left hand.
perceived wrong
She
Well,
added
that's
quickly.
weird. You didn't
that
see
may
that
have been
before?
committed against them.
No, actually, I
Wait
did.
a damn minute.
But
Are
I
you
didn't
saying
place
my
any
parents
great
committed
importance
crimes
on it.
against someone
Because
else?
sometimes you hold a
Killed
drink in your other
somebody
hand.
and they did what
We've
they
all done
did
it.
to get even?
But now,
It's a possibility only,
I'm
said
looking at
Davenport
everything that
delicately.
doesn't seem to fit.
and probably not a plausible
And
one.
what does that tell you?
I can't
Looking at
believe
it
my
that
parents
way.
were criminals.
That someone could
As I
have
said
pressed his
before,
hand on
lots
the
of
beer
people get
after
put
he
into
was
witness
dead,
protection who are
but
not
used the
criminals,
wrong hand.
said Decker. And your parents
to
may
make it
well
look
be
like
in
he
that
was
category.
drinking beer? Why would
Yeah,
that
well,
matter?
when will we find out for sure?
I don't know.
I hope soon.
Mars looked
You
at
wanna go
Decker
upstairs now?
nervously.
No.
And if there was almost
But
no
Mars,
beer in
nonetheless,
his
headed
stomach,
for the stairs.
that wasn't a red flag? Should have been, admitted Decker.
Chapter 34.
He looks down at the floor.
I can't
But if
believe
Katz
this
didn't
stuff
drink
is
the
still
beer,
here.
who did?
They were in Mars'
He eyed the
bedroom.
kitchen sink.
He eyed the posters
Maybe it
hanging
went
on the
down
wall.
there.
In my bed,
To make it look
too.
like he'd drunk most of
He
what
put a
was in the
hand on the
bottle.
headboard.
If that
It's
was
like
their
it's 20
plan,
years ago.
they didn't know
he said
how
absently.
postmortems work.
Only it's not.
Not
Melvin,
that it made a
said
difference,
Decker.
since I
It's
completely
today.
missed that, because I didn't fully
Decker had
read the
placed his
PM
broad
report.
back against one wall.
He slammed
to
his
steady
fist
himself.
against the wall and then
the color
rubbed the
blue
cut
had
the
hit him
blow
as
had
soon as his
produced.
foot touched the first
The
riser
fact
coming
is,
up.
everything
Just like when
changed
he was here
we
with
found the
Bogart.
fingerprint, Melvin.
Jameson had
I
observed
was really
this,
eager to get the
but not
person
known
who'd
the
done
cause.
this. And that print led
Davenport had
directly to
glanced
Merrill
curiously
Hawkins.
at Decker, too,
Nothing else
and
mattered
given
at
him a
that point.
supportive smile.
I get that,
Now that
Decker.
they were in the bedroom, bedroom.
And I know you
Decker
want to
was
beat
able
yourself
come
up
to
over
terms
this.
with the color.
Maybe you're
at
right
least
to
enough
do it,
function
but
again.
you got another chance to get it
Anything
right.
striking?
So clear your
He
head.
asked.
Get rid of the guilt
Mars
and
walked
focus.
around the small
I know
footprint
you
of
can
the
do
room.
this, bro.
What happened to all my
Decker
other
took
things?
a couple of deep, calming
Did
breaths.
you come back here after your parents were
Okay,
murdered?
the problem has always
No,
been,
they
how
wouldn't
did
let
the
me.
killer
It
or
was a
killers
crime scene.
get here?
I stayed with some friends.
They had to
and then
come
they
down that
arrested
one
me.
road.
This is the
and
first
past the
time I've
other
been back
houses.
since they died.
No one saw them. There was
Davenport
no
walked
trace
over
of
to
another
him.
car.
It
And there
may
would
help
have
to
been.
sit on the bed.
Maybe they
Close your
came on
eyes
foot.
and just let your mind
They had to have
wander
come to the
back
house
to the
after
last
the
time
rain
you were in
started.
this house.
Yet there was not a
Or in
single
this
trace
room.
of that in the house.
Then you may
They
remember
might have been
something that will help
meticulous in
us.
cleaning up,
You
but
really
to not
think
leave a
that'll work?
single mark?
Or I can
Decker shook
hypnotize
his
you.
head in disbelief.
Mars scoffed.
Not gonna
You
happen.
can't hypnotize me.
Well,
Really?
what if the
She
killers
said,
were in the
smiling.
house before the
Would
rain
you like to
started?
bet?
Then
His
they
skeptical
ambushed
look
Katz
faded.
when he came in
How would you do
and
it?
killed everybody else.
Sit on the bed.
He looked
Decker
at
thought
Decker and
about
then
this.
Jameson, as though
That
wondering
means
when
they
they
would
were
have
going
come
to
to
put
the
a
house
stop
in
to this
broad
nonsense.
daylight with
Neither
no
said
rain to
anything.
give them cover.
Mars
Someone
looked
would
back
have
at
seen them coming
Davenport.
down the road.
Sit on the bed.
Maybe they
She
came from
said,
behind the
This
house
won't
and not
hurt,
down
I
the
promise.
road.
He
And
sat.
waited hours to
She
kill
stood
everyone?
in front of him and took a pen
Why?
out of her pocket. She held it
I
up
don't
in front
know,
of him at an
admitted
angle
Mars.
that made him lift his gaze
Maybe they
a
were
bit.
trying to get some information
Can you
from them
keep your
before they
eyes
murdered
on
them.
this pen?
That's a
This
possibility,
is silly.
Melvin, and an
Decker
intriguing
said,
one.
Melvin, just do it,
So the
okay?
only car
It's worth a
found
shot.
here was Katz's.
Mars sighed
That's
and
right.
focused on the pen.
Susan Richards had
Okay,
one car,
now what?
and the other was in the shop
Just
for...
follow the pen.
Decker froze as another
Davenport
image dropped
started to
from his
move the pen
cloud to rest
slowly up
atop
and down
another.
and then from side to side.
What is it, Decker?
She spoke in a
asked
low,
Mars.
conversational voice.
Decker
the
came out of
entire
his
time.
reverie and said slowly,
Mars did as she
Don
asked,
Richards
and his gaze
and
went
his son
wherever the pen
Frankie
did.
were shot once in the
The
chest,
movements were slow,
both through the
rhythmic,
heart,
and her voice began to
non-survivable.
modulate,
But Katz was
matching the
different.
movements of the pen.
He was shot in the head,
Then Mars
twice.
shook his head.
temple,
This
and the
is
rear of the
stupid.
skull.
Davenport
over
kept
at
the
Mars.
pen raised and said,
Why would that be?
I know many athletes
Why
get
change
into
the
a
scenario
zone
for
before they
Katz?
play a game. Did you?
Maybe he struggled with
Well,
them, or he
yeah.
ran off, and they had to
Pretend
shoot
you're
him in the
getting ready to
head.
play a football game.
Got him in the back
Get
and
your
then in the
head right.
temple.
Relax,
The
but
order of the
focus.
wounds was actually
she
the reverse
glanced
of that.
sideways at Decker.
Temple first,
You're
then
about
the back of the
to
head.
play Ohio
The
State
temple shot
and run
undoubtedly would
over
have been
Decker
fatal.
again.
He would have
She
fallen
then
to the
pointed
floor.
to the pen.
Why shoot him again
This
in the
is the
head
zone,
when they
Melvin.
knew he was already
You can
dead?
get there. The big game.
Mars shook his
For
head.
all the marbles.
Doesn't make sense.
Just concentrate.
Abigail was
This
strangled, I
pen
believe,
is the goal
because that
line.
was the most
Go
plausible
get it.
way to get Hawkins'
Mars
DNA
settled back
under her
and stared at the
fingernails.
pen. His
If they were
gaze
that
still
purpose-driven
slightly
in the
elevated
way they
due
killed
to the
her,
angle at which
maybe
Davenport
there was a
holding
similar
it.
purpose behind shooting
In a
Katz
whisper to
twice
Decker,
in the
she
head.
said,
Give him some
But what would
football
that
direction.
purpose be?
Low, even tones.
Decker pantomimed a gun
Decker
with his
looked
hand
wildly
and held it
uncertain
to his
about
temple.
this. Davenport
Bang.
said in a soothing
The
voice.
guy drops.
You can
They
do
bend
it, Amos.
over him, and
Just
bang,
like when you were talking
shot
to
to the
Tommy
back of the head.
Montgomery.
Decker nodded
Right,
and began
but why?
speaking in a halting, low voice as he
Decker
gave Mars
straightened
the
and looked at his
scenario on the
hand.
field. The ball was
Because they wanted
snapped.
to cover
Mars took the
something
hand
up that
off.
the temple shot
The A
didn't
gap was
accomplish.
clogged. The B gap a possibility.
What would that be?
Mars had to read the
Maybe a
linebacker's
contusion on
eyes.
the back of his
Strong
head.
safety coming up on the
From
left.
what?
Right guard just
From
had
when
to
he was
maintain
knocked
his
out,
block for another second.
Before he
A
was
glimpse
brought
of
here to
daylight.
die.
Davenport motioned for Decker to stop talking.
Chapter
As
37.
Decker had been speaking, Davenport
A
had
puzzled
slowed the
Mars
movements of
looked
the
at
pen,
Decker.
and Mars had matched this
Wait a
with his
minute.
gaze.
Are you saying that he didn't
Finally,
drive his
she
car
held
here?
the pen steady in the
His
air.
car was
and
driven
Mars
here,
stared at
certainly.
it. His
But
eyes
who's to say
glassy
he
and
was the one
fixed.
driving?
His features
We
relaxed.
just assumed all along that it was him.
Melvin, can you
I
hear
think
me?
it's possible he
She
was in the
asked.
trunk or the back
Yes,
seat,
he
unconscious,
answered,
and the
his
killer
voice
or
unlike
killers
his usual
drove him
one.
here.
Davenport
The neighbors only saw
slowly
the
lowered
car,
the pen,
not the
but
driver.
Mars's gaze
They
remained
didn't know
fixed on
Katz
the
from
same
Adam,
spot.
so they couldn't have identified
She said,
him, even if they had
You're in
seen him.
college at the University of Texas.
Mars
Do you
said,
remember that?
And that would
nodded.
explain why they parked the
You're
car in the
home
back
now with your
and
parents,
came in that
though.
way.
Okay?
Right. They couldn't
Yes.
exactly carry an
This
unconscious
is after
Katz in through
ESPN
the front
showed your
door.
parents on TV.
And that would also
They found
explain his
out,
left
right?
hand print on the beer.
Yes.
They just pressed his hand
How?
against it.
Somebody at the
They might
pawn
not have known
shop
whether he
told
was
my
right
dad.
or left-handed.
He was pissed.
They just wanted it to look like he had
They're
come here of
acting
his own
strange
free
now,
will
aren't they?
and was enjoying a beer
Yes.
when someone shot him.
Can you tell us how?
But you said there
Nervous
was some beer in
and
his
angry.
stomach.
My dad
They
was
could have
really
revived him
upset.
and made him drink some,
Because
or
it
else they
showed him
poured
on
some down
TV?
his throat while he was unconscious.
Yes.
And it would explain
say
the
why
absence of
that
any
had
marks
upset
by
him?
another car,
No.
and the lack of rain traces
What about
brought
your
in by the
mother?
killers.
Did she talk about it?
They were in the house
She
before the
said to
rain
just
started.
leave Dad alone
Not because
and
they
he'd
were
be
here before
okay.
Katz came, as you speculated,
She
but
didn't
because
want
they
to talk
came
about
with
it.
him.
Did
They
you
left the
see
house
your
after the
father
rain
doing
started,
anything
and therefore
unusual
wouldn't have
during
left
that
any
time?
traces of it inside.
He worked late a lot, and he didn't
And if
eat,
they left out the
and he
back on
drank a
foot,
lot.
the
Did
rain would have
he and
covered all
your
those
mother
tracks.
argue?
Decker
I
nodded.
could hear them yelling,
And I missed
but I
all
couldn't
that
really
because
hear
of
what they
this.
said.
He led
Did you
Mars
hear
back into the
anything?
living room and pointed at the
Mars's
light
brow
switch on the
furrowed.
wall.
Some
That's where we found
Spanish
the
word,
fingerprint. My
Funny
attention
one.
was drawn to it
My
because there
mom
was a
said
smear
it.
of blood on the light
What
switch
was it?
plate.
The
No
brow
print
furrowed
associated
more
with it.
deeply.
Like someone had rubbed their arm or
Chocha.
hand against it or something.
Chocha?
But right after
You're
I saw
sure?
the blood, I
Mars
checked for a
nodded.
print, and there
Chocha.
it was.
I
It
looked
matched
it up.
Hawkins perfectly.
It actually has a couple
Far
of
more
meanings
than you
in
need
Spanish.
to hold up in court.
It could refer to a
This
prostitute,
was a home run.
or
And he said
here
he'd
he
never
squirmed
been
a
here,
bit,
so how else
for the
could it have
private
gotten here
parts of the
unless he'd
female
been here that
anatomy.
night?
I didn't know
It
what they
showed
were
he was
talking
lying,
about. It
and
made
that
no
pretty much
sense.
sealed his fate. That
Can you
and the
remember
DNA under
anything else
Abigail's
about that
nails.
time?
Mars was
And you
silent
said it
for a
would be
few
hard
moments,
to forge a
and Davenport
print.
waited patiently.
Yes,
I
but
came
to do it
home
really
one night,
well,
and he was
you
sitting
need
in
some
his
knowledge
chair.
in forensics, and
Mom
you need some
wasn't
special
there.
equipment deployed in
Okay,
a
go
multi-step
on.
process.
I
And
asked
even
him
with
how he
all
was
that,
doing,
there are a lot of
and he
things that
looked
can
at
go
me in a
wrong.
way.
Damn,
Yes.
didn't know it was that
Tears had appeared
complicated.
in Mars's eyes.
You obviously never watched
in a way that
CSI.
scared me.
I was in prison
Like-
for most of that time, Decker.
like he
And for
hated
obvious
me.
reasons, CSI
Okay,
wasn't a
did you
real
talk to him?
popular show for the inmates.
Mars shook his head.
Bottom line
I
is,
was scared.
I have confidence in the
I was
expert
going
who
to
said
go
he
up to my
believed
room,
Hawkins's
but
print
then
was
he
genuine.
said something.
Then
What did
Hawkins
he
had to
say?
be here. No way
He said-
around it.
He said he
Decker
was
wasn't
sorry.
listening. He was staring
Davenport glanced
transfixed at the
Decker
switch
and
plate.
Jameson.
Then he
By her
ran back into
expression,
the
she had
kitchen and
evidently
looked at the
not
light
been
switch
expecting
there.
this answer. But Decker
Moments
didn't look
later, he
surprised.
hustled into another room and did the
She turned
same.
back to Mars.
Mars followed him
Did
into
he
each
say
new
what he was
space with a
sorry
bewildered
about?
look on his face.
Mars shook his head.
Decker, you
Then he
okay?
just got up and walked out.
Decker returned to the living
Do you
room,
have any
dug into
idea
his
what he was
pocket, and
referring
pulled out
to?
a Swiss Army knife.
Mars shook his
He
head
deployed
again.
the screwdriver.
I asked my mother about
Dollars
it
to
the next
donuts.
day.
This is the same light
And what
switch
did
plate
she
that was
say?
on the wall that night.
She just started to cry.
Okay, so what?
And then she ran out of the room.
It's different from the switch plates in
Did
the
you
other
tell
rooms.
the police about this?
Decker unscrewed
No,
the plate
I
and
didn't
removed it
think
from
to.
the wall.
I mean,
Underneath was
I didn't
revealed
know
the
what was
imprint of
wrong.
a smaller
I
rectangle.
never thought that was connected
Do you
to
see that,
whoever
Melvin?
killed them.
Mars looked at him.
Davenport looked at Decker.
Yeah, but what does that
Anything
mean?
else?
She
The
whispered.
original switch plate was
Decker
smaller.
stepped forward, but
That's
kept
the
out of
outline
Mars's
there,
line of
between the
sight.
painted area and
In
what was underneath
Davenport's
the plate.
ear, he said something.
You can see where the
She
paint
started,
faded because it
looked
was
at him
exposed to
strangely,
light all
and then
those
turned
years.
to Mars.
They needed the same size or a
Melvin,
bigger plate
did your
there
father
to cover it.
Did your father
Wait a
ever
second.
tell
You're
you
saying somebody
that he
got
loved
Hawkins' print on that plate
Jameson shot
and brought it
Decker a
here and
surprised
replaced
look.
the other plate with this one?
Mars kept staring
Yes.
straight ahead.
Damn.
No.
That
He
way
never
his
did.
real print is on the original
Okay.
surface.
When I count to
That's
three,
why my
you're
expert
going to
swore
wake
it
up.
wasn't a forgery.
You're not going to
He
remember
paused.
anything that we discussed.
Instead, it was a
Okay?
fabrication.
Mars nodded.
They brought the print to the crime
She
scene
counted to
but
three,
in a
and
way
his
that was
eyes
beyond
slowly
suspicion.
refocused.
A glass
He looked
or
up at
other
them.
object introduced to a
I
crime
told you
scene
that
can
you couldn't
easily be
hypnotize
placed
me,
there.
he said.
A light switch plate?
Chocha,
It seems
said
like
Decker.
part of the house.
Mars shot him
Immovable,
a glance.
but it's not.
What?
Just two
You were
screws, in fact.
hypnotized.
Like
Do
I
you
just
remember
took
your
out.
mom saying the word Chocha?
Somebody
while
went
she
to
and
a
your
lot
dad
of
were
effort to
arguing?
frame the guy,
Mars looked
which
surprised and then
means the
slowly
motivation
nodded.
was pretty significant.
Yeah, now that you
But
mention
this
it,
is
I
not
do.
about Merrill Hawkins.
Do you
He
think
was
that's
a pawn.
important?
It could have
Could
been
be.
anybody, but they
Decker
picked him
looked
for
over
a
in a
variety
corner of
of
the room.
reasons. And this
Those
shows
scratches
the
on the
murders
floor.
weren't the result
What was
of a
there?
random burglary gone
A
bad.
bookshelf.
The focus
What
now
sort of books
should
were
be
on
the
it?
victims.
Different
would want them
kinds,
dead?
from when I was little to when I got older.
Well, there
I
were
didn't
4
read
of
as
them.
much as a teenager.
I guess we can
He
discount the
suddenly
kids.
smiled.
I don't
What?
see some
said
middle
Decker
schooler who
quickly.
got his feelings hurt
It's
doing
nothing.
this.
Tell me.
Decker nodded.
It's just that my
So
dad
David
would read
Katz
a book
and
to me
Don
when I
Richards,
was little. It was
either
funny,
or
you know,
both.
this big tough guy reading a book
You said they
to
had
a
done
little
business
boy.
together. Katz was
What
the
sort of
businessman
books?
and
asked
Richards
Decker.
was the banker.
It was just the
Right.
one book.
Had they
Mars
become
smiled
friends?
Again. He
Not
would
that
even
we could
act
find.
it out, you know, all
Rachel Katz
kooky-like.
said no.
Never did
The
that any other
Richardses were
time.
older and had kids,
What book
and they
was
didn't.
it? Asked Decker
And
in
they
a
were
very
both too
serious
busy
tone.
with work to form friendships
Mars
like
laughed.
that. At least
The
that's
Three
what she
Little
told me.
Pigs.
And
He
did
told me he
either of
was
the
the big
wives
bad
say
wolf,
why Katz
gonna
was
eat
coming
those
over
little
that
pigs
night?
up. Sometimes he
Neither
got
of them
into
knew
it so
that he
much it kind of
was.
scared me.
Again, that's what they
Decker
said.
stared at him
It
for a
doesn't make it
long
true.
moment while Jameson and Davenport
Did Katz
glanced
just
at
pop
him.
in then?
Decker, Decker,
There
what
was
is
a
it?
phone call
Asked
placed the
Jameson.
day before from Katz's cell
Mars
phone
added,
to Richards' cell
It
phone.
was just a picture book.
It might have been then
A
that they
fairy
arranged
tale.
to meet.
Yeah, said
If
Decker,
Katz called
evidently
Richards,
lost in thought.
maybe he initiated the
His
meeting.
phone buzzed.
That
he looked
could
down
be,
at the
yes,
screen.
agreed
It's
Decker.
Bogart.
But even though
He
Katz
answered,
called
listened,
Richards,
and asked a
that
couple
doesn't
of
mean he
questions.
asked for the meeting.
Thanks, Agent
He might have
Bogart.
just called out of the
I really
blue,
appreciate
and then
this.
Richards asked him to come
He
by.
clicked off and looked at the others.
When he knew his
Well,
wife would be out.
Said
Is
Jameson.
that significant?
Don't keep
asked
us in
Mars.
suspense.
It could be very
Bogart
significant,
got an answer from the
especially
U.S.
considering
Marshals.
that Susan Richards has
So my
vanished.
parents were in witness protection.
Mars said,
numbly.
well, Richards worked
No,
at the
said
bank.
Decker.
Maybe something
They
fishy
weren't.
was going on there, and he wanted Katz's advice.
Chapter
And then
35.
someone came here and killed them.
The two
And killed
women
the kids,
stared
too,
back at him.
because they would be witnesses.
One grown,
But that would be
one
risky.
still a child.
Why not kill
who would
whoever was
forever
the
remain
target while
so,
they were alone?
while the other would
not
not
in
grow
a
a
house
minute
filled
older.
with people.
Because both
Maybe
were
they
now
were running
dead.
out of time and were afraid
Decker
that
sat
someone
in a
was going to
chair
blow
in
the
his
whistle
motel
on
room
what they were
and
doing.
stared down at the photo of his wife
Decker
and
was
daughter.
staring miserably at the
He
switch
took
plate.
out the picture whenever he
It was
was
only a
feeling
small
sad or
difference,
hopeless
but I
and
should have
simply
noticed
needed
it
to see their
before.
faces.
They
would never have
manipulated
to
you
worry
and
about
everybody
forgetting them.
else.
About their
Rookie
memories
mistake.
fading into the dim
I assumed
recesses
things I
of his
shouldn't
mind.
have.
His mind
But now
had
you
no
figured
dim
it out,
recesses.
and you get a second chance to
It
get it
was like
right,
Times
like you did
Square
with me.
all the
You
time.
gave me a second chance.
He was feeling
You're cutting me a lot
claustrophobic,
of
as though a
slack.
compression of his entire being
Well,
was
sometimes
taking
friends
place,
have
and
to
he had
do
no
that.
power to
But
stop
then
it.
sometimes they have to kick
The
you in
news
the
that
ass,
neither
too.
Roy nor
And
Lucinda
trust
Mars
me,
had
if
ever
it
been in
comes to
witness
it,
protection
I
had
will.
been a staggering blow.
I would expect
He had
nothing
been so
less,
certain
Melvin.
that he was right about that.
Decker's phone rang.
Yet
He
Bogart had
answered, and
checked,
Captain
and
Miller
then
started
double-checked.
speaking.
And the
They
U.S.
found
Marshals would
Susan
have had no
Richards.
reason or basis to
Where?
lie.
2
If they had
towns
lost
over.
a protectee, they would have
bringing her
documented
in?
it 7 ways from
We are.
Sunday.
In a
He
meat
had
wagon.
leads, he had
She
developments,
killed herself,
but that was
Amos.
all. Yet none of these things appeared likely to give him what
Chapter
he so
38.
desperately wanted. The
Decker
truth.
was in the morgue, looking at
At
yet another
times, it
body.
seemed the most elusive thing in
She
all
looked
of
like she
creation.
was asleep, not
He had
dead.
notched another belt hole as his appetite
Body's
seemed
really
to
piling
weaken
up,
along with
said
the
the ME
prospects of
as he
solving
laid
the
the sheet
case.
back down on top of
Given a
Susan
choice,
Richards.
he would gladly have packed the
Cause of
pounds
death?
back on to find out
My
who
best
had
guess
killed
right
the
now,
Marses.
drug overdose.
Even if
Women
they
usually
hadn't
go
been in
the
the U.S.
overdose
Marshals'
route when
care,
committing
they could
suicide.
still be running from
Guys
a
like
dark
to blow their
past.
heads off with guns.
In all likelihood, they were.
Richards had
He
been
just had
found
to
in an
find out
abandoned
what
building
that
by a
past
construction
was.
worker
And
working
to do
nearby
that,
who
he
had
needed
noticed an odd
information.
smell.
That was the
Time of
first
death?
part.
Asked
The
Decker.
second part was figuring out
Rigor
who
has
had paid off
resolved,
the
so
Montgomerys
she's been
and
dead a
why.
while. I'll have a
He
better
rose
time
and went
later.
to the window.
Could the
The
time
rain
of her
had
death
started
be
again,
close to
pushing
when
the
she
heat away.
disappeared?
The day was
The
overcast,
man looked over the body
chilly,
and rubbed his
miserable,
chin.
matching
Yes,
his feelings
actually
perfectly.
it could.
It wasn't supposed to
Decker
rain
had
much
already
in this
been
part
told
of
that the
Texas,
suitcase
but the
she had
current
been
weather
seen
was
putting
certainly
in her
bucking
car
that
had not
trend.
been found with the body.
Because of his perfect memory, it seemed
Any
that
pill
some
bottles
people
found with
regarded
her,
him as a
or a
machine.
suicide note?
And while his social
The ME
skills
shook
were
his
not
head.
close to what they had once been,
No on both
and in
counts.
some ways he did appear to
The
be
door
unfeeling,
opened and Blake
even
Natty
robotic.
walked in, looking
Decker
shriveled
did
and
still
depressed.
feel things.
He eyed the body
He
of
grew
Susan
sad
Richards
and
with little
depressed.
interest.
And there was nothing his perfect
So she
memory
killed
could do
herself?
about that.
He said.
If anything, it
Unknown
made
as
it
yet,
worse.
said Decker.
He was
Natty
surprised by the knock
Well,
on
if
the
she
door.
did kill herself, we know
Yeah.
why. She
It's
murdered
me.
Hawkins.
He slipped the photo into his
If she
pocket
did kill
and
him,
opened the
she
door
got
to
the
see
wrong
Mars
guy,
standing
said
there.
Decker. Natty
Got a
waved
minute?
this off. Now that's
Yeah.
your theory.
Mars
It's
came
more
in
than
and they
a
sat a
theory
foot
now,
apart from
replied
each other.
Decker.
Before
He
Decker
explained
could
about
ask
the
him
light
what he
switch
wanted,
plate at
Mars took out
Richards' old
something
house.
and handed it across.
And they placed a smudge
Decker
of
looked down
Katz's
at the
blood
photo.
on the plate to draw
The
our
man
attention
was very
to it,
tall.
and thus the print.
His hair was brown with a bit of white.
Where do you
and
think the
curled
print
around
in the
his
switch
head.
plate came from?
The face was
The
rugged but
easiest
good-looking.
source would have been
The
Hawkins'
nose
home.
had been broken
I
and
think they
not
didn't put
reset
Katz's
very
blood
well.
on the print because
The
that
eyes
would
were
have messed up
flat,
the ridge
appeared
lines.
lifeless.
And the
The mouth
DNA
was
under the
small
girl's
and
nails?
drawn as a slash
Natty.
across the lower part of the
They
face.
picked her because she was physically
The woman
smaller
could not
and
have
weaker than
created
the
a
others.
greater contrast.
And they needed a
She
plausible
was
scenario
tall
to
and
get
lean,
the DNA under
and her
nails,
luxuriant hair
and to struggle
cascaded
during a
down around her
strangulation
broad
plausibly
shoulders.
fit that bill.
Her skin was dark
But
brown
Decker,
and flawless.
said the ME,
The
I
face
pulled
held
out
no
those reports and
imperfections
went
that
over
Decker
them
could see.
after I knew you were
The
looking
eyes
into the case
danced with
again.
life.
If
The
someone
mouth
else had
swept up
scratched
into a
Hawkins
beaming
and then
smile that
transferred
was
what was under that
infectious.
person's nails to under
Indeed,
Abigail
Decker
Richards'
felt his own
nails,
mouth tug upward
you would
as he
expect to
looked at
find
her
the other
image.
person's DNA as well.
He glanced up at Mars.
If
Your
the other
parents,
person were a
obviously.
family member,
This was the picture
would
you
that
mentioned
make a
before,
difference?
the one
Asked
you
Decker,
had taken.
who already knew the answer.
Mars nodded.
Well, of course
Where'd
it
you get
would.
it?
All humans'
Always
DNA
had
is
it.
99.9% the same.
You could have shown
But that
it to me
1/10 is
before.
dramatically different for all,
Mars wiped at his
except
eyes.
if you're a monozygotic
Yeah,
or
I
identical
could've.
twin. But
So
the
why
testing that was
now?
done on Abigail's nails
Because
would
I
not have
wanted you to
picked up
see
on a
them as
third
real
party's
people,
DNA
not
if
just
the
little
person were a
puzzle
family
pieces,
member
Decker.
of Hawkins.
And I wanted you to see my
They would have had to
mom's
do
smile
additional
and
steps.
my dad's eyes.
Actually, they would have had to do
I just
extra
wanted you to
steps to
know
check
that
for any third-party
they
corruption,
existed.
family or not.
Decker looked back down at the photo.
Natty-eyed
His
Decker.
features a bit strained by
What
the other
family
man's
member are you
frank
talking
admission.
about?
And maybe my frank
There really
admission.
can only be one.
I can understand that, Melvin. When was it
Why
taken?
would she have set up her old man?
When I graduated
asked
from
Natty.
high school, they were
I
real
don't know.
proud.
He looked at the
I'd already
ME.
committed to UT.
Is the DNA
I was
sample
going
still
away.
available to
My
do
mom
additional
cried a
testing?
lot.
To see if
And your
Mitzi's
dad?
DNA or a third party's
Mars
had
hesitated.
corrupted it?
Not so much.
I asked you to check earlier.
Sometimes it's that way with
The ME
fathers.
nodded his head. I
Yeah.
did check, and there is
Your
some
mom
left.
was beautiful.
I'm having an expert
Truly
in
stunning.
Cincinnati, where they have much
Yeah,
better
she
equipment
was.
and protocols do
A
sophisticated
long moment
testing
passed
on
as
it.
the two men stared
They'll
at
be
each
able
other.
to differentiate between a
Got
father's
something
and
else on
daughter's
your
DNA,
mind? Decker
and also the
asked.
presence of any third party.
It's like I don't
but
exist,
it will take a little
Decker.
time.
Why do you say that?
Let me know as soon as you have
Mars
something.
glanced at him. I
You
don't know
really
anything
think his
about the
daughter
two
was
people in the
involved?
photo.
Said Natty.
Where they came from?
If she
who
were,
they
it would
really
explain
were,
how the murder weapon
why they
came to
were
be found
killed.
in a panel behind the
Nothing.
wall of his
And
closet.
since I came from
I
them,
just reread the
meaning
report of
nothing.
the search team that went
What
over
can that
Hawkins'
make me?
house. They wrote
put
that
up his
Mitzi
hands.
had drawn their attention
Nothing.
to some unevenness of the wall.
A minute of silence passed
They
as the
didn't
rain
ask her why
started to
she
pick
knew
up
about it.
outside. The drumming
Are you
of the
going to
drops
ask her
seemed
about
to
it?
march in
Said Natty.
parallel with the heartbeats of each of the
I
men.
think if I go back to that well
Decker
again,
took out
she's
the
going to
picture of his
lawyer
wife
up.
and daughter and handed
Probably
it across
already
to Mars.
has. Right
Mars
now,
looked
she's
at
home
it.
free, or
With
thinks she
family.
is.
Decker nodded.
Decker looked back at
Your
Susan
little
Richards'
girl is
body.
super cute.
He closed his eyes
Was
and thought
super
back
cute.
to something that a witness had
Mars
told
looked
him.
uncomfortable.
He put layer
I know
after
you
layer
must
of
miss her.
facts on top of that one,
Decker leaned
pulling them
forward.
down from his cloud
The
with
point,
ease,
Melvin, is
until
that I
something
knew
did not make
everything
sense.
about them.
It stood out,
Everything.
in fact,
There
like
was
a
no
blinking
mystery
red
at
light.
all.
Natty
Okay, said
"So
Mars
you don't think
slowly,
she killed herself?"
evidently unsure of where this was going.
Decker opened his eyes.
And they're gone.
"I'm almost sure
And
she
I'm
didn't."
nothing, too.
"How?"
Same as you.
"Because I think she
Mars
was
looked like
already
he wanted
dead
to hit
when she
something.
left her house."
So is that it? There's nothing else? Then what the hell are
Chapter
we doing this
39.
for? We're doing
It
it
was the
because
next
there
day,
can
and
be
Decker and
something
Mars
else.
were standing
It's
in
up
front of
to
the late
us.
Susan Richards'
But you
house.
just said, I said
Across
I
the
am
road,
nothing.
Decker could
Today.
once more see Agatha
Tomorrow I
Bates
may
sitting on
be
her screened
something.
porch.
That's the only guarantee any
"You're
of us
saying that
have.
Richards was in the rolling
big,
suitcase
free
already
country.
dead?" said
There are
Mars.
opportunities for all to do
Decker
something.
absently nodded.
It's different for
"So that
me.
means another woman was
Why?
impersonating her."
Damn, why do you think?
Agatha
I'm
Bates
black.
saw the
You're
person
white.
from a distance.
Biggest difference
and it was
there
dark.
is.
And judging by the
You
thickness
think?
of Bates's eyeglass
You
lenses,
don't?
her
You
sight
got a
is
bigger
far from
one?
perfect.
I was
And the
thinking
person
more
had
along
on
the
a long
lines of
coat and a hat.
longhorns and buckeyes.
That was one thing
Race
that made no
doesn't matter
sense to
there.
me.
Just winning.
It was warm that night.
Mars
Not
gave
a
him a
cloud in the
smirk.
sky.
Nice
So
one.
it was a
But it don't
disguise,
change
because
reality.
they wanted to take no
I'm
chance
a black
that Bates might be
ex-con,
able to
pardon
see
or
it
not.
wasn't her neighbor.
Remember them assholes from the truck
But
diner?
why do you think it wasn't Richards
Forget
in the
them.
first place?
They're a shrinking segment of
Richards'
society.
car muffler was
But finding
really
out who
loud.
really did
That
this
was
can
why the
change
person
things,
came out
Melvin.
and started the car.
Mars
and then
shook
went
his
back
head, but
inside
Decker
to get
continued.
the suitcase.
Half the people still think
I'm
you
not
killed your
following.
parents.
In answer,
don't give a
Decker
shit
pointed
what they
across the
think.
street.
Hear me out.
Think of it this way.
Mars was about to
This
say
was all a
something
show
else,
for
but he
Bates.
stopped and nodded
The person
curtly.
wanted her to hear the car
Decker
start up,
continued.
knowing that
There
she
are a
would
few
look out
things
the
more
window
powerful than
and
the
see
truth.
who she thought was
Once
Susan
you get
Richards
truth
come
on
out
your
with the
side,
suitcase.
good things tend to happen.
If she had
Black,
come out
white,
and put the
or
bag in
anything
the
in
car
between.
and then got in the car
But you
and
thought they
started
were
it,
in this witness
Bates would not
protection
have
thing.
seen what she
They
did.
weren't. So we're
Bates
right
said
back
the
where
person
we
had
started.
trouble getting the suitcase in the
In
car.
a game, when the
That
play
was
broke
probably
down and the
because
first
of
hole was
Richards'
plugged,
weight.
what did you do? Fall on the
paused.
turf and give up?
And in addition to that,
Hell, what do you
she
think?
barely took any clothes
So
or
what
shoes
did you
or
do?
other things. So why the
Found
big
me another
suitcase?
hole to run through.
And she was on a bunch of meds.
Well, that's what we're going to do,
I
Melvin.
saw them in the medicine
We're
cabinet.
going to find another
Most
hole to
weren't too
run through.
critical, but one she
How?
left behind was
Did your dad keep
high
a
blood
safe at the
pressure
house?
medication.
A
She had to
safe?
take that every day.
No. Would he have used
So
one
someone
at work
killed Richards
that only
because
he would have access to?
Decker said to
They had a
place
safe
blame
there,
for
but my
Hawkins's
dad
murder
told me
on
the
her.
owner was a real prick.
Then she's found,
Hovered over him all
ostensibly
day,
having
afraid he
taken
was
her own
stealing,
life out of guilt.
even after working there for
Case
years.
closed.
So there's no
At
way
least
that
with
my
respect
dad
to
would have been the
Hawkins's
only
murder.
one to have access to that
Mars
safe.
nodded thoughtfully.
Then that
Gotta
really
admit,
leaves
it
only
all
one
hangs together.
alternative.
But it leaves a lot of questions unanswered and creates a lot
Chapter
of new ones.
36.
And it doesn't tell us who committed
Decker
those
and
murders
Mars
13
faced the
years ago.
stone building as
or who
fresh
really
storm
killed
clouds
Beryl
built
Hawkins.
overhead. Darkness
Well,
had
you
arrived
think his
early
daughter is
thanks to
involved
this new
somehow.
weather system.
But I have no way to
Texas
prove it.
First National Bank?
At least not
said
yet.
Decker. You're sure this
So you
is
think
it?
it's all connected then?
I had an
What
account
happened
here
back
when I was
then
in
and
high
now?
school and later in college.
Well, we have one
My
factor
parents brought
unaccounted
me
for.
here. It's where they
Mars
kept their
thought
money.
for a moment.
What little they had.
The dude who took a shot
They
at
might
you.
have had more than you think.
Right. Who is
If
he?
they'd had money,
Was
why
he
didn't
hired
they
to take a
spend
shot
some
at
of it?
me by someone?
I wasn't
Was he the
necessarily
one who
talking about
earlier
cash,
tried to kill me by
replied
ramming
Baker
his
as he
truck
began to
into my
mount the
car?
broad steps leading to the bank's
Mars
front
rubbed his
doors.
arm where the guy had slashed him.
Inside, he
Dude
made his
could
request
fight,
to a
I'll give
teller,
him that.
and they were quickly shuttled off
And
to
I
the
have other
assistant branch
questions.
manager.
Like what?
The man was short.
Why would
in his
someone
early
drive
40s,
Katz over there and
bespectacled,
kill him,
with
Don
a paunch
Richards,
that
and his
protruded from
kids?
between the flaps of his suit jacket?
Because they knew
As he
something
put out his
incriminating,
hand, he glanced
something
at
that could
Mars,
hurt
and his
whoever
jaw
killed
dropped.
them. Right.
Melvin Mars?
But if Katz knew something,
Mars
why
nodded.
drive him over there
we know
and
each
kill
other?
the others?
I'm Jerry Bivens.
Because
we went to
Don
high
Richards
school
knew
together.
something too. They had to
Mars
take
eyed
them
him
both
more
out,
closely.
and instead of doing it separately,
said
they did it all at once.
I didn't play football.
Right.
Not
but
really
the thing
built for
is,
it.
Susan Richards
Mars
wasn't
shook the
there.
man's hand and forced
If her
a
husband
smile
knew
at
something
Decker's
that could hurt
slight elbow
somebody,
nudge.
you'd think she might know,
Yeah,
too.
Jerry, I remember you. How you doing?
Mars snapped his fingers.
All right.
Maybe
Married,
she
4
did know,
kids. Working my
because
way
she
up
was
the corporate
involved in
ladder.
whatever it
In
was.
5 or 6 years, I'll probably
And
be
that
the
may be
branch
the reason
manager.
she wasn't there that
Good
night.
for you, man.
I've covered that
The
ground
2 men
before.
stared awkwardly at
While
each
I
other.
can see Susan letting her husband
I heard
die,
you,
I just don't
got
see
out
her
of prison,
allowing her kids
said
to die,
Bivens
too.
nervously. Yeah,
So
another
maybe she
dude
was just
confessed.
lucky she wasn't there.
What an injustice,
But she's
said
dead
Bivens.
now.
He
Because
looked
she was a
over
scapegoat
Mars's
for
impressive
Hawkins' murder.
physique.
Because
You
she
look
had a
like you could
motive
still
to kill
suit
her.
up.
But
Yeah,
what would
if
David
only,
Katz
said
or Don
Mars.
Richards know that would get them
Decker
killed?
cleared his throat and Bivens focused
Rachel
on him.
Katz has a lot of
Decker
projects
flashed his
going on
FBI
around
credentials,
town, but the
which did
money
not
behind
include a
her.
badge,
She's
but
obviously
nevertheless
very
seemed to impress
ambitious,
Bivens,
and she
who
wasn't there
immediately
that
stood
night
straighter
either,
and
which
buttoned
meant
his
she
jacket.
got to live.
Yes, Agent,
That doesn't make
Decker,
her a murderer.
what can I do
Decker.
for you?
In fact,
We
it
need
might
some
make her a
information.
target now if people are tying
Bivens
up loose
glanced
ends
around
from
to find
13
both
years
tellers
ago.
and 3 customers in line
Well,
staring
9
at them.
times out of 10, when a
You want to
spouse
step
dies,
into my office?
it's the other
said
spouse
Bivens
doing
hastily.
the killing. I don't think that was
Bivens'
the case
office
with
was a
Susan
cubicle
Richards,
partially
but it
enclosed
could
by
very well
glass.
be the case with Rachel
He
Katz.
indicated chairs for them to use and then seated
Good enough
himself
reason never
behind
to
his
get
desk.
married, quipped Mars.
What sort of information?
Don't tell Harper
he
that.
asked. I
Like I
understand
said,
that
we're
Roy
just
and
having
Lucinda
fun.
Mars
Don't
had
need
an
a
account
marriage
here.
license to do that.
Bivens said nothing but
Well,
clasped his
I
hands
think I need
together
to have
and
another
placed
talk
them
with
on his
Rachel
desktop.
Katz. You want
Is
me
that
to
a
come
yes?
along?
asked Decker.
Decker studied his friend.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, I do.
Decker
It might
glanced
really
at the
help.
computer sitting on the desk.
How?
Okay.
You're a lot cooler than I
I
am.
meant
and far better
I would
looking,
with the proper
and you're rich on
authorization.
top of it.
We respect a
So I
customer's
think
privacy.
Rachel Katz will be thrilled
I
to
appreciate
meet
that,
you.
but the Marses are both dead. Bivens changed color, glanced
Chapter 40.
quickly at Mars, then lifted his hands
Wine?
off the desk and placed them on the arms of his chair.
Rachel Katz was dressed
well,
in black
yes,
slacks,
of course I
a
know
white
that,
blouse,
but then
and
their
high
legal
heels.
representative,
Her hair was done
they
up
don't
in an
have
elaborate
one,
French braid.
interjected Decker.
It was nearly 9
Or
o'clock.
their next of kin,
She had arranged
Decker
to meet
tapped
them
Mars
after
on the
work in
shoulder.
her loft apartment.
sitting right
She
here.
held up an opened bottle of
Bivens again
Cabernet.
stared at Mars.
Decker declined,
Right.
but Mars accepted the
Mars
offer.
said,
She
"You
poured
have
out
my
a
permission
glass
to
and
look it
handed
up and
it to
tell
him.
him, Jerry."
She turned back to the table
Bivens began
and picked up
tapping
her own
keys on
wine
his
glass.
computer. He read through a
So
couple
you
screens.
and Decker worked together?
They had an account, but it was
No, I'm
closed
just in
20-some
town
years ago.
visiting him, said
Can you give
Mars,
us the
taking a
exact
sip of the
date?
wine
asked Decker.
and sitting down next to her on
Bivens
the
told
couch, while Decker
Mars
sat across
said,
from them.
That was 2 days before
She
he
sat back,
died.
crossed her legs,
Decker
took a
nodded.
drink of her wine, and
Can
said,
you tell us how much was in the account
Well,
before it was
I'm
closed?
sorry that your visit coincided
Bivens
with
tapped
murder.
some more keys and pulled
now,
up the transaction
what can I do
history.
for you?
About
"You look
$5,500.
like you're ready to go out somewhere,"
Decker and
said
Mars
Decker.
both looked
"I hope we're
disappointed.
not keeping you."
Bivens said,
I am
"I'm
going
sorry
out,
if you
but
were
not
looking for
until a
any
little
funds,
later.
Melvin." He
She
paused.
glanced at Mars.
"I know you were in prison a long time."
It's a new nightclub I'm part
Decker
owner
said,
of. Going
"No
to check
other
out the
accounts?"
groove. That's important.
Bivens glanced at the screen.
You do much clubbing?
No, just the checking account.
"Oh yeah, that's a nice
Mars
scene
looked
in D.C.,
crushed,
and I've been
Decker
dabbling in
appeared to
real
be
estate
just
up
getting
there."
started.
He glanced
How about
at
a
Decker
safe
and added,
deposit box?
"Even
he
thinking
said.
about opening a bar
Mars
up there
jerked and
with a
glanced at
dance
him.
floor."
Bivens hit some more
Well,
keys.
then you're welcome to join me tonight.
Right. They had a box.
This isn't
How did
D.C.,
you
but
know?
we've put a lot of thought
Decker
into the
said,
business model
"Just a
and the
lucky
layout
guess
of
on
the
my
place.
part.
You might
can you
see
tell us
something that
about
might
it?"
help you in your venture.
Well, it was closed out at the
"Thanks,
same time
I might
as the
just do
account.
that," said
We have
Mars
all
with
records
another
on
quick
computer
glance
now.
at Decker.
Your father closed it and signed all
"I
the
guess you
necessary
heard about
documents.
Susan Richards," said
And
Decker.
there's no way to tell
"I know
what
it was
in
on
the
the
box?"
news this morning."
Bivens shook his head.
Katz frowned,
No
uncrossed her
inventories are
legs, and
kept
sat
as safe
forward.
deposit boxes, unless
That
the
was
client
truly
specifically
awful.
requests that it be done.
Taking your own
Otherwise,
life
it's
like
strictly
that.
private.
It's
But he
just hard to
closed it
fathom.
and took everything? Said Decker.
But I guess if if she did
Yes.
kill Merrill Hawkins.
How large was the box?
So you think that she
Tibbins hit
did?
some more keys.
Asked Decker.
How largest?
I
A
have no
double.
way of knowing for
It could
sure,
hold a
do
lot.
I? But it
Is
seems
there anyone
rather
here
obvious.
who worked at the bank back then?
And
that
you
we
were
could
with
talk
Earl
to?
Lancaster at
Asked
the
Decker.
time Hawkins was killed.
Oh, no. I've been here the
As I
longest.
told you before,
14
and I'm sure he
years.
confirmed.
The branch manager was transferred in from
His
El
wife had
Paso
to
3
actually
years
recuse
ago.
herself from the
The others have all
investigation
been here
because
less
of
than
that,
5
said
years.
Decker. He
Tibbins
paused, waiting
glanced
for
over
her
Decker's
reaction to
shoulder
this.
and then said to him,
I guess I
"Is
could
there
see
anything
that.
else I can do
She
for
said,
you?"
It's like an
Decker
episode
looked
of Law and
behind him
Order
to see
or
two
something.
people lined up waiting to talk
Or
to
something.
Bivens.
said Decker.
No, but we
The night
appreciate
your
your
husband
help.
was killed, you said you
They
had
walked
no idea
outside,
why he'd
smack
be
into the
meeting
dreary
with Don
weather.
Richards, or
Mars
that he
barked,
was even meeting
I
with
can't
him.
believe this shit. My
That's
mom was
right.
dying from cancer and no one told
Did you
me.
normally know
Now
your
I
husband's
find out
schedule?
my dad kept a safe deposit box
Mostly,
loaded
but
with
not
who knows
always.
what. It's like I'm living somebody
Especially if
else's
this was
life.
last minute.
And he
He had an
closed it
office
2
and a
days before he
secretary. She
died,
would have
noted
kept his
Decker.
schedule.
You think my
We
dad knew
talked to her
something
back
was coming?
then, but I was hoping you might
Of
remember
course he
something.
did. And the question is,
Well, I can't
what
help
did
you
he
there.
do with the items from the box?
And I don't know why you're continuing to bother with this. Hawkins
37.
committed the murders. That
They
was
met up with
clearly
Jameson and
established at
Davenport in a
trial.
private area adjacent
Now, I
to the
have no
motel
proof
lobby
of who
later
killed
that
him,
day.
but other things being
Decker
equal,
filled them in on the
it
meeting
might
with
be the
Jerry
woman who
Bivens at the
disappeared
bank.
and then turned
Jameson
up dead
said.
from a suicide.
So even if the Marses weren't
She took
in
another
witness
sip of
protection,
wine.
it seems like they had some
I
secrets.
admire her, actually.
Davenport added.
At least
The
she had the
history that
courage
no one
to
can
finish the
uncover,
guy.
not even the FBI.
I didn't.
She glanced at Mars.
Well, we don't know that
Roy
she did.
and Lucinda Mars are probably
Katz
not
made a
even their real
careless
names.
wave with her hand.
Decker said,
Whatever.
AC and RB.
You have your
We
job
found
to
those
do.
initials
Anything
written
else?
on the wall of their closet.
Do you
Those
happen
might
to
be
know
their
Mitzi
real
Gardner?
initials. Shit,
looked
said
puzzled.
Mars, shaking his head and looking away from them.
Mitzi Gardner.
He seemed like a man stumbling through a
might have known her
dream
as
he'd had
Mitzi
no
Hawkins.
hand in creating.
God,
Decker
do
said,
you mean his daughter?
So they weren't in witness protection,
Yes.
but they may have been on the
No,
run
I didn't
from
know
someone.
her. Why the hell would I?
Or some group.
You
Amended
might have seen her
Jameson.
in the trial.
Like the
she had
mob.
to testify.
The mob, barked
No, I don't
Mars.
recall that,
Okay,
but
just
I
stop
remember
right
her
there.
being
My parents were
mentioned
not in
by
the
some
damn
of the
mob,
other
okay?
witnesses, including you.
Decker said sharply.
I'm
The
not
fact
sure what
is,
she even
Melvin,
looks
right
like.
now, none of us knows what they were
Well, her
involved
looks
in,
have changed a
including
lot
you.
since then.
But whatever
For
it
the better.
was
She's
bad
turned
enough
her
that they
life
created
around.
new identities and moved
Well,
to a
good
little
for
town
her.
in Texas.
Couldn't have been
to
easy having a
escape it.
murderer for her
And
father.
the safe deposit box contents
So
might
you
have
never
something
talked to her?
incriminating to whoever these
Interacted with
people
her?
are.
Said Jameson.
Never.
But there's no way for us to find
She
out
lives
what
in
was in the
Trammell.
box.
Very nice
Added
place.
Davenport.
Wealthy.
I mean,
She
it was
has a young
20 years
child.
ago. And whoever killed your
Good for
parents,
her.
Melvin, may have
I
taken
wanted
it.
kids, too.
Or not, said Decker.
Mars said,
They
"You're
all
still
turned
young.
to him.
Not too late."
Care to elaborate on
Kat
that
smiled
point?
at him.
Asked Davenport.
You're sweet.
The
but I
one
think
question that
ship has
can't be
sailed.
answered by any of this
She
is,
turned back to
why would
Decker.
someone pay off the
Anything
Montgomerys
else?
to get Melvin out of
Did
prison?
you talk to your husband
He
on the
glanced
day of
at
his
them one
death?
by one.
I'm
I
sure
give
I
up,
did.
said Mars
We did
finally.
sleep together and get
Why?
up together, probably had
They
coffee
might if they
before we
didn't
both left
find
the
what
house
was in the
that
safe
morning.
deposit box. And
I
it's
mean,
still
after
out
that,
there somewhere.
during the day.
And they may think you know
I
where
really
it
can't
is,
recall.
That's
It's been
quite
a
a
long
theory.
time.
said Davenport.
But no mention
But
of
if
his
so,
going
why
to meet
wait
with
all
Richards.
this time?
Asked Jameson.
No, I told
It
you
may
that
be
before.
that once Melvin was scheduled to be
Just
executed,
verify.
they panicked,
Why
figuring
do
this
I
might be
feel
their
like you're
last
trying
chance
to
to
trap
retrieve
me?
it.
She said
Mars looked
darkly.
puzzled. But
That
Decker,
would not
no
be
one's
very
tried to
nice.
contact me, or
Particularly
kidnap
since I
me
have
and make me
nothing to
tell them what I
hide.
know, which is zip.
I'm just
They
trying
may
to
plan to
figure out what
simply let us
happened.
do what we're doing.
Katz
searching
finished her
for it.
wine in one long drink
And rush
set
in
the
when
empty
we
glass
find
on
it
the
and
table.
what, kill us all?
Said
Well, let me
Davenport
help you out with
skeptically.
that. Hawkins
Perhaps,
murdered
said
my
Decker.
husband
Or
and 3
perhaps
other
not.
people. And
Well,
then
I'm glad we
Susan
cleared that
Richards
up,
killed him
said
and
Davenport,
then
clearly
killed
frustrated.
herself. Case closed.
Investigations are not always
There.
simple.
That wasn't
Retorted
hard.
Jameson.
The case
She
we
stood
worked
and
in
looked
Burlington
down at
took a
Mars.
90-degree turn.
How
But it
about we
took
grab a
ton
drink
of
before we
legwork
head over to the
and asking
club?
questions to get us there.
I know a place.
And what seemed unimportant at
Mars
first
stood.
turned out to be critical.
Sounds good.
Okay, but Decker,
Melvin, we have something to
your
do
theory
first,
is
and then you
riddled
can
with
meet her
holes.
there, said Decker.
Said Davenport.
Mars eyed Katz.
It is full of
You cool with
holes,
that?
admitted Decker, drawing
Absolutely.
a surprised look from Davenport.
She wrote down
That's
an
why it's
address
only
on
a
a slip
theory.
of paper and
It
handed
may
it to
well be
Mars.
disproved later on, but
I
we
think
have to
you'll
run
have
down
fun
the
tonight,
possibility
Mr.
anyway.
Mars.
Mars looked at
Make
him
it
nervously.
Melvin.
So you think
Just
someone
keep
may
it
still try to come
said
after me?
Decker in a joking manner.
Decker considered this.
I'm always
If they're following
professional,
us, which they may
said
very well
Katz.
be, they would know
as
that
your
we're
friend
searching
will
for
find
answers
out
too.
tonight.
If they saw us at the bank
As they
and
walked back
deduced
to
what
their
we were
car,
doing,
Mars said,
they also know we left the
"What do we
place
have to do?
empty-handed.
We're
So
going
they
to wire
might
you up
simply
for
let us
tonight.
keep going until
Where
we
will
do
you be?
find something," said
Right
Mars
outside
slowly.
listening.
Right.
You sure you're doing
They
this
have
for the
long
case,
memories,
or to
said
keep me
Mars.
from doing something
If This
dumb with
goes
that
back
woman.
before I was born. We're talking
Maybe
over
both,
40
Melvin.
years ago.
Maybe both.
Well, I have a long memory, too, said Decker. Amen to that,
Chapter
replied
41.
Mars. He looked up and saw Mary
Decker was
Oliver
in the
walk
front
into
seat
the
of his
lobby.
rental car parked outside
Mary,
of a place
over
called
here,
10th and
he
Main.
said, rising and
That was
motioning
also
to
its
Oliver,
literal location.
who was heading toward the front desk.
It was the club
She was
Rachel
wearing a
Katz had
beige
referred to,
pantsuit and a
and of
smile.
which she was a co-owner.
You look happy about something.
It seemed to be pretty
Prompted
popular, Decker
Davenport.
noted.
The
There was
state
a
of
bouncer
Texas has
out front
agreed
who
to the
nearly
maximum
equaled
of
him in heft,
$25,000
and he had
in
been vetting a
compensation
long
to you,
line of
Melvin.
mostly younger and seemingly
Well, it's
well-heeled
something,
men
said
and women
Mars.
vying to get in.
And I'm filing suit against
Maybe
them
his
for what happened
hometown
to you
was
in
on the way
prison,
back, he thought.
to the tune of $50 million.
Although he didn't know if what amounted to
Mars
an overpriced
stared,
bar for
dumbstruck
well-off
at her.
millennials
Are you
was
kidding
actually
me?
a good
He
barometer
finally
of an
said.
improving economy
Melvin,
for the average
you
person.
almost died. This
He
was a
reworked his
conspiracy
earpiece,
that
and the
included
noise from
guards who
inside the
were
club,
representatives of the
communicated to
state's
him by the
correctional
wire that
system.
Mars was wearing,
And I
came
discovered
through
that
loud
these
and
same
clear.
guards have had other lawsuits
settled
filed
in for
against
a
them,
long
and no
evening.
disciplinary action was ever taken against them.
Inside
That
10th and Main,
constitutes, at the
Mars and
least,
Katz were seated in a
willful
roped-off
negligence
section
on the
of the
part of the
club,
state.
apparently reserved
Decker
for
said,
VIPs.
This was the
The music
strategy
was
you
loud,
mentioned before?
the bar crammed,
She
and
nodded.
the dance floor full of
Yes, it
swaying,
is.
already partially drunk
Decker
people.
looked at Mars.
So,
Well, at least monetarily,
what do you
50
think so
mil will
far?
make up for your not
Said
being able to
Katz.
play in the NFL.
Good vibe,
Oliver
lots
added.
of energy,
Look,
and I could see
I
your
won't
cash
blow
flow
smoke up your butt.
skyrocketing at the
It's
bar
a
right
long
now.
shot, and there's no guarantee.
We put the bar
but I'm
there to
going to give it
maximize
my
access
best
to it
effort.
from the tables and the dance
Mars was
floor.
speechless for a few moments.
Right. That
Then he
way you
hugged
get a
her.
continuous flow
Thank
of
you,
business.
Mary. Thank
And dancing
you.
makes people hungry and
They
thirsty.
sat down, and the
your
others let
table-to-patron
Mars compose
ratio
himself.
is good, too.
No
Pack
one
'em in,
noticed the three
but
state
without
troopers
seeming
and
to.
plainclothes detective heading their way
You sound
until
like
they
you
were
know
right
business.
on top of them.
Like I
Decker
said, I
spotted them and
dabble.
said,
Got
"Can I
some
help you,
properties here and
officers?"
there. I like
They
to work with
ignored him and
low-income
surrounded
folks for the
Mars.
most part. Give them a
Mr.
shot.
Mars, please stand
Don't
up.
make as much
said the
profit, but I
plainclothes
don't need the
after he
money.
flashed his badge and told
She
them he was
sipped
a
her
homicide
cocktail and
detective.
moved her head rhythmically to the
What?
music.
Why? Said
That's
Mars.
very generous of you. I
Please
have a
stand
slightly
up,
different
said the
business
man more
model.
firmly.
What is this
What's that?
about?
Said Oliver, who
To
did
get as
stand.
rich as I
I'm
possibly
his
can.
lawyer.
And you'll
She
get a
laughed
chance
and
to talk
rattled
to
the
your
ice in her
client,
glass.
just not now.
Different
Please stand,
strokes,
Mr. Mars.
said
Last
Mars,
time I'll
grinning.
ask. Mars
How
glanced
long
at
have you
Decker,
worked
who
with
nodded.
Decker?
Mars stood and
Well, like I
automatically
told
put
you
his hands
before,
behind his
I don't
back.
work with him. I'm
The
not with the
plainclothes
FBI
motioned
or
to an
anything,
officer,
but he
who
and I
came
are
forward and
buds.
handcuffed
We
him.
played college football
The
against each
plainclothes
other.
said,
I was a
"You are
Texas
under arrest in
Longhorn.
connection
He
with
was
the
an
murders
Ohio
of
State
Roy and
Buckeye.
Lucinda Mars."
I ran the ball.
Then he read
and he tried
Mars's
to tackle
Miranda
me.
rights.
Did he?
He was pardoned for that.
He did as well as
Snapped an
anybody did
incredulous
back
Oliver.
then, which wasn't all
His
that
pardon
good.
has been revoked.
She
That's why
laughed.
we're here.
They
I
can't do
respect a
that.
man who has
said
confidence
Oliver.
in himself.
The plainclothes
I was
handed
up
her
for
a
the
sheaf of
Heisman my
papers.
senior year,
The
but
court
lost
order
out
doing
to a
just that.
quarterback.
Let's go, Mr.
Her
Mars.
eyes widened.
As they led Mars away,
Wow, the
Oliver called
Heisman.
after
Did you
him.
play in the NFL?
Melvin, I'll see you at the
I
station.
would have, but
She
my
then
career
read
took a
down the
detour.
first page of the document.
How so?
What does it say?
Death
Asked
row in a
Jameson as
Texas
she
prison.
rose. Oliver's
Cats
face paled
gaped
as she
until
finished
Mars
skimming.
grinned.
She shot
She
a glance
pointed
at
at him.
Decker. He
Good one.
sighed. I didn't
I almost
believe they
believed
would
you for
do
a
this,
second.
he said quietly.
Mars looked
Do what?
around.
Snapped
This is an
Jameson.
expensive
You
build-out.
knew?
Did you
Demanded
finance it,
Oliver.
or do you have your own
I
cash?
suspected.
Will someone
I
please
have
tell us
partners
what
with
the
their
hell
own
is going
cash.
on?
Barked
They bring the money,
Davenport,
I
who
bring
had
the
risen
local
and was standing
know-how.
next to Jameson.
I put the deals
Decker
together
said,
and execute
Our
on the plan.
investigation has
My
shown that it's
background as a
entirely
CPA
probable
really
that the
comes in
Montgomerys were
handy.
paid off to lie about
This
Charles
is our
Montgomery
8th
killing Roy
project
and
together
Lucinda.
in just the last
That
3
confession
years.
was the only reason
And we're
Melvin
going to
was
be
released
expanding
and
this
pardoned.
same club concept
looked
to
at
other
Oliver.
cities and other
Am I
states.
right? She nodded but said nothing.
Long-range strategy.
Oh, my
That's
God.
a good thing.
Said
If you can
Jameson.
streamline supply
That
chains and
means-
consolidate your
began
backroom and
Davenport.
marketing operations,
Decker
you
interrupted.
can gain some economies
That
of
means
scale
that
as you
as
grow
far
the
as the state
business.
of Texas is concerned,
She
Melvin
looked at
killed
him
his
with a new
parents.
level of
Hence
respect.
his pardon was revoked.
Exactly.
How did they find out what we
So
discovered?
you're here as Decker's
Asked
friend,
Jameson.
but are you helping
Texas
him
sent
with
its
the
own people to
investigation?
Alabama to investigate Montgomery.
I guess I'm a
replied Decker.
sounding board for the
And we
guy.
talked about our
He's
suspicions
Sherlock
and findings
Holmes,
with the
and I'm his
Alabama
Dr.
authorities.
Watson.
They must have relayed that to
Is
the
he
Texas
really that
folks.
good?
But he had
The
nothing to do
FBI
with the
thinks so,
Montgomerys lying about
And I've
this.
seen him do some
Said
incredible
Jameson.
things. And
That
somebody tried to
doesn't
kill the
matter
guy
legally in
twice.
Melvin's case.
So there must be something to
Oliver.
hide, right?
It's as if nothing has
God,
changed now.
I didn't know
No
that.
confession. The
Mars
sentence
flexed
is
his
reinstated.
injured arm.
The
Dude cut
allocution
me up,
Montgomery
too,
made is
before he
no
got
good that
away.
he lied.
Oh my
Jameson
God, you
turned,
poor
horrified,
thing.
to look at Decker.
Nothing too bad.
So our work
I'm
has
good to
sent him
go.
back to prison and maybe to his
Any
death.
idea who the man is?
Decker didn't answer.
Not
He
yet.
had pulled out his
They'll keep
phone and
looking
was
till
heading
they
toward the
find him.
motel exit, where a minute before,
want another drink?
Mars had left on
On
his
the
way
house?
back to prison.
You don't have
As
to
he
do
watched
that.
Mars being driven off,
Yes,
he
I
punched
do,
in a number.
Melvin.
After 2 rings,
He
there was an
grinned.
answer.
Okay,
Agent
thanks.
Bogart? It's
Same,
Decker.
straight up.
I'll understand if
She
you tell me
rose
to
and
go to
walked
hell,
over to the bar.
but I have a big favor
Mars
to
sat
ask.
there, his head swaying to the music. seemingly not having a care in the world.
Chapter 38.
He moved his mouth as though singing the
All
lyrics of the
rise,
song being
said the burly
played.
bailiff.
You hear everything
All the persons
okay,
in the
Decker?
courtroom rose, including the only
Loud
one
and
wearing
clear.
shackles.
She seems to really like you.
Judge Matthews, a
She's a
wizened,
beautiful,
balding
sexy
man with
lady.
a lumpy Adam's
She's
apple,
not my type.
appeared through a doorway
What's
behind
your
the
type?
bench, ascended
She
the stairs,
just seems a little
and sat
too
down in
ruthless
his
for my
chair.
tastes.
Be
Money is her
seated,
thing,
commanded the
but
bailiff,
it's not mine.
and everyone returned to their respective chairs.
Easy to say since you have so much
Mary
of it.
Oliver sat next to the shackled
Okay,
Mars.
you got me there. She's
Decker,
coming
dressed
back
in the
now.
suit he had
Over
bought
and
while
out.
shopping with Jameson, sat
Katz
on
put
the other
the fresh
side
drinks
of him.
down and sat next to him.
The state
this time
prosecutor
closer
held
than
forth
before.
at the other council table.
Mars said,
He was in his
You ever
mid-50s,
think about coming to
with
the
a patch
D.C.
of soft
area?
white hair
Maybe
that
you
didn't
and me
come
can do
close
some
to
business
covering
together.
his pink scalp.
Now
His
that
shirt
would be
collar was
wonderful.
stiff from being overstarched,
She said,
and this
flashing him a
attribute
smile.
nearly matched the man's demeanor.
You can use your
He had
original
a file
partners,
in front
too.
of him
I'm
labeled
not looking
Mars,
to cut anybody
Melvin.
out. If you want me to
He was
meet with
silently
them,
moving
you
his
know,
lips,
vet me and all.
as though
I'm
rehearsing
cool with
what
that.
he was about to say.
Yeah.
In the second
Let me
row of the
think about
courtroom
that.
sat Davenport and
She
Jameson.
cradled her drink.
There was a goodly number of
You
reporters
know, Decker
present
keeps coming
because
back
word
to
had
ask me
gotten round
questions.
that
I
Mars
think he
had been
might believe
arrested.
I had something to
There
do
were
with all
also
this,
a few dozen
and I
gawking
didn't.
local
I
citizens to round
swear.
out the audience.
Don't worry
The
about
judge
that.
eyed
He's
both
just
counsel
dotting his
tables
I's and
and their
crossing his
respective
T's.
occupants, cleared his throat,
Does he
and said,
suspect anybody yet?
"The defendant filed the motion,
Well, he
so
thought
let's hear
Susan
from
Richards
him
might be
first."
good for the Hawkins murder. but
Oliver
now,
rose and
I don't
straightened the
know.
jacket of her two-piece
He
suit
doesn't
and
confide
adjusted
in
her
you?
shirt cuffs.
Not everything.
Your Honor,
You know,
the
Holmes
state's
kept
actions
stuff
in this
back
matter
from
can be
Watson,
summed up
too,
as
he
follows.
added with a grin.
It wrongly convicted
didn't
my
return the
client,
look.
Mr. Mars, locked him up
It
for
was
over
awful
20
losing
years,
my
and
husband
very
like that.
nearly executed him until
Mars
it saw
touched
the
her
error
arm,
of
and
his
his features
ways
grew
when
solemn.
presented with evidence of his
Hey,
innocence.
sure it was.
It then
Nobody
granted
should
him
have
his
to go through
liberty,
that.
and with it a
Nobody.
full pardon, and
She
also
squeezed his
ordered that
arm.
he be paid the maximum
Thanks.
compensation for his
Mars
erroneous
looked around.
incarceration.
So
Not
you
the
got this place, and you got the
$25,000 can make
American
up for
Grill.
over 2
Decker told
decades
me
in
about the
prison.
place. Now
She
that's
took a
some
breath
broad
and seemed to
bandwidth.
swell with
He
righteous
chuckled.
indignation.
She
And
smiled.
now, shortly after
It
granting
was
him
David's
his
first
freedom,
project.
it has
I've kept the place
unilaterally
to,
revoked
I don't
his
know,
pardon and
honor
his
his
liberty,
memory, I
placed
guess.
him
It's
under
not like the
arrest,
restaurant
and
makes a lot of
he
money.
now sits
In fact, based on
shackled
tonight,
before us.
I'll
All of
probably
this
make more
was
in 1 month
accomplished
here
without
than
benefit of a
that place
trial
does in
or
6 months.
representation by counsel, thus denying him
Mars
due
held up his
process.
cocktail.
That is why I filed
Just
the
start
habeas
selling
corpus
some of these
petition,
$15
because it is
highballs
clear,
at the American
beyond
Grill,
doubt,
and you'll
that
see
the
your profit
state
margins
is
soar.
illegally detaining my
I'm
client.
not sure
I
how big that
therefore
would
ask
go
that
over
he be
with the
released
Grill's
forthwith,
clientele.
and that both the
They're more
terms of
into
his pardon
pitchers of
and
beer for
compensation
$5.
be fully honored and enforced by
Not
this
to change
court.
the subject, but did your husband
Oliver
have
put a
any
hand on
business
Mars's
associates?
shoulder and added,
She crossed
Anything
her arms
less
and her
would
cheery
be a
disposition
travesty of
faded.
justice and establish an
Why?
unsustainable and
I'm back to
dangerous
playing
precedent
Watson, see?
should the state be allowed to
I guess I
unilaterally
see.
renege
To
on
answer
its
your question,
agreement with
no,
my
he was a
client,
solo
since we may
operation.
assume
He
that
got
it
his
will try to do
financing
so
from
with other
traditional
defendants
sources.
in the future.
Like the local bank?
"Understood,"
Don Richards?
said Judge Matthews.
That's right.
He turned to the state's
Anybody else in his
prosecutor.
past who might have had
"Mr.
something
Jenkins,
against him?
counsel has made some
Why are
excellent
you asking
points.
these questions?
I don't
Merrill
like the
Hawkins
idea
killed
of the
him.
state going back on its
But
word.
if he didn't,
It would wreak havoc
Why?
with a
Because
system
he
if
said he was
defense counsel
innocent?
could not rely
she
on
said
agreements
skeptically.
provided to them by your
His
office.
prints and DNA were found
Jenkins
at the crime
rose,
scene.
buttoned his jacket, smoothed
You
down
can
an errant
fabricate that
strand of
stuff.
hair, glanced
Katz looked
disapprovingly
taken
at
aback
Mars and
by this.
Oliver, and then turned his
didn't
attention
know
fully
that.
to the judge.
Is that what Decker
Your Honor,
thinks?
he drawled.
Maybe.
The action which the
So
state
did your husband
took was
have
the
enemies?
only one, in good
No, nobody I
conscience,
could
that
think
it
of.
could take.
He
While
was
I'm
a
the
nice
first to
guy.
admit that the situation
She added
here is a
quietly.
little unusual.
He treated
That's
people
an
well.
understatement, interjected
He treated
Judge
me
Matthews. Be that as
He wasn't
it
the
may,
type to
there
screw
was only
people
one
over and make
reason that
them hate
Mr.
him
Mars
or
was
hold a
released from
grudge.
prison. Here he
So maybe
paused
they
and
were
held up a
targeting
single
Don
finger
Richards.
for emphasis.
They.
That was because another man,
In the event Hawkins
Charles
is not the
Montgomery,
guy,
now
there's a murderer
dead,
out there.
executed by the state of
Do you
Alabama
have
for
evidence
assorted,
that the
heinous
fingerprints and
crimes,
such were
confessed to the murders
fabricated?
for which Mr. Mars was previously
This is
convicted.
where I pull out my official
After due
handbook and tell you that it's
investigation,
an ongoing
it
police
appeared that
investigation.
Mr. Montgomery did indeed have information
said
and
you weren't
knowledge of
with
the
the
crimes
FBI.
which only the true perpetrator
Doesn't
would have
matter.
possessed.
Still can't divulge
Now,
anything.
due in large
You're
measure
smart
to the
enough to
work
read
performed
between the
by
lines,
the FBI,
right?
it appears clear
She
that Mr.
nervously drank her
Montgomery
cocktail
and his
and
wife,
didn't answer
who,
right away.
significantly enough, was likely
If Hawkins
murdered to
didn't
cover
do it,
up
the
what
real
went
killer
on,
might still be
were
out
paid a
there.
great sum of money
Any
to
idea
make
who
that
he is?
confession. Thus,
He
it is almost
or
a
she?
certainty that Mr.
She gave him a
Montgomery had
withering
no
look.
more to do with the murders
I
of
have
Roy
an
and Lucinda
alibi
Mars
for when it
than you
happened.
or I, Your Honor.
Not my meaning.
Thus,
Lots
the
of other
state's
she's
position
out
is
there.
that the original conviction of
Wait
Mr.
a
Mars
minute.
was right and just,
What about
and his
Mitzi?
incarceration
What
at
was
this
her
time
last name?
is warranted and
Mitzi
legally
Gardner.
proper. Jenkins
she have
glanced once
alibis
more
for
at
the
Mars
murders?
with an expression of cold
Not sure.
contempt. And
Well, don't
let
you
me
think you should
add
check
that the
that?
state of Texas will
I'm sure
vigorously
Decker's all
explore
over
whether
that.
Mr. Mars was in any way
I remember
connected
from
to what
some of the
amounts
testimony
to a
at the trial
bald-faced
that she was
attempt
an
to
addict back
deceive the
then.
criminal justice system of
I
Texas,
think she had
as
problems
he
in
stood
that
to
area,
benefit the
yeah.
most from this so-called confession
So
by
maybe
Mr.
she needed
Montgomery.
money for drugs and tried to
Oliver
rob
jumped
them.
to her feet.
And
There
Susan
is not a
Richards?
shred of evidence that my client was
Seems
in any way
obvious.
involved
She
with
killed
this, Your
herself
Honor.
because she killed Merrill
Jenkins
Hawkins.
bristled.
He
Well,
looked
the
at her
fact that this
doubtfully.
now discredited
You don't think
confession
so?
came at the 11th
She
hour
said.
prior to the defendant's
From how
scheduled
Decker
execution
described her to me,
seems
Mitzi
an
was a
awfully
skinny drug
large
addict,
and
mostly stoned
well-timed
out of her mind.
coincidence.
No way she killed four
Oliver
people,
gave him an
including two
incredulous look
grown
and
men.
said in a tone
Besides,
dripping
her
with sarcasm,
DNA and prints weren't found
Yes.
at the scene.
I'm sure that Mr. Mars waited
you
until
said that could
minutes
be
before they were to
fabricated.
put him to death,
It's
before
easier to add
arranging
stuff
from
to a
death
crime
row for
scene
this
than it is to
miracle
take stuff
confession to come
away,
along in the nick
especially
of time
prints and
and
DNA.
save him.
Taking stuff
there's
away,
no
you
need
miss
to
one
take
little
that
thing.
unprofessional
You're
tone,
screwed.
snapped Jenkins.
Trust me, I speak
Regardless.
from experience.
Said Oliver, addressing the
So
judge.
where does that leave us?
The state had ample time to
Investigating a
investigate the
series of
veracity of
murders.
Mr. Montgomery's
Do you
claims.
think you'll
It
find
did
out who
so
did it?
with the result
after
that
all
a
this
full
time?
pardon was issued to my client.
I bet once
If the
again
state
Amos
is now
Decker,
allowed to go
and I
back
lost
on this
that bet.
agreement, the sanctity of the
Bad for
pardon will
you,
have been
then.
destroyed, and no person may
actually,
rely
he
in the
saved my
future
life.
on the state doing so without
Seriously?
fear that it will once again
As serious as it
renew.
gets. He rose.
Jenkins said,
Thanks for
but
showing
the
me the
state
place.
clearly
You got
has
a
a
real
vested
winner
interest
here.
in seeing that convicted
Wait.
murderers are not set
You have
loose
time for a
upon the
nightcap?
public.
We could go back
Judge
to my
Matthews
place.
interjected.
Thanks,
Well,
but
it
it's been a
appears to
long
me that the
day.
state got
Take a rain
itself
check?
into this mess, Mr. Jenkins.
Sure.
And if
Okay.
it can unilaterally
Cat
reject
said,
its own
with
agreements,
disappointment
then
clear
Ms.
on her
Oliver is
features.
right in saying that makes
And it
the
was great
entire
meeting you.
pardoning system untenable.
Same here. You gave me a lot
Jenkins
to think
spread his
about.
hands.
Maybe I did the same for
All
you.
we desire, Your Honor,
Her
is the
expression
ability to
changed,
more
becoming
fully
somber
investigate
and
the matter.
detached. She
During
recovered
that
from this a
time,
moment
the
later,
defendant's
stood, and
incarceration
held
is
out her
duly
hand
warranted.
with a forced
The
smile.
pros certainly outweigh the cons.
Until next
If
time.
he is innocent,
Melvin?
then no harm will have been done.
They shook hands, and
And
Mars
if he
said,
is guilty, which
"Look
we
forward to
believe
it,
that
Rachel."
he is, he
He
will
left
not
her
have
there,
the opportunity
gazing at all
to
the
flee.
partiers, but
He has
perhaps
no
not
ties
really
to the
seeing
community,
a
and we
single
consider
one.
him a likely flight risk. Oliver retorted.